Chapter 62. At Temple Street, the Chuji dessert stall sold out quickly. Sorry, we've run out of desserts. Please come again tomorrow if you'd still like to purchase some, Chu Yueling said apologetically as she closed the ice cream chest. After the customers had left, she wiped away the dessert residue on the glass counter with a cloth. It had spilled during the packing process when the metal spoon was scooping the dessert. Once it was clean, she went to Zhang's tea restaurant to wash the cloth and wring out the water. As she pushed the door open, she saw Wei Yanlin swinging his loose Taoist robe and wearing flip-flops while carrying a bunch of scarecrows with a smile. I've fulfilled my mission. I hurried over after making 10 scarecrows. Did I disrupt your work? After some time apart, Wei Yanlin's hair, which he had shaved off to donate to an elderly woman, had grown back. He hadn't dyed it or styled it with hair wax into a slicked-back look. Chu Yueling approached and blinked at the crude scarecrow. It's quite cute. She had expected Wei Yanlin to just go through the motions. To her surprise, he had done a decent job. Isn't it? Wei Yanlin lifted the scarecrow proudly. The straw hair was gathered in his hand, leaving only a round ball of straw for the head, apart from the central cluster that resembled the face. The limbs were made of wooden sticks. With a gust of wind, the scarecrow swayed from side to side. Wei Yanlin's shiny, combed-back hair followed the motion. It is pretty cute. Just now, a kid asked me for it. I didn't give it to her because I was worried it might affect her health. In reality, not only had he not given it to her, but he was also afraid that an unsuspecting child might try to keep the scarecrow if they saw it outside. Wei Yanlin even went as far as to use the scarecrow to scare the children, only to be chased down the entire Tung Chai Street by her mother wielding a broomstick. The soreness still lingered in his bottom even now. Cough ning ning. Wei Yanlin rubbed his buttocks subconsciously and asked with a chuckle, "What on earth do you need 10 scarecrows for?" Chu Yueling took the scarecrow and stroked its round straw head. You'll find out when we get there. As she spoke, she retrieved the peachwood sword from its display case and hung the scarecrow upon it. After being used once, the peachwood sword seemed to have formed a rapport with her. The moment she held it, she could sense its gentle warmth seeping through the wood. Everything in this world possesses a spirit. The sword was extending its affections toward her, indicating its fondness for its new master. The garden complex was not far from Temple Street. Throughout the journey, Wei Yanlin was tormented by curiosity and persistently asked, is someone up to no good, and you want to prank them with a scarecrow? Or perhaps someone has been speaking ill of you and you're using the scarecrow to curse their anus to rot? Wei Yanlin entertained various clever theories on his own, until his flip-flop stepped onto the pavement of the garden community. It had just rained and the ground was still damp, chilled by the passing breeze. Yet it was nothing compared to the biting cold that surrounded Wei Yanlin. He fell silent, his casual demeanor replaced with a stern expression. The air was filled with malevolent energy, pure negativity. As soon as he stood at the entrance, the overwhelming negativity infiltrated his body. Vicious. Too vicious. Wei Yanlin seethed with anger. What kind of lousy array is this, trapping people inside to die slowly? All the life gates in the 8 trigrams formation are blocked. How can anyone even attempt to rescue them? Chu Yueling gazed at the angry Wei Yanlin and blinked. You noticed? Please, Wei Yanlin sounded aggrieved at the doubt in his abilities. I may be inexperienced, but I'm not blind. Though my innate talent might be lacking, I've memorized quite a few of Master's reference books. He might not possess the supernatural ability to see through the veil, but as an expert in the occult, he had a natural sensitivity to negative energies. But it's not just the life gate, Chu Yueling said, looking up at the sky above the garden complex. All 8 gates are sealed. The 8 trigrams are arrayed, and their images manifest. Each trigram represents a gate, forming an octagonal formation. They guard the 8 directions, sealing them off completely, a death sentence for any living soul trapped within. It was like capturing a turtle in a jar. The person inside would be tormented to death, and that wasn't all. With all 8 doors sealed, their soul would be trapped and eventually crushed by the pressure. Damn it. If I find out who set this up, I'll impale them with these straw dolls. Wei Yanlin gritted his teeth, clenching the straw doll in his hand as he ground his jaw in frustration. It was freezing, far too cold. He clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, something slipped over his arm. A yellow talisman hung on a red string, swaying in midair. Wei Yanlin froze for a moment before lifting his gaze to see the corners of the girl's smiling lips. Don't be stubborn, put it on. Wei Yanlin felt a warm rush in his heart. Right away. With hurried hands, he placed the red string around his neck. Immediately, the chilling sensation of the malevolent aura invading his body vanished entirely. After securing it, Wei Yanlin observed the neighborhood again. The array's intimidatory power was immense. The last time Wei Yanlin witnessed such a potent array was on his master's person. His master was one of Hong Kong's top-ranking practitioners of esoteric arts, and he could sense that the individual who set up this array in the neighborhood possessed a strength equal to, if not surpassing, his master's. Initially, he thought Chu Yueling was strong but surely not on par with his master. Now, however, he gently pinched the yellow talisman at his chest. A single yellow talisman was enough for protection. Despite being nearly the same age, she relied on the support of a fellow practitioner. Wei Yanlin felt an inexplicable bitterness. Master, you've left them far behind. Can he still catch up? The crane at the top of the apartment complex had already taken form, with dark malevolence swirling around its summit. Chu Yueling retracted her gaze and parked the food cart. Wei Yanlin asked, Ning Ning, are we going in now? Let's wait a bit longer. We don't want to alert them just yet. Those people over there are likely after the property. We can't let them cause trouble without resolving the issue. Chu Yueling shook her head. After analyzing Nancy Kang's words repeatedly, she finally discerned the purpose behind the wind and cry setup. Upon hearing the general situation, Wei Yanlin grew even more indignant. It must be. The residents of Garden Estate refuse to leave, and the capitalists want to rebuild and make a fortune. So they resort to dirty tactics to force people out. Wei Yanlin's voice was too loud, drawing the attention of a passing woman who glanced over. Next, upon noticing the message on the cardboard, the woman halted her steps and approached with her companion to inquire. Boss, can we have our fortunes told here? Despite her age, the lady had aged gracefully, retaining her charm. Only after Chu Yueling confirmed that they could did Wei Yanlin promptly pull out a small wooden table from the cart and swiftly set up a chair. Observing the young couple beside them, he also offered them a seat accordingly. The boy took it with a smile and said, "Thank you." Think nothing of it, Wei Yanlin waved his hand, then turned to study the lady who had taken a seat at the table. Your mother's fortune-telling session might take a while. If you feel bored, you can go for a stroll outside first. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere turned chilly. The boy quickly sat beside the lady and turned back to look at Wei Yanlin awkwardly. You misunderstood, she's not my mom, she's my honey. As he spoke, the boy quickly tried to soothe the lady. Honey, don't be angry. Wei Yanlin had never encountered such a dramatic situation. He let out several gasps. His skills in divination were limited to reading people's birth charts, not nearly as accurate as Chu Yueling's ability to discern fortunes through facial features. Afraid of losing business, he hurriedly apologized. Sorry. The lady, however, took it quite well. It's all right, misunderstandings due to age differences are normal. Wei Yanlin was so embarrassed that his face turned red. The young girl returned the chair to Wei Yanlin. I'll just wait here for them. Such an unusual pairing naturally drew a crowd who came to watch the fortune-telling session. After all, not only Wei Yanlin, but they too had initially assumed that the boy and the lady were mother and son, with the two young people being her children. Who would have thought they were in a romantic relationship? The lady was clearly no stranger to fortune-telling. She immediately provided her birth date and time. My name is Xing Xinxiu, Master. You can call me Sister Xiuxiu. All right, Sister Xiuxiu. Let's begin the reading. Chu Yueling started with her family background. You originally came from a poor family. At 16, you went to Guangzhou to work and met a Hong Kong businessman. He courted you and you accepted his proposal. The two of you formed a family and you moved to Hong Kong with him. You and your husband had a fated, love-at-first-sight encounter. Zhang Xinxiu was evidently stunned. Master, I've had my fortune told more than 10 times, but you're the most accurate even though you don't know me. It was spot on. Many people say I only married for his money, but in truth, I genuinely loved him. But no one believes me when I say it. The only person who seemed to believe her was this fortune-teller. Chu Yueling continued, in your chart, the earthly branches of Chou, Wei, and you appear, along with a conflict between Qin and Xiu and an affliction between Yin and Si. These indicate an early widowhood. Thus you are currently alone. Again, you were right. A bitter expression filled Zhang Xinxiu's face. I thought I could spend my life with him. Who would have imagined such an unexpected tragedy? After my husband passed away, I received a substantial compensation and inherited his assets. Zhang Xinxiu had been born into a poor family. At their lowest point, they could only afford a meager rice gruel meal for the entire day. She had vowed to become wealthy one day. Little did she expect that the price of wealth would be the loss of her husband's life. Your birth chart indicates that you're deeply emotional. You must have grieved for a long time after your husband's passing, right? Chu Yueling studied Zhang Xinxiu's birth chart, sympathetically remarking on the irony of fate. In truth, Zhang Xinxiu and her husband had only been married for 8 years. Most people, after spending that duration with their spouse, could move on quickly following the loss of their partner due to the lack of a deeper emotional bond. But Zhang Xinxiu was someone who placed great value on emotions. Sure enough, after Chu Yueling finished speaking, Zhang Xinxiu let out a soft sigh. You're right. Although our marriage only lasted 8 years, my husband was the kindest person to me in this world. After his accidental passing, I didn't seek another partner for 30 full years, until I met Yuan 3 decades later. Yuan was that young man. Among the crowd were housewives, some even holding their children as they listened to the fortune-telling. Upon learning that Zheng Xinxiu had remained single for 30 years, they couldn't help but express their feelings. One marries for 8 years then remains single for 30? Only a woman can persevere like that. Yes, if it were a stinky man whose wife passed away, he'd remarry within a week. We've all heard it before: promotion, wealth, new wife. My neighbor, his wife was barely buried for 3 days before he moved in another woman. Is it possible for any man to remain single for 30 years under such circumstances? Sister Xiuhua, you should really maintain an open mindset and not be too stubborn in your thoughts. Xiao Xinxin, upon hearing words of comfort, offered a warm smile. I understand. Fortunately, I've also met the right person now. Though there's an age gap between us, Yuan truly loves me. Yuan, is it? Zhang Xinxiu turned to look at the boy. Of course, you're my forever treasure. The boy hastily wrapped his arms around her with a beaming smile, then gave his waist a little knock. How much longer until the fortune-telling is done? My backside is getting sore from all this sitting. Furthermore, we haven't seen each other for half a month since you were abroad. I've missed you so much. How about taking my sister and me to the mall for some shopping later? She's eyeing a Louis Vuitton bag, and I've set my heart on a wristwatch. Chu Yueling's face was expressionless. Beside them, Wei Yanlin couldn't help but shiver, secretly observing the young girl who had spoken up. Indeed, sister, I've had my eye on that bag for ages. Also, I'm tired of the quilts in the villa. Could you get me new ones too? The young girl crouched down and shook Zhang Xinxiu's arm. All right, I'll go right away. Zhang Xinxiu smiled and agreed, preparing to rise and conclude the fortune-telling session. In her eyes, she had found happiness and an abundance of wealth. Knowing or not knowing what the future held was no longer significant. The onlooking men couldn't help but express their envy. One LV bag after another, and designer watches, she's a super rich lady. Need I say more? Just look at her custom-made clothes, you can tell she comes from a sophisticated background. At first, I thought their age difference made them unsuitable as a couple. It's the 20th century, people. Let's not be too old-fashioned. A woman 10 years older is like a gold mine. Whoa, she's almost 30 years older, right? Well, then it's like having a golden house. To be fair, with all that money, she treats both her boyfriend and his sister generously. It's like skipping decades of hard work. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't complain. Would you consider me sister? A young man playfully interjected amidst the crowd. Zheng Xinxiu dismissed him with a smile. No need, Yuan and I have already made up our minds. With that said, she placed 200 yuan on the table. Master, the bill, please. Chu Yueling didn't accept it. She glanced at Yuan and the supposed younger sister, studying their faces intently. She spoke softly yet firmly. Made up your minds? But he's in a relationship with that girl. How could he possibly be settled with you? Chapter 63. Couple? A wave of murmurs echoed throughout the scene. Zhang Xinxiu was stunned and found it inconceivable. She retracted the 200 yuan and asked, Yuan showed me a family photo before. How can they be a couple? Master, did you make a mistake? Caught red-handed, Yuan was first taken aback before becoming furious. Wei Yanlin stepped in to stop him. Don't slander my relationship with my sister. What, master? You're more like a fraud. As he spoke, Yuan went to pull the young girl. The young girl immediately agreed, yes, Yuan and I are siblings. She then tried to soothe Zhang Xinxiu, sister-in-law. Don't believe these street fortune-tellers. They just spout nonsense to swindle money. I wonder what benefit it is to you to break up my brother and sister-in-law. Chu Yueling smiled. Isn't it good that I broke them up and returned Yuan to you? The young girl, feeling a pang of guilt under Chu Yueling's gaze, spotted Wei Yanlin standing right in front of her. Instantly, a look of comprehension dawned on her face. I get it now. You simply want to break them up and introduce this person to sister-in-law. Even while lying down, Wei Yanlin was subjected to insults. He couldn't accept this. With a dismissive flick of his loose robe, he grabbed Yuan's shoulder. An introduction? Do you take me for you? A man of honor and integrity, yet you aspire to live off others, seeking wealth without putting in any effort. He even pointed at Yuan's face to criticize him. Young man's eyes are watery, he's totally lewd and slutty. He's not just riding on 2 boats, but he's also got a lot of things. I think you're quite a bitch too. Very well. You two are just frauds, aren't you? Yuan retorted indignantly. Zheng Xinxiu ignored his outburst and asked instead. Master, what proof do you have that they're a couple? You'll find out soon enough, Chu Yueling replied with a faint smile. She then posed a question. Are the two of them living with you? Yes, Zheng Xinxiu confirmed. When I met Yuan, he was renting a subdivided flat with his sister. Their living conditions were extremely difficult. I own a small villa in the East District with extra rooms, so I invited them to live with me. Is the girl's room next to Yuan's? Chu Yueling inquired further. As soon as she asked this, whispers began to circulate around them, and finally, the boy from the crowd asked, "Rich lady, when you look for young men, isn't it all for that kind of?" The boy's face flushed red. "Isn't it for that kind of pleasure? Then why do you sleep in separate rooms?" Zhang Xinxiu caught on and smiled. "Actually, I'm not very enthusiastic about that aspect." She was 50 years old, and for the first 30 years, her heart had been with her ex-husband. Occasionally, when she had physical needs, she would seek out clean models, but such instances were rare. The boy felt even more awkward and coughed twice before refraining from asking any further questions. Zhang Xinxiu, on the other hand, wore an open expression. In her view, women had no reason to feel ashamed about sexual matters. It was a natural physiological need. Why should men be able to discuss it openly while women had to remain silent, even feeling ashamed at the mere mention of the topic? The two rooms are indeed quite close to each other. Yuan's explanation was that his sister had just moved to a new place and might be uneasy, so as her brother, he could lend a helping hand. Chu Yueling didn't miss the fleeting guilt on the young girl's face. "Don't you think there's something off about their behavior?" Zhang Xinxiu pondered for a moment and divulged a long-repressed matter. "Normally, my sister likes to act coquettishly with Yuan. I could convince myself that it was innocent. But I once caught them playfully wrestling in bed, with Yueling sitting right on Yuan's waist wearing his shirt. The loose shirt, unbuttoned at the top, revealed her fair legs beneath a pair of shorts, pressing against the boy's waist. At that moment, Zhang Xinxiu felt deeply uneasy. She sighed. Yuan reassured me that Yueling is still young and naive, so she behaves like they did when they were children. The crowd clearly didn't buy it. She looks to be around 25. Still young. Don't disgrace sibling relationships. Even the closest siblings have boundaries, right? If I dared touch my sister's waist, I'd get a beating. Not to mention you pinching your sister's waist. If I tried sitting on my brother's waist, I bet my legs wouldn't even fully cross before he'd toss me out onto the street." Observing the two of them with such earnest expressions, others began to doubt their story. Could it be that they're truly related by blood and there's really some sort of amorous entanglement? Are they secretly crossing the line of propriety, engaging in an incestuous relationship? That's just tragic. A wealthy woman being used as a shield while they indulge in sibling incest. Chu Yueling listened and shook her head. Judging from their facial features, there's no trace of a familial connection between them. Instead, their marriage lines seem to subtly complement each other. Even if they aren't married now, they might well become a couple in the future. Yuan's furious gaze could have killed. "You damn fraud. If you dare utter another nonsense, I swear I'll kill you." As Yuan cursed, he tried to pull Zhang Xinxiu away. Looking at Yuan, Chu Yueling asked, "Have you been experiencing swollen lymph nodes lately? Or developed red rashes? Didn't you go to the hospital for a checkup this morning?" "No." Yuan instinctively denied it. "I didn't go to the hospital." "But that's not right," Zhang Xinxiu countered, releasing Yuan's hand in confusion. "Didn't you go to the hospital this morning? You even made a phone call." It turned out that Yuan had indeed gone to the hospital, but it was earlier in the morning. To secure more money for Zhang Xinxiu, Yuan took the opportunity to dramatize his situation and even brought back 10,000 yuan. With no other choice, Yuan admitted, "Yes, I did go to the hospital. It was just a cold, something that even a 3-year-old could catch." His expression was fraught with anxiety. He hadn't expected the con artist to uncover even his visit to the hospital for a checkup. "A cold?" Chu Yueling shook her head. "You can see a dermatologist for a cold? When did AIDS become treatable as a mere cold?" AIDS. The moment Chu Yueling mentioned it, the onlookers immediately retreated 10 meters away, clearly regarding Yuan as a plague carrier. "You're lying." Yuan was at a loss. "The hospital's report hasn't come out yet." "Take it easy, it'll be here soon." Chu Yueling smiled subtly. Yuan attempted to refute. An ear-splitting noise erupted. In a fluster, Yuan fumbled around before finally retrieving his mobile phone from his chest pocket. He hastily pressed the answer button. A minute later, Yuan's eyes widened in shock. The mobile phone tumbled to the ground. "AIDS? I really have AIDS. How is that possible?" Contracting AIDS often meant a likely death sentence. Fear consumed Yuan, causing him to frantically scan his surroundings. He grabbed Caitlin, who stood nearby with guilt-ridden eyes, and fiercely held her arm, demanding, "You were the first to show symptoms. Tell me, where did you bring back this filthy disease from?" "Wow!" The crowd erupted in excitement. Turns out, these two really had a connection. Zhang Xinxiu was even more incredulous. Caitlin tugged back, "What?" I didn't diagnose you with AIDS. Don't accuse me unjustly. Unjustly? Yuan sneered, swiftly rolling up Caitlin's sleeve to reveal a rash covering her entire arm, some parts even scratched open and oozing pus. Yuan fiercely pushed her away. I've been so good to you. I brought you along for promotions and wealth, yet you went behind my back to play around. It turned out that Yuan and Caitlin weren't actually siblings by blood. They were once a couple. After Yuan met Zhang Xinxiu, both of them tired of their impoverished life, they now saw a wealthy woman like Zhang Xinxiu as an opportunity to swindle money from her. The two had agreed to pose as siblings, planning to wed Zhang Xinxiu and then dispose of her to inherit her fortune. That family portrait originally featured Yuan and Caitlin's parents. Had they not encountered Zhang Xinxiu, they would have long been married. Their scheme was exposed. Caitlin dropped the pretense, slapping Yuan across the face in fury. Don't act like you're the innocent one. Why do you get to sleep with that old woman, but I can't be with someone else? As Caitlin finished, she didn't engage him further but shot a resentful glare at Zhang Xinxiu before storming off. Old hag. It wasn't until Caitlin left that Yuan realized what he had just said. He broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly reached for Zhang Xinxiu. Honey. Stay away from me. Zhang Xinxiu dodged, her eyes filled with disdain as she sized Yuan up and down. I'm lucky I went abroad, otherwise I would have been dragged down by you too. Yuan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected such a drastic change in Zhang Xinxiu's attitude. Just moments ago she was still coaxing him and even transferred 10,000 yuan via bank card upon learning of his hospital visit. Honey, don't be like this. I know I was wrong. Realize your mistake? Zhang Xinxiu's demeanor shifted, her fingers caressing his face with a hint of infatuation. I initially thought it wouldn't matter since you're younger. I'm young and strong, so I'll be able to take care of you better when you're older. Yuan expressed his hopefulness, unable to hide his joy, believing that Zhang Xinxiu was forgiving him. But to his surprise, the next instant, his face was slapped away. And during her disgust, Zhang Xinxiu grabbed the wipe from the food cart to clean her hands. Her once gentle and patient tone gradually turned cold and stern. You don't need to go anymore. I'll throw everything in the trash. If you want it, go fetch it yourself. As Zhang Xinxiu wiped her hands, a plastic-sealed photograph the size of a palm fell to the ground. Wei Yanlin picked up the photo and gazed at the face on it, which bore an 8-point resemblance to Yuan's. He was utterly astonished. The man in the picture, dressed in a suit, exuded charm despite being under 30. Wei Yanlin pointed at the figure in the photograph and then at Yuan. It was uncanny, too similar to be true. If not for the older age of the man in the picture, one might have mistaken him for Yuan in the future. A sudden realization struck Yuan. That photograph, wasn't it the one Zhang Xinxiu would often hold on to? He rushed over, attempting to snatch it. Wei Yanlin shielded it. What are you doing? This isn't your photo. Nonetheless, Yuan had already seen the face in the picture. He broke into a maniacal laughter. I understand now, so. I was just a substitute all along. He had been so confident, believing that once married, he could lay claim to Zhang Xinxiu's wealth. He thought everything was meticulously planned without a single flaw. But it turned out that he was the one being manipulated. Yuan turned around, glaring at Zhang Xinxiu with resentment. So, paying for my plastic surgery was also to make me resemble him? Your late husband who passed away 30 years ago. Zhang Xinxiu didn't deny it. Yuan appeared to be overwhelmed with pain, finally accepting his fate. He tried again to pull Zhang Xinxiu closer. Even as a substitute, for my honey, I'm willing to undergo plastic surgery. Plastic surgery? Zhang Xinxiu's face was cold. He never had such a filthy disease as you. After that, she ignored Yuan, who was still begging to continue as a substitute, and turned her attention to the girl sitting at the table. Master Chu, great masters say that people have reincarnations. I've waited for 30 years. Considering that, he should be around the same age now. Will I meet him again? The crowd initially thought the wealthy woman had been duped by the couple. Now they realized it was a double-layered scheme. The couple had aimed for the wealthy woman's wealth, while she had sought the boy's resemblance to her late husband. Everyone in the room was astounded by the turn of events. But Chu Yueling, with her fair complexion, remained calm and composed, as if she had already predicted this outcome. She gently tapped the table. Your connection with him has come to an end in this lifetime. Zhang Xinxiu gave a bitter smile and carefully placed the photo in her Hermes bag. The old masters always told me that we would meet again one day. I'm not good at lying. Chu Yueling shook her head. If you hadn't revealed the truth, do you know what could have happened? You could have contracted HIV or fallen into his trap to be killed. Death wouldn't be so bad. Zhang Xinxiu's eyes showed sorrow. Maybe I'll meet him again in my next life. Then I won't mind his age. She sighed and looked into the distance, eventually smiling as if she had found peace. It's too difficult to find someone similar. I should just pay someone to undergo plastic surgery until they resemble him completely. If they don't look alike, then alter them. Again and again until they do. Zheng Xinxiu's obsession was chilling. The young man who had initially wanted to get close to the wealthy sister quietly took a step back. Zheng Xinxiu paid the divination fee and left. Chu Yueling watched Yuan kneeling on the ground, begging for forgiveness and hoping to still live a prosperous life. His fate with Caitlin was severed, and he fell gravely ill due to his attempt to seize someone else's wealth. If Yuan had not been with Zheng Xinxiu, Caitlin wouldn't have strayed and engaged in promiscuous activities. They wouldn't have fallen ill either. Now their next lives were already ruined. It was a just consequence of their actions. Is there anyone else who needs a fortune told? 3 fortunes per day. Chu Yueling looked towards the crowd. I'll have one. A hand shot up from the crowd holding a thick wad of cash. The man seeking a fortune wore a chunky gold chain around his neck. He approached the stall. With a dramatic gesture, he slammed a stack of money onto the table. Count it. Count it for me, damn it. If that last game wasn't staged, I, young Master Mu, would sign my name in reverse. Chapter 64. The man bore dark, swollen bags under his eyes, and despite being in his prime, his body had been drained by years of indulgence, leaving him as thin as a skeleton. After tossing the money, he waved his hand. A bodyguard promptly came forward, bending low as Mu Xingwang stepped on his back to wipe his custom-made Air Jordans with a tissue. Did everyone find the counting sheep game amazing? Well, let me tell you, it was all a scam. He spoke, feeling extremely confident. Having finished polishing the shoes, the bodyguard straightened up. Mu Xingwang tossed the handkerchief to the ground and stepped on it, his gaze piercingly fixated on Chu Yueling. Kowloon is teeming with extras, affordable and skilled enough to pass as the real deal. Yet they can't escape my keen eye. It's all just a show put on by so-called masters to swindle money. Right, Master Chu? For now you're offering 3 divinations, but once the crowd grows, you'll claim to sacrifice your cultivation to provide more fortunes for everyone's benefit, won't you? Mu Xingwang recalled the experience of being deceived by a fortune teller, a cold smirk appearing on his gaunt face. He despised nothing more than being toyed with. Ironically, that very same fraudulent fortune teller had dared to lead him by the nose and fill his ears with empty promises. It was an utter humiliation. It wasn't until Mu Xingwang encountered the fortune teller again that his anger, tinged with embarrassment, drove him to attempt exposing the deception. Master Chu, did I hit the mark? The onlookers chimed in, their eyes constantly darting towards the stall, all eager to witness Chu Yueling's reaction. Mu Xingwang's words essentially exposed Chu Yueling's alleged deceitful act. If she was indeed fraudulent, she would surely appear guilty and flustered. Yet none of that happened. Chu Yueling maintained her calm demeanor. In fact, Wei Yanlin even emerged from beneath the food cart with a tea set, casually starting to brew tea as if no one else was around. Seeing that he had managed to stir some doubt among a small group, Mu Xingwang sneered, only to be met with a surprised stare when he looked at Chu Yueling. The girl was calmly brewing tea right on the table. Chu Yueling held the teacup, feeling thirsty after just completing a divination. Spotting the tea set within the cart, she decided to make use of it and brew herself some tea. I believe you didn't hit the mark. And there's more. Chu Yueling lifted her gaze, coldly stating, you don't fall within my calculations. Take your money and leave. Many in the room glanced at the stack of cash on the table, which was likely no less than $10,000. Strangely, Chu Yueling remained unmoved by it all. Mu Xingwang had initially planned to wait for the other party to accept the money before causing a scene. How could he proceed with his plan if Chu Yueling refused to take the money? Are you feeling guilty now that you've been exposed and don't dare to continue? Mu Xingwang sneered. Let me tell you, the money is on your table, whether you want to count it or not, you'll have to. Do you know who this young master is? If you offend me, don't expect to survive in Hong Kong. Wei Yanlin casually scratched his ear, flicked his nails and cast a casual glance. Truly terrifying. Dark clouds began to gather in Mu Xingwang's eyes. A bodyguard stepped in to intervene. Young master, please wait. The bodyguard, dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, pulled out another stack of cash from his pocket and placed it on the table. I beg you, master, to cast a fortune for my young master. It's fine if you're wrong, but the crucial thing is to ensure his satisfaction. The bodyguard had practically seen Mu Xingwang grow up since childhood. He knew Mu Xingwang's temperament better than anyone else. If he didn't get his way, there would be calamities abound. You mean if I don't comply and make him happy, he'll have me killed? Startled, the bodyguard lifted his head to meet Chu Yueling's calm gaze. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine. He felt as though she had already seen through their intentions. Master, you worry too much. Hong Kong is, after all, a society ruled by law. Well, thank goodness it is, or I'd truly be worried about lying on the ground right now. Chu Yueling glanced at them indifferently. Do you think money can solve everything? I said no and it means no. So just disappear as far away as possible. Wu Xingwang's anger flared instantly. Wu Xingwang became even more zealous. Money really is incredible. With money you can do as you please in Hong Kong. He then gave a subtle signal. The bodyguard added another stack of cash. Chu Yueling remained expressionless. Stack upon stack of cash continued to accumulate. The onlookers gasped in amazement, and some even wiped their eyes in disbelief. Is he willing to spend so much just for a fortune-telling session? Yes. Master read his fortune. Why not make some easy money when it's offered? Exactly, Master. Don't mind, just take it. Wu Xingwang pressed down on the pile of money with a cold sneer. There's almost 50,000 here. Still not nodding. He leaned in, his gaze shrouded in darkness. I advise you to be wise and nod immediately. I'm giving you only 3 seconds. Once those 3 seconds are up, you'll witness the money vanish before your eyes. Wu Xingwang's smile gradually curled, his eyes revealing a sense of understanding. He was quite confident that Chu Yueling would eventually accept the money. No one could resist the allure of cash. He snapped his fingers. The bodyguard began counting. 1, 2. Feeling awkward, the bodyguard glanced at Chu Yueling. He noticed her sipping her tea calmly and nonchalantly. He pulled out a white handkerchief from his suit to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Until the count of 3 was over, Chu Yueling didn't spare them a single glance. Wu Xingwang had miscalculated. After a momentary stunned pause, he gradually sneered, well done. He picked up the money on the table and threw it at the bodyguard's face. Collect it all. Beauty, don't ever think about hiding in Hong Kong again. Chu Yueling looked at him but said, wait. What? Scared now? Wu Xingwang chuckled mockingly. I thought you had some backbone, that master who keeps talking about being noble. But you're panicking just because your money is being taken away, right? Are you really asking me to do the reading? Chu Yueling gazed at his face and gave a meaningful smile. Are you not afraid of the severe consequences? Go ahead, Wu Xingwang displayed his disdain once more. Severe consequences? Trying to scare ghosts. What kind of severe consequences could he possibly endure? In his nearly 3 decades of life, he had never once paid for his mistakes. The most severe consequence would be having no allowance tomorrow. I'm curious to hear the story you can come up with. Chu Yueling stopped the bodyguard from placing the cash on the table. Confused, the bodyguard held the money close to his chest. Why does fortune-telling require payment? Wu Xingwang sat down, sneering. Isn't it just for the sake of making money? This few tens of thousands might mean a lot to you, but to me, young Master Mu, it's nothing. Chu Yueling replied, fortune-telling isn't one-sided. The master who helps you also bears the consequences. The fee is to alleviate that karma. As she spoke, her expression turned colder. Therefore, she wouldn't help Wu Xingwang resolve his karma. Assuming she was merely afraid of being troubled for a wrong prediction, Wu Xingwang sneered. Playing hard to get again? Want more money? Fine. You said it's free of charge, so don't beg me for it later. Can we start now? Wu Xingwang urged impatiently. Chu Yueling didn't ask for his birth date. She merely gave him a casual glance. Since you want me to read you, I'll read you out loud. Judging from your physiognomy, you're filled with malice from head to toe. Relying on your family's wealth, you scheme to harm others. You're not only a societal scum but also an alleged rapist. The moment she finished speaking, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Wu Xingwang, who had been looking down on her just a second ago, was now dazed. A rapist? His eyes darkened as he sneered disdainfully. What proof do you have? If you dare to slander my reputation, I'll have you locked up. The people around them started whispering to each other. That's right, how can you accuse someone of being a rapist without evidence? Without evidence, it's slander. If the police get involved, Master might end up in jail. Poor Master, he seems to have played his cards too high this time. Are we about to witness Master Chu being escorted away by the police? As the girl pushed the wheelchair past, she accompanied the auntie buying groceries to enter the compound. Seeing the crowd gathered nearby, her curiosity piqued, and she called out, Auntie He, go ahead and cook first. I'll take a look. With that said, Yin Yao propelled the wheelchair into the crowd with both hands. Many who believed in Chu Yueling were worried for her well-being. In the face of Wu Xingwang's threats, Chu Yueling maintained a calm expression. You do come from a decent background, living a life free of worry since childhood. You're not short on intelligence, but you've never used it for the right purposes. Because of this, your father has had to clean up your messes countless times. He hoped you would achieve greatness, but you remain a stagnant pool of mud even now. Wu Xingwang scoffed, does a family like mine need to strive for success? Others can't even touch my current status after a lifetime of effort. Chu Yueling didn't bother to respond. He continued, initially, your family had already accepted you, even if you were seen as a hopeless case. It was when you turned 15. Upon hearing the mention of 15, Mu Xingwang's disdainful gaze flickered, then quickly transformed into a cold glint that he concealed. You developed feelings for a girl in the same school, a year younger than you. In your first bloom of puppy love, you tried writing her love letters and confessing in person. The girl rejected you, citing her young age and not wanting to worry her parents with a romance. From a young age, you were determined to get whatever you desired. This girl was no exception. No matter how much she refused you, you wouldn't let go. Until one day you saw her laughing at another boy. At that moment, your jealousy drove you mad. You paid some hooligans to abduct the girl and bring her to a bar, forcing her to drink with you. She was terrified and begged for mercy. You promised her that you'd let her go if she agreed to pour drinks for you. You got her drunk on purpose. And then what did you do after that? There was a loud thud. Mu Xingwang slammed his fist on the table and tried to leave, his eyes still betraying guilt. If you can't weave a decent tale, don't come out in public. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just as Mu Xingwang was about to turn around, Wei Yinlin crossed his arms and blocked his path. Chu Yueling asked, the eldest son of the secretary's office came here to have his fortune told, didn't he? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? As soon as the title, eldest son of the secretary's office, was mentioned, everyone present was taken aback. This was because many people in Hong Kong had seen the name in the newspapers due to the influence of the secretary's office. Some in the crowd even began to vaguely recall the past. Master Chu mentioned earlier that Mu Xingwang took a girl to a bar a few years ago and got her drunk. It does sound familiar. I remember there was a case a few years back where someone reported that Mu Xingwang had raped them. But in the end, it turned out that he was the one who was almost assaulted. The Kowloon Police Department made the girl's entire family issue an apology in the newspapers, claiming they had defamed the honor of the district mayor's son. Someone added. It turns out it was this scoundrel. Raped? Do you believe that? I don't believe it. If someone was really raped, they wouldn't deny it, would they? The unluckiest one here is the girl. Rumor has it she jumped from the top floor of the hotel in the end. Many people had gathered around, completely blocking the exit. Mu Xingwang sat down with a dark expression. Master, it's not fun to make up stories like this. Make up? Chu Yueling replied coldly. You used your money and power to manipulate things back then, turning a criminal into a victim. Can what you did be simply described as making up? Mu Xingwang was on edge, his hair standing on end. Recalling the events of those years, a chill ran down his spine. His shirt clung to his back and he couldn't help but shiver as a breeze swept by. It was impossible. Only a few individuals were privy to the real story. How could Chu Yueling know such intimate details? He rapidly strategized, determined to deny any involvement outright. Many years have passed since the incident, and the girl had long since taken her own life by jumping from a building. There was no proof of his rape. Even if someone were to speak up, he could easily smooth things over with money and power. His father was the Secretary of Administration. Everything must be backed by evidence. I didn't do it. Chu Yueling had anticipated Mu Xingwang's denial and wasn't hurried. She simply continued speaking. Bribing your way out, erasing any trace of your crime, and even portraying yourself as the noble victim. None of these would have been enough to drive the girl to suicide. It was you who sought her out again. Mu Xingwang had once more coerced the girl into submission, this time in a hotel room where he sneered at her tears while tightening his belt. Zhan Yi wants to call the police? Go ahead, report me as many times as you like. I'll tell Uncle Policeman how many times you forced yourself on me. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back for the girl. She saw no hope in her life anymore. Mu Xingwang had set his sights on her, and even the place meant to uphold justice failed to protect her. After Mu Xingwang left, she climbed to the top of the hotel and leaped down, ending her life with a bloody mess before him. Her dying wish was for Mu Xingwang to halt his criminal ways. She knew how despicable a person like him could be. She didn't want anyone else to suffer as she had. Since she was going to die anyway, she chose to die in front of Mu Xingwang, haunting him for life with guilt, preventing him from ever harming another soul. Upon Chu Yueling's account, the crowd fell silent. Yin Yao gripped her wheelchair tightly, her heart aching for the girl's tragic story, making it hard for her to breathe. It wasn't fair. That girl shouldn't have met such a gruesome end. The one who deserved to die was undeniably the rapist. She visited the fortune teller, and the more she observed, the more familiar the person seemed, until she finally recognized Mu Xingwang's face. Yin Yao froze. Mu uncle's son? Mu Xingwang insisted, since you claim that I killed her, then present your evidence. It had been over a decade since the incident. He was confident that no evidence existed. You truly believe there's no proof? Chu Yueling glanced at him indifferently. After the girl had reported it, she was accompanied by a policewoman to have the semen stain examined by a forensic expert. The evidence was still preserved. Unfortunately, the Mu family had suppressed it with their wealth before it could be presented. Everything was due to Mu Xingwang's influential father. It's been 6 years. In those 6 years you were haunted by visions of the girl's tragic death, causing you nightmares. You were terrified and dared not act recklessly again. This state didn't last long, roughly 2 months. Then you returned to your old ways. Flirting, drug abuse, brawling. Whenever you got into trouble, your family cleaned up after you. You grew more daring until you met the daughter of your father's close friend. You regarded her as your white moonlight, the love of your life. Mu Xingwang's expression turned even more grim. Only now did he begin to regret his decision to have his fortune told. Did you investigate me? All your actions are under the scrutiny of heaven and earth. There was no need for an investigation, Chu Yueling replied calmly. You knew her family wouldn't be as easy to manipulate as the previous girl, considering her father was also wealthy. Moreover, their families were friends. You concealed your true, ugly nature and started pretending to be humble and respectful towards women. All this pretense was just to win her over, and you nearly succeeded. Mu Xingwang's face darkened. Fortunately, the girl came to her senses in time. She decided to study abroad, with her dream being to dance ballet. What did you do? Chu Yueling looked straight at him. I helped jog your memory. You took her to a restaurant to confess your love, even hiring a violinist to play alongside. You were deeply affectionate, as if she was the only one for you. You knelt on one knee and presented her with flowers. The whole restaurant cheered for you, praising your devotion. But she rejected you, citing differing future aspirations. In a fit of rage, she left the restaurant, and you bribed the driver to hit her, leaving her crippled for life. As a result, her dream of dancing was shattered, and her plans to study abroad were terminated. You visited her in the hospital, where she was hooked up to tubes, crying weakly. Seeing her dreams crushed and knowing no man would ever find her attractive again due to her disability, you derived untwisted pleasure from it. During that period, you would deliberately tune the TV to dance programs. Every time you saw her in unbearable pain, it would make you delightfully happy for a while. Yin Yao listened, feeling a growing sense of familiarity. Her delicate body trembled, tightly gripping the wheels of her wheelchair, her slender fingers bruising. Because the heroine in the story was her. Her dreams. Her entire life. All of it came to an abrupt end when that car rushed over. Mu Xingwang sneered and clapped sarcastically. The master is truly skilled at spinning tales, but unfortunately you picked the wrong target. Had it been someone else, they might have had no way to defend themselves and could have really been wrongly accused. You know who my father is. With my family's social standing, would I need to engage in such acts? In Causeway Bay and Yaomati, women line up just for me, the young master Mu. Do I lack women? In a nutshell, everything relies on evidence. If you have the capability, present your proof. The more Mu Xingwang spoke, the more confident he became. He had already investigated and learned that Yin Yao's parents had accompanied her abroad for better treatment. The previous girl had already taken her own life by jumping. He was convinced that Chu Yueling had no evidence. Not that I bribed the driver to hit someone. You want that disabled person to confront me, right? Otherwise, Mu Xingwang scoffed coldly. I'll sue you for defamation and demand 1 million in compensation. Even if you don't die, you'll wish you were dead. I'm here. Yin Yao pushed her wheelchair out with a deathly pale face, her eyes filled with a profound hatred. If not for today, she would have forever believed that the car accident was just an unfortunate incident. She would have remained blissfully ignorant, letting that bastard roam free. Chapter 65. I'm here. Mu Xingwang's triumphant smile froze as he gazed at the girl in the wheelchair, his expression stunned. No. It couldn't be. Wasn't Yin Yao overseas? How could she possibly be here? Back then, when Yin Yao was bedridden and paralyzed, Mu Xingwang had pretended to be deeply affectionate, declaring that he wouldn't abandon her due to her disability. Upon seeing her vulnerable and regretful expression, he had barely managed to restrain himself from revealing a victorious grin of revenge. The Yin family, too, had been unaware of Mu Xingwang's true feelings, and they all now regretted their decisions. All believed that Yin Yao had missed out on a truly exceptional man. Yin Yao herself held the same sentiment. Mu Xingwang observed her suffering in a torment of guilt and regret. Eventually he turned away, pretending to be hurt by yet another rejection from Yin Yao, and never set foot in the hospital again. Mu Xingwang had planned to keep the truth hidden from Yin Yao for their entire lives, letting her suffer in guilt and remorse forever. Little did he expect that the truth would suddenly be revealed by a fortune teller, a young one at that. Mu Xingwang forced a smile. Yin Yao, when did you return to Hong Kong? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Notify you? Yin Yao gripped the armrest tightly, wishing she could tear this beast apart with her own hands. To notify you so you can harm me again? Or perhaps kill me? It had been many years since she last saw Mu Xingwang. When was it exactly? Probably around a year after her legs were paralyzed. Once Yin Yao believed that Mu Xingwang genuinely cared for her, feeling guilt when he visited her. The person she had rejected still came to see her, offering words of encouragement. Turns out it was a twisted obsession to revel in her suffering? Yin Yao struggled to control her trembling hands. If she could stand up at this moment, she would stab Mu Xingwang without hesitation. Don't falsely accuse me of harming or wanting to kill you without any evidence, Mu Xingwang said with indifference, no longer bothering to maintain his facade now that his actions were exposed. Admitting guilt? That was impossible. Unless he was insane. Yin Yao's face paled from anger, her legs too weak to support her. All she could do was furiously slap the armrests, propelling herself forward with each impact towards the road. You dare say that the girl the master mentioned wasn't me? You dare claim you didn't harm me? She attempted to turn her wheelchair to confront her perpetrator, but pushing as hard as she could only resulted in the wheels getting stuck. Mu Xingwang watched the comical scene with mocking disdain. Harm you? Harm a cripple? Present your proof if you have the ability, but don't falsely accuse an innocent person without it. The word cripple left his mouth repeatedly. Each word pierced Yin Yao's heart. The wheelchair wobbled precariously. She loosened her grip on the wheels and muttered evidence. The law only recognized evidence, it couldn't sentence Mu Xingwang based on the words of a fortune teller. After the incident years ago, the driver had served a few years in prison for intentional harm. Even if they found the driver, there was no guarantee that they would be willing to help identify him. What should she do? Was there truly no way to deal with Mu Xingwang? A sinister smile gradually spread across Mu Xingwang's face. That's right, produce the evidence. He was confident that the only witness, the driver who had taken his money, would never betray him. So many years had passed since the incident. It was practically a fairy tale for Yin Yao to find any evidence. The more Mu Xingwang thought about it, the more pleased he became. If you can find the evidence, not only will I apologize, I'll even kneel down. But if you can't, then just shut up. Wei Yinlin helped push Yin Yao up to the stall from the slope. Yin Yao looked up dazedly and gave Wei Yinlin a weak smile before turning to Chu Yueling. Master, I'm very grateful that you've shown me the truth today. Otherwise, I might have died without ever knowing why my legs were paralyzed. Chu Yueling had great tolerance for girls, but if she hadn't predicted this outcome, she would have found even mentioning Mu Xingwang's name repulsive. Do you want to see what becomes of Mu Xingwang? Yin Yao was taken aback for a moment before nodding, then shaking her head with a bitter smile. Master, so many years have passed. I know it's almost impossible to find evidence to punish that scumbag. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She didn't dare to hope for it. Even if Mu Xingwang admitted guilt, would her leg recover? The American doctors had given only a slim 5% chance, and after 6 years of rehabilitation, she had come to accept the harsh reality. Mu Xingwang slapped his thigh in laughter. That's right, if you accuse me of committing a crime, then present your evidence. He then thumped his chest for the crowd's benefit. Everyone knows I'm a good man. I'm often seen at charity events. How could I possibly break the law? You seem rather smug. Don't tell me you really have no evidence. Chu Yueling spoke, counting on her fingers as she did so. She could faintly envision the events of that day. You made your confession with the large black mobile phone? Mu Xingwang froze, instinctively denying it. No, what mobile phone? I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, he had indeed brought a mobile phone. After being rejected, he had been too embarrassed and furious, storming into the bathroom with the device in hand. As you entered the restroom, you made sure no one else was there. The conversation that followed, it was not meant to be overheard by a second person, Chu Yueling said with a composed expression. Mu Xingwang gradually broke into a sweat and tugged at his knitted collar around his neck. Recollections of events from many years ago resurfaced in his mind as Chu Yueling continued her recount. When Mu Xingwang had shut the door to make the call, a student, urgently needing to use the facilities, had knocked persistently. Finding the door unresponsive, the student eventually went to the adjacent women's restroom. Fortunately, the bathroom's soundproofing was subpar. Every word Mu Xingwang said was overheard by a student in the adjacent stall. With his cell phone in hand, Mu Xingwang snarled ferociously, "Crash into Yin Yao. If you don't kill her, at least make sure she's wheelchair-bound in her next life." The young boy feared being labeled a pervert. Luckily, no one else was in the women's restroom. He had just clenched his teeth and applied force on the tissue. Then, he heard a bellow from the neighboring stall, which startled him so much that he secretly cursed the person as crazy. Chu Yueling recounted everything that happened. The young boy who had been standing among the crowd scratched his head. That voice sounds eerily familiar. Wait! Wasn't that me? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it really be that coincidental? Yin Yao was present, and so was the very witness who had heard Mu Xingwang plotting to harm someone back then. Master Chu was truly incredible. Suddenly. Oh, I remember. The young boy's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands. I was right next to the toilet back then. I heard you on the phone ordering the driver to hit someone. Master, I can confirm it's him. This is that scumbag. The young boy pointed at Mu Xingwang, growing more agitated as he spoke. I even waited by the door on purpose, and the person who came out was him. I'll never forget that skinny, miserable look for the rest of my life. Mu Xingwang wiped the sweat off his forehead. Why, young man, what proof do you have that the person on the phone was definitely me? The young boy gaped in shock. I've never seen such a shameless person before. It was clearly just you back then. Maintain your composure. Mu Xingwang kept wiping his sweat, but suddenly he stopped and sneered in disdain. I deny it. What can you do to me? Deny it. Chu Yueling smiled. That's easy to deal with. She raised her hand and knocked on the table, grabbing a teacup. You spent a lot of money on the driver, didn't you? After all, he had to kill for you and then go to prison. It was 2 million. Mu Xingwang gritted his teeth in fear, his eyes widening. This woman really knew everything. The driver and his wife had already agreed on this matter. After you paid the compensation, you gave him an extra 1 million. Chu Yueling swirled the teacup. The driver was cunning. He wouldn't leave that money in his wife's hands knowing he was going to jail. Upon his release, the driver's heart changed with the money. It's true that money corrupts men. With more money, more women would cling to him. They were young, beautiful, and charming. How could the driver still find his aging, faded wife attractive? The couple divorced, and the driver even took their child away. The driver served 2 years in prison, while his wife waited for him, dreaming of a happy life for the whole family with the $1 million once he was released. But in the end, she was abandoned. Chu Yueling smiled gently. Now, if someone were to ask the wife to testify in court, do you think she'd be willing? Mu Xingwang froze on the spot. Hope flickered in Yinyao eyes. Yes, we could find the driver's ex. Chu Yueling pulled out her cell phone and dialed Li Huiwen's number. Upon learning that the son of the Secretary for Home Affairs was involved, Li Huiwen perked up and immediately took on the task of bringing the story back to the newspapers. Still standing there? Mu Xingwang kicked a bodyguard in the waist, furious. Hurry! Find that woman for me. Spend whatever it takes. He had more than enough wealth to silence any woman who might divulge their conspiracy. The crowd erupted in an uproar, finally seeing through Mu Xingwang's true nature. He kept claiming he wouldn't commit crimes, yet now in his agitation, he sought to silence her. What was the point of that? Faced with Chu Yueling's penetrating gaze, Mu Xingwang, for the first time in his life, felt a genuine sense of fear. Had someone truly been able to discern his entire past just by looking at his face? Contacting the newspaper? You think printing this on the papers will bring me down? Do you believe that with a single word from my father, that newspaper could go bankrupt? Do you believe that my father could make all this information vanish into thin air, never to be mentioned by any of you? Mu Xingwang pointed at the surrounding people, sneering as he issued a veiled threat. Each one of you has a job, a family, correct? If you know what's good for you, not a single syllable should leave your lips. The common folk do not tangle with officials. You don't want to offend my father. Indeed, Mu Xingwang's words had an impact. They were all ordinary citizens of Hong Kong, who among them had the power to challenge someone in a high position. Moreover, the Mu family only had Mu Xingwang as their sole heir. If Mu Xingwang ended up in jail, Mr. Mu would undoubtedly be furious, and those present wouldn't fare well either. A luxurious car pulled over, and a stern-looking middle-aged man, close to 50, stepped out. Upon seeing the man, Mu Xingwang's eyes lit up, assuming he was the bodyguard who had fetched help. Dad! The middle-aged man approached, his face grim as he first examined Mu Xingwang meticulously. Mu Xingwang pointed at Chu Yueling. Dad! Lock all these people up in prison. Let them spend the rest of their lives behind bars. I want to see if they still dare to come out. He was pointing them out for identification. With a stern expression, Mu Quan held a few sheets of A4 paper in his hand. Upon hearing Mu Xingwang open his mouth to ask him to clean up another mess, he couldn't contain his anger. He swung his palm hard across Mu Xingwang's face. Disgraceful! Startled by the slap, Mu Xingwang covered his face in disbelief and stared at Mu Quan. His voice rose several decibels as he exclaimed. You hit me. You've never laid a hand on me since I was little. What have I done wrong for you to hit me? Wow! It was better if Mu Xingwang had kept silent. His words incited the anger of the onlookers. How could Mu Xingwang still think he's in the right after causing harm to 2 girls, 1 dead and 1 disabled, not to mention his other misdeeds? Well done. I say, if you've got a debt collector like that, just finish him off. But let's not talk about it, we don't want any trouble. Minister Mu might come looking for us later. Mu Quan's face was grim as he slapped the stack of A4 papers onto Mu Xingwang's face, saying through gritted teeth, take a good look at this and tell me what it is. The pages filled with formulas landed on the floor. What's going on? Mu Xingwang, accustomed to being spoiled at home, was impatient and even dared to snap at his father whenever he pleased. He rubbed his face and reluctantly crouched down to pick up the papers. I'm warning you, I'll repay that slap of yours. Repay? Mu Quan's face darkened further. Fine. Just how far have I let you go? You think you can get away with it? Let's see how you plan to repay me. The bodyguard helped gather the papers and handed them all to Mu Xingwang. Of course you'll let me hit you back. Dads don't have to pay for hitting their sons? What a joke. Mu Xingwang's arrogance knew no bounds until he reached the bottom of the last A4 page and saw the diagnosis result. Upon verification, it was confirmed that the two had no blood relation. With a thunderous boom in his mind, Mu Xingwang swiftly discarded the paper. Impossible. How can I not be a member of the Mu family? It's the agency, yes. They must have made a mistake. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent. What? Mu Xingwang was, in fact, not Secretary Mu's biological son. This is a huge scandal. Humph, Mu Quan scoffed coldly. He had taken one of Mu Xingwang's hair strands some time ago to conduct the currently trending DNA test. This technology had recently gained immense popularity in Hong Kong, supposedly imported from abroad, allowing one to ascertain paternity without much delay. One of his friends had discovered through such a test that his youngest son was actually the result of his wife's infidelity. Seeking comfort, he had encouraged Mu Quan to do the same. His friend was fortunate, having 4 other children who were at least biologically his, even if one less, the youngest son was not. Mu Quan was his only son, yet he wasn't even his biological child. Upon receiving the paternity test results, Mu Quan had been so enraged that he could only think of finding Mu Xingwang. Now, with Mu Xingwang before him, he gradually calmed down. I don't wish to see you again in the Mu family from now on. After nurturing an outsider's bloodline for so many years and cleaning up after their mess countless times, the Mu family had already done more than enough. The sudden upheaval had made Mu Quan indifferent to losing face or being a laughingstock. The once dignified and dashing director, dressed in a sharp suit, seemed to have aged decades in an instant. What? Mu Xingwang's face turned pale as he saw Mu Quan getting into the car, ready to leave. He quickly blocked the door, exclaiming, Dad, you've raised me all these years like a real father. You can rest assured that no matter who my biological father is, I won't acknowledge him. Not that beast. His presence prevented the car door from closing. But his words were like striking a match on a firecracker. Mu Quan, whose heart had turned cold, abruptly snapped awake. He glared furiously and kicked Mu Xingwang away, bellowing, Get lost. Biological? You're the result of that harlot's infidelity with another man. The Mu family has no place for such a filthy thing. With that, Mu Quan swiftly closed the car door. Mu Xingwang watched the departing luxury vehicle, feeling as if his soul had been drained from his body, leaving him icy cold. Even the bodyguards, now that he was no longer the young master of the Mu family, didn't bother to conceal their disdainful gazes. Journalists had already begun arriving on the scene to capture the moment. Over the years, Mu Xingwang had made many enemies. Without the support of the powerful Mu family, one could easily imagine his impending downfall. Suddenly, Mu Xingwang recalled Chu Yueling's earlier words. Someone like him would have to pay a severe price. Wasn't this precisely the severe price she had foretold? His shield was gone. In Hong Kong, he could be stabbed to death at any moment and never see the sunrise the next morning. Mu Xingwang frantically looked around. The money he had just thrown was in the bodyguard's coat. He rushed over, ignoring the bodyguard's punches and kicks, and grabbed the cash. With a swollen nose and bruised face, he knelt in front of Chu Yueling. Master, please take the money and help me. I know you're powerful, please help me. A large stack of bills amounted to well over 10,000. Chu Yueling merely glanced at it before looking away. She said coolly, Take your dirty money and get lost as far as you can. Then, he shot a meaningful glance. Wei Yanlin lifted the loose Taoist robe, placed his hands on his hips, and grinned at Mu Xingwang, who was kneeling on the ground. Kneel? Go kneel before Miss Yin Liang. After that, Mu Xingwang was lifted upside down, his gold necklace swaying in midair like a trembling sieve due to his fear. Wei Yanlin tossed him in front of Yin Yao's wheelchair, sneering, Kneel sincerely. Perhaps Master Chu will be willing to help you if he sees your remorseful attitude. Fine. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. Mu Xingwang knelt, pleading with Yin Yao. Yao, it was my fault, I was in the wrong. Forgive me? Forgive you. Yin Yao's gaze brimmed with hatred. Can I walk again? Mu Xingwang's expression froze. Yao. Are you joking? A cripple can't possibly stand up again. Wei Yanlin slapped his head hard. Yao is what you call her? Miss Yin, Mu Xingwang corrected himself in pain. Please forgive me and intercede for me with the master. Ask her to find a way to restore the father-son relationship between my father and me. He truly regretted his actions now. At first he had suspected that Chu Yueling might have been planted by an enemy to deliberately embarrass him. But when Chu Yueling predicted the phone incident, although he didn't want to acknowledge it, he knew she might genuinely possess extraordinary abilities. Now he suspected that the paternity test result was also Chu Yueling's doing. Indeed, an immense terror engulfed Mu Xingwang. All his life, he had relied on his prominent family background to bully others. Now if he wasn't a member of the Mu family, wouldn't that mean he would lose everything? The more Mu Xingwang thought about it, the more desperately he pleaded, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. In the end, Yin Yao called the police. Uniformed officers arrived and took Mu Xingwang away. Yin Yao intended to follow them, ready to provide additional evidence against him. Before leaving, Yin Yao sincerely thanked Chu Yueling. Looking at her wheelchair-bound legs, Chu Yueling smiled. If you have time in the next couple of days, come by my place and get a charm. All right, Yin Yao agreed promptly, then hesitated. Should I go with them first? Bye-bye. Chu Yueling waved goodbye. Wei Yanlin watched as Yin Yao left with the military police. It was a pity, he sighed, that such a young and beautiful woman was confined to a wheelchair. What a tragedy. With a broad forehead and a prominent nose, she had a bright future ahead of her, but it was all ruined by that beast. If the car accident hadn't happened, if Yin Yao's legs hadn't been paralyzed, she would have been a shining star in the world of dance. Chu Yueling poured herself a cup of tea, ignoring the others. The water trickled from the small teapot into the bottom of the cup. People's destinies are so unpredictable, like being dealt a good hand only to have it potentially taken away with another. It's akin to the many paths one can take in life. Each road leads to a different future. Wei Yanlin, understanding her analogy, clasped his hands beneath his wide sleeves. That is the responsibility of my profession. Speaking of which, Chu Yueling sipped her tea, turning to him. I heard you've started studying physiognomy? A bit of casual exploration, Wei Yanlin admitted, feeling a rare bout of bashfulness as he scratched the back of his buzz cut. The sky began to darken. A voice echoed through the air. Master. Chu Yueling looked over to see a fashionably dressed woman in leopard print fur and dark sunglasses approaching from the roadside. As the glamorous woman drew closer, she blinked her eyes. Isn't this that little star from the Feng family's villa that day? Master, I finally found you. Nie Jiao sat down with her bag, looking around before returning her gaze in confusion. I heard you were running a stall on Temple Street. Have you moved? No, just for one day, Chu Yueling replied curiously. You're looking for me? Yes, Nie Jiao said with a smile as she took out 2 large stacks of money from her bag and placed them on the table. I came specifically to thank Master Chu. Of course, Nie Jiao had her own ulterior motives. On the day of the Feng family's banquet, Chu Yueling had amazed everyone when she saw that Bai Hong was being plagued by a yin fetus. Although Master Chu was young, her abilities were formidable. Nie Jiao also wanted to take the opportunity to have her fortune told. This 40,000 yuan is to thank Master Chu on behalf of my child. Thank you, Master Chu, for not dealing with the ghost like other masters would have. Nie Jiao couldn't help but feel heartbroken when she thought of the child that was forcibly aborted. Fortunately, it was Chu Yueling who came across the child. Had it been any other master, the child's soul might not have been preserved. Chu Yueling inquired, what's the current situation with Bai Hong? When it comes to him, Nie Jiao's expression turned indifferent as she spoke. What else can there be? He rolls on the ground in agony every day, seeking forgiveness from his mother who was forced to undergo an abortion. Yet, despite his bloody forehead, no one is willing to forgive him. As for me, when I'm in a good mood, I might let him suffer 2 hours less, Nie Jiao said nonchalantly. That would be 500,000 per hour. Nie Jiao was a woman of hardship, having grown up without parents and traveling with a performing troupe. She gained some initial fame as a singer on a variety show. However, that was followed by an endless period of no job offers or new music releases. Left with no choice, she took matters into her own hands to seek opportunities. In the world of social networking, connections were crucial, and Nie Jiao, having experienced life's ups and downs from a young age, understood this well. Bai Hong was the opportunity she sought. Wei Yanlin interrupted, don't you feel any psychological burden being someone's mistress? Why should I have a burden? Nie Jiao shook her head with a smile. Silly if his wife doesn't mind and they both do their own thing, what burden is there? Bai Hong has many lovers, if I don't take on the role, someone else will. I only want fame, I want to release records, I want to be a sensation, Nie Jiao declared her aspirations without any pretense, unconcerned about others' opinions. But I never expected Bai Hong to be such a beast, she said, her eyes dimming as she recalled the haunting memory of being forcefully taken to an operating table for an abortion that would forever shadow her life. Thus, she had no intention of letting Bai Hong off easily. If it weren't for the need for money to survive, she wouldn't have even spared him 2 hours of respite. Fortunately, she had united with other women who had undergone similar ordeals, and they had collectively decided not to let Bai Hong off so lightly. Master, I have 2 more matters weighing on my heart this time. Go ahead, Chu Yueling surmised, which was why Nie Jiao sought her out in person. My question is, after everything is over, can the children's spirits be sent to peace? Nie Jiao asked cautiously. Master Chu had already shown mercy by not dispersing the unborn souls into nothingness. Inquiring further about the possibility of reincarnation, would that be too much to ask? Chu Yueling sensed Nie Jiao's thoughts and smiled. There's no issue with that. The child is innocent. Bai Hong already had an underlying condition, and the presence of the Yin fetus only hastened his demise. That's a relief, Nie Jiao sighed in comfort. Afterward, Nie Jiao asked for her fortune. When Chu Yueling received her birth date, she immediately stated, you shouldn't remain in Hong Kong. Otherwise, you won't achieve significant success even in this lifetime. Is that so? Nie Jiao was deeply worried. Doesn't that mean my dream of becoming a big star is completely shattered? You don't have the destiny for stardom, but... Chu Yueling changed the subject, pouring some water into the teacup and tracing a map on the table with her finger. You could give Taiwan a try. Nie Jiao was initially hesitant. After all, she had built up connections in Hong Kong over the years with Bai Hong. If she moved to Taiwan to develop her career, wouldn't everything start anew? Later, Chu Yueling's words dispelled Nie Jiao's concerns. Moving to Taiwan might just shoot you back into the spotlight. Although time is limited, it should be enough for you to get what you desire. Nie Jiao's mood brightened and she smiled as she stood up to take out another wad of cash from her bag. This 6,000 is a token of appreciation for Master Chu's efforts in guiding the child's soul. As for your forecast, Master has made it clear. I'll definitely give Taiwan a try. After she left, Chu Yueling massaged the back of her neck. Wei Yanlin's eyes gleamed as he looked at the neatly arranged $100 bills on the table. Ning Ning, to earn $10,000 just for a divination and an extra soul guidance ritual, that's truly remarkable. He couldn't help but drool with envy as he watched the endless stream of money. Assuming Chu Yueling would be equally thrilled, to everyone's surprise, she yawned again. Then from under the food cart, she retrieved a red plastic bag, tossed the money inside, and skillfully tied a bow on the bag before neatly depositing it at the bottom of the cart. The entire process was neat and efficient. Ning Ning money. This is money. Wei Yanlin's expression was theatrical as he rushed to the food cart, grabbed the red plastic bag, and held it tightly to his chest. He quickly glanced around and lowered his voice. 100,000 yuan, this is 100,000 yuan. How could you just throw it away like a rag? Well, you carry it? Chu Yueling found it rather heavy and thought it would be better to leave it in the cart for the vehicle to transport, as carrying it would be exhausting. I'm more than happy to carry it. Wei Yanlin held onto the money with a contented expression, not at all bothered by the burden. You don't understand, being close to wealth is like being close to the god of fortune. It's hard not to prosper. Chu Yueling rose and looked up at the sky. Though it was not yet completely dark, the moon had already emerged. She tidied up the cart. The residents gradually returned to their homes. Chu Yueling watched as the man led his daughter by the hand into the compound, the little girl skipping happily while chattering away. Daddy, I want to watch The Legend of the Condor Heroes tonight too. All right. The man's face was visibly worn, but he still managed to smile despite feeling uncomfortable living in the house. Daddy will watch it with you. The malevolent aura gathering above the neighborhood became increasingly evident as the sky darkened, with a few scattered lights flickering on. The entire complex seemed like a silent, ghostly city. Wei Yanlin, Chu Yueling glanced at him lightly. Are you ready? At your service, Wei Yanlin chuckled, hoisting the scarecrow. Opportunities must not be missed. If gods come, we slay gods. If ghosts appear, we vanquish ghosts. The wind blew. The scarecrows collided with each other, then spun apart. Chapter 66. As soon as the two entered the neighborhood, the aura of malevolence permeated the air. With every step taken in his rebound sneakers, the black haze that originally blanketed the ground recoiled as if electrocuted, contorting into bolt shapes in agony, no longer daring to approach Chu Yueling. She looked down and saw that not even the black aura dared to draw near her peachwood sword. With an ingratiating attitude, Wei Yanlin approached and asked, Ning Ning, I heard from that kid from the Chiao family that you can help me open my third eye. Can you assist me? In Hong Kong's metaphysical circle, he had also made a name for himself. There were fortune-tellers, and naturally there were ghost hunters. Ancient texts recorded that powerful metaphysicians could see into the past and future. Encountering ghosts was merely a small matter. Of course, Wei Yanlin didn't hide his eagerness. Come on, how could one be considered a metaphysician without having seen a ghost? Really want it opened? Chu Yueling inquired. Definitely, definitely. Just imagine if I have to fight with the other feng shui master later. I won't be able to see any harmful things they might use. Wei Yanlin nodded repeatedly and took out some cow's tears he had prepared. After seeing them, I can lend a hand too. He rubbed his palms together, his expression brimming with excitement and impatience. You don't need that, Chu Yueling blinked at the cow's tears. She had accumulated quite a bit of virtue lately, which naturally increased her powers. Although she couldn't do it all at once, occasional assistance wouldn't be a problem. Close your eyes, she instructed. With an expectant look, Wei Yanlin closed his eyes, sensing a warm touch on his eyelids. Done, Chu Yueling said, retracting her hand. Done? Wei Yanlin was incredulous. He glanced around the neighborhood. Really? How come I don't see any vengeful spirits? Are you treating ghosts like cabbages? Chu Yueling exclaimed in surprise. The streetlights within the neighborhood were out, and they relied on the dim moonlight to navigate. The central fountain and pond had run dry, with golden leaves scattered across the ground. Along the way, a vast number of trees had withered, their leaves fallen, leaving only bare trunks behind. After a brief glance, Chu Yueling said, kindling fire with wood. Ah, so the water depletion is related to Feng Shui? Wei Yanlin wondered. Chu Yueling pointed at the fountain and pond in the complex. The other party intended to create a fire formation. Look at those bare wooden stumps. What do they resemble? Wei Yanlin studied them attentively and was startled. They resemble the 8 trigrams quite closely? Exactly, Chu Yueling confirmed. The inner and outer 8 trigrams complement each other, using the wood to kindle fire while cutting off the water source. If I'm not mistaken, there's no water left in the complex now. Could it be that the geomancer plans to burn down the neighborhood? Wei Yanlin grasped the idea after the hint. Noticing Chu Yueling's silent agreement, Wei Yanlin spat contemptuously. Pa! Scoundrel! His spittle happened to land on a plump curly-haired puppy passing by, wagging its tail excitedly. The puppy. So it was going to get splashed just for passing by? It lowered its raised paw and let out a fierce, high-pitched growl at Wei Yanlin. Angry, Chu Yueling crouched down. The puppy, seeing the beautiful lady, immediately transformed its big, watery eyes into a pitiful look. It kept nudging its head against Chu Yueling's palm. How lovely and fragrant the pretty sister is. I want to snuggle more, it's so cozy. Master Wei, could you please take care of it? Chu Yueling playfully stroked the puppy again, her eyes curving slightly with a smile on her lips. So adorable, let's call you Xiaowan. Like it? Of course, no problem at all. Wei Yanlin crouched down and scooped Xiaowan up in one arm. Xiaowan, realizing the situation, frantically wriggled its limbs. Woof! 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 Put me down, I only want the pretty sister, ah! Wei Yanlin patted its head. Are you discriminating against me based on appearance? Oh ah! Meanwhile, in a certain building, Kong Nancy had just finished work and had picked up quite a few groceries from the market. Holding her 4-year-old son's chubby little hand, they stepped into the elevator. She looked down at her son. Little cucumber, when we get home, you can watch cartoons first. Can you wait for mommy to make you some spare rib soup? Little cucumber held onto a red remote-controlled car, blinking his dark eyes as he nodded and shook his head. I know, mommy. Don't worry, little cucumber will behave and won't cause trouble. Well-behaved child. King Nancy praised him, patting his head, before pressing the elevator button. Wait a moment. A thin man with dark circles under his eyes walked in. Seeing Kong Nancy with little cucumber, a tired smile appeared on his face. Has Sister Nancy finished work? They were neighbors living upstairs and downstairs. Kong Nancy recognized the thin man but didn't expect him to recognize her. She was about to reply with a smile when little cucumber beat her to it. Brother Andy, my mommy has been done with work for a long time. Oh really? Brother Andy didn't know, the thin man said, reaching out to pinch little cucumber's plump cheeks. To his surprise, the flesh slipped through his fingers. Ching Ching, with her hands on her cheeks, pouted in anger. Humph. Pinching hurt so much, I won't play with Brother Andy anymore. All right. I won't pinch anymore, okay? In the meantime, a plump man and an elderly gentleman entered. The elevator doors were about to close again. Nancy, wait. Wait for me. Outside the elevator, a panting grandmother carrying a sack of vegetables hurried over. King Nanchi held down the button to keep the doors open, waiting for the old lady to enter before greeting her. Auntie Chun. After Auntie Chun rushed into the elevator, she dared to catch her breath, leaning against the side. I almost didn't make it. King Nanchi helped pat Auntie Chun's back to help her catch her breath. It's alright, if you miss this one, you can just take the next one. But it's so hard to wait. Ever since autumn started, the elevators in Building A have been so slow. It's some kind of ghostly problem, taking over 10 minutes for one ride up or down, Auntie Chun grumbled. Last time I had to stand outside in the cold wind for ages just waiting for the elevator. As autumn set in, strange occurrences started multiplying in the neighborhood. First, elderly residents in the building began falling ill or experiencing various accidents one after another. The once bustling apartment complex was eerily empty within just 3 months. The old man chimed in, "It's not just the elevators being unreliable. Our water supply has been cut off for a week now. The property management is clueless, saying they can't fix the taps no matter how hard they try." "The oddities these days are truly bizarre," the skinny man observed. "Indeed, it's strange. Old Uncle Tson fell to his death on flat ground. How is that not weird?" The fatty shook his head in awe. The elder sighed, "I think I should move out soon as well. My children and grandchildren have grown up. There's no reason for me to risk my life holding on to this apartment. It's time for me to enjoy my golden years. I don't know how much longer these old bones of mine can hold up. Who knows, I might end up like Uncle Tsung, suddenly passing away from high blood pressure tomorrow." The skinny man turned to Grandma Chun. "Grandma Chun, when do you plan on moving out?" "Ai," Grandma Chun sighed. "There's no second apartment. Where else could I go? Wouldn't I still have to rent a place? Buying is fine too. Isn't Shangshe Real Estate eager to acquire it? We can sell it to them," the fatty said just as he finished his sentence. The skinny man immediately asked, "If you want to sell, why haven't you done so yet?" The fatty chuckled, placing his hand on the skinny man's shoulder and patting his chest. "You don't understand, do you? I'm trying to drive up the price. I've heard that Shangshe Real Estate is determined to get their hands on Garden District. It would be foolish of me not to ask for a high price." The skinny man then turned to look at Nancy. "What about you, Nancy?" Without hesitation, Nancy shook her head. "This apartment is the most precious inheritance left by my father. I won't move out." As she spoke, she recalled seeking advice from Chu Yueling. "I consulted a master before and she said there might be an issue with the feng shui here. Don't worry, everyone. Just hold on for a little longer and the master will come to help us." The skinny man held back for a while before he spoke up. "To be honest, I can't live here anymore. You guys wouldn't believe this, but someone knocked on my door in the middle of the night last night." "So what if someone knocked? What's strange about that?" "The strange thing is, all the other residents on my floor have already moved out. When I opened the door, nobody was there. But after I closed the door, the knocking started again." Upon the completion of the skinny man's words, the elevator fell into a profound silence. They had opened the door to find no one, and now, after closing it, someone was knocking again. So was the knocker a human or a ghost? An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The plump man lowered his hand, shrugged, and forced a smile. "It must be that you're seeing things, Andy." Everyone tried to lighten the mood by changing the subject. Suddenly, the elevator jolted mid-ascent and the lights flickered frantically. The old man, on high alert, crouched down and fixed his gaze on the elevator ceiling. Another violent jolt shook the elevator. Only then did the old man panic and cry out, "The elevator's malfunctioning." Nancy instinctively hugged the child tightly, and the person nearest to the buttons hurriedly pressed them all, illuminating every floor. Despite completing all the actions, the elevator's malfunction persisted. Accompanied by flickering lights, it shot abruptly to the top floor. The sensation of weightlessness triggered screams from those inside. Pausing for about a second on the rooftop, it then plummeted downward fiercely. The fatty and the skinny man clung together in fear. We're dead," the fatty lamented with a gloomy face. "This time, I'm really done for. If only I knew, if only I'd left earlier. I insisted on getting more money from Shangshe Real Estate, and now look where it's gotten me. I'm still young, I don't want to die." The skinny man, terrified, hugged the tray tightly while staring at the flickering lights in horror. Nancy helped the old lady up and embraced the crying little cucumber, watching as the elevator continued its descent. 10 floors, 9 floors, 8 floors. "Little cucumber, don't be afraid, mommy is here. Little cucumber, don't be scared." Nancy was also at a loss, trembling against the elevator wall as she constantly stroked little cucumber's forehead. With tears in her eyes, she recalled the scene when her father had first brought her into the building, closing her eyes in fear. "Daddy, I'm coming to find you." Amidst a critical situation, the elevator plummeted downward at an alarming speed. Assuming no unexpected turn of events, the tremendous impact upon hitting the ground would shatter its occupants into fragments. Just as everyone was on the brink of despair, an unseen yellow talisman flashed swiftly through the window and attached itself to the control panel, emitting an invisible, transparent wave of light. In the next instant, the rapidly descending elevator began to slow down and, surprisingly, opened its doors steadily. Inside the elevator, the panicked passengers witnessed a young maiden and a short-haired youth in a loose Taoist robe, holding a puppy, waving at them from outside. Chu Yueling's lips curled into a smile. "Hello, everyone." A narrow escape. Everyone collectively released a huge sigh of relief. "Grandmaster Chu?" Nancy, holding little cucumber, opened her eyes as the elevator door slid open. The trapped individuals hurriedly exited. Nancy's legs trembled as she stood up, but the skinny man rushed to carry little Cucumber out first. They were afraid that even a single extra second in the elevator could result in an irreversible mishap. When little Cucumber was returned to Kong Nancy's arms, he was still wailing loudly. Nancy's hand shook as she wiped away her child's tears, bowing gratefully towards Chu Yueling. Grandmaster Chu, it's a good thing you arrived in time. Otherwise, we all would have been stuck in there. I did promise I'd come. Chu Yueling greeted the other neighbors as well. The fat man, freshly rescued, watched in horror as the talisman on the button disintegrated into ashes. His eyes widened as he took a step back, pointing at the charm and shouting, "Look at the talisman! Quick, look at the talisman!" Their gazes followed. The skinny man asked, "A talisman? Usually they're only used when there's a malevolent spirit involved. Could it be that the elevator accident just now wasn't an accident?" "It certainly wasn't," Chu Yueling said as she looked at the dissipating black aura, which had been suppressed by the talisman. She then entered the elevator and tore off the advertisement pasted inside. After the modern shampoo advertisement featuring a lady was peeled away, a blood-red talisman was revealed underneath. In fact, blood was still dripping down continuously. Whoa! They were all startled. How could there be a talisman here? The fatty was utterly confused. What good would it do for him to draw a talisman to harm us? Chu Yueling chimed in, "That's right, what good would it do?" She turned to look at Nancy. "I heard there's a real estate company interested in buying out this neighborhood, right? Could it be them?" Nancy, being quick-witted, figured it out soon enough. Thinking about how close she had come to losing her father's inheritance, she bit her lip. "Master Chu, could it be that the recent bizarre incidents in Garden Estate were all orchestrated by them?" "Indeed. The property company must have hired a feng shui master," Chu Yueling explained. "They've set up a whistling cranes and cowering ducks feng shui formation in the building. It can use the crane shape to constantly peck at your spirits. This would cause residents to feel uneasy, live in constant fear, leading to accidents or even death from such incidents." "Damn it." The fatty cursed inwardly. "I thought we were already pretty ruthless by trying to swindle some money from them. I never expected them to be even more ruthless. Seeing that their neighbors refused to move, they actually wanted to harm them. Simply despicable." Everyone was furious, and the fatty even rolled up his sleeves. "I know where the CEO of Shih Real Estate lives. Let's go deal with him right now." "I'll go with you." The skinny one followed swiftly. "You're going? How will you get there?" "They've set up such a grand feng shui formation in your district," Wei Yanlin said, ruffling the little curly-haired boy's head and smoothing down his unruly hair. He then handed over the scarecrow. The fatty's face turned red at the mention. He couldn't even avoid the elevator mishap, so how could he dare to boast about causing trouble at their headquarters? He laughed awkwardly. Master is right. Taking back the scarecrow, the fatty distributed one to each person. Kong Nancy was trying to console the endlessly crying little Cucumber, clumsily taking the scarecrow when offered. She passed the scarecrow to the child. "Don't cry, little Cucumber. Look, what's this?" Normally, little Cucumber would have been intrigued by the scarecrow, but today he paid no attention to it, sobbing relentlessly while wiping his eyes with both hands. "Master Chu, can you please take a look at what's wrong with little Cucumber?" Panic-stricken, Nancy Kong could only turn to Chu Yueling for help with an anxious gaze. "I'll have a look." Chu Yueling crouched down, observing the weeping boy before offering him a reassuring smile. "Let big sister help calm your fright, okay?" By calming the fright, she meant soothing the trauma. Little Cucumber had been so terrified that one of his 3 souls had fled. With a firm swipe across little Qingguang's forehead, Chu Yueling pressed her index and middle fingers together to inscribe an invisible charm. There, all done. Sure enough, as soon as the charm was completed, little Qingguang's crying ceased abruptly. "Wow! It really works!" The plump man was astounded. He lifted the scarecrow and asked, "Master, does this scarecrow have the power to ward off evil spirits? Should we hang it up when we get back?" "No," Chu Yueling replied. "When you return, write your birth dates on slips of paper and insert them inside the scarecrow." She glanced at the sky. Night had officially fallen. She withdrew her gaze. "It's getting late. Hurry back and write down your birth dates. Don't look back when you leave the neighborhood. Remember, the birth dates must be accurate, not a single digit can be wrong." She intended to use the scarecrow, bearing the birth dates, as a substitute for living beings. "All right then, we'll head back first." Nancy and the fatty exchanged glances before they each took to the side staircases. They didn't dare use the elevator anymore, even if it meant climbing up the floors. Seeing the old lady struggling at the back, climbing the stairs with difficulty, Chu Yueling linked arms with her and guided her back towards the elevator. "Come this way, let me help you up." "Oh, okay. The old lady had been afraid of the elevator, but hearing that Chu Yueling would accompany her put her at ease. With her aged eyes, she glanced at the soot from the talisman still adhering to the elevator button. She knew that it was this young lady who had helped them escape the elevator just now. Though she was old, her mind was still sharp. She had mentioned that someone had set a feng shui trap in the neighborhood. It was clear that the person across the hall was already planning to take their lives. Didn't the scarecrow serve as a substitute for them? A means to save their lives? Child, thank you so much. The old lady wept with gratitude. She had no children or spouse, and her partner had passed away long ago. If not for Chu Yueling's willingness to help, she might have perished in her room. You're quite welcome, Grandma. Chu Yueling gently assisted the elderly woman back to her residence. Exiting the elevator, they found themselves in a lengthy corridor. Apparently, with all the residents having moved out, property management had become neglectful. The hallway was piled with all sorts of trash, and a thick layer of dust covered the ground, leaving footprints with every step taken. After confirming the location of the old lady's dwelling, they proceeded. She couldn't help but laugh through her anger as she saw the large gossip mirror hanging on the opposite door of her grandmother's. Next, he brandished the peachwood sword, slashing at the mirror in midair. With a snap, the gossip mirror shattered into pieces. Auntie trembled with fright. Chu Yueling reassured, "It's all right, Grandma. You won't have any more nightmares from now on." In another villa, John June slapped down a hand of cards, laughing triumphantly. "Straight flush. Pay up. My luck today is off the charts." Indeed, Brother Jean is unbeatable. Good fortune always follows you. The others flattered him, handing over the money before cautiously asking, "Brother Jean, how's the collection going for those houses in the garden estate? Have they all cleared out?" "Not yet. Chattering away, huh? Trying to snatch a piece of the pie from me?" John June's previously good mood soured at the interruption. The man hurried to clarify, "How dare I compete with Brother Jean? I just wanted to inquire about the progress. I heard the stubborn old-timers who stayed behind are being difficult, refusing to move even with money." "Spot on, it's laughable," Jean June grumbled, dealing another card. He glanced at the table first. At that moment, the butler approached and whispered something in Jean June's ear. Putting down his cards, Jean June stood up, looking at the two players beside the table. "You guys carry on." He entered a room, picked up the phone, and shot a glance back. The butler carefully closed the door and stood guard outside. "Master Guang." Jean June's demeanor changed entirely, forcing a smile on his face. There was no helping it. Guang Dai was a genuine and skilled feng shui master. Moreover, he dared to tackle issues that many other feng shui consultants would avoid. Even though Jean June was already wealthy, he didn't wish to casually offend Guang Dai. "Is it time yet?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, Jean June, still concerned about potential fatalities, asked Master Guang, "If someone were to lose their life, would it affect my ability to renovate and resell the property in the future? After all, I'm a businessman. If the situation escalates too much and impacts my future deals, I'll surely have to exercise caution." Assuming that his sincerity would sway Guang Dai, Jean June expected the master to take the circumstances into account. To his surprise, Guang Dai seemed completely unconcerned. "It can be stopped, but you need to think this through. If the people inside don't move out, there's no chance of reclaiming those floors." Guang Dai continued reassuringly, "Don't worry, Mr. John. There are so many properties in Hong Kong, hasn't something like this happened before? Land resources are limited, and once new apartments hit the market, demand will exceed supply. Besides, the feng shui of Garden Estate is excellent. You'll surely make a fortune if you purchase it. Shall we proceed? Buying it would surely lead to great wealth." Jean June, seemingly under a spell, eventually agreed resolutely, "Yes, let's do it." "Masters, what specific ritual are we performing?" "Of course we'll be burning the squabs with fire," Guang Dai revealed a chilling smile. After hanging up the call, Guang Dai, dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, turned around with his hands behind his back. "Have all the items been prepared?" "Master, don't worry, everything is ready," the disciple assured as he led the way to their dedicated office. Upon opening the office door, they found the altar already set up. It was adorned with 2 candles, cinnabar, talismans, black dog blood, and a copper bell with black threads. The disciples, there to learn and observe, filled half the office and greeted Guang Dai in unison upon his entrance. "Master." Guang Dai glanced at them and picked up the bronze bell on the desk. "You've been with me for quite some time now. Learn from this." One of the disciples promptly flattered, grinning obsequiously, "Master is right. Your skills are far beyond what we could learn in just a few short years. I'll surely watch attentively with wide eyes." Feeling pleased by the compliment, Guang Dai held the brass bell and decided to elaborate further. "I've shown you before how to set up the formation. Borrowing wind to ignite fire. Severing water to extinguish its source. That's a fire formation. The energy flow in the garden district has already been aligned with this place." The disciples listened quietly. A disciple who was standing close said, "Master, it's already the hour of Jia." Jia represents water, and water nourishes wood. Although the water supply has been completely cut off on site, the wooden stakes still require water for catalysis. Guang Dai continued teaching. With 4 decades of experience in feng shui, he was confident in his knowledge of formations. As soon as I ring this bell and burn this talisman, there will be a fire in the garden district. As he finished speaking, Guang Dai rang the bell and then lit a talisman from a candle on the table. The disciples watched eagerly towards the garden district. Before long, thick black smoke would rise into the sky above the neighborhood. No one spared a thought for the potential loss of human lives in the impending fire. In the garden complex, numerous wires crisscrossed within an electrical box. Suddenly, one of them started to sizzle and sparked a flame. The fire spread rapidly, soon forming a small blaze. Just as it was about to escalate further, a translucent arc of liquid poured down from midair. The little curly-haired pup trembled in midair, quivering from the unexpected shower. Wei Yanlin turned around with a delighted smile. Ning Ning, carrying the curly ball really worked. Chapter 67. All the disciples were focused on the garden complex. Half an hour later, the lead disciple turned back, puzzled. "Master, why isn't there any reaction?" Guang Dai held the copper bell with a hint of confusion, maintaining his calm demeanor as he spoke. "Why the rush? It'll take some time for the fire to spread." A darkening shadow crept across his face. "The fire ignition formation takes time to manifest. I've warned you before that if your skills aren't refined, you must have patience and not be hasty. Are you doubting Master's abilities?" Peering through the windows, the apprentices shook their heads in unison. Of course not, of course not." Guang Dai grumbled under his breath as he counted, his gaze also shifting towards the garden compound, a hint of doubt stirring within him. Could it be the charm paper he used was damp? The impending fire disaster in the garden compound had been unexpectedly extinguished by a dog's urine. Not just extinguished. Yueling, fearing that the fire might reignite, went to old lady Chun's place to fetch a pair of scissors, aiming them directly at the power lines. When she spotted the wooden stake earlier, she had suspected that this was where the fire ignition formation would ignite from. Now it seemed that their assumption was correct. As the wires snapped in unison, Chu Yueling put away the scissors and patted her hands. Turning to the little curly dog, she praised without hesitation, "Well done, little curly. You'll get a chicken leg reward after we're done." The delighted little fatty jumped around, only to be scooped up by Wei Yanlin for a scolding. "You get carried away with just 2 compliments, and you strut around after peeing. Do you understand that you need to keep up the good work?" Little fatty curly kicked back in protest. Wei Yanlin held the dog as he looked at Chu Yueling. "So what's next?" Chu Yueling pointed at the crane-like figure hanging in mid-air. "Get rid of this thing." "Master Chu, the rest is up to you," said the few people who had packed their bags and stood behind them. They had actually been there for a while, but they hadn't disturbed Chu Yueling while she was busy. Especially the fatty, who was utterly terrified at the sight of the electrical wires catching fire. It was already nighttime and there were barely any residents around. If they entered the building and didn't come out, no one would know about the fire unless Chu Yueling was guarding the entrance, right? The thought that they might be burned alive in the building tonight made their faces turn ashen. "Did you all place your birth dates and time safely?" Chu Yueling asked for confirmation once more. The fatty and the skinny man exchanged glances. "We've put them away." Kong Nancy, cradling her sleeping child, gazed at the severed wires littering the ground with dread. "They're all safe. All right, let's head out first to find a place to rest." Chu Yueling heaved a sigh of relief as she noticed the grim expressions on their faces fade away completely. The group temporarily left the neighborhood. If they hadn't left tonight, there would have been a few charred corpses in Garden Estate tomorrow, especially little Cucumber, a 4-year-old who would have turned into a tiny burnt coal in his mother's embrace. Await the departure of all. The rustling of leaves stirred by the wind cascaded downward, accompanied by an immense weight pressing down from the heavens. Even with the small scroll bearing its charm in hand, Wei Yanlin still felt a subtle discomfort, albeit not prominently. He glanced at the 8 trigram array and found all 8 directions sealed. The opponent has made their move. In the meantime, within the building, the straw figures in every room were scattered into disarray by an unseen pressure, as if they were mere weeds crushed underfoot. Chu Yueling swiftly drew out 9 talismans, holding them with her fingers clasped together. Rapidly, she chanted the incantation in the presence of warriors engaged in battle, all arrayed and moving forward. Then she exclaimed, "Go!" The talisman shot out swiftly, transforming into a streak of golden light darting towards the 8 directions. Conjuring charms. He can actually conjure charms. Wei Yanlin's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Activated by vital energy, it represented the realm that his master had dedicated his entire life to pursuing. At only 20 years old, Chu Yueling had already managed to achieve this. She was so formidable that it was terrifying. Wei Yanlin! Chu Yueling called out, "Get out of the way." Wei Yanlin swiftly sidestepped as the yellow talisman flew past him, soaring towards the midair. Activating his third eye, Wei Yanlin turned around just in time to see the crane appearing in the sky. A colossal crane-like figure swooped down towards Wei Yanlin's head, but before it could make contact, a beam of yellow light intercepted it. The crane's form instantly dissipated into black smoke, unable to reform. In the next second, 8 explosions rocked the air from seemingly nowhere. The commotion drew the attention of many Hong Kong mystics. The president of the Mystic Society stood by the window, observing the distant west where faint black smoke was intertwined with a hint of yellow light. Staring for a long while, he finally realized that the yellow light was actually a flying talisman. A talisman! A flying talisman! Sweat broke out on the president's forehead as he hurriedly turned to make a call. I wasn't mistaken. In my lifetime, I've witnessed someone controlling a talisman. My friend, this is incredible. The fabled control of talismans with one's aura that mystics have sought their entire lives truly exists. He then called other mystics who were closer to the western area to share the news. Inquiries and discussions ensued. Only now did he learn that a neighborhood had been ensnared by the ominous omen of whistling winds and crying cranes, an evil geomantic trap that required the expertise of a skilled feng shui master to set up. The president pondered, if given the task, would he be able to dispel the formation with a single talisman? The answer was undoubtedly no. Putting aside whether or not he could make the talisman fly, even if he could, one drawn by his current skill level wouldn't suffice. Who on earth is the opponent? Contemplating, he concluded that reaching the level of breaking a formation with a single talisman surely indicated a considerable age. Out of respect, he should pay this elderly master a visit without delay. The president couldn't resist calling for his driver to head out immediately. He hoped that upon his arrival he would still have the chance to meet this esteemed senior. In the meantime, the bagua formation was shattered, and an explosion echoed seemingly out of thin air on the desk, causing the 2 candles to extinguish instantly. Guang Dai's bronze bell in hand also broke upon impact. He looked at the scattered fragments of copper on the ground and released his grip. The bell's handle fell onto the carpet and Guang Dai's face darkened. His grim eyes fixated intently on the chaotic desk. Someone had actually managed to break his whistling wind and crying crane scheme. An eerie silence blanketed the air. The disciples lowered their heads, not daring to look up. Guang Dai had actually failed again. His reputation as a feng shui master had shaken Hong Kong, yet he had failed twice in just a year? Last time it was at the construction site in Sai Kung, and now this time. Suddenly, one of Guang Dai's favored disciples hesitantly spoke. Master, the aura of the array breaker, it seems very similar to that time in Saigon. Guang Dai's eyes darkened as he fixated on his disciple, who, intimidated, took 2 steps back and leaned against the windowsill. He averted his gaze and demanded, "Say it again." The aura of the one from Saigon, the disciple stammered under the master's glare, quickly correcting himself. The aura of the array breaker from Saigon and the one from Garden Estate, they're really alike. Only then did Guang Dai's expression ease. The Garden District was enveloped by an array formation he had personally set up. Naturally, he could sense the aura of the person who broke it. Prompted by his disciple's reminder, he finally made a realization. That's right. The auras are identical. With both old grudges and new enmity weighing on him, Guang Dai couldn't help but sneer. A Shu. A young man in the middle stood up, his delicate face lowered as he said, "Master, I'm here." Guang Dai sat cross-legged on his cushion, holding an empty bowl-like object in both hands. He instructed in a cold tone, "I'll meet them head-on. You take care of protecting the ritual with the junior disciples." A Shu acknowledged, understood. Closing his eyes, Guang Dai's soul detached from his body and drifted out the window, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips. This time he was going to find out exactly who they were dealing with. Both the 8 trigram formation and the sounds of wind and startled cranes had been dispelled. The matter was settled. Chu Yueling walked out of the neighborhood with Wei Yanlin, chatting as they strolled along. Suddenly, she halted in her steps. Wei Yanlin, carrying the chubby bundle, turned back in confusion. Huh? Why aren't we moving? A fierce gale rose, causing the few remaining leaves on the large tree to swirl and fall noisily. Amidst the pitch-black night without a single light, an eerie silence settled, sending shivers down their spines. Chu Yueling's lychee-shaped eyes revealed a chilly detachment. Suddenly, she spun around abruptly, reaching out to grab at thin air. A translucent human form gradually materialized. Guang Dai had intended to launch a surprise attack, but to his surprise he found himself being choked by someone. Even in his soul state he felt discomfort. He struggled to see the face of the one who had disrupted his plan, but it was as if a veil obscured his view, preventing him from seeing clearly. You. Chu Yueling held the figure with a faint hint of displeasure in her gaze. Was it you who set up that whispering winds and creaking branches? Did he make her have to work outside so late at night? Just this middle-aged, greasy man with 2 strands of hair on his head? Chapter 68. How? How could it be? Guang Dai's eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared for being detected so swiftly. He wanted to escape. Spirits had no weight. Logically, he should be able to slip away from the grass between the fingers. The moment he moved, a searing pain tore through his neck. Guang Dai's expression was filled with agony. Despite not applying much force, it felt as if he were being crushed by a mountain weighing thousands of pounds, nearly causing his spirit to destabilize. The girl's lychee-shaped eyes exuded a subtle coldness, her voice laced with nonchalance. Was it you who caused such commotion? In the past, Guang Dai would have proudly admitted it without hesitation. After all, creating such an atmosphere of fear and tension was not within the capabilities of an ordinary feng shui master. But Chu Yueling's words seemed to imply that his meticulously designed formation was nothing but trash. Struggling to see her face clearly, he found himself unable to do so. In desperation, he resorted to using his life-saving technique to escape back. As his soul returned to its rightful place, Guang Dai's eyes snapped open, revealing crimson irises as he spat out a mouthful of blood with a splat. Master! His disciples cried out in unison, hastily rushing to support him. With great effort, Guang Dai forced his eyes open, tightly grabbing a Shu's hand while gritting his teeth, blood trickling down. Quickly! Take me to my room for treatment. As the words faded, Guang Dai slipped into a coma due to his severe injuries. Shu's expression drastically changed. Guang Dai had a room in the company where he practiced and rested. No one was allowed to disturb or enter under any circumstances. Only Shu knew that there was something within that could save his life. Yes, Master, Shu replied, turning his back to Guang Dai and scanning the group of disciples. After a moment, he slowly curved a smile. You are, after all, my master's disciples. Now that he's severely injured and needs a tiny bit of assistance, who among you is willing to help? Seeing their master in critical condition, vomiting blood, the disciples hesitated. Senior brother Shu, a small favor? How exactly would we assist? Some timidly asked, would it have any impact on us? Considering they all dabbled in dark arts, their concerns were understandable. Shu scanned the group with a calm tone. As you all witnessed, Master has lost a great deal of blood. Someone come forward and donate blood for Master to replenish their vitality. Could it be that you doubt Master would harm us? He threw them a subtle hint. Only after hearing that there was no danger did the disciples eagerly roll up their sleeves. Senior brother Shu, it is our duty to offer blood for Master first, they said in unison. Yes, take me instead. Why would you take me? Take me, damn it. Shu selected someone with compatible birth dates and zodiac signs to enter the room. Once the person was inside, the rest dared to engage in hushed conversations. Could it be that the one who inflicted such grave injuries on Master is more powerful than him? Master's most formidable skill is his dark arts. If righteousness cannot overcome evil, how can there be someone with even greater power? I've never heard of it. You're the one with the most friends in the realm of dark arts. Have you come across any such information? No, I haven't. All of them became wary of the individual who had severely injured Guang Dai, for their fates were intertwined with his. If anything happened to Guang Dai, they would undoubtedly suffer as well. Shortly after, Guang Dai's female secretary arrived with medical assistance. Not long after, the disciple who had donated blood earlier emerged, weak from his bandaged wrist. The group gathered around, voicing their concerns. They had been following Guang Dai for several years. Apart from the incident in Saigon, when had they ever seen their master so gravely injured? Each of them was deeply worried. How's Master? Is there any danger? The donor shook his head and, noticing Shu emerging from behind, cautiously asked, Senior brother Shu, am I really all right? Shu averted his gaze, his tone aloof. You're fine. It was merely the loss of a decade's worth of lifespan with no impact on his life. Senior brother Shu, how is our master doing? Yes, Master, is there any danger? Shu sighed softly. Master's condition isn't very good. What should we do then? Someone worriedly inquired. At critical moments, perhaps more blood will be needed to be donated, Shu said. Immediately, someone stepped forward, confidently pounding their chest. All right. If Master still needs blood to replenish their essence and energy, then use mine. I appreciate your filial piety, Shu said, scanning the room once more. Given Master's coma, we must be on high alert these days. How many orders do each of you still have pending? They exchanged glances before starting to calculate their remaining tasks. The leader finally announced, on average, everyone has 2 orders left. Good. After finishing these orders, the company won't take on any new ones until Master wakes up. With that, Shu dismissed them all. This decision was made out of concern that they might encounter enemies while completing their tasks. With Guang Dai in a coma, there was no one to protect the company. The female secretary accompanied the doctor out of the room. After sending the doctor off, she turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. The night was dark, and the western skyline remained still. According to the original plan, the sky above the garden compound should have been illuminated by flames. Yet it was now eerily quiet, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. All of Guang Dai's efforts in setting up the array recently had been in vain. As his mistress, she was deeply concerned about his coma. The doctor said Dai will be unconscious for a few days. You'll have to work hard and keep an eye on the company matters for master, she said. Shui smiled. You know I can. The female secretary sighed. Who on earth could have injured Yi so severely that he's in a coma? I've been with him for years and have never seen him this badly hurt. Shui didn't respond much, still pondering over the one who had broken through the formation. To have wounded his master to such an extent. Just who is this person? The female secretary continued speaking, seemingly to herself. Moreover, the contract for the reality show TVB Mysteries Unveiled has already been signed, and it's about to commence. Guang Dai has a penchant for appearing on shows. This would not only enhance his recognition but also enable him to secure more assignments leveraging his fame. I earnestly hope that he will regain consciousness before that happens. As the night deepened, the air grew colder, and frost condensed on the windows, melting into droplets that trickled down. Amidst the rising mist, the villa echoed with revelry and laughter. Unbeknownst to them, a tragic fate loomed over the garden community. Jun, having accepted his imminent destiny, sat on the sofa, holding the woman in the red dress close, his eyes half closed. What's there to fear? Since death is inevitable, we might as well create some value before we go. He reached out to caress her chest, then leaned in for a kiss with a cigar between his teeth. Julissa, does what I'm saying make sense? Whatever Brother Jun says is right, replied Julissa, playfully flipping her curly hair. She didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Jun's words but cleverly steered the conversation forward. If I can leave something valuable behind before I die, even my spirit in heaven would be happy. Speak wisely and be rewarded. Jun snapped his fingers, and the butler opened the leather case on the table, handing a stack of bills to Julia. Julia happily kissed the cash before saying, "Thank you, Brother Jun." Jun patted her face, took a puff of his cigar, and crossed his legs. As long as you obey and make Brother Jun happy, money will never be an issue. Don't worry, Brother Jun. I'll definitely listen to you, Julia said, putting the money in her handbag. She then sat on Jun's lap and gave him another kiss. The two card-playing companions glanced at each other mischievously after eyeing the money in the case. They had been childhood friends with Jun, growing up practically as siblings. However, while Jun found success in construction and real estate, they remained in poverty. Salivating at the sight of the cash, they swallowed hard. Whenever they needed money, they would team up to get a share from Jun. They knew that most of his wealth wasn't earned honestly anyway. Rumors had it that many properties developed by Shih Real Estate were acquired through cunning means. There were even incidents where elderly residents refused to sell, only for Jun to hire thugs to intimidate them into signing contracts. Brother Jun, it's your turn, said the shorter one, Shan, holding his cards with a sycophantic smile. Another, Feng, chimed in, yeah, Brother Jun, don't dote on Julia too much or you'll make the single elders envious. In the previous rounds, they had deliberately let Jun win multiple times to please him. It's high time to start earning some cash. Chui mei chui. Are you trying to be a vengeful spirit? Jun bypassed Julia and played a pair. 3 of hearts. I'm not hurrying you, I just worry that Brother Jun's luck might slip away. Shan chimed in with an ingratiating tone as he played his cards. After the other 3 played 5 or 6 rounds, Jun kept losing, gradually growing impatient and gnawing on his cigar incessantly. Watching the stacks of money disappear from the box, he abruptly threw his cards onto the table, sending them flying and scattering across the deep brown carpet. Keep playing. No matter how we play, I still lose. Such bad luck. Jun wasn't concerned about the amount of money he was losing, it was his fortune that mattered. Superstitious, he knew that once his luck turned sour, it would remain that way. Brother Jun, don't be upset. Ashen and Feng picked up their cards, grinning with joy as they felt the bulging pockets. How about this, if you're not good at playing cards, we can accompany you to play mahjong. Just then, the clock in the living room chimed precisely. Jun glanced at the time, it was 9 o'clock. He then stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. The night view in the west was still calm in the distance. Recalling what Guang Dai had said earlier, his expression gradually became more restless. He puffed on his cigar and asked, did anyone hear the sound of an ambulance? The few people in the hall strained their ears and held their breath to listen. Julissa, still puzzled, responded, no, I haven't heard any ambulance sirens. But why would we be listening for one? Is someone here in need of emergency assistance? Ashen and Feng burst into laughter. Hush now, everyone is fine. Why would we need an ambulance? You might as well say that we'll be burned to death and need an ambulance. Jun's face darkened. Gazing at the distant, dark sky, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease that there were no signs of firelight. Could it be? Did Master Guang doubt his earlier indecisiveness and decide against setting up the array? That won't do. He was still counting on the profits from the garden estate project. The butler sensed his thoughts and asked, "Should I call Master Guang?" "Go ahead," Jun instructed. The butler then entered a room with a telephone. Jun waited anxiously, puffing on his cigar. A few minutes later, the butler returned, holding the car phone with a hesitant expression. The call was answered by his disciple Shih. He said that Master Guang is currently occupied. Occupied? Jun hastily pushed aside Julia, who had approached him, and took the car phone. Did I pay him to disappear? Indeed, he was worried about offending Guang Dai. But the garden estate was his top priority at the moment. Guang Dai is actually playing hide-and-seek at this crucial moment? Julissa, nearly tripping, looked up pitifully. Brother Jun. Seeing Jun's anger, Shan hurried to soothe him. Brother Jun, don't be angry yet. Maybe Master Guang has something important to attend to. Jun ignored the three of them and directly dialed a number. The call connected. Jun's face lit up with a smile as if it had changed. Master Guang, how's the matter going? I'm not your master. Shu's voice came from the other end of the line. Jun's face turned grim. What are you guys up to? Where's Master Guang? Mr. Zhan, Shu said nonchalantly. Master is occupied and doesn't have time to reply immediately. You'll have to wait. Wait, what? I've got everything ready, and all that's left is to sort out a few households in the garden estate. You're telling me to wait. Jun's anger flared, leaving no room for a smile. That wasn't your attitude when it was time to collect payment. If I don't manage to bring in the garden estate, I warn you, watch out or your feng shui company will be in shambles. A soft scoff echoed through the phone from Shih. Mr. Zhan, if you can survive until tomorrow to seek me out, I promise you an exquisite tea. Survive until tomorrow? What do you mean? Jun's face paled as he instantly recalled the blood that had spilled into a bowl outside the garden estate that night. Before he could decipher the meaning. Beep beep beep. The call was already disconnected, leaving only the busy tone. Jun's anger turned to fear, his eyes bulging as he fiercely threw his phone to the ground. Damn it! Hurry! Find me a master. After the initial fury, Jun was gripped by deep dread. He frantically instructed his butler, find the best feng shui master. Now! Immediately! But it was too late. As the butler hurried out the door, a sharp hiss echoed. Like the sound of a match being struck against a box. Flames suddenly sprang up on Jun's arm. Help! There's a fire! Julia backed away in terror as Jun approached. Uncle Lu! Water! Quick, get some water! Jun gritted his teeth, slapping his arm in an attempt to extinguish the flames. The fire seemed to be rooted in Jun's arm, growing bigger with each slap instead of being put out. Panic gripped him completely. The flames spread rapidly, soon engulfing his entire arm. Help me, someone! I'll give $1 million to whoever puts out this fire. Jun frantically cried out to a Shan phone for assistance. In an instant, everyone clutched their pockets while one person rushed to grab the money box on the table, fearing that they would be consumed by the flames if they drew any closer. Brother Zhan can't put it out. After being momentarily stunned, Julia hastily took off her coat to help extinguish the fire, but her efforts were futile. Jun's screams grew louder as the flames rapidly engulfed him entirely. The butler frantically searched for water and, upon returning with it, found only a charred, unrecognizable body in the now empty living room. The bucket of water in Butler Lu's hands hit the ground with a thud. Young Master! Young Master Zhan! Just like that, a living person had been burned to death right before their eyes. Everyone in the living room was utterly stunned. Shan pointed at the blackened corpse, his voice trembling. The fire! The fire only burned Jun. Even the flames on the carpet nearest to him were extinguished as soon as they reached him. Peculiar, too peculiar. Why did the fire only target Jun? The strangeness of it all was unsettling the more one thought about it. The flames in the villa were extinguished, giving way to the arrival of both emergency medical personnel and a major crimes unit to investigate the cause of death. At the entrance of the garden estate, a car pulled up hastily. The occupant rushed out, only to find the usually tranquil neighborhood now eerily deserted. The leader let out a deep sigh filled with regret. It was too late, they had missed their chance to meet the senior in person. A high-speed road slicing through the heart of Shenzhen carried the truck along smoothly. It was 4 in the morning, precisely the most soporific hour. Deng Liqiao focused intently on the road ahead. Just over 100 kilometers remained before she could safely deliver the cargo. Strangely, despite having had little rest the night before, due to a recent long-distance delivery and her child falling ill, she should have been exhausted. When the male driver insisted on accompanying her, she hesitated, fearing she might doze off during the journey. If one of the girls from the finance department were with her, they would surely not report her for a brief nap. Yet, this scoundrel Dong, who was currently in the car with her, wasn't one of them. Deng Liqiao knew that well. Scoundrel Dong was eagerly waiting for any mistake on her part so he could snatch the job away. Fortunately, after driving for so long, she seemed to be holding up quite well. Could it be that the refreshing syrup she had consumed earlier was really that effective? After all, apart from that rumored energy-boosting syrup, she hadn't used any other stimulants. Miss Chiao, are you feeling tired? I can take over if you want. Scoundrel Dong, after observing her for some time, finally asked with ill intentions. No need, Deng Liqiao replied, steering the car into an inland service area where they could rest. Seeing that they were entering the service area, his eyes lit up, and he sat up straighter. Oh, Miss Chiao, you're too polite. Didn't the boss assign someone to accompany you precisely because he was worried about your fatigue? It doesn't make sense to have someone just sit idle beside you. Come on, let me drive for a while. Reaching out, he was about to touch the steering wheel. Deng Liqiao, holding the thermos, tapped him with it. Seeing Gangster Dong wince in pain and draw back, she said, no need. I'm not sleepy. SSS. Gangster Dong hissed through gritted teeth, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. Don't joke around. Your dark circles are as big as coins. How can you not be tired? Relax, just sleep. I promise I won't tell the boss. Sleep with ease. Sleep. Until I deliver the goods. Then we'll see if the boss still keeps you. Deng Liqiao filled up the truck's fuel tank before getting out of the vehicle, casting a mocking glance at Gangster Dong's disheveled hair as she did. I'm really not tired. You've been sleeping the whole way, so feel free to continue. I'll go get some water first. After fetching water, Deng Liqiao prepared to get back into the truck. Gangster Dong climbed into the driver's seat and called out to her. Deng Liqiao, it seems like one of the tires is deflating. For safety's sake, we should check it out. Deflating? Confused, Deng Liqiao held onto her thermos flask and promptly crouched down to inspect each tire. No leaks here, she said, puzzled but not daring to let her guard down. If they discovered a damaged tire at a service area, it could still be repaired. But if it happened on the highway with tons of cargo on board, they might get lucky and call for a tow truck, or they could be delayed for an unpredictable amount of time. That would be a real headache. But I heard it, it's really deflating, Lan Zidong replied from the driver's seat, discreetly turning the key in the ignition as he watched Deng Liqiao through the rearview mirror. The truck roared to life instantly. Deng Liqiao jumped back in fright. Then the tire began to roll slowly. Stop, Lan Zidong. Get out of the truck. Panic-stricken, she dropped the thermos and took off after him. Fortunately, the truck had just started moving, so she leaped up, exerting all her strength to grab the door handle and swing herself mid-air. She slapped the door with one hand. The metal of the car was beaten with a resounding clamor. Get out! Get out now! I have a family to feed. Give me back the steering wheel. The truck accelerated and Punk Dong deliberately slammed on the brakes, causing Deng Liqiao to crash heavily against the door, bruising her skin. Yet she still held tightly onto the handle, her fingers digging in despite the searing pain, which caused her to bite her lip. She would never cry and she would never let go. This was the hope for her entire family's livelihood. Rascal Dong gripped the steering wheel with longing, sneering at the person hanging outside the car. Stupid fool, let go or you'll fall and die. He simply didn't believe Sister Wan could climb up, considering she had been awake all night and driving for hours. Where would she find such energy? After delivering the goods, I'll tell the boss to fire you. Women should stay at home and obediently support their husbands and raise their children. How dare they compete with men for work? As Rascal Dong ridiculed her, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in. His expression changed abruptly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Crazy woman, let go of my hair. Deng Liqiao held tightly onto his hair to keep from falling. To stabilize himself, Rascal Dong had no choice but to stop the car and retreat towards the passenger seat. Slowly, Deng Liqiao climbed into the car. She looked at the strands of hair she had pulled out and opened the passenger door, pushing Rascal Dong out. Ow! Lan Zidong landed on his back, instantly turning pale and wincing in excruciating pain as if his waist had snapped. He stared at Deng Liqiao, who had leaned out from the passenger seat, in disbelief. Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. How could she still be so energetic after an entire night of driving? Moreover, Deng Liqiao was a woman, inherently weaker in physical strength. How could she possibly have the strength to climb up? Without time to ponder too much, seeing that the situation had turned against him, Lan Zidong pretended to be in agony and begged for mercy. Sister Chow, my waist feels broken, help me up. Help you? You just threw me out of the car. Deng Li Chow sneered, not about to show any kindness by actually assisting him. His actions earlier clearly indicated an intention to harm her. Did I have the word fool written on my face? No. Lan Zidong supported his waist, explaining, I thought it wasn't far, so I wanted you to rest while I helped you deliver the goods. Sister Chow, I really didn't have any bad intentions. Let me tell you, never underestimate women again. Deng Li Chow gritted her teeth in anger and stepped on the accelerator, leaving Lan Zidong wailing in pain on the ground. It wasn't until she had driven a considerable distance that Deng Li Chow began to feel the terror of her reckless action. As she gripped the door handle of the truck, she realized that if she had let go, the 1.5-meter fall would have either left her crippled or dead. Moreover, if the delivery had been made by someone else and the recipient had cross-checked with the boss, she would have certainly lost her job. Losing her life might not have been as significant as losing her job. Losing her job? Where else could she find a high-paying job to support her entire family and children? Fortunately, she had the refreshing sugar water, which had replenished her mental and physical energy, allowing her to react quickly just now. Deng Li Chow was no fool. Compared to her usual state of mind, she could almost certainly conclude that the soothing sugar water had come to her aid this time. Recalling the delicate girl who sold the sugar water, she wept with joy, wiping away the tears rolling down her cheeks with one hand. John Jun, CEO of Glory Real Estate, self-immolated and died at 1 a.m. on November 22 in his home. The cause of the spontaneous combustion remains mysterious, and doctors have yet to determine the reason. Fortunately, no other casualties were reported in the fire incident. In front of Chu Yueling, Shih read out the headline of the Hong Kong Morning News verbatim. After finishing, he asked the girl who sold the sugar water, Ning, can you tell me why on earth would this capitalist self-immolate? Looking up at the sky, then down at the ground, Chu Yueling blinked in confusion and said, yeah, why would he self-immolate? You don't know. Shih was astonished. Of course not, I'm not omniscient, Chu Yueling replied. As she spoke, a brand new $100 Hong Kong bill was handed to her. Following the long, slender fingers upward, she saw Zhou Fengshu's composed and handsome face. Chu Yuening's almond-shaped eyes curved with delight as she took the money and playfully fanned it towards Shih. Detective Zhou is so understanding. Does Inspector Shih not need to pay for information? Still not friends? Isn't it a bit too much to talk about money after all we've been through together? Shih appealed to their friendship. As he had no choice, yesterday everyone was occupied, so he was the one who led the team to collect the body from the Zhang family's residence. An inexplicable self-immolation. The more they discussed it, the stranger it seemed. Shih shuddered. Considering how much you know, could it be that some vengeful spirit set him on fire? Chu Yueling smiled enigmatically. Actually, it was best for ordinary people to know as little as possible about formations. Knowing too much wouldn't do Shih any favors either. Ning, at most $50, Shih reluctantly pulled out a $50 bill, looking slightly put out. Indeed. He now officially acknowledged that there was not a single trace of friendship between him and Ning. I can't do that. My information is precious. I'd forget everything after a good night's sleep. Why would I need to know all the details? Chu Yueling handed the 4-pack desserts to Zhou Fengshu. Zhou Fengshu took them with his outstretched hand. Seeing Shih leaning in for more information, he pulled back the hood of Shih sweater with his long arm. He said, if you ask again, I'll use your monthly bonus to treat Ning to karaoke. What? Shih was startled. He promptly put away the $50 he had been holding. Brother Su, that's too harsh. I was planning to use my bonus to chase girls. How can I chase them without money? Can love be satisfied with just water? Maybe she wouldn't want to go to Victoria Harbor with me to catch a cold breeze. Then don't ask anymore. Zhou Fengshu's lips curled into a slow smile. Chu Yueling gave Zhou Fengshu an okay sign. Recalling the male corpse they had found in the bamboo forest last time, her curiosity piqued, and she asked what was the reason behind it? It was a crime of passion, Zhou Fengshu replied. Since the case had already been solved, there was no longer any need to keep it confidential. The murder was followed by disposal at sea, and the culprit was his paramour. It primarily stemmed from an unequal division of spoils. Is there such a thing as a love-murder dispute over loot distribution? Chu Yueling, inexperienced in such matters, was astonished. She took a seat and passed a chair over. Zhou Fengshu sat down and after some thought asked, will you be busy these few days? What's up? Chu Yueling tilted her head. Something important? Zhou Fengshu replied softly, furrowing his brows. The police station has been revisiting an old case recently. There's a case involving a missing girl that we've been unable to find any substantial leads on. I was wondering if you could lend a hand. Chu Yueling was taken aback. A case involving a missing girl? It must be incredibly challenging for Officer Zhou to seek external assistance. After much deliberation, she nodded. No problem, I'll take it on. Seriousness flickered in Zhou Fengshu's eyes as he nodded in response. After so many years, the girl's younger siblings have all grown into adults, while the beheaded child remains a haunting pain in her parents' hearts. Reopening the case is akin to reopening old wounds for the victim's family. He just wants to solve it swiftly. The culprit must be apprehended as soon as possible to bring justice to the victim. Agreeing on a time to proceed, Chu Yueling sees off the two officers. Nancy Kong then arrives with Little Cucumber to deliver the money, which was hastily collected by those who had escaped the fire, a total of 10,000 yuan. After chatting with Nancy for a while, the moment they leave, Wei Yanlin struts in, his wide robe billowing, carrying the plump little roll, and heads straight for the dessert stall. Look who I've brought to fulfill my promise. As he spoke, Wei Yanlin approached Chu Yueling with a mischievous grin, cradling the little chubby puppy in his arms. The little pup, upon seeing the beautiful sister, joyfully waved its limbs, leaving trails in the air as it let out a few endearing barks. Chu Yueling was well prepared. From under the food cart, she pulled out a large box and retrieved a glistening, aromatic chicken leg. She offered it to the little pup. Here, a chicken leg reward. How could I ever go back on my word? Wei Yanlin placed the puppy down, while Chu Yueling put the chicken leg back into the big box and set it on the ground. Squatting down, she watched the little one happily gnaw on its treat. Originally, after learning that the little pup was a stray, Chu Yueling had planned to find it a home. However, she hadn't expected Wei Yanlin to stubbornly hold onto the puppy, eventually confessing his desire to raise it. The puppy's fluffy face was soon covered in grease as it merrily ate. Occasionally, when particularly delighted, the little one would circle around Chu Yueling in joy. Right, Ning Ning, I remember where I've seen that feng shui master who tried to harm us. Wei Yanlin recalled an important detail. His name is Guang Dai. He's often featured on TV and magazines, so many people in Hong Kong know him. As he spoke, Wei Yanlin's anger grew. TCH, I used to think Guang Dai was so powerful and respected. Turns out he's just a despicable person practicing dark arts. If not for our timely intervention, goodness knows how many people in Garden Estate might have been harmed. Chu Yueling playfully teased the chubby little one, not at all surprised by the situation. There are too many people dabbling in the occult. Many of them appear glamorous on the surface, but who knows what kind of dirt lies beneath. Wei Yanlin choked on his words, eventually conceding. That's true. His mobile phone rang. Chu Yueling picked up the call, and on the other end was Li Huiwen. Ning Ning, I've landed you a spot on a major expose reality show about the occult. They've invited several renowned masters, and the recording will take place next month. Li Huiwen grew more enthusiastic as she spoke, as if she could already envision the star that would be born from this opportunity. I have faith in you, she continued. By then you'll be the most sought-after occult master in Hong Kong. Chapter 69. A sudden surge in popularity? She wasn't too fixated on that. Influenced by the other's enthusiasm, Chu Yueling's brows and eyes curved into a smile. Popularity isn't that important. I'm planning to use the show's influence to promote my feng shui shop. Feng shui shop? Li Huiwen was surprised. Are you planning to open a store? Wei Yanlin, who was playing with little curls, also raised his head when he heard about the store. Chu Yueling nodded. Actually, she had been preparing for this plan for some time. The fees for her recent feng shui consultations had been quite high, and with a monthly rent of 10,000 yuan, she was confident that she could afford it. Having a storefront would allow her to sell more items, such as efficacious wealth gods, charm protectors, and various decorations to enhance one's love life. Naturally, it would significantly boost her income. Wei Yanlin picked up the plump little curls and looked at the sweet soup on the cart. What about the sweet soup? Are you not planning to continue making it? With so many returning customers, wouldn't it be a pity to stop? The loyal customers of Chu Ji's dessert shop indeed kept increasing. There were even visitors from Shenzhen who would return specifically to buy desserts after their trip had ended. Chu Yueling shared her thoughts. We definitely need to continue making desserts. Are you planning on opening 2 shops? Wei Yanlin asked. Managing 2 shops alone will be quite tiring. Li Huiwen also offered her suggestion over the phone. Why not hire more employees? That way there won't be any pressure. No need. I'm planning to merge the dessert shop and the feng shui store, then rent a bigger space with a separate room and a window for selling. As for hiring people to help, Chu Yueling pondered. If it gets too busy, we might indeed need some assistance. Aye. Wei Yanlin eagerly bounced, volunteering himself. Choose me. I can help with fortune-telling and sell desserts. Chu Yueling tilted her head, confused. Aren't you running a shop already? Well, there's hardly any business. The monthly earnings just cover my living expenses and rent, explained Wei Yanlin. who had long considered closing his shop. He initially thought about setting up a stall on Temple Street. Now things have improved. Since Chu Ji is planning to open a shop, he can choose to work there. His master left behind many ancient books that he finds incomprehensible. Ning Ning could assist him in deciphering them. He hurriedly added, "No need to pay me a wage, just helping me understand the books my master left would be enough." With a clear plan in mind, Chu Yueling turned to look at a side street line with shops. "We'll decide later. First, we need to find a storefront. Ideally, it should be somewhere on Temple Street. It couldn't be too far from the stall." "Look at me." Li Weiwen smacked her forehead on the other end of the phone. "I almost forgot to mention something. Does Master Chu still recall the matter involving the Mu family?" Upon hearing the character Mu, Chu Yuening's mind flashed with the image of Mu Xingwang, and she quickly shook her head to dispel it. "Mu Xingwang? That's him," Li Weiwen said with a sigh. "He was found dead on the roadside last night with his hands and feet severed." She hadn't even published the information she had gathered about him, and yet Mu Xingwang was already deceased. His body was ravaged by vicious dogs and that area. Li Weiwen spoke with a profound and disdainful tone, her face contorted in disgust. He was devoured by fierce dogs. His limbs were cut off first so he couldn't escape before they were unleashed. The neighbors say the screams lasted all through the night, but no one dared to look outside. By the time the police arrived, Mu Xingwang was long dead. Chu Yueling wasn't surprised. Mu Xingwang's evil deeds went far beyond 2 incidents, most of which remained hidden from public view. The moment the protective veil was lifted was when the backlash would begin. And the Mu family situation is tricky. Due to Mu Xingwang's tragic death, Mu Quan has softened and now wants to preserve his brother's reputation, Li Weiwen said, feeling nauseous at the thought of all the uncovered truths that she couldn't publish. "Are you planning to drop the story then?" Chu Yueling inquired. With indignation, Li Weiwen slammed her hand on the table. "Of course Mu Quan wants that, but I won't let him have his way. Not just Mu Xingwang, but also all the dirty deeds the Mu family has done over the years to cover up the truth. I will expose each and every one of them. If not for the Mu family's tolerance, how could Mu Xingwang have acted with such impunity?" In the end, it all boiled down to Mu Quan's flawed upbringing. Those who aid in crime are criminals themselves. If she hadn't delved into the hotel girl's suicide, it would have been better. But after uncovering the truth and discovering Mu Xingwang's monstrous nature, as well as the Mu family's manipulation to suppress the facts, she couldn't let Mu Xingwang's matter end simply with death. The girl who had taken her own life was defamed, but Li Weiwen insisted on wiping away the dirt from her reputation. She wanted the girl's innocence restored, even in death. Li Weiwen was also a person with a sense of justice, regardless of whether she was just a gossip reporter. A police car turned into the street corner and parked by the dessert stall. Chu Yueling assumed it was Reborn returning, so she glanced over curiously. Upon seeing 3 unfamiliar officers step out of the vehicle, she immediately connected them to the recent murder of Mu Xingwang. Sure enough, the plainclothes officer in charge had a square jawline and remained expressionless as he flashed his police ID. "I'm Detective Zhao Sha, from the Major Crimes Unit A. Miss Chu, I understand that you conducted a divination for Mr. Mu Xingwang yesterday afternoon around 3? Chu Yueling hung up her phone and nodded. "Yes, I did." Detective Zhao assumed an acquiescent demeanor. "At the moment, we suspect your involvement in a murder case. Please cooperate with us and return to the police station for further investigation." Chu Yueling was puzzled. Suspect? Mu Xingwang barely qualified as my guest. Even if he were, why would I kill someone with no grudge against me? The other plainclothes officer, growing impatient, interrupted. "You say you didn't do it, so that's it? Then what use are we, the Royal Police Force? We don't just barge into people's homes without solid evidence. No one wants to face the consequences of not cooperating." Looking at the officer, Chu Yueling knitted her eyebrows. Startled, the officer met her serene, watery eyes and felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. Inexplicably, his tone softened. "Our job is tiring, Mississippi. Please cooperate, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, his cheeks flushed with heat. What the hell? He was indeed exhausted, but when had he ever spoken in such a gentle manner? Embarrassing. Chu Yueling frowned and took off the Chu Ji dessert's apron. Before leaving, she asked Wei Yanlin for help in packing up the stall. As he walked towards the car, seeing Zhao Shajan still staring, he recalled his momentary softness and awkwardly patted his shoulder. He leaned in and whispered, "Shajan, if I told you I have no clue what's going on, would you believe me?" Zhao Shajan certainly didn't buy such nonsense. He scoffed coldly, why not just declare the murderer innocent? That'd be quicker. Through extensive investigations and analysis, he was convinced that the dessert girl was highly likely the culprit. One might wonder, how could there truly be a fortune teller with divine skills able to accurately predict everything? It would make more sense to say that Chu Yueling herself had orchestrated the reading for Mu Xingwang with the intention of publicly exposing his misdeeds. As for how the fortune-teller knew about the crimes Mu Xingwang had committed in the past, Jia Xiaozhan could also piece together that part of the puzzle. Chapter 70. In the Serious Crime Unit of Kowloon Police Station, in the exclusive interrogation room for Team A. The sealed room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a dim desk lamp on the interrogation table. The girl, overcome with sleepiness, couldn't help but yawn, her lychee-shaped eyes glistening as she glanced at the plainclothes officer stacking piles of documents on the table beside her. In 1974, Mu Xingwang, because a female classmate refused to help him copy homework, covered her head with 10 pounds of sugar, forcing her to shave her hair and causing severe depression. In 1978, Mu Xingwang was involved in a fight, breaking a classmate's arm and compensating with $100,000. In 1986, Mu Xingwang filed a lawsuit claiming he was forcibly slept with by a certain woman. Zhao Jun surveyed the ever-growing stack of files on the interrogation table, propping his legs up and leaning back in his chair, which now rested against the wall. With a toothpick between his teeth, he swayed it side to side and lifted the tip of his leather shoe. Tell me, which victim's family do you belong to? All the records detailed Mu Xingwang's glorious feats since his birth. Team A, having taken on Mu Xingwang's case, had been tirelessly sifting through documents. As expected, Mu Xingwang seemed to have made enemies every year from childhood to adulthood. This further confirmed Zhao Jun's suspicion. Chu Yueling must have been one of them. She was the one who had meticulously planned to kill Zhao Jun. Chu Yueling yawned again, leaning back in her chair, half asleep. She had returned late last night, and after setting up her stall early today, she had barely done any business before being dragged to the police station. She sighed helplessly. Perhaps she really had a connection with the police? I want to reiterate that I had never met Mu Xingwang before our encounter during his fortune-telling session. Our life paths had no intersecting points. Moreover, Chu Yueling added promptly, casting a glance around at the plainclothes officers. Each of them watched her intently as if they were afraid she would escape. If you suspect me, you've surely investigated my background as well since you took the time to look into Mu Xingwang's life, right? I'm not a native of Hong Kong, so how could I possibly have had the chance to bear a grudge against him? Chu Yueling turned her gaze back to Zhao Jun at the interrogation table. Fixing his eyes on the yawning girl, annoyance flickered across Zhao Jun's face. Is this the police station? You can yawn whenever you please. Relax, Zhao Jun picked up another file and scanned it from top to bottom. Chu Yangjia, once humiliated by Mu Xingwang who used his face to polish shoes. What's your relationship with him? Sharing the same surname necessarily means we're related? Chu Yueling laughed in exasperation. Well, for all we know, Chu Yangjia might be your elder brother, still nursing the grudge from that shoe polishing incident. He hired you from the mainland to help him avoid suspicion. Zhao Jun spun a tale. A fine storyteller you are, Detective Zhao. Chu Yueling smiled. Are you planning to pin a crime on me even if I'm innocent? I wouldn't dare. Zhao Jun suppressed his anger. Coercion isn't my style. The convicts I interrogate always end up signing their confessions willingly. As royal police, we must uphold the law. Where were you on the night of November 24th? Any witnesses? In Garden Estate. What were you doing in Garden Estate? A ritual. Chu Yueling answered promptly. Ritual. Zhao Jun scoffed. Are you addicted to playing the role of a mystic master? You're taking this too far. Where's your witness? Kong Nancy, Andy, and the elderly couple in Garden Estate can vouch for me. Chu Yueling added. If you're interested, you'll find plenty of evidence. The plainclothes officer shot Chu Yueling a cold glance. We've already verified that you were together before 9. Mu Xingwang left the police station at exactly 9 o'clock. In other words, Mu Xingwang was murdered after he left the police station at 9. If she couldn't provide any witnesses for the time after 9, Chu Yueling would still be under suspicion. Mr. Wei Yanlin from Tung Chai Street has been with me the whole time. He can vouch for me. Chu Yueling felt a headache coming on. Just as she had dealt with the chaos, she was now faced with endless questioning without a moment's respite. Zhao Jun sneered. You've actually reminded me. According to eyewitness accounts, Mr. Wei has been with you since before you started your fortune-telling stall. The police have grounds to suspect that you two are working together. With that, Zhao Jun instructed his colleagues to take Wei Yanlin along with them. Miss Chu still has some truths left untold. Perhaps you should reconsider your answers more carefully. After saying this, Zhao Jun rose and left the interrogation room. Mu Quan's secretary stepped forward and whispered, Detective Zhao, Mr. Mu is waiting in his office. He wishes to meet Miss Chu. And Mr. Mu hopes that the murderer of young master will be brought to justice soon. He would appreciate it if Detective Zhao could exert more effort. Under a dim yellow light, a hand obscured the glow. Only after Mu Quan was seated did the secretary remove their hand. Miss Chu. Chu Yueling frowned, not responding. Might you have heard about the misfortune that befell my son? Mu Quan spoke calmly, not in a rush. It happened only a few hours after your reading. He was brutally attacked. Your son? Chu Yueling shot back sarcastically. I must commend you, Mr. Mu, for being so candid when discussing such a matter as one's spouse being unfaithful. Mu Quan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Perhaps no one had dared to bring up the incident since it occurred, and even his wife had hastily left the Mu residence to avoid any repercussions, leaving her own child's death unchecked. He was unexpectedly being publicly exposed for his shortcomings, especially by someone as young and inexperienced as her. Mu Quan concealed his radiance. After all, the Mu family has nurtured Xinguang for many years, investing much effort in his upbringing. Although he is not my biological son, he is no less than one to me. Bloodline is but another form of connection. What binds me to him more deeply is familial affection. When Mu Quan heard of Mu Xinguang's demise, he was devastated, realizing that even though he wasn't his biological son, the years of nurturing made it hard to sever ties with the Mu family. With numerous media outlets currently focusing on the Mu family, he knew that his past mistakes, if unearthed, could lead to the downfall of the family. To prevent the matter from digging deeper, an urgent need for a culprit to quell the uproar. In every aspect, Chu Yueling was the most suitable choice. The child raised by the Mu family can't just die tragically without reason. Chu Yueling asked, what about the others who died tragically? She gave a cold laugh. What about the girl who jumped off the building? Was her death allowed to have a cause? There's always a head to every grievance and a master to every debt. Not only does Mu Xinguang owe, but you all still owe debts that haven't been repaid. Mu Quan's grim expression struck fear. After a long while he chuckled. Miss Chu really has a great sense of humor. Xinguang has always been kind-hearted. What forceful suicide? Do you have any evidence? You think you can defame Xinguang with fortune-telling and a journalist? How laughable. Chu Yueling felt nauseated just listening to it all. Mu Xinguang had committed countless wrongs and Mu Quan had followed suit by covering them up. She found the spectacle amusing, even clapping her hands. Mr. Mu, you have quite the skill in deceiving both others and yourself. This time, Mu Quan didn't rush to refute her. Instead, he asked calmly, Miss Chu, you meticulously fabricated a trap to frame Xinguang. What is your true intention? I'm not a foolish fool who believes in fortune-telling. Miss Chu, you've gone to great lengths to set this up. What would it take for Miss Chu to admit guilt? Money. He waved his hand, and his secretary handed him a checkbook. Mu Quan wrote a 1 on it before passing the book back to the secretary, who then presented it to Chu Yueling. He capped his pen and said, Miss Chu seems to have a younger sister still in school. The two of you must have endured much hardship coming to Hong Kong from the mainland. If you're willing, you can put as many zeros after that 1 as you like. That was the key point. It was about preserving the Mu family. The current public opinion had surpassed his ability to cover it up. Mu Quan had no heart to worry about Mu Xinguang's death, nor did he have the energy to ponder over the true culprit. Given Hong Kong's pace in solving cases, dragging this on would benefit no one. Chu Yueling tore the check piece by piece, smiling. Things I didn't do, Mr. Mu can buy them too? How enlightening. Too bad, I regard money as worthless trash. Mu Quan flew into a rage, rising to his feet and raising his hand high. Just as his palm was about to swing at Chu Yueling's face, a fierce force yanked Mu Quan away. A cold voice echoed. Mr. Mu, I believe you don't have the privilege to assault people in a police station. With that said, Zhou Fengshu harshly threw the man away. The secretary attempted to intervene but was promptly restrained by Gan Izu. Amidst the commotion outside, Zhao Jun rushed in with his team. Upon seeing the ashen faces of the entire Team D, he bellowed, Zhou Fengshu. Zhao Jun pointed his index finger forcefully at the ground, his eyes seemingly dilated to the brink, revealing a significant amount of the whites of his eyes. In Group A's territory, we don't welcome anyone from Group D. If you don't leave now, I'll call the governor to hold you accountable. The governor? Zhou Fengshu lifted the hem of his windbreaker to reveal his pocket. If Group A continues to obstruct Group D's operations, I'll indeed have to contact the governor. Tensions ran high between the two groups. Zhou Fengshu's brows remained calmly furrowed. Sherboran seized the moment to produce a report, playfully patting it with a smile. Officer Zhao. What was your name again? My apologies, but this case has already been transferred to Group D. I'd appreciate it if everyone from Group A could cooperate with our work. Detectives from Team A also submitted a report to Zhao Jun, stammering, Sergeant, it's really been handed over. What's the reason? Give me a reason. Zhao Jun was furious. He had suffered many setbacks from Zhou Fengshu before, and Teams A and D usually kept to their own affairs. Now Team D had snatched a case right under his nose. Oh, Sherboran glanced thoughtfully at Mu Quan before looking back at Zhao. Isn't it because they suspect that Team A accepted bribes and used torture to force a confession, making the suspect admit to something they didn't do? He looked at Chu Yueling, who appeared unharmed and was even yawning, and asked, "Is that so?" Chu Yueling understood and nodded eagerly. The Team A officers couldn't stop her anymore, and she was taken away by Zhou Fengxiu. The group stood outside the police station, braving the cold wind. Chu Yueling blinked. "So we can leave?" Zhou Fengxiu finished reading the thick stack of autopsy reports. The timeline doesn't match. The autopsy indicates that Mu Xingwang died around midnight and had endured nearly 3 hours of torture beforehand. You only parted ways with Nancy Kong at 9. Even if you flew over to prepare for the crime, the timing still wouldn't add up. No sooner had the words left his lips than Mu Quan got into the car with a stern look on his face, accompanied by an assistant. As the sound of a slamming door echoed in frustration, Chu Yueling rubbed her ears and gave Sherborne a thumbs up, also curious. "So, how did you know I went to the police station?" "Obvious," Sherborne replied irritably, rolling his eyes halfway before catching sight of Chu Yueling's innocent curiosity and stopping himself. He pointed at the room upstairs with a grumble. "Gan Izu happened to see you when he went to the restroom." Upon receiving the notification at the D-Unit office, Zhou Fengxiu immediately sought out the department head for more information. "At first, we wouldn't have intervened if Zhao Jun were conducting his investigation properly," Zhou Fengxiu explained. "But the issue is that Brother Su found a transfer from a Mu Corporation account to Zhao Jun's bank account." Staring at Sherborne, Chu Yueling found it odd. "Why would you need to investigate someone's bank account to understand a case?" Zhou Fengxiu brushed off the dust from his coat and gave a serious explanation. "You promised to help with the investigation into the young girl's case, and I don't want anything to happen to you before that. Besides, Zhao Jun's ruthless approach raises questions too. It's only natural to be cautious." "So it is." Chu Yueling gazed at the gray dust hovering above the police station. She followed the direction of the dust and looked towards the entrance. At the door stood a middle-aged woman in a red sweater with a cap, burning paper money one by one. Half black, half gray hair peeked out from under her cap as she muttered to herself. Her dry and rough hands continuously fed the fire with more paper money. Chu Yueling reached out to catch a falling ash, turning around and asking, "Why would someone burn paper money at the entrance of a police station?" Zhou Fengxiu also fixed his gaze on the woman, then withdrew his pondering look. The morgue is often the final stop for victims. People tend to visit from time to time. "Oh," Chu Yueling acknowledged, refraining from asking further questions. Sherborne called out, "Ning Ning, afternoon tea. After entering that messy place in Group A, you'll need a good wash to rid yourself of the dust." With that said, Sherborne snatched the car keys and quickly hopped into the Hummer. Chu Yueling sat by the car window, and as they passed the entrance, the weary voice of the middle-aged woman, intertwined with the pungent smell of burning paper money, wafted in through the window. "Feng, rest in peace. Father has come down to keep you company. Don't be afraid, Father will protect you." She glanced out the car window. Then she withdrew her gaze. She rolled up the window. Chapter 71. In Waza Street, the flow of vehicles was incessant. Among the neatly arranged shops stood an inconspicuous little store bathed in sunlight. Its gleaming glass door was adorned with posters of dishes. Sherborne pushed open the door and greeted the owner, Brother Feng and Sister Feng. Upon seeing the police officers entering one after another, Brother Feng smiled too. "It's noon already, and you're here to support my business again?" "It's winter, and my life's ambition is to enjoy hot pot with a few colleagues," Sherborne, a devoted hot pot enthusiast, replied. Luo Qizhang also chuckled. "Bringing your team for hot pot at noon? Aren't you worried about your hemorrhoids?" Sherborne moved with familiarity around the shop, heading to the counter for a cup of chrysanthemum tea. He used a pair of tongs to place a straw into the glass. "I have a cold constitution. Logically speaking, after the beginning of winter, I should be replenishing my warmth to prevent my body from becoming too cold. No one's blood boils like chrysanthemums, not even mine." Zhou Fengxiu casually took the menu from the cashier as they sat down, passing it with a smile to the person in the corner. "Take a look at what you'd like. This meal is on me." Chu Yueling looked up, taking the menu with both hands. "All right, I'll have a look first." The menu was colorful, filled with various dishes suitable for hot pot on one side, meats and seafood alike, while surprisingly, the other side offered desserts. When Chu Yueling caught sight of the ice cream, her lustrous lychee-like eyes shimmered with delight. On the menu, a delicate, fair hand tapped repeatedly on the ice cream option. "I'll have a double-skinned milk pudding with ice cream." "What about the bottom of the pot?" Sherborne sat across from him but didn't hesitate to crane his neck for a look. "Brother Su is treating us anyway, so no need to be polite." "Hot pot options?" Chu Yueling glanced at the menu, overwhelmed by the choices. She then passed it to Sherborne. "You pick." Sherborne didn't refuse. He had visited Feng Rongji so many times that he could order without even looking at the menu. How about sauté pork rib soup? It combines the flavors of sauté, bone marrow, and coconut milk, creating a delightful taste. And let's add a 3 delights platter. The beef tripe in the hot pot is crunchy and delectable. An absolute delight. The mere mention of it was enough to stir up one's appetite. Chu Yueling showed great interest, nodding eagerly with anticipation. We can give it a try. Would mutton or beef be fine? Reborn turned his attention back to the meat dishes. While the two were engrossed in their food discussion, the others had already started talking about the case. Team D had been singularly focused on solving a 30-year-old case involving the tragic death of a young girl. The leads were scarce and difficult to trace, and with time, much of the physical evidence had been deteriorated. They decided to scrap their half-finished progress and restart the investigation from scratch. The addition of Mu Xingwang's case at this crucial point inevitably added more pressure on them. However, no one in Team D complained. To them, solving one case was no different from tackling two. Besides, this case was connected to Chu Yueling. Chu Yueling's charm saved Sanzi's life. Having fought and bled together, they shared a bond of camaraderie and were ready to repay any favors received. Zhou Fengshu unfurled the map that Gan Izu carried with him, his slender fingers removing the red marker pen from its cap. He circled the spot where Mu Xingwang was found dead, and then drew another circle around the direction of the Mu family residence. Connecting the 2 points with a red line, he mapped out a path. Gan Izu sipped his chrysanthemum tea, so Mu Xingwang left the police station after his visit and intended to return to the Mu family? Seems likely, Luo Qizhong responded. According to eyewitness testimonies, after receiving his fortune and garden estate, Mu Xingwang was taken to the police station by Miss Yin, the same woman who had caused his disability years ago. After Yin Yao's call, the police would naturally question him. Mere hours later, at 8 in the evening, due to insufficient evidence, Mu Xingwang was released. He walked eastward along Aplia Street, and an hour later, his body was discovered in World Park. Something's off here, Reborn interjected, raising his hand. The Muse live in Mongkok, why would he head in the opposite direction? Besides, we all know how pampered young Master Mu was. Would he walk on foot? He'd even have his bodyguard open the car door for him. Perhaps, maybe it's because Mu Quan found out that he wasn't his biological son? Chu Yueling tilted her head, holding her chrysanthemum teacup. Seeing their stunned expressions, she blinked. Right after his fortune-telling session, Mu Quan showed up. At that time, many people saw them. No wonder, Reborn closed his surprised mouth. Mu Xingwang's esteemed family background vanished abruptly, and Mu Quan isn't his biological father. His tiger skin as an accomplice is gone, he must be quite disoriented. Which means Mu Xingwang might seek solace in Shiyun Park. Gan Izu put down his teacup, analyzing the suspect's psychology. During his stroll, the murderer could have seized an opportunity to strike. Luo Qizhong shuddered at the memory of the crime scene, patting his left arm. The limbs were severed, and the motive was clear, a ruthless act of revenge. Speaking of revenge, Miss Yin has a strong motive too. Reborn ordered their dishes and continued his analysis with the menu under his arm. She had a promising future before being crippled by a villain. Valid point, Luo Qizhong agreed but then pondered. Yin Yao is wheelchair-bound, and while Mu Xingwang is weak, he's still a man. How could she possibly kill him? Unless she had assistance. Zhou Fengshu remained silent throughout, listening to everyone's opinions. Only then did he lift his gaze. Has Mu Xingwang ever been alone? Chu Yueling looked at Zhou Fengshu. Seated at the edge, his broad and muscular frame filled out his thin windbreaker stylishly. With the marker in hand, he tapped it on the table, rotating it deftly. Was he killed the moment he was left alone? This statement jolted everyone back to reality. Mu Xingwang was well aware that he had offended many individuals, and always traveled with bodyguards to avoid being by himself. Coincidentally, after his fortune-telling session, when Mu Quan discovered the truth about him not being his biological son, even the bodyguards withdrew their protection. There were still people around when the fortune-telling took place, and police accompanied him throughout his time at the police station. Yet it was only during that solitary night that he was murdered? Why didn't the killer strike earlier or later, but precisely when Mu Xingwang was alone that very night? So, Gan Izu found it hard to accept. The murderer had planned this for a while and had been watching Mu Xingwang for more than a day? Day after day of surveillance, all for the purpose of taking the victim's life. What kind of deep-seated grudge could this be? Gan Izu, having recently graduated and leading a relatively simple life, had mostly dealt with criminals who acted on impulse in the major crimes unit. It was rare for him to encounter a murderer with such long-term premeditation. Luo Qizhong pondered for a moment before he said, "This reminds me of a tragic murder case from years ago. The killer had been stalking the family for years before slaughtering the women and children, then moving on to kill the remaining males in the household." After finishing his tale, Luo Qizhong seemed to realize something and turned to Reborn, concern etched on his face. Ren, are you all right? Chuckling, Sherborne took a deep sip of his chrysanthemum tea and set the cup down. What could be wrong with me? Make way. Brother Feng, wearing gloves, carried a steaming soup pot over. Gan Izu and Luo Qizhang shifted in their seats to create an opening. Are the officers discussing a case? Brother Feng lit the alcohol at the bottom of the pot with a grin. Uncle Zhang was talking about that massacre. 20 years ago, there was a similar incident in Sha Tin. The couple who made famous rice noodles were killed, leaving only 2 poor kids behind. It's been so many years and the killer still hasn't been caught. Who knows when they'll find him, Luo Qizhang remarked. Gan Izu was taken aback upon hearing that the killer was still at large. They haven't caught the perpetrator after 20 years? Was the killer's modus operandi incredibly sophisticated? That I'm not sure, sighed Brother Feng. Imagine those 2 little boys losing their parents overnight. I can't even fathom how they coped. What else could they do? If there were no surviving relatives, they would have been sent to an orphanage. The life in those places is often harsh, Gan Izu explained, as Sister Feng brought over a bowl of ice cream. Zhou Fengxiu, being closer, promptly took the milky white bowl and passed it to her. On top of the creamy white double-skin milk was a pale yellow ice cream scoop, adorned with a tiny silver spoon on the side. Chu Yueling accepted it with a smile. Thank you. Enjoy it without worrying about saving money for me. Zhou Fengxiu observed the joy in the girl's eyes and couldn't help but smile, calling out to Brother Feng to serve more beef and lamb rolls. Upon seeing an abundance of meat dishes before him, Sherborne playfully picked up his chopsticks. Why don't you trade those beef and lamb for karaoke vouchers at the singing lounge, Brother Su? You seem to prefer singing more. He initially thought that Zhou Fengxiu would decline. After all, he genuinely disliked noisy environments. But Zhou Fengxiu surprised him by responding, once I finish Mu Xingwang's case, it's no problem. Sherborne snapped his fingers, nice. Chu Yueling ate her ice cream in silence, intuitively sensing the peculiar atmosphere. She noticed that Sherborne had lost interest and fallen silent. She let out a soft sigh. So, it must be truly challenging to grow up relying on one's younger brother after losing both parents, wasn't it? The bell signaling the end of class just rang. Chu Yi left the classroom with her close friend, and the 2 of them found a spot to sit by the flower bed. Shin Mixin massaged her aching arms and glanced sideways at the girl beside her. The girl was dressed in a sailor-style school uniform, her lustrous hair pulled back into a high ponytail. A rosy flush of health adorned her cheeks, exuding both youthfulness and vitality. There was no trace of fatigue or weariness on her. My arms are really sore from carrying those water bottles last night. Are yours painful too? Chu Yi rotated her arm, causing her ponytail to sway with the motion of her head. No, not at all. Observing her friend's periodic arm punches, she consoled, maybe I've just gotten used to it? After a few more moves, you won't feel the pain anymore. Really? Chun Mixin's hope flickered, reigniting her spirit. Then let's divide the tasks and work together tonight. Sure. Chu Yi took out 150 yuan from her pocket. This is your share from last night. The moment Chun Mixin saw the money, any notion of pain vanished, replaced by joy as she kissed the cash affectionately. It's still a Yi who has the financial acumen. Otherwise, who would have thought of selling mineral water at an indoor sports arena? Seeing her friend's happiness, Chu Yi shared in the joy. All right, let's expand our business empire even further. Let's make it big and strong. Big and strong. A mocking voice echoed. The leader of the group had burgundy-dyed hair, with her school uniform shirt collar carelessly open, revealing her collarbone. Her loose bow tie hung loosely around her neck. Chewing gum, she glanced at the meager stack of cash in Chu Yi's hand and taunted. The math class representative dreams of growing through mineral water sales? That's truly hilarious. Am I right, everyone? The girls trailing behind were all clad in branded shoes with polished nails and earrings adorning their ears. The elder sister had spoken and they naturally followed suit with their mocking remarks. Isn't it just this? So the math representative studied hard all along just to sell mineral water. Why didn't you say so earlier? My dad is in the mineral water business. Do you want me to give you a discount on your supply? What bad luck. Entering this school just to study alongside these northerners. Chu Yi ignored them, preparing to enter the classroom. Shin Mixin, however, couldn't contain her irritation and addressed the leader of the group. Isn't Chu Yue going too far? Ai hasn't done anything to offend you all. She's being troubled every other day. After Chen Mixin finished speaking, her group of friends erupted into a mix of laughter and chatter. Embarrass her? Chu Yue chewed on her gum disdainfully. What level is she at and what level am I? Pretending to study just to get the teacher to call out our names for criticism every day? All for selling mineral water. But then again, it's no wonder she's always looking for shortcuts, she continued. She has an elder sister who does fortune-telling on the streets of Temple Street. No wonder. Fixing her gaze on Chu Yue smirked wickedly. No wonder she's not someone you want to show off. As she concluded, Yi Chushue pretended to sigh. New immigrants from the mainland are all like that. No class or refinement. Chu placed the loose change back into her green school uniform pocket with a thud. Talk about me if you must, but don't drag my elder sister into it. Insults directed at her Chu could endure. But involving her sister was absolutely unacceptable. Initially, she had planned to dismiss Yi Chushue's remarks as mere nonsense, but now Yi Chushue seemed intent on causing trouble. Not accurate? Yi Chushue feigned surprise. Oh, your sister isn't purely into fortune-telling. She sells sugared water too. That's right, both of you sell liquid. No wonder you're sisters. Indeed, my sister does read fortunes. She has many wealthy clients from Hong Kong. Your Yi family might not even be qualified to seek her out. I won't engage in meaningless arguments with you, Chu retorted swiftly, firing back with each sentence. Jealous, huh? I can ace my exams while selling mineral water. You couldn't even pass math, and your English, despite growing up in Hong Kong, is just average. Jealousy won't help. If you have the ability, surpass me academically. Don't resort to such dirty, underhanded tricks. Yi Chushue was so enraged that she screamed. Just then, their homeroom teacher entered the classroom with books in hand. Shui promptly raised her hand, ready to report without hesitation, Teacher. Yi Chushue isn't wearing her school uniform properly. Yi Chushue, the homeroom teacher scolded. Get in here now. Shui wrinkled her nose playfully, made a face, and dragged Chen Mixin into the classroom without looking back. If Yi Chushue wanted a fight, she wasn't someone to be trifled with in the mainland. She could climb trees to steal eggs and swim in rivers to catch fish. Growing up, she had endured countless insults from her fellow villagers. Yi Chushue's rank was too low. When Chu Yueling returned to her apartment with groceries, the sky had already started to darken. At the end of the road, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Before she could process who it was, the person charged towards her like a freshly launched cannonball. Then a sudden break. Sis! Chu eagerly took the groceries, slinging them over her shoulder. I'll carry them up for you. She seemed to have boundless energy. Chu Yueling was surprised. Didn't you just finish selling mineral water? Take a break first. No need, Chu pushed away the offered helping hand, adjusting the bags on her shoulder. Sis doesn't know me well enough. This weight is nothing to me. Whoa, I really wonder what you're made of to grow up like that. The two sisters headed up to their apartment. Inside the apartment, Chu Yueling started washing the vegetables and cooking. Chu joined in, assisting her. As they worked, they chatted. Chu suddenly exclaimed, dropping her vegetable washing and turning her head. Sis, didn't we say we were going on a picnic? I want to bring a talisman for safety. As she spoke, Chu nestled her head affectionately against Chu Yueling's shoulder. Could you draw one for me? Certainly, Chu Yueling replied with a smile. I'll do it right after dinner. Yay! Sis is so nice to me. Chu clapped her hands. After dinner, Chu took charge of the dishes and cleaning up, while Chu Yueling returned to her room. Soon she came back with the talisman, personally placing it around Chu Yi's neck and giving her instructions. Remember, don't let it get wet. Seeing Chu return to her room happily, Chu Yueling stretched and admired the clean kitchen. She then took out ingredients for a sweet soup and opened the pressure cooker. Prepare the syrup. The next day, as the sky began to brighten, Chu Yueling set up her stall on the street. A new vendor at the neighboring tart stall greeted her with a smile. She had just parked her cart and displayed the syrup when the vendor handed her 2 pomelos. Blinking, she accepted them and glanced at the man's stall. He sold small accessories. Thank you. The new vendor was an elderly uncle who touched his snowy white hair and asked with a grin, Master Chu, right? I've heard so much about you. Uncle knows me? Chu Yueling was surprised and tried hard to recall but couldn't place him. I do, the uncle chuckled. Do you remember Zheng Yichuan? The one with the duck farm who sells roast goose. After you helped resolve the issue with his ancestral grave, your name has been well known in our area. Oh, Chu Yueling recalled. Zheng Yichuan had also given her a large sack of sweet potatoes. How is he doing? He's doing great. Absolutely fantastic, the uncle said. It's all thanks to you. After the issue with the ancestral grave was resolved, not only did he restart his breeding farm, but his children are also in good health. I bet Zheng Yichuan must be envious when I tell him that I'm working alongside you now after renting the stall. The uncle chatted for a while longer. Noticing the sun high up in the sky, he said, All right, I'll head back to my stall first. The number of customers gradually increased. Deng Liqia arrived with a group of friends, asking with a smile, Boss, do you still have the refreshing syrup from last time? Chu Yueling remembered that she was the female driver from last time. Looking at her friends, she was surprised. You all want some? Yes, we do. Your syrup really does work wonders in keeping us alert, Deng Liqiao said, remembering how the syrup had helped her stay awake during the delivery. Grateful for its effects, she had recommended it to her friends since then. The sisters were also curious, so they suggested giving it a try together. Well, it's just a bit pricey. Chu Yueling presented both cups. I only have 2 cups a day, no more than that. 2 cups? Deng Liqiao found herself in a dilemma. Can I share them? It's better not to, otherwise the invigorating effect will certainly be diminished, Chu Yueling explained meticulously. If you want the best invigorating result, don't consume them separately. Of course, if you just want to casually sample its effects, there's no issue. After discussing with one of her sisters, Deng Liqiao purchased 2 cups. Before they left, Deng Liqiao offered a warm smile and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Boss, I truly appreciate your creation of this refreshing dessert. Please do continue making it, its effects are genuinely remarkable. Chu Yueling was taken aback. She hadn't expected the soothing dessert to be so popular in the market. Originally, she planned to discontinue the series once business became hectic. It seemed that she would need to persevere after all. She smiled. Yes, I will. As Deng Liqiao left, another car arrived at Temple Street. A cane emerged from the vehicle, followed by Gu Stanchang, wearing a felt hat and a dark brown overcoat. He was supported by his bodyguards as he walked slowly towards the dessert stall. Arriving in front of it, he revealed an authentic smile. Master Chu, I finally found the time to visit you again. This time around, he had concealed his arrogance and lowered his demeanor significantly. Recognizing Gu Xianchang, Chu Yueling playfully commented, Are you still willing to pay 10,000 for a fortune-telling session this time? Gu Xianchang replied, I would willingly pay 100,000 for a session with Master Chu if need be. No one knew how accurate Chu Yueling's fortune-telling was. And no one knew just how thrilled he had been to find his older brother after searching for half his life. In that instant, he would have given not just tens of thousands but even his entire fortune, as long as it meant finding his elder brother. Thanks to you, my brother and I were reunited before he passed. When Gu Stanchang found his elder brother, he was already lying in bed. The ruthless factory had no concern for a disabled laborer with mental challenges. His elder brother's hair was entirely white, and his body was emaciated as he struggled to breathe. After a lifetime of cold detachment, Gu Stanchang finally knelt by the bedside, shedding tears of regret. He had often despised himself for the selfishness bred during the famine years. If only he had shown kindness back then when they parted ways, his elder brother wouldn't have suffered so much over the years. Life doesn't offer do-overs. After locating his brother, Gu Stanchang used his connections to dismantle the black-hearted factory, sending its unscrupulous owners to prison and rescuing hundreds of trapped workers. Among them were those with intellectual and physical disabilities, as well as many who had been abducted. After bringing my brother home, I summoned Hong Kong's best doctors, but they couldn't save him. At most, he enjoyed a month of relative comfort, Gu Xianchang said, heartbroken. Before he passed, it was as if he experienced a fleeting moment of lucidity. He remembered me. He remembered me. Gu Xianchang repeated through his tears, his voice filled with emotion. All siblings were gathered by the bedside. The intellectually challenged eldest brother suddenly opened his eyes, recognizing his siblings once again after a life of wandering. He held Gu Xianchang's hand tightly until he passed away with a smile on his face. Chu Yueling asked for the eldest brother's birth date and time, then said, After enduring hardships, he will have a life of bliss in his next reincarnation. That's good, that's good. Gu Xianchang's face finally lit up with a smile. The bodyguard glanced at his wristwatch, then covered his mouth and whispered, There's still something to attend to at TV. We should head over. Gu Xianchang nodded, then looked at Chu Yueling. Slowly taking out a thick stack of red envelopes from the inner pocket of his coat, he handed them over. I sincerely hope Master Chu will accept this lucky money as a gesture of good fortune, and also as an apology for my previous ignorance and disrespect towards you. Recalling his stubbornness in buying the spot and doubting Master Chu's abilities in divination, Gu Stanchang couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. It was sheer ignorance and audacity on his part. Chu Yueling initially didn't intend to accept it, but seeing Gu Stanchang's genuine remorse, she decided to take it after some thought. As she watched him struggle with his cane towards the car, she said, You've done a good deed after all. Hundreds of trapped people were rescued because of you. Your accumulated virtue has already paved a good path for Big Brother. Let go of what needs to be let go. Gu Stanchang's figure froze in place. The guilt he'd carried for not having shown kindness and thus missing the chance to save Big Brother years ago was finally set free. With tears streaming down his face, he leaned on his cane without turning back. In a low, hoarse voice, he said, Many thanks for Master Chu's guidance. The old man's stubborn spine still showed its resilience, yet it seemed to have learned to soften and bend a little. Chu Yueling watched the car leave Temple Street. She wiped the sign on her stall that read, 3 divinations a day, with a cloth, hung the peachwood sword beside it, and patted it gently. She turned to gaze at the queue of customers waiting for their fortune-telling session. Her eyes crinkled into a gentle smile. 3 fortunes a day, who shall be the first? I am. A man raised his hand, his fingers adorned with not 1 but 5 gold rings. He sported a sleek, shiny pompadour, a Louis Vuitton leather jacket, and a Patek Philippe wristwatch, all exuding an aura of nouveau riche extravagance. The onlookers were intrigued. What could such a wealthy person want to have predicted? Logically, wouldn't they lack nothing in material possessions? Curiosity piqued, Chu Yueling prepared 2 cups of tea and invited him to sit. Tell me a bit about yourself first, and also what aspect of your life you'd like to have insight on. The man sat down and said with a wry smile, my name is Di Zhenghao. I'm 40 years old this year. I. The man found it difficult to continue, but after much mental preparation, he reluctantly admitted the truth. I want to inquire if there's any way to avoid harming my wife. Chapter 72. It was noon and there were quite a number of people around, including tourists who had stopped to watch the commotion. Upon hearing the man admit to being a wife killer, whispers started to fill the air. Throughout history, stories of women bringing misfortune to their husbands were abundant. Yet it was rare to hear of a man willingly acknowledging that he was the one causing harm. Chu Yueling, like the other onlookers, was surprised. Though there is talk of harmful influences in astrological birth charts, truly incompatible charts are few and far between. How can you be certain that you are the one causing harm to your wife? She had read countless horoscopes in her career. So far, she had yet to come across a truly incompatible pair. Di Zhenghao seemed to be recalling a sorrowful past, his hand supporting his forehead as tears of grief rolled down. Master, please believe me, I really am a wife killer. How else can you explain that every wife I marry ends up dying? A collective gasp echoed. The neighbors were astonished. Chu Yueling calmed the crowd and turned to inquire, how many times have you been married? Di Zhenghao raised his hand. The neighbors helped count. 1, 2, 3. Upon completion of the counting, the neighbors were startled. 3 wives all dead? It seems we have a serious matter on our hands. Folks, jot down his appearance if you're close by. 3 wives, 3 deaths, either he's a wife killer or a reincarnation of the king of hell. He's quite the collector. Single ladies, take note. Keep your distance from this gentleman. Don't rush into ruin blindly. Chu Yueling also sensed that things were more complicated than they seemed. Give me your birth date and the birth dates of your 3 late wives. Di Zhenghao promptly provided the information, unlike others who might not remember their wives' birthdays. He knew each of his wives' birth dates with remarkable clarity. Are you sure there's no mistake? Chu Yueling double-checked. Absolutely not, Di Zhenghao vowed. Before coming here, I cross-checked my wife's birth dates with my father-in-law multiple times. Chu Yueling took the paper with the 4 sets of birth dates and began to calculate and analyze them one by one. In the process, she looked at the distressed Di Zhenghao and asked, if it really is due to an astrological incompatibility, what do you plan to do? What else can I do? Di Zhenghao gave a bitter smile. When my wife passed away, I compensated her family. If her death was truly caused by our inauspicious match, I have plenty of money to offer them more. Implicitly, he meant that if it was confirmed that he was the cause of his wife's deaths, he would provide additional compensation to his late wife's family. It wasn't easy for your father-in-law to raise his daughter. Di Zhenghao's words won some appreciation from the neighbors. At least he wasn't shirking responsibility. If it turns out that you really have a detrimental effect on your partners, do you still plan on getting married? Di Zhenghao waved his hand with a wry smile. How could I get married? Wouldn't that just be harming someone else? I married all 3 of my wives out of love. They were like the most vibrant and beautiful flowers, but they withered and faded because they were with me. Witnessing my beloved die in my arms, I've walked that path 3 times over. No one could fathom the depths of Di Zhenghao's agony. He was wealthy indeed, but no amount of wealth could reclaim the life of a single wife. If he truly brought misfortune to his partners, he swore he would never let such a tragedy repeat itself. At first, I was reluctant to entertain the thought that I was jinxed, Di Zhenghao shared with the neighborhood folk. It seemed as though he had found an outlet for his pent-up emotions, recounting his past experiences. My first wife was a nurse at the hospital. She was beautiful and innocent, always dedicated and caring towards her patients. I met her when I visited the hospital due to a cold. The moment she smiled at me, I felt no pain even as the needle pierced my vein. A gentle smile graced Di Zhenghao's face as he reminisced. We fell in love and got married half a year later. She was filial to her parents, and even after work, she would return home to tend to the house chores. She was the most gentle woman in the world. Our plans for the future included trying for a child after a year of marriage, first a boy, then a girl. But before that year was up, she His face was filled with sorrow and reluctance. She was diagnosed with cancer. He could never forget how his wife, weakened by relentless radiation therapy, lost all her hair and eventually passed away in his arms, emaciated. In just half a year I lost her forever. The neighbors couldn't help but sigh at the sight of this strong man shedding tears. It took me 5 years to start my life anew, and during that time, I met my second wife by coincidence. She was a bank employee, and due to business dealings, we often interacted. She was incredibly understanding. Upon learning about my previous wife, she comforted me and encouraged me to look forward. As our time spent together increased, we grew closer and eventually came together. After a year of marriage, she was involved in a car accident and left me forever. Having experienced the loss of a spouse twice, Di Zhenghao approached relationships with greater caution. The fear of parting with love again made him close his heart, preventing himself from easily falling for someone anew. As time passed, he wasn't sure if it was due to loneliness or the infectious vitality of his third wife. My third wife was very young. Her vibrant life force reached out to me, a withered soul stuck deep in the mud, offering a lifeline. I knew that perhaps she didn't love me as deeply. At this, Di Zhenghao smiled bitterly. I was 10 years older than her. I was no longer young, nor did I possess the charm of youth. However, I'm grateful that she chose to stay. I'd have given her anything and everything she desired. Yet she still couldn't escape the curse of the first year of our marriage. She fell from the balcony and died right before my eyes. When Di Zhenghao returned from his business trip, he hadn't even had time to call his wife before witnessing her tragic demise. The crimson scene still haunts him like a nightmare. Upon hearing Di Zhenghao's tale, the neighbors couldn't help but express their sympathy. All women who are with you seem to meet unfortunate ends. You're undoubtedly a jinx to your wives. Sigh, it's not like you wished for this. Life is about looking forward, isn't it? Exactly. Listen to Auntie, don't dwell on these things when you go back. If you can't marry, you can still find companionship without tying the knot, right? No, that won't do. Di Zhenghao smiled bitterly. He now suspected that his presence was highly detrimental to women. What if any woman who got too close to him suffered the same fate? He didn't dare to try again, fearing he might cause another girl's demise. Master, if I'm not a wife killer, then why did they die? It must be because my fate is too strong and it caused their untimely deaths, Chu Yueling said after finishing the astrological matching of Di Zhenghao's birth dates with those of his 3 late wives. She already knew the outcome, so she shook her head. You don't kill your wives. Not a wife killer? Di Zhenghao was taken aback. But they're all dead. It can only be attributed to coincidence, Chu Yueling said as she calculated the first wife's birth date. She passed away just after turning 22, right? According to her birth date, she should have had a black mole in the center of her forehead. Di Zhenghao was stunned once more. That's correct, she did just turn 22. And there was indeed a black mole on her forehead, between her brows. If not for his certainty that Chu Yueling was still young over 2 decades ago, he would have suspected that she knew his first wife personally. Then that confirms it, Chu Yueling said. Your wife's destiny foretold that she wouldn't live past 22. Did she ever study tumor patients with doctors? Hong Kong's medical industry was advanced, and long before the mainland published textbooks on oncology, Hong Kong had already begun researching tumors. Hospitals imported high radiation equipment from the UK, intending to aid patients. Recalling memories from over 2 decades ago, Di Zhenghao nodded. There was a period when she told me she would be studying tumors with doctors, even mentioning that the hospital was establishing a new oncology department. The more he thought about it, the more grim his expression became. Could it be that she was exposed to radiation equipment? Chu Yueling meticulously calculated her birth date again. Radiation exposure was indeed the true cause of death, but unfortunately, no one realized it at the time. It's likely not just her who was exposed at her hospital. Di Zhenghao nodded blankly. I'll try reaching out to my old colleagues from the hospital, see if anyone is still alive. Chu Yueling continued calculating the second set of birth dates. As for the second one, it was indeed due to an accident. She wouldn't have passed away if not for the car accident. What about the third? There's a discrepancy between her birth date and what you've mentioned. Master, what's the discrepancy? Di Zhenghao asked anxiously. According to your words, she might not have loved you. But my calculations reveal that her feelings for you were genuine, Chu Yueling said. She was much younger than you, but admired your life experiences. Her destiny also dictated that she would only live up to that age. The incident on the balcony happened because she wanted to dry her clothes. The clothesline broke and she climbed onto a chair, leading to the accident. Di Zhenghao's mind was in chaos. He had been tormented by the curse of his wives' deaths for years, repeatedly waking up in guilt-ridden nights. In the end, the master told him it was all just accidents. He did not bring misfortune to his wives. Yet he did not want this conclusion either. Di Jinghao was unable to shed tears, he could only force a stiff smile. It was all due to accidents? One accident after another took them away from me. He had already bid farewell to 3 beloved partners, each of whom had left a profound mark on his life. How unfair fate can be. If possible, I truly wish it was me who met with the accident. Chu Yueling remained silent. According to Di Jinghao's birth chart, he was indeed a man of deep feelings and loyalty. Life was full of crossroads like a web of threads, each carrying different destinies. If Di Jinghao had encountered a skilled master from the start who could have averted the accident for his wife, he would have been able to live happily with her for a lifetime. Fate has a wicked sense of humor. Thank you, master. Knowing that I don't bring misfortune to my wife does alleviate some of my guilt, Di Jinghao said with a bitter smile as he paid and prepared to leave. Hold on a moment. Chu Yueling shook her head. Though you're not a wife killer, you are, however, fated to suffer financial loss. Suffer financial loss? Di Jinghao sat back down. What does that mean? Chu Yueling didn't rush to respond but instead asked, your parents aren't in good health, are they? Upon hearing that it involved his parents, Di Jinghao grew increasingly anxious. Yes, they're not well. They've been bedridden for years, so I hired dedicated caregivers to look after them. The more wealth your birth chart indicates, the worse the health of those connected to you by blood. Although you don't harm your wife, your birth chart is detrimental to those with whom you share a bloodline. In other words, the richer you become, the sicker your parents will be. And if you have a son, he might even die. To put it bluntly, you don't harm your wife, but if your birth chart indicates excessive wealth, it can harm both your parents and your children. Di Jinghao was dumbfounded. His first instinct was to remove his gold ring and wristwatch. He never imagined that the hard-earned money would turn out to be a harbinger of death for his parents. Taking off your gold watch won't help. Chu Yueling shook her head. Then what should I do? Di Jinghao was on the verge of tears. Chu Yueling spoke. Your destiny can't bear the weight of excessive wealth. Judging from your current accumulation of riches, your parents' time seems to be near. You have no children, so your concern lies solely with them. You can only choose between wealth and your family's health. The neighbors present were hearing this kind of fate for the first time. Does having more money not bring happiness to one's family but instead bring calamity? How tragic. Does this mean one must choose between family and wealth, for they cannot have both? I wonder what Mr. D will decide. His parents must be quite old. In truth, whether he chooses or not, they will eventually pass away due to old age. It might be more practical to choose wealth. Di Jinghao didn't ponder much and simply asked, if I renounce my wealth, will my parents be able to recover from their illnesses? They could. But life has its limits. Even if they regain their health when their time comes, they will still depart. Chu Yueling tried to explain as clearly as possible. I've made my choice then, Di Jinghao smiled. I'll forsake the wealth for my parents. Very well. Chu Yueling instructed him, starting from today you can donate to charitable organizations. With each donation, your parents' condition will improve. Di Jinghao stood up and bowed deeply. Many thanks, master. You're welcome. Chu Yueling smiled gently, watching Di Jinghao depart before turning her attention to the crowd. Next in line. The next to arrive was a middle-aged woman who marched over aggressively while pulling on her daughter's shoulder. The daughter was weeping with reddened eyes. Chu Yueling asked her to let go of the girl first. How can I? She's a thief. If I let her go, she might just run away. As the middle-aged woman finished her words, the neighbors watching the weeping girl grew indignant. Are you kidding me? How can a mother speak to her daughter like that? Hey lady, let go, you're hurting the child. Seeing everyone blame her, the middle-aged woman tightened her grip in defiance, angrily poking the girl's head with her finger. You all pity this unlucky girl, huh? I won't let go. The daughter didn't plead for mercy, merely crying and covering her head without a word. Observing the scene, Chu Yueling glanced at the girl, got up and approached the pair, taking hold of the middle-aged woman's hand. Mistress, mind your own business. I really can't let go. The woman, accustomed to hard farm work, was strong and felt disdain when Chu Yueling offered help. A girl as delicate as this trying to assist? But in the next instant, she felt a powerful empathy in the grip on her wrist. The middle-aged woman cried out in pain and quickly withdrew her hand, rubbing her wrist persistently. Chu Yueling brought the girl closer and sat down, asking, What do you want to have read? The middle-aged woman sat down with resentment, glaring at the girl across from her. Come over here. Silently, the girl walked over. The middle-aged woman raised her hand as if to strike, but Chu Yueling warned coldly, if you lay a finger on her, don't even think about me giving you a reading. The middle-aged woman lowered her hand and smiled apologetically. Okay, I won't hit her. If I were to, it would be at home. Master, I've heard that your readings are very accurate. Chu Yueling didn't respond. The middle-aged woman continued, I want to have my lost item read. Look, this unlucky girl, she stole something from home and hid it. 10,000 yuan. That's 10,000 yuan which I was supposed to use to buy a house. Frustrated by the girl's actions, the middle-aged woman raised her hand to hit her but eventually had to put it back down. Initially, the neighbors who had supported the girl fell silent in astonishment. They looked at the delicate-looking girl, unable to believe their eyes. Miss Liang, have you made a mistake? How could your own daughter steal from her own home? Indeed, nowadays children are emotionally fragile. Miss Liang, don't wrongly accuse someone. In my opinion, this young lady doesn't seem like someone with dishonest hands. The middle-aged woman slammed her hand on the table and pointed at the neighbors, scolding them. I'm the one who lost money. Not you. You all are just making empty comments. You know nothing about what's happening in my family. My daughter's bag is already ruined. She has stolen money more than once. At such a young age, she uses the stolen money to buy cigarettes, alcohol, and even intimate items. Sensitive words were mentioned. The neighbors exchanged uneasy glances. How could a girl of such a young age be purchasing intimate items? The child hasn't even grown up yet. I have evidence for all these claims. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her here for a fortune-telling session. Is $200 for the fortune-teller nothing? She wouldn't have been so desperate to seek out a fortune-teller if she hadn't been unable to find the missing 100,000 yuan. Some neighbors came to the girl's defense. If you're sure your sister stole the money, did you report it to the police? Indeed, 100,000 yuan isn't a small amount. Or could it be that as a mother, you're too strict? Your words scare me. Perhaps you should try comforting your daughter. The middle-aged woman responded coldly. Report it to the police? I already did. This damn girl refuses to say where the money is, and even the police can't do anything about her. Otherwise, why would I have come here early in the morning to queue for a fortune teller? She waved them off. Go, go, go. It's useless talking to you lot. The master's words are the ones we should trust. She had long heard of Master Chu's reputation. He was incredibly gifted. He would surely be able to help her locate the money. Chu Yueling called the timid young girl to sit down, ignoring the middle-aged woman. She asked gently, "Can you tell me if you took the money?" "No," the girl sobbed, shaking her head desperately. "But no matter what I say, Mama won't believe me." Upon hearing her denial, the middle-aged woman flew into a rage and stood up again. "Use your words properly, you ungrateful girl." Chu Yueling frowned and gave her a glance. "Please be quiet." The middle-aged woman had no choice but to sit down again and awkwardly said, "Master, don't listen to her nonsense. She's the only one in the family who would steal money. Please help me calculate my missing funds quickly." Neighbors nearby tried to mediate. "Don't panic, Master will help you figure it out. Let the Master ask his questions first." "Yes, there's no need to rush." Chu Yueling turned to the girl, noticing the fear in her watery eyes. Gently stroking the girl's head, she said, "Don't be afraid. What about before? What happened?" The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I took it." "Why did you take it?" "You could have talked to your parents," Chu Yueling asked, puzzled. "They wouldn't give it to me," the girl replied, feeling aggrieved again as she sniffled. "Since I was young, they only gave pocket money to my brother. I took the money just to have a better breakfast. My classmates can afford to have dim sum for breakfast and I'd like to try it too." The girl then anxiously waved her hands. "Each time I take money, I only dare to take 100 yuan. 100,000 yuan really wasn't taken by me." It was another case of gender bias. Chu Yueling's expression turned grim as she comforted the girl. "I believe you." This time she lowered her voice. "So can you tell me if the cigarettes, alcohol, and intimate items are true?" Her voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear. The girl blushed, unsure how to respond. Under Chu Yueling's encouraging gaze, she finally whispered in a barely audible voice. "The cigarettes and alcohol were out of curiosity about their taste. After trying and finding the taste unappealing, I didn't continue. As for that item, it was because I was curious." At 16 years old, the girl's curiosity was entirely normal. Chu Yueling didn't sense anything amiss. Instead, she felt that the middle-aged woman was too careless and negligent when it came to educating the young girl about sexuality. "Sister," the girl choked out, "am I really that strange?" Both parents accused her of being promiscuous. She even went as far as to say that she was beyond redemption, that she should learn to be wicked and not return home to tarnish her younger brother's reputation. She was truly enduring immense suffering. "Certainly not unusual," Chu Yueling replied. "It's perfectly normal for someone your age to be curious. The fault lies with your mother." The girl was shocked with a hint of disbelief. At last, there was someone who wouldn't call her promiscuous, someone who was willing to understand her. "Truly." "Indeed," Chu Yueling assured. "Just give me a moment, little one. I'll clear your name and help locate that missing 100,000 yuan." The middle-aged woman, upon seeing the two whispering, urged impatiently, Master, don't waste time. Quickly tell me where my money is. My son will be finishing school soon and I need to rush home to cook. Chu Yueling smiled. Sure, first think about the money, then write a character for me to see. There were various methods of fortune-telling. Facial readings, birth dates, bone divination, and another called character divination, which involved locating people or objects based on a character written by the seeker. The middle-aged woman wrote a character. After glancing at it, Chu Yueling said, Your $10,000 is right in your house. The woman instinctively denied it. Impossible. The police searched the whole house that day and didn't find the money. Completely searched? Chu Yueling scoffed. Did they check your son's room? The middle-aged woman was taken aback. Yes, my son's room wasn't searched. Originally, the police intended to, but they were worried about affecting his psyche, so they didn't let them look, she explained. Chu Yueling scoffed coldly. You didn't look for him because you were worried about affecting your son's psyche? You didn't believe your daughter when she said she didn't take the 100,000, and you even called the police? Is your daughter's mental well-being not important to you? Feeling the scorching gazes of the onlookers, the middle-aged woman fidgeted uneasily, shifting her weight from side to side before glancing quickly at the girl. Guilt began to creep up on her. In truth, she had no concrete evidence that her daughter had taken the money. However, with so many people watching, the middle-aged woman stubbornly stated her suspicions. That wayward daughter has a history, so she's untrustworthy. My son attends a prestigious school, he has high morals and wouldn't touch my money. You're mistaken, Chu Yueling countered, revealing her calculations. The money was indeed taken by your son. To keep up with his classmates' designer brands, he hid 30,000 under the mattress in his room. As for the 100,000, don't expect to recover it all. He's already spent 50,000. If you don't act quickly, the remaining 20,000 he's holding will be gone soon too. No, that can't be true. The middle-aged woman utterly refused to accept this outcome. Chu Yueling smiled faintly and pulled out her mobile phone, dealing a royal flush. No need for you to believe it. By the way, you called the police, right? Conveniently, I know who the thief is. It's just in time to clear your daughter's name. As she spoke, Chu Yueling dialed the emergency number. The middle-aged woman was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop her. No, you can't call the police. Avoiding her, Chu Yueling answered the call. With a slight smile, she said, Officer, I'm calling to report a theft. The amount involved is 100,000 yuan and the stolen goods are at. When the middle-aged woman heard her own address being revealed, she turned icy cold. This can't be. How could you possibly know where my house is? After hanging up, Chu Yueling kindly reminded the stunned woman, now isn't the time to dwell on this. Are you giving up on that 20,000 yuan? I'll tell you the location. The location Chu Yueling provided was at an upscale boutique within a commercial complex. During school hours, the daughter was left at home by her mother, forbidden from attending classes unless she had the money to spend. The son, who had the privilege of education, instead used stolen money to skip school and indulge in luxury goods with his classmates. This was intriguing. The middle-aged woman finally came to her senses, hastily wiping away the disarray from her hair, ignoring her daughter still at the scene as she rushed away. She located the luxury store on a particular floor of the mall based on the address, and there she saw her pride and joy sitting, trying on shoes, proudly displaying the 20,000 yuan. Unable to contain herself, she stormed over and slapped her son fiercely, regardless of the crowd or the presence of his classmates. Why? Do you have any idea how hard your father and I worked to save that 100,000 yuan? We were planning to use it to buy a house. Didn't we tell you the house would be under your name? Why did you steal it? Her son, stinging from the slap, noticed the odd looks from his friends. He clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening as he glared at his mother. Why? Don't you know the reason? The middle-aged woman, heartbroken by her son's fierce glare, disregarded the attempts of the luxury store staff to intervene. She wailed, collapsing to the ground, pounding her chest and tearing at her hair. How could I possibly know the reason? It's unfair, your father and I dedicated ourselves to you. Your sister attends the least prestigious school. We saved every penny to enroll you in the best one, to provide you with the finest education. My husband and I have always been frugal, hoping that you make something of yourself. Why can't you understand that? The son replied with a cold expression, yes, you worked hard to send me to a prestigious school. But do you know the background of my classmates? They spend on one meal what our family uses for half a month's living expenses. The shoes they wear cost tens of thousands, and that's just for a few pairs. Sigh, child, the middle-aged woman wept. Who cares about other people's opinions? As long as we're successful and you do well in your studies, that's enough. The son was impervious to her words, instructing the staff to pack the shoes he had chosen. What good is doing well in academics? They still look down on me like trash. They even say that when I graduate, I'll only be able to work for them. serving their every need like a slave. He had had enough of such mockery. It was just branded items. He had those too. So he took the money from home. Without any hesitation, he brushed off his mother's hand. Anyway, the money you saved is meant for me. I don't need a house right now. When I start earning my own income in the future, I could buy one then. He's currently striving to integrate into the circle of wealthy second-generation heirs. Once he's in, what can't he obtain? The police had traced the remaining 30,000 and arrived at Temple Street to verify Chu Yueling's statement. The lead officer slipped his pen back into his pocket. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Chu. The incident has been verified. We'll issue a written report to clear the girl's name. You're welcome. Chu Yueling nodded and beckoned the girl over. The girl's father was still present, his face dark throughout as he realized his son was indeed the thief. The girl seemed frightened of her father, refusing to meet his gaze. Only when she reached Chu Yueling's side did she feel a sense of relief. Her father spared her no glance, scoffing coldly, such a busybody, poking her nose into other people's affairs. It was clear he was referring to Chu Yueling. Unfazed, Chu Yueling observed as the father prepared to leave with the police without concern for the girl. She stepped forward and spoke calmly, intercepting them. Should such an incident, one that casts a psychological shadow on young girls, happen again in the future, I believe the Hong Kong Women's Federation will surely reach out to you. With a cold smile, her father left. Seeing his demeanor, the police understood that this issue might have been ongoing for quite some time. They took the initiative to reassure Chu Yueling, Miss Chu, rest assured, we will collaborate with the Women's Federation to keep a close eye on the situation. Your oversight is always welcome. Only then did Chu Yueling feel at ease. Gazing at the timid girl, she gently stroked her head and said, From now on, if your parents mistreat you, falsely accuse you, or make you bear the consequences for your brother's actions, run to the Women's Federation, or come find me. Do you understand? The girl nodded, her understanding not quite there yet, sis, I got it. The girl originally had a plain and austere countenance molded by her parents to know only selflessness and devotion to her younger brother. Even after marriage, she remained shackled, a victim to his parasitic demands. But after this incident, the girl's countenance shifted. She understood now it wasn't that her parents' word was law. Even as their child, she had the right to resist, to fight for her own destiny. Chu Yueling waved goodbye to the girl and returned to her seat, pouring herself a cup of tea before massaging the back of her neck. Next, please. The wheel spun slowly, producing a soft hum. Lifting her gaze, Chu Yueling saw Yin seated in her wheelchair, her hands delicately resting on a blanket with a gentle smile. Master Chu, I'm here to buy a charm from you. Didn't the police question you? Chu Yueling was surprised to see Yin so soon. Yin chuckled. They did, and then they let me go. All right then. Chu Yueling couldn't help but glance at Yin legs a few extra times. She got up, dug out her bag of charms from under the stall, drew one, folded it neatly, and handed it to Yin. Remember not to get it wet. Yin tucked the charm under her blanket without asking why she needed it. Recalling Mu Xingwang's terrifyingly accurate fortune-telling, she figured that masters had their reasons. Observing Chu Yueling curiously pat her lifeless leg, Yin did not take offense. Instead, she was touched and smiled warmly. Many people believe that coming into contact with someone disabled brings bad luck. After being confined to a wheelchair, even the servants approached her with cautious gentleness. Chu Yueling spoke earnestly, I'm testing its muscle tone to see if its elasticity affects running. Running? Yin shook her head. Probably it won't be of much use. The doctors in the United States had said that the chances of standing up were so slim that it was unlikely to happen in this lifetime. Chu Yueling squatted down to meet Yin's gaze at eye level. She blinked. Then do you still want to dance? Yin was taken aback. Dance? That word hadn't graced her life in a long time. Once she had been the brightest star on stage. Now it seemed impossible, didn't it? Seeing the longing in Chu Yueling's eyes, Yin didn't have the heart to shatter her dreams. Everyone wished for her to stand up, and the master must have felt the same, right? After a moment of thought, she replied, in my dreams, I do want to dance. Countless rotations in her dreams left her staring at the pitch-black bedroom upon waking up. An overwhelming sense of loss and helplessness made her weep into the night, staring at her lifeless legs. She yearned to stand up in her dreams. All right then. Yin was surprised, noticing the girl's clear smile sparkling in her eyes. I'd appreciate it if you could give me a ticket next time. I love watching live performances. When Yin returned home, she was still somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the young miss return, Auntie He wheeled her to the bathroom. When they came out, Auntie He noticed that the young miss seemed lost in thought and grew worried. Young miss, what are you thinking about? Yin regained her composure, not wanting to worry Aunt He, who had been by her side for years. She shook her head. It's nothing. However, Master Chu's words left her puzzled. Could the dance from her dream be watched live? Auntie, I'm glad you're all right, Auntie said, her smile returning. She wiped her hands on her apron before heading to the kitchen to adjust the gas stove. Miss, I'm simmering a soup in the kitchen. We've run out of salt, so I'll go downstairs to buy some. By the way, Mr. and Mrs. will be back tomorrow. What do they like to eat? I can get it in advance and store it in the fridge. Yinyao pondered for a moment. Buy a roasted chicken, Mom likes chicken soup. All right. Auntie removed her apron, gathered the trash from the living room, and left the house. After a while, Yinyao caught a faint scent of burning. She heard the sound of the gas stove still lit in the kitchen. Pushing her wheelchair, she headed in that direction. As soon as the wheelchair entered the kitchen, Yinyao spotted a rag ablaze next to the gas stove. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the paper towels and various fabrics on the counter, creeping further through the blinds. Catastrophe! Yinyao instinctively headed for the sink to fetch water. Struggling to reach, she held a bowl in one hand and stretched to turn on the tap, but it was too high for her. She couldn't manage the faucet. She swiftly wheeled herself to the bathroom instead. With intermittent puddles of water on the floor, Yinyao, holding a bowl of water in one hand, maneuvered her wheelchair back into the kitchen to douse the flames. However, the fire had spread too quickly, and a single bowl of water proved insufficient. She turned to leave. Just then, a burning piece of fabric fell onto the rug. With a loud boom, the dry rug caught fire. In a strange twist, just as the flames threatened to consume everything, they mysteriously subsided. Yinyao watched, wide-eyed, as the flames on the blanket vanished, leaving only the ashes of the talisman she had clenched in her hand. When she turned back, the scorching tongues of fire from the kitchen were already lashing out at her. She didn't have time to roll away. She jumped up and ran out of the house. By the time she realized what was happening, her legs, numb with a bitter helplessness, had carried her down the corridor. I can walk. A jumble of surprise, panic, and other emotions swirled in her mind. Amidst the chaos, Yinyao saw the girl's clear smile again. Next time, give me a ticket. I love watching live performances. Yinyao covered her mouth, her legs collapsing weakly onto the corridor. Through the wide-open door, she could vaguely see the raging fire in the kitchen. Tears trickled down her cheeks one by one. If not for that talisman, she would have perished just now, wouldn't she? When Auntie returned and saw the raging flames, she rushed over, scooping up Yinyao in her arms. Miss, is Miss unharmed? Let me check if you've been injured. Yinyao buried her face into Auntie's shoulder, crying and laughing. Thank you. There had been a moment. Her life had been utterly ruined. Then in another moment, someone reached out and pulled her out of the abyss. Thank you so much. Chapter 73. The crimson hues of the sunset painted the entire sea, shimmering waves occasionally disrupted by a leaping fish belly-up. The golden sand, soft and fine, contrasted beautifully against the setting sun. What should have been a tranquil beach was bustling with a throng of students on an outing. Amidst laughter and chatter, golden sands were imprinted with footprints. Some laid out picnic mats, while others took out fishing rods to cast from rocky ledges. A group had even started a game of beach volleyball. In a quiet corner, a delicate girl was setting up a tent. She wore a sunblocking beach hat with twin braids, a blue-checked sundress, and a milky white shirt layered over it. This attire was a stark contrast to her usual school uniform. Chi's outfit caught the attention of many male classmates who couldn't help but steal glances. Hey, AE, are we done yet? Came a cheerful voice. Shui didn't look up, instead focusing on securing the stakes into the fine sand and compacting it around them. Almost there. Chun Mixin offered a bottle of mineral water. Do you want to drink first? Wait a moment. Shui made sure all the stakes were securely in place, then walked around the tent's 4 support points, giving it a gentle push to confirm its stability. It's very steady. Shui beamed with delight, clapping her hands. She put her hands on her hips proudly. Everything is taken care of. It was her first day away from her older sister. Without her sister's assistance, she had managed to set up the tent all by herself. Absolutely fantastic. Look over there, Chin Mixin nudged Chu Yi, who was sipping water, gesturing towards the shore. Isn't Senior Qiao in grade 7? How come he has time for an outing like this when he's about to enter university next year? Chu Yi closed the cap of her mineral water bottle. A line had been drawn on the beach where senior students from grade 7 were playing beach volleyball. Among the boys, Xiaoxing was noticeable. Even while engaged in sports, his innate aura as a privileged heir set him apart from the other male students. Xiaoxing scored another point. The crowd erupted into applause and cheers from countless smitten fans. Looking at the continuous applause, Chu Yi's large almond-shaped eyes filled with curiosity. She tugged at her braided hair, saying, who knows? Maybe the young master just felt like having some fun. But clapping for 2 whole minutes just for catching a ball, aren't they tired? You wouldn't understand, Chin Mixin said. watching Xiao Xing, surrounded by applause as she sat down by the tent, resting her chin in her hands in a daydream. Master Qiao is incredibly wealthy, even more so than your average affluent family. If you could become friends with Master Qiao and catch his attention, everything would be within reach. Qin Mixin counted on her fingers, from small things like dining and entertainment to big things like helping friends' families invest. An investment? He's really that wealthy? Shui picked up on a key point. Aren't people with money supposed to be flashy? Just look at Yi Chu Xue. Why is Xiao Xing more low-key then? Shui considered another possibility. Perhaps he's not as rich as Yi Chu Xue yet. You little piglet, Chen Mixin chuckled. Do you know how prominent the Qiao family is? They're one of the 3 major financial powerhouses in Hong Kong. Compared to them, Yi Chu Xue's family is just a small fry. You'll see if you don't believe me. Chu Yi followed Chen Mixin's gaze. To her surprise, Yi Chu Xue was standing beside the player, chatting and laughing with the group. When Xiao Xing scored, she couldn't help but cheer excitedly. During the break, Yi Chu Xue even offered a sweet smile as she handed water to Xiao Xing. Yi Chu Xue was known for her arrogance at school, a princess who never did any manual labor. Yet, she was giving water to Xiao Xing? Stunned, Chui rubbed her eyes vigorously. Did I see that wrong? Qin Mixin pulled her hand away from her eyes. You didn't. Which girl in the school wouldn't want to be young Master Qiao's girlfriend? Xiao Star didn't take Yi Chu Xue's water. Drawn by Chu Yi's constant wiping of her eyes, he approached with a playful expression on his handsome face. Chu Yi, sister? Cough. Chu Yi patted her chest frantically and shot him a withering glance. Don't call me that. When did I become your sister? I can't handle it. What can't you handle? We have the same older sister, Xiao Star said, propping himself up on the sand and extending his hand toward Qin Mixin with a smile. Can you sell me a bottle of water? Chu Yi blinked. How did you know we have water? Xiao Star pointed at their classmates. I heard many people talking about it as soon as I arrived. I guessed it was you when they mentioned selling mineral water. Indeed. Chu Yi wouldn't miss such a great business opportunity. Cough. Chu Yi spoke matter-of-factly. I'm providing a service to my classmates. Otherwise, they'd have to walk a long way to buy water from a convenience store. Having it right here is much more convenient, don't you think? Qin Mixin never imagined that Chu Yi would be so familiar with Xiao Star. She was so astonished that she covered her heart with both hands. Seeing Xiao Star smile at her again, her delicate face flushed red as she scrambled to her feet. The water is still in the teacher's car. I'll go get it. With that said, Qin Mixin covers her face and runs away. Xiao Xing finds it odd and nudges Chu Yi. Is your friend not feeling well? Her face is as red as a steamed shrimp. Chu Yi sighs and looks up at the sky, shaking her head. Straight men are hopeless. Xiao Xing remains oblivious, giving her a glance. For the sake of Sister Goddess, remember to find me if you need anything at school. Thanks, but I don't have any issues. Chu Yi, noticing his constant use of sister, feels annoyed and reminds him again. Also, she's my sister, not yours. You're not allowed to call her that. Xiao Xing insists, sister, she won't mind if I call her that in front of Sister Goddess. You're driving me crazy. Chu Yi stands up and swings her fists at Xiao Xing. Hey, little devil, be gentle. Xiao Xing, hit by a few punches, quickly jumps up. The two engage in a playful chase, causing chaos on the beach. In the distance, Yi Chu Xue watches with a cold expression. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao Xing had just ignored her without even a glance. Not only that, he had gone to talk to the very village girl she looked down upon the most at school. Yi Chu Xue was fuming with anger. She glared at the two of them with resentment throughout their conversation. When Xiao Xing left, Yi Chu Xue approached with her entourage. She scanned Chu Yi from head to toe with disdain. You don't have a single branded item on you and your manners are far from ladylike. I wonder what could possibly attract young Master Qiao to you. Let me warn you, country bumpkin, stay away from young Master Qiao. Are you kidding me? Chu Yi was speechless. I'm the one annoyed by him. Why don't you ask him to stay away from me? She was truly at a loss for words. Xiao Xing had clearly come to vie for the position of her elder sister. Would she be delighted by this? Is there something wrong with Yi Chu Xue's way of thinking? If he truly stays away, I'll genuinely thank you. Provoked on purpose, Yi Chu Xue gritted her lower lip in anger, now hating Chu Yi thoroughly. However, Class 7 where Xiao Xing was located was not far away, so she couldn't afford to do anything that would damage her image. Just wait and see when we're back at school. She would definitely give Chu Yi a taste of her wrath. As night fell, the sky was adorned with a blanket of stars. The students from Class 3 gathered around a large bonfire for a barbecue. Away from the academic setting, they chased each other, filled with laughter and song. The English teacher was quite young, not yet 30, and sporting a charming Latin curl. Seated in the middle, he gazed at his adorable students with a smile, encouraging them to enjoy the meat. Since it's a rare barbecue, everyone relax and have fun to your heart's content. Shui sat beside the English teacher, nodding repeatedly as she watched the succulent chicken wings being grilled. The teacher patted her shoulder, assuring her, relax, don't be nervous. Learning should be enjoyable and stress-free. It's because you put too much pressure on yourself that memorizing words becomes a struggle. Occasionally try to let go. Shui was surprised that her teacher would think of her even during this moment of indulgence. She shifted her gaze away with effort and nodded seriously. Thank you. I'll make sure to unwind properly. If I could taste the first bite of that tender and juicy chicken wing, I would definitely be even more relaxed. Teacher Yang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He stood up, picked out a perfectly cooked wing from the skewers and offered it to her. Go ahead and enjoy. Shui chuckled, promptly taking the skewer and biting into it without hesitation. Teacher Yang shook his head, amused. Shui, being a student from the mainland, couldn't compare to Hong Kong students who had been learning English since childhood. Yang Hai had been paying close attention to Shui ever since he transferred schools. He noticed that Shui spent 3 times as much time on English after classes each day just to keep up with the rest of the class. Yang Hai had seen mainland textbooks before, and he knew that their curriculum was indeed slower paced than Hong Kong's. Despite the initial half-semester of adjustment struggles, Shui had caught up well, though the effort was evident in his struggles. Aside from Shui, the other students in the class had their own unique challenges. As the Form 3 homeroom teacher, Yang Hai wanted to help alleviate their stress. That was why he organized this field trip. Teacher Yang was aware that his special status might make the students feel uncomfortable, so after accompanying them for half an hour, he considerately excused himself. Sure enough, once the teacher left, the students relaxed and let loose. Under the cover of a dark, moonless night, the crackling flame spat sparks into the air. A male classmate held a flashlight under his chin, adopting a spooky tone. Have you all heard the story of Shallow Bay Beach? It's mysterious and astonishing, he added dramatically. Intrigued by his suspenseful build-up, the classmates eagerly admitted they hadn't heard it before. Reluctantly, under their persistent urging, the male classmate began to recount the tale of Shallow Bay Beach. Shallow Bay Beach is renowned for its breathtaking sunsets. Legend has it that throughout the ages, many lovers, driven by romance, have chosen this spot to drown themselves in a tragic pact. Mostly they were pairs unable to stay together in the mortal world due to the constraints of feudalism. As more people died, the resentment accumulated. And then, pausing intentionally, he gripped the flashlight and gazed meaningfully at his peers. This place began to be haunted. His words hung in the air. A collective gasp echoed, "Whoa!" A male classmate leaped out from behind another, pulling a silly face. It's a ghost. Many of the timid female classmates were startled, fleeing in fright. Ha ha. The 2 boys, seeing that they had genuinely scared someone, supported each other as they laughed uncontrollably. Boring, Shui rolled her eyes. Totally tasteless. Looking up at the full moon in the sky, she wondered how her elder sister, Chu Yueling, was doing back home. The night breeze began to pick up, bringing a chill with it. Shui gathered the barbecue skewers and placed them in a garbage bag. After tidying up, she made plans with Chun Mixin to take a walk by the beach. The tide was slowly rising, and it was her first time seeing the ocean since coming to Hong Kong for so long. Curiously, she dipped her hand into the seawater, feeling its temperature. Suddenly, a slimy sensation brushed against her arm, sending a chill through her. Curious, Shui turned around and grabbed hold of what felt like a cylindrical object, covered in a slippery membrane. Suddenly, the cylinder exerted a force, dragging itself towards the sea. Steadying herself, Shui lifted her hand. Could it be a fish? Marine fish were different from freshwater ones. The slippery touch might be normal. Or perhaps it was a jellyfish. Shin Mixin kicked the water excitedly. Seeing Shui in a daze, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Shui replied, only to feel a sudden warmth in her pocket. She hastily reached in and pulled out a pile of ashes, instantly deflated. The talisman my elder sister drew has somehow vanished. The talisman had inexplicably turned into dust. Both of them lost their enthusiasm for play and retreated to their respective tents to check on any messages. In the middle of the night, a shrill scream pierced the air, jolting Shui awake from her slumber. A classmate cried out, "Quick, come help. Yichu Xue just fell into the sea. Does anyone have a blanket?" It was already 2 days later when Chu Yueling received Yin Yao's dance performance ticket. Yin Yao was dressed in a white dress, standing behind the stall with her parents from the Yin family. The Yin family had heard everything that had transpired, and they bowed deeply to Chu Yueling in gratitude. Yin Yao's mother wiped away her tears continuously. "Master Chu, thank you so much. If not for you, Yao Yao wouldn't have been able to stand up again." Chu Yueling shook her head. "There's no need to thank me. Yin Yao originally had a chance of recovery. Yin's father said. Master is too modest. The American medical professor said that with persistent rehabilitation, there might be a chance of standing up again after decades, but it would only be a 1 in 1,000 chance. It was just not the right time yet, Chu Yueling smiled. All she did was help Yin Yao avoid the fire that would have otherwise burned her to ashes. With the passing of her death crisis, Yin Yao's destiny was rewritten. Coupled with her intense will to survive during the fiery ordeal, the alignment of heaven, earth, and people, Yin Yao was able to stand up once more. In any case, I must express my deepest gratitude to Master for the gift of a second chance at life. After Yin Yao stood up again, she seemed much more cheerful. With a smile, she handed over the tickets. In 6 months, I'll be holding a show at the Red Hall. I sincerely invite you to come and watch it in person. Sure thing. Chu Yueling accepted the ticket. I'll definitely be there. Yin Yao reached out for an embrace with Chu Yueling. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to stand up again. The Yins left. Previously, Yin Yao would have been left crippled for life, unaware of the truth, living in ignorance until she perished in a tragic fire. But now, her fate had changed. She would become the most renowned Chinese dancer on the international stage, her enchanting dance moves gracing screens worldwide. Zhang Jianda appeared by the stall, holding a cigarette and sighing with emotion, another good deed done. Chu Yueling turned back with a smile. Brother De, isn't the tea restaurant too busy for you to take a leisurely stroll? Brother De held his pipe and chuckled, shaking his head. They need to take a break too, or else they'll be gossiping about me all day long. If they keep going, even the ancestors' graves will start smoking. Chu Yueling admired Brother De's broad-mindedness. You're not angry, Brother De? After all, you're the one providing for them, yet they still talk behind your back. Brother De laughed heartily. What's there to be angry about? Deep down, they're all good people. When business gets busy, I can't help but get stern. Let them vent a bit. It's just emotional release for them. But speaking of business, did Ahua call you? Chu Yueling nodded, recalling that Lin Jiehua had called her the previous week. He's gradually taking over the business with Mr. Chan. He's worried about making mistakes when reviewing contracts, so he's quite tense. Ahua is like that, Brother De said, still pleased for him. It's good for him to slowly immerse himself in the business world. There's still much he needs to learn. Business is like a battlefield after all. Champa suddenly popped up, hunching over to comb her hair with a peachwood brush. So next time we meet, do we have to call him President Lin? Brother De teased, President Lin will be an inevitable title now. He continued, next time when President Lin returns to Hong Kong, we should let him treat us to a fancy banquet at the most impressive restaurant. Yes, Chu Yueling smiled. Oh dear. Champa held a peachwood comb, tapping her head lightly as she emerged from behind with a newspaper in hand, almost forgot to share the gossip with you. What gossip? Chu Yueling approached, curiosity piqued. Champa unfolded the newspaper, revealing a shocking headline in bold crimson letters. It's about the wife of the Secretary for Home Affairs, Mrs. Mu. She was gruesomely found dead on the street early yesterday morning. Yueling took the paper to examine it closely. The front page screamed with gory headlines. Another Mu family tragedy. Yixinxi found naked, limbs severed, and branded B*TCH with spray paint on her back. What deep-seated hatred does the killer bear towards the Muse? The Muse, another life lost. Chapter 74. As soon as the news broke out, a throng of media journalists had gathered outside the Kowloon police station. Flashbulbs flickered incessantly. Mu Quan, surrounded by a multitude of bodyguards who helped push through the crowd, wore a grim expression as they made their way into the station. A microphone pierced through the dense barrier of people. Mr. Mu! Mr. Mu! The reporters hurriedly followed, stepping up the stairs alongside him. Was your son and wife killed because the Mu family has offended someone? Do you have any words to share regarding the consecutive loss of your loved ones? Mr. Mu, please tell us, what exactly did the Mu family do to incur such a fatal catastrophe upon your wife? Mu Quan abruptly halted his steps, his sharp gaze fixated on the inquiring journalist. Very well, I'll answer your question. The Mu family has always conducted ourselves with integrity, never committing any heinous acts. Direct your questions to the one who murdered my wife. He is the one who truly deserves to stand here and face the scrutiny of the public. The journalist pressed on with the microphone in hand. And your son? There are rumors that he's not your biological child. Could it be that you were enraged by your wife's actions, raising someone else's child for decades, and thus resorted to hiring a killer out of anger? After asking, they offered the microphone again. Ridiculous nonsense. Absolutely absurd. Mu Quan waved his hand dismissively. The journalist shrieked as the microphone tumbled to the ground. As Mu Quan entered the police station, the media swarmed but were held back by the police. With hurried steps, he made his way towards the morgue. At the door, he glanced at Zhou Fengxiu, who was removing his gloves, before allowing the expression of disbelief to surface. Truly. Vivian. How laughable. Mu Quan had actually learned of his wife's death from the news. Zhou Fengxiu observed Mu Quan, whose hair had turned white overnight, appearing much older, and said, I believe no one knows Madame Mu better than you. The body still needs to be personally identified by the family. It was just a short distance, but Mu Quan suddenly lost the courage to step forward. The mortuary staff lifted the white sheet. The woman on the metal table was limbless, her face covered in blood, a horrifying sight. Mu Quan quickly averted his gaze and covered his face, his expression pained after only a single glance. In that moment of seeing the corpse, Mu Quan was certain that it was Yuxinzi, his wife, who had passed away. He trembled as he reached out to grab her hand, finding no place to rest his grip on her empty limbs. Vivian. We've only been apart for a few days. How could you have fallen victim to such harm? Despite all the hatred and resentment Mu Quan harbored towards Mu Xingwang, upon seeing Yuxinzi's body, he chose to forgive. A colleague supported the emotionally devastated Mu Quan into the office. Mr. Mu, try to calm down first, Sherborne said, offering him a glass of water. Zhou Fengxiu tapped on the whiteboard with a marker. Both Mrs. Mu and Mu Xingwang were killed by the same murder weapon. The cap of the marker was pulled off. With a bold, black stroke, a circle was drawn around the fracture. From the shredded remains of the bone, it's evident that both individuals suffered from a serrated cutting instrument before their deaths. Enough. That's enough. Mu Quan couldn't bear to listen any longer. Clutching his teacup in both hands, he slammed it repeatedly on the table. The thought of his son and wife enduring such inhumane torture made him wince in pain, covering his head. Zhou Fengxiu put away the marker. Given the brutality of these torturous methods, I doubt anyone will believe that the perpetrator had no prior acquaintance with your family, the Muse. He took the file folder handed to him by Gan Izu and slammed it onto Mu Quan's desk with a thud. As the documents scattered, each page detailed the illicit activities that Mu Xingwang had engaged in over the past few years, deeds that could have landed him behind bars. Yet Mu Xingwang remained free, seemingly thanks to the influence of Mu Quan. Although there was no concrete evidence yet, it was undeniable that the Mu's protective shield had been guarding Mu Xingwang's crimes. Mu Yu, you must be familiar with these individuals on the documents. Zhou Fengxiu's expression turned colder. Each of them has ample motive to kill Mu Xingwang, but it's clear now that the murderer's intent goes beyond just taking his life. 2 members of the Mu family have already perished. Zhou Fengxiu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, his calm voice echoing with each beat. The next could be you. Mu Yu, please assist the police in identifying the one who fits the killer's profile the most. Who would be the most likely to seek vengeance against your entire family? Mu Quan had composed himself, his gaze lifting from the folder. Inspector Zhou, I don't quite understand what you're implying. The Mu family has always upheld the law and never made enemies. There were things he couldn't divulge. If he spoke them aloud, the house of cards would collapse. Closing his eyes momentarily, Mu Quan felt weary. The reputation of the Mu family must be preserved at all costs. Zhou Fengxiu's eyebrows flickered with emotion. He hadn't spoken yet. Luo Qizhong, unable to bear the sight, scoffed. Mu Shang, the police are currently trying to protect your life. The murderer has already killed Madame Mu. Clearly, they won't let up easily. If you don't assist the police in swiftly identifying the culprit, the one in danger is you. Gan Izu nodded repeatedly beside him. They couldn't understand why Mu Quan was unwilling to aid in the investigation of the perpetrator. With the number of people Mu Xingwang has offended, it would take until daybreak to investigate them all. Mr. Mu, please share your story. I truly don't know what to say. Mu Quan stood up. If you have any further matters, you can contact my lawyer. I have other business at the firm and must leave now. Mr. Mu. Zhou Fengxiu blocked the entrance. He glanced at Gan Izu and Sherborne. For your safety, I need to assign 2 colleagues to protect you. That won't be necessary, Mu Quan promptly declined. I have professional bodyguards who were trained by the British Special Air Service. Mu Quan looked at the 2 young and slender boys and chuckled. I assume you 2 can protect me better than sirs. After they left, Sherborne plopped down on his workstation chair, nonchalantly peeling a banana with one hand. The British Special Air Service is impressive? They don't appreciate talents like me. How pathetic. Gan Izu chimed in. Brother Ren is right. It's ridiculous to trust an unlicensed bodyguard over the police. Right, Brother Ren? Indeed, Sherborne said, taking a bitter bite of the banana. Brother Su, why didn't you mention that you were trained in England? You could have easily outdone their assault team. If it weren't for Ning Ning, we wouldn't have taken on Mu Quan's case. Enough. Zhou Fengxiu picked up a folder and tossed it to Sherborne. Keep calling. Anyone who has been bullied, insulted, or sexually harassed by Mu Xingwang and is still in Hong Kong, summon them to the police station for questioning. You're wrong, Brother Su. No rape cases, but there's one case of her being raped. Sherborne flipped through the documents, tapping the banana peel. In 1986, Jiha was 16 when she reported being raped by a man surnamed Mu. Later, her statement was retracted, claiming she seduced Mu Xingwang for the sake of the Mu family's power. Seduce Mu Xingwang? Gan Izu shuddered at the thought of Mu Xingwang's face. With his acne-ridden face, no one would do that even if he paid them. Zhou Fengxiu took the file to read further. Upon seeing that Jiha had appealed multiple times with the support of her family, he tapped on the file. Start with Jiha. She was 16 then, so she should have entered the workforce by now. Contact her and ask her to come to the police station. Can't reach her. Sherborne pulled up another document. She's dead. June 3, 1986. She jumped from the Peninsula Hotel. It made the news in Hong Kong back then. Her 17th birthday would have been in just 2 days. When I saw Jiha's information, I dug deeper. The dead can't come back to life, so how could her ghost seek revenge? Zhou Fengxiu was lost in thought, staring at the black and white portrait of the girl in the file. Sherborne continued his critique. The Mews are inhuman to have treated a young girl like that. What did you say? Zhou Fengxiu picked up on something significant. Say it again. I meant it. Sherborne tossed a banana peel into the trash can without looking. The report also shows signs of struggle on Jiha's body. A 16-year-old, thin and weak, wouldn't stand a chance against a man. Yet Mu Xingwang doesn't have a single injury. The rape story doesn't add up. Just like that second-generation heir, Mu Xingwang. No need to guess, Mu Quan must have been involved. No, not that. Zhou Fengxiu pinched the bridge of his nose and turned around. Go back to the beginning. Oh, the Mews are truly inhuman, Sherborne repeated. Indeed, the Mu family aren't human at all. Jiha truly suffered. Gan Izu chimed in, filled with indignation. Have you all gone through the cases related to Mu Xingwang? Zhou Fengxiu asked, hinting at something deeper. All of it, Sherborne gritted his teeth with narrowed eyes. In this case, the Mu family really isn't human. To protect their son, they'd use any despicable means. Let's investigate Jiha. Zhou Fengxiu believed that a case that could make both readers furious must have involved her family not letting the Mu family off easily. But Jiha is already dead. Sherborne didn't understand how a dead person could seek revenge. It was Luo Qizhong who clarified the puzzle. We need to investigate Jiha's family. Oh, Sherborne suddenly understood. Brother Su suspects. Jiha's family was involved. With a new lead, the group immediately started their investigation without further ado. It was almost lunchtime, but they were all too preoccupied to eat as they rushed out. As they left, they happened to see the door of Team A's office open just across from them. Zhou Fengxiu ignored it and tried to leave with his team, only to be stopped by Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun wore a black leather jacket with his hands in his pockets, forcing a smile. Detective Zhou going out on a case? Excuse us, Zhou Fengxiu paused in his steps. Zhou Sazan truly is, Zhao Jun mocked with his colleagues in tow, a wealthy scion, the future heir of the powerful Zhou family. So it turns out he has to hustle for supplies like us, huh? You have money, why not just delegate it to your subordinates? He despised Zhou Fengxiu with every fiber of his being. Back in school, Zhou Fengxiu had always overshadowed him. And after graduation, they even ended up in the same police station. Rich boys should be frivolous playboys, living life to the fullest without a care. Why did they have to compete with him, someone from a humble background, for opportunities? The mention of subordinate shifted the atmosphere subtly. They were all part of a team working together to solve cases and maintain Hong Kong's social stability. It was fate that brought them together, and facing high-stakes criminals, they were all comrades risking life and limb. Yet, in Zhao Jun's eyes, they were merely underlings. The members of Team A all had their heads down in the rear. Zhao Jun unbuttoned his leather jacket, revealing the gun holstered at his waist. We were classmates, you won't even say hello? Zhou Fengxiu changed direction and briskly passed by Zhao Jun, his trench coat billowing with his pace. His brows were knitted tightly, his entire focus absorbed in the case, leaving no room for distractions. Ren, drive. Received. Sherborne hastily followed, forcefully pushing past Zhao Jun. He turned back with a sharp tone. Get out of the way, botherer. Zhao Jun released his grip, his expression turning cold. He buttoned up his leather jacket, concealing the gun once more. Tima nudged each other. Brother Jun, let's go eat in the canteen first. Right, let's eat in the canteen first. Eat? Nowhere to go. The inspector from Team A arrived with police officers in tow. With a command, they apprehended Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, caught off guard, asked, "Why are you arresting me?" The inspector's tone was icy cold. We've received a report that you've taken bribes and obstructed justice. Please cooperate with our investigation. Zhao Jun initially intended to deny the allegations, but when the inspector presented evidence right in his face, He realized his wrongdoing was utterly exposed. His shoulders slumped in defeat. Chapter 75. At Temple Street. After Chu Yueling finished reading the newspaper, she neatly folded it away. What's so interesting about a murder case? Zhang Jianda playfully asked, removing his pipe from his mouth. Brother Da's restaurant just got a fresh batch of exquisite abalone. Would you like to join me for lunch and give them a try? Chu Yueling straightened up and smiled. Brother Da is treating us, so we must accept. All right. Zhang Jianda called out to Shampa, who was preparing to leave. Shampa, come along too. I'll pass on that. Shampa waved her hand, squinting and baring her dentures as she tapped them. I just got these new false teeth for $1,000. I don't want to risk losing them all before I can even taste the abalone. Zhang Jianda knew very well that Shampa was just being polite. Back then, Shampa would often say that Brother Da was too generous, always inviting friends for meals even when there was no occasion. He was bound to suffer losses. I really won't go. You have to come, why not? Zhang Jianda paid no heed and took Shampa's hand, leading her towards the restaurant. New dentures should be tested in crucial moments. Besides, I'm not serving only abalone, there are other dishes as well. The petite old lady was hastily dragged along, still protesting, I'm not going. Zhang Jianda ignored him and called out, Ning Ning, lunch will be served promptly at noon. Okay, I'm coming. Chu Yueling packed up her stall, removing the open for business sign from the glass cabinet. Just then, a car drove into Temple Street. At lunchtime, the street was deserted as everyone had gone to eat, allowing the vehicle to pull right up to her stall before stopping. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Muquan's stern face in the back seat. He wore a tailored gray suit with a white handkerchief in the breast pocket. Sharp eyes contrasted with a small patch of reddened skin beneath them. It was clear that the consecutive deaths of Mu Xingwang and Yu Xinqi had deeply affected him. Miss Chu, there are some matters I'd like to discuss with you, he said. The girl didn't seem surprised by his arrival. She simply acknowledged it with an "oh" and made no further move. Muquan's sharp gaze swept over the empty stall, devoid even of basic seating. He frowned. Miss Chu seems not to be well versed in hospitality, he observed. Chu Yueling made no gesture to invite him in, offering only a shallow smile through the car window. When it comes to hospitality, I trust no one surpasses Mr. Mu. Inviting someone to the police station and attempting to impose guilt is truly enlightening. Not throwing a bucket of water at him was already an indication of her good temper. Sharp-tongued, Muquan said, preparing to exit the vehicle. Aren't you running a fortune-telling stall? I've come for a reading. Excuse me. Chu Yueling turned around, took down the open for business sign, and threw it into the food cart. I've never been interested in doing business with villains. Muquan's expression darkened. For 20 consecutive years, I've donated to charity and helped numerous underprivileged children. Miss Chu, I don't understand what you mean. Ever since he entered politics and held an important position, he had always been surrounded by sycophants. No one had ever treated him like this before. You don't understand? Chu Yueling tore away his facade with a single sentence. If it weren't for using your good reputation to enter politics and run for elections, would you have consistently engaged in charity work for 20 years? Muquan felt a chill run through his body under the girl's clear gaze. Cold sweat trickled beneath his suit. The Mu family had once been on the brink of collapse. As the eldest son of the Mu family, he bore the responsibility of reviving the family's fortune. It wasn't easy for him to enter politics, so he would do whatever it takes to climb up the ranks. He had been doing charity work for decades, to the point that he even believed himself to be genuinely passionate about it. Today his facade was ruthlessly exposed by a young girl. The bigger the scandal, the more attention would be drawn to the Mu family. He was meticulous about his reputation, with the only exception being his affection for Mu Xingwang. If any skeletons were dug up, the Mu family would be finished. He would also have to step down from politics. Muquan cherished his reputation and would do anything to avoid such a scenario. That's why he sought out Chu Yueling. He was willing to pay any price to quell the controversy. Finding a scapegoat was a strategic matter, and Chu Yueling fit the bill in every aspect. He didn't pin his hopes on the police solving the case swiftly. Only he knew how many individuals were eager to see Mu Xingwang, and himself, dead. He wasn't interested in finding the real culprit. He sought only to preserve his reputation, even if it meant sacrificing his own family members. I've never committed any wicked deeds. Ah! Chu Yueling didn't bother to respond. Pushing the food cart onto the street, she dusted her hands off and turned away without another glance at Muquan. Not sparing him so much as an extra look. The car window rolled up. It was a while before a voice echoed within. Let's head back to the Mu residence first. Muquan was in no rush. He held Chu Yueling's profile, which mentioned an educated younger sister. A hunter must have patience when stalking their prey. There would always be an opening. On their way back to the Mu residence, Mu Quan replayed Chu Yueling's last words over and over in his mind. He closed his eyes, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Mu Xingwang had indeed committed numerous wrongdoings in the past. He had helped clean up many messes, but he was never the one who instigated evil deeds. He wasn't lying. Except, a few years ago, a family had personally come to the Mu residence. They seemed to bear the surname Ying and had a daughter with the same surname. When Mu Quan left, Ying Liang was arguing with the guard at the Mu residence, while a 16-year-old girl, bruised and battered, nestled in her mother's arms. Throughout the incident, Li Guizhi held Ying Jiha's head protectively, fearful that it might affect her. "Here you are again?" Upon seeing the trio, Mu Quan was filled with impatience. This young girl constantly reminded him of the rape committed by Mu Xingwang. After the incident, Ying Jiha went to the police station to report the crime. Fortunately, Mu Xingwang was quick-witted enough to realize the magnitude of the mess he had created and promptly contacted Mu Quan. If such an affair were to become public knowledge, it would inevitably hinder Mu Quan's political career. Without hesitation, Mu Quan utilized his political influence to resolve the issue through connections with the police department. Ying Liang was a cement worker on a construction site, clad in tattered clothes and still wearing his hard hat. Upon learning about his daughter's suffering and the false accusations, he rushed in with his wife and daughter in tow. "Mu Quan, your whole family are beasts." Ying Liang forcefully pushed aside the guards, stormed up the steps, and fiercely grabbed Mu Quan's collar, his eyes reddened from the fury stirred by the events at home. Mu Quan raised his hand, still maintaining the composure of a government official as he said with a smile, "Mr. Ying, in such situations, both children bear responsibility. Young people can be overly impulsive." "You dare say that again? Say it again. It was that beast who bullied my daughter. How can she be at fault?" Enraged, Ying Liang raised his fist to strike, only to be held back and pinned to the ground by the security guards who had arrived promptly. Ying Liang gritted his teeth. "We're all parents. Imagine if this happened to your daughter. How would you feel if someone did this to her? Why won't you give us a chance to live?" Mu Quan patted his crumpled shirt. "Unfortunately, I have no daughter." "You talk about being a parent. I do it for my son. As long as he's safe, no matter how big the mess he creates, I'll take responsibility. As for you." Mu Quan glanced at the girl trembling in Li Guizhi's arms. Her fair arm, exposed beneath her short sleeves, was covered in blue bruises, the shape of 5 fingers clearly visible. Mu Quan didn't need to look closely to know whose work it was. He withdrew his gaze and pulled out a check from his suit, throwing it at Ying Liang's head. "Blame your daughter for being too beautiful. How many men can resist her charm?" Furious, Ying Liang was forcefully pushed to his knees by the bodyguards. Unable to fight back, he could only crawl on the ground, weeping hoarsely for his wife and daughter. "Take the money and buy your daughter some nice clothes. With her looks, it should be easy for her to marry into an ordinary wealthy family. Get lost. We don't want your dirty money." Li Guizhi released her daughter, rushed up the steps, and threw the check back at him. Ying Jiha no longer tried to avoid it. Seeing her father kneeling on the ground, she approached the bodyguard, pushing against them while sobbing. "Dad, let's go home. We won't fight with them anymore. We can't win against them." The bodyguard released Ying Liang. Just as the 3 of them were about to stand up, Yu Xinsai returned with Mu Xingwang. Spotting Ying Jiha, she rushed over and slapped her. "Bitch. Whore. You're already seducing men at such a young age. I'll never let you off if you cause any more trouble for prosperity." "You're lying." Li Guizhi shrieked, attempting to pull Yu Xinsai's hair, but was promptly stopped by the bodyguards. Indeed, a petty vixen raises a greater one. Even street-brawling women know to pull hair. At Yu Xinsai's command, the Ying family members were swiftly ejected from the Mu residence. Yu Xinsai disdainfully looked at the ground that 3 people had stepped on and instructed the servants to rinse it thoroughly with tap water. Not once, not twice, but thrice. Mu Quan had long since dismissed the incident from his memory. After all, the Ying family was too ordinary, posing no threat as one of the lowest-ranking households in Hong Kong. Now, with a single remark from Chu Yueling, the past resurfaced. When Mu Quan returned to the Mu mansion after getting out of the car, the sky was pitch black. He instructed the bodyguards to stand guard at the entrance and retreated to his study alone. The television was on, broadcasting the news. Seated in his executive chair, he wore a melancholic expression. "Did I really do something wrong? At that time, I didn't know that Xingwang wasn't your biological son." Exhausted, Mu Quan intended to sleep. During this, a maid entered to serve dinner. After eating, he reclined in his rocking chair, feeling increasingly drowsy. Suddenly, a jolt of realization shot through his mind, making him struggle to keep his eyes open. "I'm going to kill you." The maid standing by the side suddenly attacked, plunging a knife into Mu Quan's abdomen. "You!" Mu Quan looked at the maid. In the darkness, illuminated only by the dim glow of the television, the face of the maid, filled with hatred, was that of Li Guizhi from years ago. Knife after knife pierced his body, each thrust followed by a gush of blood splattering onto her. You killed Xingwang and Vivina. Muquan gradually slumped in the chair. Seizing the moment when Li Guizhi momentarily relaxed, he abruptly stood up, snatched the knife, and stabbed it into Li Guizhi's abdomen. Li Guizhi retreated while Muquan lunged forward. Abomination, Mu Xingwang! He dared to lay a hand on my daughter. They deserve death, and so do you. If not for you all, my daughter and husband would still be alive. The image of her daughter's battered body was forever etched in Li Guizhi's memory. She was only 16. She had a bright future ahead of her, and you ruined it all. With a shriek, Li Guizhi yanked out the knife, flipped Muquan over with her foot, then knelt down, plunging the blade fiercely into his chest. Blood splattered across her face. Once she was a housewife too scared even to kill a chicken. Once she was a helpless mother, soothing her daughter with feeble words of strength. But after her daughter was driven to jump, she learned to wield a knife. She did indeed kill Mu Xingwang. After her daughter's death, they vanished, dedicating their remaining years to one purpose, keeping an eye on the Mu family. Li Guizhi was present when Mu Xingwang was having his fortune told. Upon discovering that Mu Xingwang was not Muquan's son, a sense of satisfaction stirred within Li Guizhi. All the heinous acts Muquan had committed for Mu Xingwang's sake had ultimately been in vain, raising another man's child for nothing. But that was not enough retribution. She intended to make every member of the Mu family pay with their lives for Juwa's demise. First, she had joined forces with Yingliang to take down the isolated Mu Xingwang. She was inexperienced and hesitant in her first attempt at killing, which led to a prolonged struggle that ended with Mu Xingwang turning the tables and killing Yingliang instead. In her final moments, Yingliang clutched Li Guizhi's hand tightly, his eyes bulging with rage, urging her to proceed. Not a single member of the Mu family could be spared. Li Guizhi persevered in her stakeout, and eventually she seized her opportunity. Yu Xinchai, who had gone to a beauty salon, was knocked unconscious by her using chloroform. Once Yu Xinchai regained consciousness, she was subjected to the same deadly method. Before her last breath, Yu Xinchai saw the blood-stained hands of the middle-aged woman patting her face. Madam Mu, do you enjoy such vulgarity? Muquan's breathing grew increasingly labored. Suddenly he let out a sigh of relief. At least he would die with a clean slate, without any scandalous secrets being exposed. He had also dedicated himself to Hong Kong. The citizens of Hong Kong would mourn his loss, and the newspapers might even pen eulogies for him. Suddenly the voice of a news anchor on the television interrupted Muquan's fantasies. The magazine has provided information that Mu Xingwang was involved in multiple criminal cases, all of which were erased by Secretary Mu's influence. Secretary Mu is now suspected of abusing his power to obstruct justice, and the government has established a special task force for investigation. With substantial evidence, if convicted, Muquan could face over 30 years in prison. It's rumored that Detective Zhao Jun from the Kowloon police station is also under investigation for colluding with Muquan. He has been suspended from duty for further scrutiny. As a result of this incident, the Hong Kong police force will launch a new wave of corruption investigations after a decade-long hiatus. Who? Muquan opened his mouth, blood gushing out profusely. His eyes, filled with defiance, stared fixedly at the TV as his fingers dug into the ground repeatedly, nails cracking and bleeding. In the end, her eyes, still wide open, met with eternal darkness. Li Guizhi also clutched her abdomen and slowly slumped down, gasping for breath as she crawled to the wall and leaned against it. In her final moments, she saw a slender figure enter. Li Guizhi weakly inquired, "Why you? Are you here to catch me?" I recognize you. That day, I saw you get into the police car." Chu Yueling lowered her gaze, quietly observing her. "I'm here to see you off." See me off?" Li Guizhi's blood loss was increasing, and with all her remaining strength, she stammered, Thanks. I am a murderer, not worthy of this send-off." Li Guizhi's gaze drifted towards the window. Moonlight illuminated the study. Suddenly, she pointed ahead, her fading eyes revealing a contented smile. "Zhjia and my husband are here to fetch me." "Truly, so wonderful, not even the hell itself." "I am not afraid." Chu Yueling closed her eyes, a faint glow of golden virtue enveloping her. Her left hand spun rapidly around her right wrist as she whispered the chant for transcendence with her fingers pressed together. Having taken 3 lives, Li Guizhi would bear the karma of a 3-life cycle in the pig realm. In each existence, she would face the inevitability of being slaughtered by a butcher's knife. Was this the heavenly law? What was the heavenly law? She truly disliked such outcomes. Therefore, Chu Yueling opened her eyes. Li Guizhi's soul drifted toward the window, reaching for her daughter and husband's hands. Looking up at the starry sky, Chu Yueling saw stars scattered across the night. The three wandering souls transformed into shimmering golden specks that dissipated with the wind. And Shih. Chapter 76. The Mu family incident was concluded with Li Guizhi's death. The Daily Joyous News led the coverage of the Mu family case, exposing Mu Xingwang's crimes to the public. Ying Jihe's story entered the spotlight, and as public opinion swelled, her case gained increasing attention. Despite her passing, Ying Jihe's case resurfaced due to the 3 deaths in the Mu family. Public pressure led to a reopening of her case, eventually leading to the exposure of several malefactors. When these troublemakers were identified, it caused quite an upheaval in Hong Kong. Public trust in the government plummeted dramatically. To restore credibility, the Kowloon police station held a press conference, organized by their public relations department, to apologize to the citizens. Morning sunlight streamed into the Major Crimes Unit office through the windows, illuminating the long table covered with files on the victims. A small ficus benjamina in the corner stretched out its tiny leaves, basking in the sunlight. Zhou Fengshu sat at the desk writing his final report. Next to the report lay a glass of fresh milk and 2 eggs. "Tell me, do you think Mr. Mu got what he deserved?" Sherborne asked, casually tossing a banana in the air with one leg crossed over the other. A newspaper spread open before him. "If we were to hold him accountable, would it affect his reputation?" Gan Izu adjusted his black jacket, even though he rarely wore military attire as an undercover agent. "Uncle Luo, what do you think?" Sherborne looked towards the corner. Luo Qizhang sipped on his milk while tapping an egg gently against the table to peel it slowly. Mu Quan abused his power to cover up his son's crimes, which ultimately led to Ying Jihe's suicide. Dying at Li Guizhi's hands could be seen as a form of retribution. Sherborne quipped, "I wonder if Mu Quan regretted his actions when he died." Just as Chu Yueling entered with a bag of dessert in hand, she overheard the last sentence. She smiled slightly. Regrets are nauseating to hear about. Until the end, Mu Quan had only regretted not discovering earlier that Mu Xingwang was not his biological son. But she knew this type of person all too well. Even if he had known the truth back then, he would still have chosen to protect his reputation. And in the end he would have forsaken Mu Xingwang. "You're right, people like that don't deserve sympathy." A banana was tossed into the air and caught before being placed on the table. Sherborne stood up to help with the dessert, eagerly tearing open the bag as soon as it was set down. "How did Ning Ning know I was craving dessert? Did she bring it over specially for me?" Luo Qizhang leaned in. "Was the dessert from Chu Ji last time?" "It was." Sherborne handed him a portion. "Tasted good, right?" Indeed, Luo Qizhang took the dessert with a grin, giving Chu Yueling a thumbs up. Uncle Zhang has been in Hong Kong for decades and has tasted desserts from dozens of old-established shops. Chu Ji's desserts, simply superb. Chu Yueling felt delighted by the compliment, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you for your appreciation. You're welcome to drop by my shop anytime next time you pass by." You have a shop now." Zhou Fengshu, finished with his case report, placed the offered dessert on the table. I found a spot on Temple Street. We've already started working on the renovations." Chu Yueling nodded. The shop was something that came up after her conversation with Zhang Jianda yesterday. He had kindly offered to help her find one. Without much thought, Chu Yueling entrusted the payment and arrangements for the renovations to Zhang Jianda. If it were anyone else, Zhang Jianda would have declined. But since it was Ning Ning, who knew nothing about renovations, he was concerned that Chu Yueling might be taken advantage of. Thus, he contacted an old friend in the business to handle it. Once the renovations were complete, he would inform Chu Yueling directly. Scanning the room, she noticed Gan Izu staring at her in a daze. She smiled and suggested, "Since everyone is here, why not start now?" By the time Zhou Fengshu had asked Chu Yueling for assistance, Sherborne had already informed their colleagues in the department. No one in the office was surprised. They formed a circle around the workspace. Zhou Fengshu recounted the details of the case involving the young girl. The child's name was Zhang Xinya. She was just 8 years old when she passed away. Her family consisted of 6 members, and she was the eldest child. As he spoke, he handed over the documents to allow Chu Yueling to examine them more closely. "On this A4 paper you'll find Zhang Xinya's date of birth," he said. The sheet not only recorded Zhang Xinya's birth date but also featured a family photo. The family of 5 appeared blissfully happy, with the father looking youthful, embracing his wife's shoulder while she held a baby in her arms. 2 children, one significantly larger than the other, stood in front of the couple, both grinning at the camera. The oldest among them was Zhang Xinya. Looking at the innocent smile on the girl in the photograph, Chu Yueling couldn't bear it. She lifted her gaze and asked, "Sir Zhou, do you have the specifics of the case?" "Indeed." After Zhou Fengshu waited for her to finish reading the information, he clasped his hands together and continued. On August 7, 1976, the family went for a picnic in the park. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Xinya's father returned home to attend to work. At 4 o'clock, Zhang Xinya also said she wanted to go back as her younger brother was complaining that he hadn't had enough playtime. Mrs. Zhang asked Zhang Xinya to go home first. According to the recollections of the victim's family, the distance between the two places was very close, only a 10-minute walk. Normally, Zhang Xinya would also go out alone to meet her classmates, so she had the ability to return home. At 6 in the evening, Mrs. Zhang returned home to find that her eldest daughter, who should have been back earlier, was nowhere to be seen. When she asked Mr. Zhang, he replied that he had been working and hadn't seen their elder daughter come home. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after unsuccessful searches at classmates' and friends' homes, Mr. Zhang chose to report the case to the police. Initially, the authorities treated it as an abduction or missing person case. It wasn't until 6 a.m. on the 8th that a decapitated girl's body was discovered in a trash bin. The case was then transferred to the homicide unit. The autopsy revealed that the girl had suffered tearing injuries to her genital area, and there were bruises on the neck where it had been severed. Due to the passage of time, the crime scene could no longer be reconstructed. There were no fingerprints nor any other valuable leads left behind. Zhou Fengxiu, upon reviewing the files from the original investigation, found himself overwhelmed with frustration. He even fantasized about traveling back in time to examine the scene personally. With scarce clues and 18 years having passed, solving the case seemed almost insurmountable. This was precisely why Zhou Fengxiu sought the intervention of esoteric forces. He hoped that approaching the case from a fresh perspective might yield additional useful information. After absorbing the details, Chu Yueling took a moment to compose herself before addressing the others. If I were to intervene in the case, would any of you have objections? Assisting the police in solving a crime would accrue merit, but this was no trivial matter. Involvement with official affairs would complicate matters, and any intervention would likely trigger a series of repercussions. Therefore, it was crucial to gauge the opinions of the other members of Team D. Certainly, Ning Ning can give it a try. Reborn promptly raised his hand in agreement. Back then, Brother Su's prediction was eerily accurate. If this helps solve the case, we'll contribute half of our salaries to you. Nah, that won't be necessary. Chu Yueling glanced at Gan Yizhu and Luo Qizhang. I agree. Gan Yizhu raised his hand. So do I. Luo Qizhang, the most senior officer, also raised his hand. Zhou Fengxiu put away the files and nodded. Thank you for your help. Chu Yueling nodded and began calculating the girl's birth chart. After some deliberation, she had a general idea. Zhang Xinya's destiny indicates a major calamity. She was 8 years old when she encountered an obstacle she couldn't overcome. Coupled with her astrological sign, the hour of the pig, 9 p.m., is particularly ominous. Her time of death should have been around 9 o'clock at night. Zhou Fengxiu looked at Reborn, who understood and promptly took out a notebook to jot down the information. As Chu Yueling continued her calculations, her third eye gradually opened, allowing her to see fleeting glimpses of the past. At the age of 8, the little girl was about to enter her residence when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on her left, gesturing for her to come over. The girl ate the candy he offered and promptly fell unconscious. Chu Yueling rubbed her forehead. She had expended some energy bestowing blessings upon Li Guizhi the previous night, and her powers were not yet at their peak from her past life. Her divine eyes worked intermittently. Disregarding the pain in her forehead, she lowered her hand and began quietly deducing the situation based on the scene she had just witnessed. The perpetrator lives in the same building as the Zhang family. Zhang Xinya is very familiar with him. He's approximately around. Chu Yueling paused before doing the mental calculations. 60 years old. She had even calculated his age. Both Luo Qizhong and Gan Yizhu were witnessing Chu Yueling's fortune-telling abilities for the first time, their eyes wide with astonishment. Looking at everyone, Chu Yueling remained silent, blinking uneasily. Is this information not much help? Zhou Fengxiu observed the frequency of her blinking and grinned. It's helpful, don't worry. Oh. Chu Yueling exhaled in relief. Not just useful, it's incredibly helpful. Reborn's expression was one of extreme exaggeration. We've deduced age, residence, and gender. Can't we cross-reference the building's resident records and make an arrest? No, we still need evidence for the specific details. Zhou Fengxiu frowned. Invoking mysticism isn't an excuse for you to take shortcuts. Besides, the law didn't recognize mysticism. It was utterly impossible for mysticism to serve as evidence to convict a killer. Fortunately, they had a general direction to follow. He trusted that, with this lead, they would eventually find the evidence to bring the perpetrator to justice. An hour later, Chu Yueling stood up to leave. When Zhou Fengxiu offered her a check, she shook her head. Let's wait until the case is solved before payment. Seeing her reluctance, Zhou Fengxiu's eyes crinkled with amusement. Feeling uneasy? Yes, Chu Yueling admitted. It feels too little. With the case unresolved and the culprit still at large, she wouldn't have peace of mind even with the money in hand. Come on, we're in a rush to get to Temple Street for work. The sun was high in the sky, casting golden rays upon the girl's fair, smiling face as she waved and descended the steps of the police station. Chu Yueling had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, her arms crossed as she watched the departing figure in surprise. How did you know that the higher-ups have issued a notice to seek external technical assistance to boost the police department's case-solving efficiency? Zhou Fengxiu stretched out his long arm to tuck the check into his pocket. Madam, I'm not omniscient. How could I have known about the order just as it was issued? From which channel could I have received such information immediately? Oh, I see. Chu Yueling smiled enchantingly. So now you know? Each major case department has the chance to seek external help, but do you actually believe in metaphysics? It would be better to borrow someone from the forensic department, don't you think? She was rather surprised to hear that Zhou Fengxiu had invited a master to perform divination. The usually cold and evidence-driven Detective Zhou also believed in metaphysics. Thinking she could draw some information from him, she didn't expect Zhou Fengxiu to simply withdraw his gaze. It's up to you. My job is to solve the case, he said. Chu Yueling chuckled. Sure enough, Inspector Zhou's tone was as biting as ever. Over at Temple Street, a queue had already formed. Following tradition, Chu Yueling parked her cart and set up the small table, leaving the first two customers for their fortune-telling session. As she took her seat, she observed the young man who had yet to utter a word. With a distressed expression, the young man plopped down on the chair, as if on the verge of an emotional breakdown, and began weeping uncontrollably on the table. Chu Yueling was taken aback, blinking her eyes. There's no obstacle in life that can't be overcome. Don't cry. The young man lifted his head, his delicate face adorned with reddened eyes like a rabbit's. He sniffled but didn't manage to speak. Chu Yueling could clearly hear the rumbling of his empty stomach. The young man froze in astonishment. Then he burst into tears once more. My obstacle is just too darn difficult to cross, he wailed. Chapter 77. A young man in his 20s wept at will. Some neighbors couldn't help but giggle secretly. Would you like to wipe your tears? The young man lifted his head, and Chu Yueling offered a tissue with a smile. He took it, but his stomach betrayed him with another growl. Didn't have enough to eat? Chu Yueling got up, opened the sweet soup chest, and scooped a bowl of limited edition winter black glutinous rice osmanthus lotus seed porridge. She turned around and placed the bowl on the table. Go ahead and eat. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment. Gazing at the steaming, glossy, and fragrant porridge on the table, he swallowed the saliva that kept flowing. He had searched every pocket and found exactly 210 yuan, just enough for a fortune-telling session. If not for being at his wit's end, he wouldn't have risked everything on this. The remaining 10 yuan were meant for a few packs of instant noodles to sustain him until payday. That left no money for breakfast. Chu Yueling had already noticed his predicament and chuckled. I'll treat you to breakfast. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Oh really? The young man seemed unused to such kindness from strangers. Tears welled up in his eyes once more. In a fluster, he wiped his tears with both hands alternately, picked up the bowl, and grabbed a spoon. Tea, thanks. Chu Yueling donned a white, lacy chiffon blouse with fluttering sleeves that had a few loose threads. As she prepared tea, she exuded an otherworldly aura. She only put down her teacup after the young man finished his meal and resolved the breakfast issue. He wiped his mouth with his own tissue, bashfully blushing as he took the initiative to speak. Master, hello. My friends all say you're skilled in fortune-telling, so I specially came to visit today. Chu Yueling smiled. Hello. The young man's face turned even redder and he subconsciously lowered his head. My name is Chu Yueling. My nickname is Lai Fu. My family says since I carry the surname, Qian, I shouldn't lack money, and adding more blessings to my life would make it perfect. Chu Yueling nodded in agreement. Wealth and blessings. Your nickname suits you well. Suits. A look of distress appeared again on the young man's delicate face. His eyes quickly welled up as he sniffled. How does it suit me? Having wealth and blessings is my father's wish. But since I entered society, one word can describe my life, miserable. 2 words would be tragically miserable. Have you ever experienced living on plain rice congee and pickles for every meal with barely any meat for an entire month? Have you experienced sleeping on a bridge with cars rushing by and stray cats sneaking in to steal your food from time to time? I'm living through all of that right now. Many of the neighborhood aunties, upon hearing about this young man's hardships, couldn't help but feel compassion. What a pity, whose child is this? How can he get any nutrition with just plain congee for every meal? Exactly. Son, after your reading, why don't you come to my house for dinner? I'll cook a big pot of stewed dragon bones to nourish you. Chu Yueling didn't interrupt him. It was clear that Chu Yueling needed an outlet for his emotions. The warmth of the neighbors took Chu Yueling aback, bringing tears to his eyes once more. Thank you, but it's not just a matter of simple material enjoyment. He saw the fortune-telling stall as a place to unload his burdens, a venue where the stress that had accumulated in his heart could finally find some relief. I graduated from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University with a dream of creating online games, virtual gaming experiences. After graduation, I tried to find work in the field, but my family didn't support me. They believed that working on online games was a waste of time. My father even wanted me to enter the food industry. I couldn't understand it. Why should I be limited to working in restaurants after graduating from university? We had a fierce argument, and in the end, I chose to leave home. The neighbors, intrigued by the term online game, pondered its meaning. An online game? Isn't that just playing games on a computer? In present-day Hong Kong, arcade machines filled the streets, and colleagues and classmates would gather in groups to play after work. Who would bother with the monotonous computer games? Comparing the two scenarios, many of the middle-aged neighbors began to empathize with Chu Yueling's father, occasionally voicing their advice. Online games? The internet is still in its infancy in Hong Kong, and most people use it for browsing forums and chatting. Online gaming is quite niche. It'll be a disaster as soon as you mention it. Everyone plays video games now. Online games only require a keyboard. How can you make a career out of it? There's no market for it. There are masters in every trade. Working in a restaurant provides stable income and chances for promotion. Honestly, nowadays, everyone in Hong Kong seems to have a postgraduate degree with PhDs and masters all around. A university degree isn't that rare anymore. Yeah, I even saw a master's degree holder working on a construction site the other day. Experience speaks volumes. Your father is decades older, he's walked more roads and tasted more salt than you have. Online games really have no future. If you want to work in gaming, go for video games instead. Yeah, buddy, listen to us. Don't end up with nothing. The voices of dissuasion grew louder. Chu Yueling explained calmly. I haven't started my business yet, and I don't have any capital. But online games are indeed more challenging than expected. There aren't many studios in all of Hong Kong. I managed to secure an internship at a company, but the salary doesn't even cover food or housing, just $1,500. Chu Yueling was astonished. Indeed, it was hard to imagine Chu Yueling's life in Hong Kong, where a monthly rent of $1,500 was steep. I could only afford plain rice congee with pickles for all 3 meals, Chu Yueling recalled, feeling nauseous at the thought of those half-a-year days. If I kept eating that, I'd either turn into pickles or congee. He sighed softly, his spirits dampened. Even sleeping under a bridge, beggars would come and snatch my blanket in the middle of the night. God alone knew how devastated he was to wake up shivering in the cold, only to see his cozy quilt draped over a filthy beggar lying next to him. I had neither wealth nor fortune, Chu Yueling lamented, his voice brimming with bitterness. All I had was misery. My boss was harsh, and even people from the opposite company would secretly laugh at me when they saw my pathetic state. Master, what does the nickname Laifu say about me? I felt as if my life was filled with darkness with no end in sight. The neighbors continued to persuade, hoping to guide this lone, courageous wanderer back on track. Living on $1,500 is barely surviving in Hong Kong. An elder uncle chimed in with concern. Even the street cleaners earn more than that. Listen to us, young man, and apologize to your father. The elderly man continued, when I was your age, I walked the same path. Ambition and dreams are fine, but you must face reality. Bending your pride to your father's will at least ensures you won't be sleeping on the streets. You can still afford plain congee with pickles now, but soon even those might be out of reach. Recalling his father's resolute stance during their argument, Chu Yueling shook his head fiercely. I would rather die than bow down to him. Online gaming is the future, and I won't be mistaken about that. Despite his slender frame, he seemed empowered by his conviction. But just then, Chu Yueling noticed a faint aura of black mist hovering above Chu Yueling's head. It appeared and vanished intermittently. They actually resort to suicide? Thus she inquired with concern. The pay is low, but it's a job you enjoy. Did something happen at work again? Recalling the mess at work, Chu Yueling couldn't help but shed more tears of frustration. I could tolerate the low pay, but the boss is simply unbearable. There are only 5 people in the company, and the other employees have no workload. Yet, the boss always assigns tasks solely to me. I make tea and pour water. I sweep and mop. I write programs and debug them. As Chu Yueling continued, he felt increasingly helpless. It feels like I'm a horse that can be ridden at will. The boss holds the reins and directs me wherever they please. I want to create games, not just do menial tasks. And that's not all. There's also emotional abuse. Chu Yueling closed his eyes. There's favoritism. Whenever I enter the office, the other 4 colleagues, including the boss, immediately stop their conversations. I can never join in, no matter what. Aside from instructing me on tasks, The boss doesn't genuinely listen to anything else I have to say. And there's more. Chu Yueling hesitated but still shared, the people from the company across the street are also very peculiar. Every time I exit the elevator or pass by their entrance, everyone looks at me in unison and whispers among themselves. Chu Yueling became increasingly sensitive. He fidgeted with his clothes, feeling uneasy. Maybe they think I'm destitute, or perhaps they find it odd that I always come and go alone. Regardless of the reason, he began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. The weight of his work responsibilities, the isolation from his colleagues, the strange gazes from those around him, and unfulfilled dreams, all of it suffocated him. Chu Yueling looked ahead, seeking hope. Master, I came here to seek insight into my future. Will I succeed? Or am I destined to live this way for the rest of my life? He longed to find a goal, a source of motivation. Chu Yueling didn't even need to count on her fingers to know that, based on the future popularity of online games, whoever persisted would surely succeed. But Chu Yueling's timing was off and his vision too forward-looking. Before the internet had reached every household, he had already experienced multiple failures. Chu Yueling revealed the outcome of the fortune-telling. Sure enough, Chu Yueling slumped in despair. However, life isn't as difficult as you imagine, Chu Yueling said, her fair and slender fingers pinching together before looking at Chu Yueling. You're destined for wealth. You shouldn't lack money. Besides, your house of blessings is full, indicating that your parents have some financial stability. Ba what? Chu Yueling was confused. My parents have financial stability? My family situation is terrible. Both my parents earn a living through hard labor and we only have a dilapidated house in the countryside. No money, no surplus. Chu Yueling shook her head. Your property sector is also abundant, suggesting that your family doesn't lack a home. With money, food, and a house, it means that you actually are a second-generation wealthy. With a loud boom, everyone on the street, including Qianshun, was stunned. A young man who could barely afford pickled vegetables and was so down on his luck that he slept under a bridge was actually from a wealthy family? How could that be? Some neighbors wondered if Chu Yueling had mistakenly provided the wrong birth chart, perhaps mixing it up with that of a wealthy heir. Chu Yueling himself double-checked and was stunned when he confirmed there was no error. Master, did you miscalculate? How could my family be wealthy? As far back as I can remember, we've never bought new furniture. My parents only get to enjoy meaty meals during festive seasons after doing manual labor. Nothing about his family's circumstances aligned with that of a prosperous household. Your family is indeed wealthy. Chu Yueling paused for a moment before counting on her fingers. In your childhood memories, do you recall your parents mentioning twice that they had to stay behind to help the boss at a restaurant, leaving you in the care of a neighbor, only to be away for half a month? One time when I was 10 and another at 12. Chu Yueling indeed recalled such incidents. He never expected Chu Yueling to have such precise calculations. He hurriedly nodded. They mentioned being busy but didn't specify when they'd return. Later, I went to the restaurant to ask the boss and he said my parents were transferred to help at another location. Chu Yueling put down her hand. They were indeed busy then, expanding their business and opening branches abroad. 2 weeks was the fastest they could manage to come back. Chu Yueling was stunned. Seeing Chu Yueling still in disbelief and the faint black aura around him, Chu Yueling stood up. Let's do this. Take me to your company first. We'll verify certain matters and know the truth about your family situation. Mistress, you might have made a mistake. My parents are honest farmers. They're thrifty, not even willing to replace their worn-out clothes. They can't possibly be wealthy merchants. Chu Yueling didn't believe in his family's wealth at all. He even offered to double-check his birth date at home for confirmation. Chu Yueling shook her head. How can we know if it's the right place unless we go and see for ourselves? Despite Chu Yueling's uncertainty about how his workplace was related to his family background, he decided to follow the master's suggestion due to his confident demeanor. Chu Yueling's workplace was located in a commercial building in Yaomati, not far from Temple Street. A crowd of curious neighbors tagged along, eager to witness the spectacle. Some even whispered among themselves, "Do you think that guy is really from a wealthy family? If he were, wouldn't his family have known about their wealth for the past 2 decades? I think it's more likely that he gave the wrong birth chart details." The neighbors were intrigued by the mystery surrounding the young man's true identity. Upon reaching the destination, Chu Yueling didn't let Chu Yueling head to the company first but instead asked, "Which is the company that you said often ridicules you?" Chu Yueling casually pointed in a direction. Everyone looked over and saw a huge plaque hanging on the opposite building, shimmering with gold letters that read, Fragrant Heart Catering Management Company. It could be said that anyone who was a local in Hong Kong knew the name of Fragrant Heart Catering. Established in 1956, it was a renowned catering business in Hong Kong that had been popular for over 4 decades. It offered a variety of cuisines including Chinese, Asian, Western, and fast food. Not only did it have numerous franchises locally, its business had even expanded to countries like the UK and the US in Europe. It was also a relatively well-known Chinese cuisine brand overseas. Such a large corporation would have strict requirements when selecting senior executives, and the office workers would naturally have better manners. Would there really be situations where people were ridiculed? Recalling Chu Yueling's complaints, the uncle who had previously tried to advise him asked, "My nephew also works at Fragrant Heart. They never look down on anyone. Are you perhaps being overly suspicious?" No, Chu Yueling shook his head definitively. "Every time I pass by, they pause and look at me. Sometimes a couple of them even whisper to each other. If I'm overthinking, why do they always stop when they see me?" Chu Yueling nodded thoughtfully, a sidelong smile playing on her lips. "Do you want to know what they're discussing? Just follow my lead." 30 minutes later, Chu Yueling appeared at the Shih company with 2 large bags of milk tea, his palms sweaty from holding the plastic handles, his steps unsteady with anticipation. Thoughts of what was to come made him both anxious and nervous. As the uncle had mentioned, Shih Catering was a major corporation. Would he be chased out if he barged in uninvited? Sure enough, as soon as Chu Yueling pushed open the glass doors of Shih company, the bustling office fell silent. All the employees stared at him, their expressions as blank as ever. Chu Yueling, suppressing his nervousness, placed the yin-yang milk tea on the table and mustered a smile. My father, he asked me to bring some milk tea for you all. He wasn't sure why the master had instructed him to do so. But since the master had given the order, there must have been some reasoning behind it. Chu Yueling was currently worried that someone from Shih company would grab a broom and chase him out. In the eerie atmosphere, a manager-level figure from Shih approached. Chu Yueling assumed he was coming to scold him for disrupting work and closed his eyes, trembling with fear. He clutched his pants pocket nervously, contemplating how to explain who his father was and why he was delivering milk tea. Suddenly, a pat landed on his arm. Chu Yueling opened his eyes. The manager opened the plastic bag, distributing the milk teacups to his subordinates. He also took one for himself, inserting a straw, and spoke with a smile. "Why deliver it in person? A call would do, and I could pick it up myself." In the next instant, the previously quiet office burst into a buzz like boiling water. The employees, each holding their yin-yang milk teas, thanked Chu Yueling with beaming faces. "Whoa, yin-yang milk tea is my favorite." "Fantastic, there's also silk stocking milk tea." Let's drink heartily. I want 10 cups." Chu Yueling found it a bit perplexing how Shih was being so enthusiastic, quite unlike her usual cold demeanor. She didn't even seem to mind a stranger bringing in milk tea. The manager stirred her yin-yang milk tea with the straw, leaning on the table as she opened up. "That's right, there are no grudges that last between fathers and sons. Look at these nosy colleagues of ours." She pointed at the eavesdropping employees and scolded. "Every time you pass by the company entrance, they place bets. They bet on when you and your father will reconcile." Chu Yueling froze, observing the Xinjiang employees, some scratching their heads in confusion, others gazing at the sky and pondering. "So, every time I pass by, they stare at me with an eerie vibe, betting on when I'll reconcile with my father, right? Even big corporations are this nosy?" "No. How would they know about his family matters?" "Indeed." The manager, seeing Chu Yueling proactively delivering milk tea, assumed that the father-son conflict had been resolved. He smiled and said, "Now that the two of you have reconciled, allow me to congratulate the young master in advance for coming back to inherit the family business." Chapter 78. Inherit the family business? As the young master of Shih Catering? Not only was Chu Yueling stunned into immobility by the news, but even the neighbors outside were dumbfounded. The awkward atmosphere was instantly dispersed by the explosive revelation. "Wow! The young master of the Fragrant Heart restaurant. Are really a second-generation rich kid?" "What second-generation rich kid? Fragrant Heart is worth billions. Chu Yueling is a freaking uber-rich second-gen. He was living under a bridge and eating cabbages, and now he's suddenly a billionaire overnight. Truly envy-inducing. You guys think if I sleep under a bridge, will I wake up as a super-rich second-gen too? You? Before you worry about being a rich kid or not, you should first make sure your zipper is up properly." "Oh." The man hastily zipped up, flustered. The neighborhood erupted in laughter. The corridor of the office building buzzed with noise, drawing the attention of many passing white-collar workers. It was like a lively marketplace where people haggled over vegetable prices. Finally, Chu Yueling regained his composure from the shock. He lifted his hand to touch his face, still numb from fear, and looked at the manager's name tag. His tone remained hesitant, struggling to believe what had just happened. The master really did hit the nail on the head. Midday, February 24th, 9:12. Was he truly a second-generation rich kid? Manager's son, are you sure the boss you're talking about is Shih? That's right, manager's son replied with a smile, pushing up his black-rimmed glasses. Surely a son wouldn't forget his father's name, would he? Manager's son, as the longest-serving confidant of the boss, naturally understood the boss's concerns. The boss has been talking about retirement and wants to hand the business over to you. Back when you were in college, they hoped you'd study finance at the University of Chicago. But who knew you had your own plans? Fortunately, after all the twists and turns, you're still willing to return to Xing. Xing is your parents' life's work. It would be a shame to let others benefit from it. Manager's son was referring to the other shareholders of the Xing company. If Chu Yueling didn't take over, the leadership position would naturally fall to them. We've all been waiting for young master to take his rightful place. In conclusion, manager's son patted Chu Yueling on the shoulder in a fatherly manner. Do your best. By the time Chu Yueling emerged, Chu Yueling had already bought herself an iced Americano. Taking a sip, she furrowed her brow and gazed down at the dark coffee, so bitter. Indeed, it only smelled good. Spotting Chu Yueling, she tossed her coffee cup into the trash can before turning to look at the Xing company behind him. She noticed that manager's son was also observing Chu Yueling. She offered a gentle smile. So, what do you think? Chu Yueling spoke in a daze. It's like I'm living in a dream. Chu Yueling gave Chu Yueling some time to process the information. Half an hour later, Chu Yueling was about to take Chu Yueling across the street. Wait a moment, Chu Yueling said, looking at the neighboring company with a similar golden signboard. She redirected her gaze and asked, are you curious why your boss always assigns tasks to you and tries to isolate you from your colleagues? Of course, Chu Yueling replied, recalling the boss of the internet company who deliberately isolated him. He still held a grudge against the man. Master, could it be that this internet company is also my father's doing, all part of a plan to get me to return to the family? Despite his young age, Chu Yueling was sharp-minded. No need for further explanation. He had already grasped the intricacies of the situation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If father deliberately arranged for someone to suppress me, I will never forgive him, absolutely never. We'll know soon enough, Chu Yueling said, gazing at the faint black aura around Chu Yueling. Put on a show for us. In a rural vegetable garden, a couple wearing straw hats were planting cabbages. The middle-aged woman wiped her forehead with her sleeve, revealing a pair of pearl earrings and skin that was not rough and yellowed like that of a typical peasant woman due to sun exposure. It was, in fact, delicate and fair. Old Qian, remember to feed the pigs when you go to the sty later. Fatten them up so we can slaughter one for Laifu's health. Got it. The middle-aged man dug a hole with his hoe, then reached into his pocket to scatter seeds into the earth, his wrist adorned with a gleaming gold watch. Sai, you're the most unfortunate one. You could have just told Laifu that he would inherit the family business, but instead you insisted on making him suffer outside. Zhang Saixia recalled. The photos delivered by the detective the previous day, showing her son huddled under a bridge, surviving on nothing but cabbage for all 3 meals a day. Heavens know how much it pained her to witness that scene. I'll hold you accountable if anything happens to our child. She also felt the pain as he dug another hole to sow seeds. Do you think I want this? He insists on making an online game. What kind of market prospect do you think it has? Nowadays, everyone prefers video game consoles. As he spoke, he looked up. Aren't you fond of them too? Well, there was no need to argue about it. Zhang Saixia followed behind, watering each hole with a flower pot. I don't understand you. You clearly support our child's entrepreneurial endeavor. Didn't you secretly invest tens of millions in that internet development company where he works? You're always seeking help and establishing companies without letting your son understand your deep intentions. You Shih. Zhang Saixia's anger grew as she threw the flower pot into the soil and scolded Shih while pulling his ear. Be careful, or you might end up without a son to see you off. Pain, pain, pain. Dear, let go quickly, it'll turn red and others will see it. She tilted his head, protecting his ear carefully. Eventually he couldn't help but express his thoughts. He argues with me and then runs away from home. When I saw his determination, I secretly supported him. I set up a company for him to see if he can make any accomplishments. If not, we'll just openly discuss the matter of inheriting the family business. At this point, the couple sighed in unison and plopped down onto the field. They began to criticize each other. When the restaurant first took off, I told you we should be honest with our son, but you insisted otherwise. Sis, our son was already in his teens then. How could we have brought it up? He was right at that age when rebellion is imminent. Look at my friends. Their kids turn bad as soon as they have money, getting into drugs and clubbing. Shih sighed. Do you really think I didn't want to tell him? They were born into humble backgrounds and sudden wealth would overwhelm anyone, let alone a 10-year-old child. Adults might get carried away, let alone a young one. The fear of poverty when coupled with newfound riches can lead to extravagant spending habits. Without proper psychological guidance, it could also distort a child's mindset. Shih, with her clear-sightedness, didn't let the immediate prospects blind her. She considered the well-being of the child more extensively. Business isn't always smooth sailing. A new venture could fold at any moment. It's easier to slip into luxury from simplicity, but much harder to return to frugality from indulgence. Well, you can always share it once the business becomes more stable. Zhang Saixia initially agreed with her husband's decision to keep their situation hidden. After all, apart from the transactions on their bank accounts, their daily lives hadn't changed significantly. They still worked the fields, still made time to be with their children, and still enjoyed simple meals. Zhang Saixia believed that such meals were healthier, as the vegetables and pork they consumed were raised at home. Actually, it's even worse, Shih sighed. When you reach greater heights, your perspective changes. I don't know what others see, but all I see are horrors. The wealthy businessman who was laughing and joking yesterday is now suicidal due to a failed investment, leaving behind $1 billion debt. How can we talk about it when the business isn't stable? Zhang Saixia became increasingly convinced. You're always afraid of this and that. We agreed to tell him after he finished high school, but then you made him study finance when he wanted to learn programming. Eventually you gave in. Isn't it because I don't want our family's pressure to restrict his dreams? After all, neither of us has a degree and we still managed to succeed, right? Shih argued with conviction. I'm so furious with you. Can't we tell him after he graduates from college? Zhang Saixia's face flushed red with anger, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. I did mention it. I was worried he wouldn't take it well, so I hinted at it. Shih stretched out his hand, revealing a glistening Rolex. It's the latest model. I even bought this watch as a hint. And what did he say? Dad, don't wear a fake watch. I'll buy you a real one when I earn enough money. To be honest, what deep grudge could there be between a father and son? Shih ultimately couldn't bear to hinder his child's pursuit of his dreams. Deep down, he also secretly wondered how far Chu Yueling could go. He hasn't indulged in luxurious living over the years. His needs for food, clothing, and daily necessities were modest. He could easily afford to lose tens of millions. As for why he wasn't being straightforward about it, Shih also had his pride and couldn't bring himself to take the initiative to reconcile with his son. After all these years in the company, those old-timers are all pushing their own children up the ranks, Zhang Saixia pondered, removing her straw hat. If you're not going to do anything, I'll talk to our son myself. Why should we give away what we've struggled for as a couple to someone else? I'll wait and see. If our son is still sleeping on the bridge the day after tomorrow, I'll send a Rolls-Royce to pick him up and buy him a villa. She lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. I'll give him 2 more days. If he can't come up with a game to sell by then, I'll force him to come home and inherit the family business. This time, whether he likes it or not, I won't allow him to object anymore. That's my good husband. The thought of a harmonious future with a dutiful son filled Zhang Saixia with joy. We've been running this business for so long and we haven't made any major investments. Even if we suffer losses, it would still be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a villager from the same village ran over, shouting anxiously, Old Qian! Old Qian! I'm here. She waved. The villager panicked and rushed to the vegetable garden, pulling him along. Why are you still here? I just heard that something happened to Lai Fu and 9 dragons. He took his own life at the company and specifically asked my son to deliver a letter to you. What? Suicide? She trembled, the cigarette ashes trembling and falling to the ground with a soft pattering sound. Suicide? No way. How could Lai Fu possibly commit suicide? Zhang Saixia exclaimed, her face turning ashen with disbelief. The villager hurried them along. I've already called a taxi for you. Go and see for yourselves right away. The couple arrived at the Kowloon Network Company still trembling, with their clothes unchanged and wearing straw hats. My dear child, my little one, if you leave, your mother won't have the will to live on. Zhang Saixia repeatedly wiped away her tears as she pushed open the company door, only to be met with the unsympathetic chatter echoing from the office. Adding to his workload with tasks like serving tea and water, exploiting him relentlessly, and occasionally docking his wages. Intentionally leaving him alone to work overtime. Cousin Song, you said we should isolate Qian Xuan. Now he's driven to a state of mental confusion. Have we gone too far? Another clicked his tongue in disapproval. Qian Yuan's casual demeanor, as if he doesn't care about anything, makes me wonder if he has depression. Who knows if something untoward might happen to him? Well, if anything happens, it happens. It's none of our concern. Right, Brother Song? Brother Song was the nominal head of the internet company. As for the other 4 employees, they were all his relatives in one way or another. Great job. Once we get rid of Qian Shouyuan, the company will be ours. Brother Song laughed heartily. He believed that as long as Qian Shouyuan couldn't get the internet company off the ground, he could continue as the company's boss and unleash his full potential. Another staff member spoke with a mix of envy and resentment. Are all wealthy people not fools? He has a legacy to inherit, yet he insists on chasing after some naive dreams of passion. Those in the tech company were well aware of Qian Shouyuan's background, and they deliberately ostracized him, subjecting him to cold shoulders and passive-aggressive behavior with a sense of smug satisfaction. See, even the privileged offspring of the wealthy have to obey their orders, don't they? I couldn't care less about them, Liang Tsong declared smugly. Anyway, once Qian Shouyuan is gone, we can do whatever we want with this company. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was slammed open. Liang Tsong's arrogance dissipated instantly at the sight of Qian Shi. He gaped in astonishment, and Mr. CEO. Furious upon learning about his son's treatment in the company, Qian Shi grabbed the CEO by his collar. The pain of losing his son pierced his heart, making his eyes bulge in rage. I asked you to look after my son, and this is how you did it? Zhang Saixia also picked up a small hoe and frantically struck Liang Tsong, her voice trembling with fury. Give him back. Give Shouyuan back to me. Liang Tsong's bones cracked under the blows as he tried to dodge and argue. Oh no, Mr. Qian, please tell Madam not to be so angry. You want young Master Qian to inherit the family business, right? He mentioned quitting to me yesterday and it ended well. You shouldn't concern yourself with the details. Details? Qian Shi's anger knew no bounds. He slapped Liang Tsong across the face. I hired you because you graduated from Harvard and I asked you to help my son. I wanted you to assist him in creating games. If he wasn't cut out for game development, you should have encouraged him to return home. How dare you hurt him? Qian Shi was filled with regret over his past decisions. He simply said, how could his usually intelligent and sensible son suddenly resort to suicide? It turned out that he had been bullied by this group of trash. He had heard of depression, how it could lead one to uncontrollably desire death. Every word spoken at the entrance just now felt like piercing through his heart. Being deliberately ignored and isolated, coupled with relentless work, his son had entered an industry with passion, only to find it so dark and gloomy. How could he still see the light in life? How could he not want to commit suicide? Qian Shi pulled Zhang Saixia, the perpetrator, to lock the glass door and called the police. Not a single one of those who had hurt his child would be allowed to escape. After that, the couple, overwhelmed with sorrow, cried in each other's arms, leaning against the glass door. Qian Shi regretted it until his intestines turned green. His heart felt as if it was being repeatedly slashed by a blunt knife, causing excruciating pain. His tear-stained face bore the marks of age. He deeply regretted hiding this decision from his son. It's commendable that your son wants to pursue his dreams. When he starts a company, I won't care about my pride. I'll openly support him. Which is more important, one's reputation or their child's life? But what's the point of regret now? Our son is already gone. Zhang Saixia wept bitterly, wailing as she lashed out at Qian Shi. Manager's son watched in astonishment as the master and madam sat across from each other, weeping. He stepped out and asked, Master, why are you sitting here crying? Little Sunday. Zhang Saixia, struggling to catch her breath, scrambled to her feet and held onto manager's son's hand. Someone said, my son, he committed suicide at the company. Where's his body? I need to retrieve my son's remains. Young master. Manager's son was puzzled. No, young master just delivered some milk tea, saying it was a treat from master for the staff. Milk tea? Zhang Saixia froze, her tears still suspended on her face. Indeed, manager's son peered around, he was just here a moment ago. The sound of sneakers tapping against the floor echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Slow and rhythmic. A faint, cool voice resounded. We're right here. The three of them turned to look. A fair-skinned girl held a milk tea in hand, methodically biting on the straw. Her fluffy tresses cascaded over her shoulders with a strand resting on her nose bridge. She blinked, smiled, and said, Scared you, didn't it? Let's see if you dare do that again. Standing beside her, looking utterly bewildered, wasn't that Qian Shouyuan? He looked at his father, who was sitting on the ground in distress, and helplessly said, I'm sorry. Son. Zhang Saixia rushed to him, hugging her son tightly as she cried tears of joy. What are you apologizing for? It's we who owe you an apology. Qian Shi watched his resurrected son and in a daze stood up. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Father was wrong. From now on, you can do whatever you want, and I'll fully support you. They settled down in an office at the Xiangxin company. 3 hours later, Chu Yueling revealed that Qian Xiaolu had already shown signs of depression. This time, it was just a scare, but what if it really happened? Was this the outcome you wanted to see? There are no pills for regret in this world. After this incident, Qian Shi deeply realized the severity of the problem and sincerely apologized. Master is right. I was the one who sent Xiao Yuan into the tech company. If not for his fortunate encounter with you, Saixia and I would spend the rest of our lives in regret. Originally, he had wanted his son to gain experience, but who could have predicted that it would become a curse for his son? Chu Yueling warned, in any case, you must pay close attention to Qian Shouyuan's mental state. I've already arranged for the best psychiatrist in Hong Kong to treat Xuan. Qian Shi could no longer afford to be careless. The moment she was certain that her son was safe, she immediately contacted a mental health specialist. At this moment, the psychiatrist was on their way in a hurry. As for the few individuals in the company who had mistreated Qian Shouyuan, the police had just taken them away. Qian Shouyuan and Zhang Saixia went to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Saixia called. Qian Shi's emotions ran high, her eyes widened in anger. They falsified their academic credentials? Sue them. Hire the best lawyer to sue them. Let them rot in jail. Chu Yueling gestured for her to pass the call. Deeply respectful of the master who saved her son, Qian Shi failed to realize that this person was roughly the same age as her son. Ask Qian Shouyuan to take the call, Chu Yueling said, swaying her milk teacup nonchalantly, her voice cold and detached. Amidst a cacophony on the other end of the line, Qian Shouyuan's voice emerged. She smiled softly. Are you feeling better now? Qian Shouyuan scratched his head bashfully, eyeing the 5 individuals handcuffed in the police station. Much better. He was upset with his father for concealing the family situation. However, when he learned that his father had still spent millions to establish a company for him, half of his grievances and resentment dissipated. Now that the culprit was sitting in the police station and he knew that the cold treatment had nothing to do with his father, he completely released the pent-up frustration within him. Is there still light in your life? Chu Yueling asked again. The young man smiled bashfully. There is light, I just saw it. He knew that Master Chu had saved him. Thank you, Master. If you still have the passion for creating online games in 5 years, go for it. Chu Yueling smiled. The Millennium Era marked the gradual proliferation of the internet. Tears welled up in Qian Shouyuan's eyes again as he sniffed back his sobs. Master, you're my savior for life. The Qian family arranged a car to send Chu Yueling back to Temple Street. Qian Shi presented a generous red envelope with great respect. Chu Yueling only took 2 bills from the envelope. Seeing that Chu Yueling didn't want to take more, Qian Shi felt deeply ashamed. In the future, if Master ever needs anything, just say the word, and the Qian family will go through fire and water for you. Including incense heart, all expenses will be on the house if Master is willing to grace us with your presence. He was the one who was slow to understand. Could one's son's life be weighed in mere money? I'm not taking this much for any other reason, Chu Yueling said as she slipped the 200 yuan into her woolen coat pocket. No life should be dismissed or overlooked. Therefore, regardless of wealth, upon encountering her, he would save. Qian Shi was deeply moved and simultaneously overwhelmed with guilt for his past neglect as a father. Master is right. From now on, I'll pay more attention to Cao Yuan's situation. After the luxury car had driven away, Chu Yueling tapped her back, shook her body to relax and sat down at the small table. The neighbors who had followed her outside also returned. Each of them wore envious expressions as they discussed Qian Xiola's story. Who could have imagined that a penniless youth sleeping on a bridge was actually an heir to a wealthy family? One can only envy. Maybe I should sleep on a bridge tomorrow. Perhaps my family will finally reveal my true background out of concern for me, someone else chimed in with a chuckle. Another neighbor agreed, that does make sense. Count me in too. Chu Yueling discarded the cool tea and brewed a fresh pot of hot tea. After settling down, she held the teacup gently and said with a smile, so who's next? We can continue with the fortune-telling. I am, a voice rose from the crowd. All eyes turned to the young man who had raised his hand. Dressed in tight black workout clothes, he showcased his muscular physique. Tall and agile, he even struck a pose midway through his approach, eliciting swooning cries from a group of middle-aged women in the crowd. With his goal achieved, the man's face lit up, revealing a row of pearly white teeth in a warm smile. I'm the owner and coach at Shui Gym. It's located right above the sweet soup fortune-telling stall. Everyone is welcome to come and work out there. As he spoke, he shifted his position, propping his fist against his forehead as he lifted his gaze, offering what he believed to be a charming smile. Come find me to buy training sessions and you'll get a 20% discount. Indeed, that was the truth. The man's real motive had nothing to do with fortune-telling. He was using the bustling crowd around the stall to promote his gym. Chapter 79. The man's name was Chen Haoming. 4 months ago, he opened a gym on the 3rd floor of Zhangji Restaurant, right in the heart of Temple Street. Little did anyone know. After much effort, Chen Haoming finally opened his gym, only to welcome 2 guests on the very first day. Compared to the hundreds of daily visitors at his previous company, this was a pitiful sight. Chen Haoming found himself in a quandary. Rent in Hong Kong was not cheap, and a gym required spacious premises as well as costly equipment. He had invested all his savings, $3 million, into it. Yet, after a month, the revenue barely reached $5,000. Instead of being bustling with customers, the gym remained deserted every day. His initial ambition seemed to have been doused by a bucket of cold water. Chen Haoming was losing money each month, and as he neared the point of operating at a loss, his anxiety grew. He even sought help from a financial guru in the industry, hoping for a miraculous turnaround. The financial guru, upon seeing the gym, simply shook his head in dismay. In a desperate situation, Chen Haoming noticed the bustling business of the dessert stall with its daily crowd of onlookers. An idea sparked in his mind. Upon learning that fortune tellers charged $200 per consultation, he was overjoyed. Inexpensive. Too inexpensive. Compared to advertisements costing tens of thousands for just a few seconds, 200 yuan is unbelievably affordable. Without hesitation, Chen Haoming set his alarm for 6 a.m. the following day and stumbled downstairs, still half asleep. Assuming he would secure the best spot for fortune-telling, he was surprised to find the usually deserted dessert stall already bustling with grandpas and grandmas practicing Tai Chi. 4 or 5 of them were conversing while performing their moves. "Hey Uncle Tree, you're here for a fortune too?" "Yes, I want to know how many points my grandson will score on his exam. The results come out this afternoon and I couldn't sleep well last night. My heart was all over the place." "What about you?" "I want to find out if I'll have a baby girl next." "A baby girl?" Chen Haoming watched as the thin-legged grandma bent her knees for the Tai Chi move, listening in with a bewildered expression. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he couldn't resist asking, "Auntie, you're already 60, isn't it too risky to have a child at your age?" "Sigh, you young ones just don't understand my desire for a granddaughter." The old lady held onto Chen Haoming, pouring out her grievances. "Young people nowadays are all about their high-quality lifestyles, delaying marriage and childbirth. My son is in his 30s and still hasn't found someone to settle down with. I have to take matters into my own hands." "Well, it must be tough for you, Grandma." Chen Haoming wiped the sweat from his brow. After engaging in simple small talk with the potential in-laws, Chen Haoming promptly handed over 200 yuan to each of them as a respectful gesture, securing his second spot in line. As the day progressed and the sun rose higher, the crowd at the dessert stall grew larger. Chen Haoming had practiced his entrance countless times in his mind. Apparently it had paid off. He had successfully made an impression on the neighbors, drawing attention to the gym. 2 aunties even expressed interest in purchasing classes from him. "Sir." Chen Haoming naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to do business. After fumbling for a while, he pulled out 200 yuan from his quick-drying shorts and placed it on the table with a smile. 100 extra for the fortune-telling fee. I see you've just been out running errands, so it must have been tiring. I'll add another 100. As he spoke, another $100 was withdrawn from his shorts pocket and placed on the table. "You don't need to bother with mine, master. Use the time for my reading to get some rest." Come, ladies, follow me." Chen Haoming, after paying, stood up excitedly, ready to beckon the 2 ladies who were eyeing him lasciviously up to the next floor. Facing the renowned Temple Street fortune teller, he seemed to have no qualms about leaving. After all, fortune-telling couldn't compare to the profits he could make from 2 business deals. Wait a moment. The girl seated at the wooden table watched the $300 on the table and gradually smiled. "Are you sure you don't want a reading?" Chen Haoming waved his hand, his face beaming. "Master, there's really no need. Honestly, there's not much to calculate in my life." "Is that so?" Chu Yueling observed his countenance and raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you don't want me to consider your deeply rooted issue? Besides, a few customers won't save your gym." With a single sentence, she pinpointed Chen Haoming's predicament. Chen Haoming's smile froze, a stark contrast to his previous nonchalant demeanor. A cold sweat broke out across his back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had never confided his troubles to anyone else. How could Master Chu possibly know? Chu Yueling pushed the 300 yuan back. "If you're sure it doesn't count, then take your money. I'll proceed with the next person. However, I still need to tell you. Your emotional baggage has a significant impact. If you don't resolve it, your gym will inevitably go bankrupt." Would it count? Upon hearing that the issue was related to his career, Chen Haoming perked up. Who would go against their livelihood, after all? That was 3 million yuan. 3 million! Chen Haoming had already taken a seat across from her, placing both hands on the table with an expectant gaze fixed on Chu Yueling. Master, please do tell. As long as you can save the gym from ruin, I'd even be willing to work as a gigolo. There's no need for that. Your body might not withstand it, Chu Yueling chuckled. I'm very capable, I assure you. Chen Haoming rolled up his sleeves and flexed his well-defined muscles. The two housewives couldn't help but ogle at his muscles again. Following the usual routine, Chu Yueling first took Chen Haoming's birth date and combined it with his facial features for analysis. As per usual, let me start by giving you a general overview of your situation. Chen Haoming lowered his sleeves and stopped joking around. Since he had decided to take the fortune-telling seriously, he needed to be earnest. No job was easy and he had to respect the person he was dealing with. Chu Yueling interlaced her fingers. With Jiamu as your daymaster and E2 as your spouse star, you have an older sister. Your father is still alive. The presence of an evil star and a food star in conjunction with your mother's palace being dim and hollow suggests that your mother has passed away, correct? The sudden mention of his mother visibly startled Chen Haoming. Yes, my mother passed away in an accident when I was 20. If she were still alive, she would surely worry herself sick over my gym's lack of progress. Chu Yueling nodded in agreement. Mothers often worry more about their children. Indeed. Chen Haoming, realizing his momentary lapse, laughed heartily again. I do have an older sister who is married and living in New Zealand. You've hit 2 marks accurately, master. You truly possess remarkable skills, no wonder your business is always bustling. After Chu Yueling finished her calculations, Chen Haoming's expression became more serious. If she could even guess about his family members, then, the situation with the gym, as the master had mentioned, must be dire, right? Thinking about how he had painstakingly saved for over a decade to accumulate millions, only to potentially lose it all within a few months, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Master, what does it take for my gym to thrive? Chu Yueling shook her head. Right now, the gym isn't the most pressing issue. As I said earlier, your emotional baggage will be a significant obstacle in your career. Some of the ladies were curious. How could such a strong and handsome young man have any emotional baggage? Chen Haoming also nodded with a smile. My friends say the same thing. How could someone as cheerful, sunny, and talkative as me have any deep-seated issues? This only intensified his curiosity. How did Master Chu manage to perceive his inner turmoil? Chu Yueling chuckled. Emotional baggage has nothing to do with one's physique or appearance. Once it takes root, it usually stays with a person for life. Although Mr. Chen is now a fitness coach and appears strong from his birth chart, it shows that he had a rather challenging childhood. Due to inadequate nutrition, he was quite frail and skinny, like a bean sprout. Chen Haoming openly acknowledged, Master, your analysis is accurate. I really did have a weak constitution when I was young. I often fell ill with colds. The ladies showed an unusual level of concern for Chen Haoming. With muscles like those, it's hard to believe you were undernourished as a child. When your fortune-telling session is over, Auntie Feng will surely help you boost your sales, Chu Yueling offered. But Auntie Feng has a condition. You have to bring me along for practice every day, she added. The uncles present chuckled playfully at the exchange. Auntie Feng, stop it. Your eyes are practically glued to Brother Chen's muscles. How can you focus on practicing? One of them teased. Fei. Auntie Feng crossed her arms in defiance, then couldn't help but smile at Chen Haoming's face. I call this admiration, not leering. You all carry on with your jokes. Even the macho Chen Haoming blushed from the teasing. Chu Yueling came to the rescue. Everyone quiet down, I need to concentrate on giving a reading. The neighborhood was already fond of watching Chu Yueling's daily fortune-telling sessions. Seeing that they were disrupting her work, they quieted down at once. Soon, the bustling stall fell silent. Neighbors waved their hands in unison. Ning ning, as long as you ask, we'd willingly step back 100 meters. Chu Yueling nodded slightly. Thank you all. After a moment, she immersed herself in the reading and continued, your birth chart reveals your frailty. The significant change occurred when you were 12, right? Chen Haoming recalled and nodded. It should be around that age. Master, you really can read it. Chu Yueling delved deeper into the calculation. That year you had just started second-year junior high. There was a group of troublemakers in your class who enjoyed bullying others. Most of the time you tried to avoid them, but fate had other plans for you. Hearing this episode from a second person, Chen Haoming's tone lost its casualness. He fell silent. A new female student transferred into your class. She had just moved from abroad, so she couldn't speak Cantonese, only English. Before long, you noticed these troublemakers specifically targeting her after school to bully her. As Chu Yueling calculated, she vividly saw the scene from those days. Back then, at just 12 years old, Chen Haoming, not yet reaching a height of 1.5 meters, held the straps of his heavy backpack with his bony, withered hands. Standing at the corner outside the school grounds, his gaze was fixed straight ahead. Occasionally, boisterous laughter echoed through the alleyways. 3 delinquents blocked the path of a mixed-race classmate with fair skin. Hey, give us some cash, do you know how to behave? The leader, known as Big Brother B, extended his thumb and index finger, rubbing them together while widening his eyes. Doesn't your dad give you 100 Hong Kong dollars every day? Hand it over to show respect. The other two bullies joined in on tormenting the girl. One, nicknamed Rubber, continuously stuck chewing gum onto her fluffy, light brown ponytail. After each application, he chewed a new piece and repeated the action. Rubber laughed as he saw the girl trembling. Big Brother, look, this foreigner really doesn't cry. Big Brother B spat out a toothpick onto the ground. That means we aren't ruthless enough. If we were, she'd be crying in an instant. With that, Big Brother B snatched the $100 and pulled on the girl's ponytail, ignoring her sobs. He swung the bill around and sneered maliciously, isn't she crying now? Ghost sister, starting from tomorrow, ask your family for $200. 100 won't be enough for us brothers. The female classmate's eyes reddened, tears welling up in her sockets as she felt a mix of pain and confusion. Trying to snatch back her hair from Big Brother B, she was pushed aside by the guy behind him. Bro, Ghost sister doesn't understand $200, the rubber-soled guy said, rubbing his head awkwardly. Big Brother B sighed impatiently, translated then. How's $100 enough for the three of us to drink at a roadside stall? Rubber Soul scratched his head again, whispering, I've never been good at English. With no other options, Big Brother B was about to release his grip on the girl's ponytail. Then a trembling voice echoed from the alleyway. Let her go. 12-year-old Chen Haoming, his face dirty and clad in tattered straight-leg jeans, stood with quivering legs. His voice was small but filled with bravery as he attempted to scare off the bullies. Young Chen Haoming was no match for the three delinquents. Beaten and bruised, he watched as Big Brother B relieved himself in a corner, then shoved the boy's face into the puddle of urine. Warm and pungent urine choked its way down his throat through his nostrils. This tale of the past left the neighbors astonished. No one had imagined that the cheerful and sunny young man had once been a victim of bullying. Master, your fortune-telling is truly accurate, Chen Haoming said after a while, forcing a bitter smile. His recollection of that incident was vague. It only resurfaced in his dreams during the stillness of midnight. Even at 30, the humiliation he endured at 12 remained deeply etched in his heart. You protected your female classmate but also cast a lifelong shadow over yourself, Chu Yueling continued with the reading. The girl expressed her heartfelt gratitude to you. As you wished, they didn't bully her anymore. But you became the next target of their torment. Back then, Chen Haoming was as frail as a bean sprout, ready to snap with the slightest pressure. Having endured the humiliation of the urine pit. From that day forward, Chen Haoming vowed that he would never allow anyone to bully him again. He began to engage in various muscle-building exercises on his own initiative, sneaking into taekwondo classes, and gradually, he grew stronger and more robust. After becoming stronger, Chen Haoming had the means to protect himself and was constantly keeping an eye on the class bully Big B. Finally, when Big B was once again bullying a girl, he stepped forward to intervene. On this occasion, he didn't give Big Brother B the chance to slip away for another bathroom break. Instead, he gave him a sound beating. After that, whenever Big Brother B saw him, he started taking a detour. This was also why Chen Haoming became so enamored with fitness. Upon hearing this, the neighbors were quite perplexed. Why would there still be a lingering resentment after seeking revenge? Right, Coach Chen, don't let those scums affect your emotions. Chu Yueling shook her head. Chen Haoming's resentment had roots in his childhood, and he didn't become strong overnight. Throughout the years, he recurrently dreamed of being pinned down in that toilet, and he would always return home from school with fear, dreading being confronted by those hooligans. This emotional scar served as a constant reminder to him. No matter how mentally strong he became as an adult, he could never erase this memory. Chen Haoming also smiled helplessly. The adult me can't make the young Chen Haoming forget. At first, I only thought about it occasionally. But when my business wasn't doing well after starting up, and I heard that Big Brother B inherited the family business, I felt resentful. I struggled so hard to have a good life, but why should a scum like him live more comfortably? Mistress, is it because of this that you say my resentment is affecting my career? Yueling nodded. You feel unjustly treated, and during tough times you crave even more for financial success. You just want to prove that you're stronger than Big Brother B. With the gym not generating enough income, you took out loans to advertise and used every means possible to attract customers. As you can imagine, the outcome was disastrous. The gym ultimately declared bankruptcy. You were overwhelmed with loans you couldn't repay, and you were constantly hounded by debt collectors who even splashed paint on your door. Coupled with the psychological trauma, you eventually lost your mind. Indeed, Chen Haoming's original life trajectory was headed towards madness. After the gym went bankrupt, he was too ashamed to return home, constantly evading loan sharks. In the quiet of the night, he would dream of his humiliating experiences, leading to a mental breakdown. Wandering the streets in tattered clothes, he would often mutter in a daze, Why do the lives of these scoundrels surpass mine? Chen Haoming was taken aback by how grim his fate had been. After a long silence, he finally asked, "How can I prevent the gym from going bankrupt?" Actually, after opening the gym, I realized there was a major issue with the location. Temple Street's main clientele are tourists. They're on vacation and wouldn't waste their time in a gym, would they? I really can't afford to relocate again. While the gym equipment can be moved, the renovations cannot. He genuinely didn't want all his hard work to go to waste. But recalling his current predicament, Chen Haoming let out a deep sigh. He had previously consulted a financial expert who had told him there was no solution. Though the master was skilled in divination, he couldn't help with this issue, could he? "Never mind, I won't trouble the master," Chu Yueling said with a smile. "Who said there's no way out?" Chen Haoming looked up, surprised. After Chu Yueling finished her thoughts, she continued, "If the location is unfavorable, then you need to create enough uniqueness. Make it so that your gym is the only one of its kind in Hong Kong. Without comparison, customers will naturally come to you." Chen Haoming nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. What kind of clients did you have at the gym before?" "Celebrities and business elites from various industries," Chen Haoming replied hesitantly. "But they're all very busy and their workplaces are far from my gym. They definitely wouldn't come here to get a membership." "Why would they need to come in person for a membership?" Chu Yueling pointed out. "You could deliver the cards to them." "Why do the celebrities you know work out?" Chen Haoming pondered for a moment before answering, "To maintain their figures." "How much does a 6-month membership cost?" Chu Yueling asked again. 3,000 yuan, Chen Haoming said, beginning to see the light. "The gym's equipment is all new, and we've imported popular international machines. As far as I know, only 3 gyms in Kowloon have these. Their membership fees are twice mine. It doesn't make sense for them to offer top-notch facilities for free. No celebrity would be willing to come." Chen Haoming grew more and more excited. How had he not thought of this before? Isn't it equivalent to free promotional advertising if celebrities are willing to come? He could already envision the gym resurrecting from its demise, bustling with patrons. Seeing Chen Haoming grasp the idea, Chu Yueling smiled slightly. Exactly. The influence of celebrities was considerable. Regardless of whether Hong Kong citizens cared about encountering stars, using the same gym as them would still be a source of pride when mentioned. Using celebrities as a marketing ploy to attract new customers. "Then, do you have more female or male clients?" "We have more female clients," Chen Haoming answered definitively. Chu Yueling chuckled. "Since you're already willing to exploit your charm to draw customers, why not hire a few more male trainers?" Chen Haoming's face flushed instantly. "It's also a matter of necessity." In an instant, the people behind him burst into laughter. As the laughter gradually subsided, Chen Haoming fell silent for a moment before mustering the courage to ask, "Master, since these emotional knots affect me so much, should I forgive them and let go?" Upon reflection, he still felt unresolved and discontent. But if it truly affected his career and the prosperity of the gym, he was willing to reluctantly let go. Before Chu Yueling could speak, a neighbor from the crowd indignantly spoke up. "Not a chance for forgiveness, that's what the king of hell is for." "Exactly. Coach Chen, remember to mock them when you've made it big. I'm 50 this year, at the prime age for physical fitness. Don't worry, we neighbors will support your business. My granddaughter loves working out. Before, when there was no gym in Temple Street, she took a taxi to Mongkok. I'll bring her back." Seeing the support from his neighbors, Chen Haoming's cold heart warmed up. The gloom he had been feeling lately lifted significantly. Chu Yueling wrote an address in her notebook, tore the page off, and handed it to him. "Go take a look. Perhaps it'll help you find closure." She blinked her eyes. Mocking is also an option. With the note in hand, Chen Haoming hesitated but eventually hailed a taxi to head for an industrial area in Saikang. Following the address, he finally stopped at a cement factory. Bags of cement were being loaded and unloaded onto trucks by laborers, their backs bent under the weight. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Haoming could barely make out anyone's features. Suddenly, a harsh voice from years past caught his attention. "Xiaolu, how long is Big Brother be serving his sentence?" 2 men, their faces covered in cement dust, sat in a corner, eating rice balls. Chen Haoming recognized their voices as those of 2 former henchmen of Big Brother B from years ago. "Sentence for robbery, 20 years in total," Xiaolu grumbled. "If not for Big Brother B's family collapse and business failure, would he have resorted to robbing? Would we be here in Saikang carrying cement? AI, how did we end up in such miserable circumstances?" Rubber, staring at his rice ball devoid of any vegetables, sighed. "Can't afford decent food, clothes, or even a proper bed. We sleep on the factory floor after work. Compared to Big Brother B, we're doing all right," Xiaolu griped. "He tried to escape from prison and got an additional 3 years. The last time I visited him, his face was bruised from a fight inside." "Indeed. Rubberneck lifted his head and saw a well-dressed elite man not far away. He didn't recognize the man but felt a sense of familiarity. Taking a bite of his rice ball, he leaned closer to his companion. Do you remember Chen Haoming? Sure do. Big Brother B humiliated him by peeing on him, and then Chen Haoming bulked up and chased us around trying to beat us up. The henchman shuddered. He almost cracked my skull. I still avoid him to this day. I'll never forget him. Rubberneck took another bite. Chen Haoming's life turned out pretty good. I heard from classmates that he invested millions in a gym. Oh, what a big shot. We can't compare. As they talked, the gangster turned to Xiao Lu. Do you think we still have a chance to turn our lives around in this world? Turn our lives around? Are you still sleeping in your dreams? Xiao Lu finished his rice ball and stuffed the plastic bag into his dirty pocket, urging, this is as good as it gets for us in this lifetime. A gust of wind blew past. Chen Haoming let go, allowing the note to be carried away by the breeze. He chuckled softly, feeling an instant weight lifted off his heart. So the master only wanted him to witness how miserable these gangsters had become. Uncle speaks the truth. It's Yama's job to forgive them. He turned to leave, planning to distribute free membership cards to his former clients as per the master's instruction. As he lifted his foot, a figure emerged from the cement factory's office. It was none other than the factory owner who had once been Chen Haoming's client. Mr. Chen Haoming? The owner's face was filled with surprise. What a coincidence. Why are you here? The sound of the owner's voice caught the attention of the two men preparing to carry cement. They looked over, their faces dirty and grimy. Chen Haoming, clean-cut and radiating success, engaged in conversation with the owner. He even entered the owner's office, a place they had never been allowed into. Throughout the encounter, Chen Haoming didn't spare them so much as a glance. To him, they seemed like insignificant grains of sand. Chen Haoming. Rubber and Little Six were stunned. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of disparity, inferiority, and frustration washed over them. It was as if they had been slapped hard across the face with the very fists they had once thrown at Chen Haoming, now multiplied by dozens of times. Punch after punch, knocking them down into the dust. For the next few decades, this scene would haunt them like an indelible shadow, turning into nightmares that revisited them during the still of midnight. Chapter 80. After finishing her divination, Chu Yueling got up to pack her things. Master Chu. A melodious voice rang out. Looking up, Chu Yueling saw a figure in fiery red approaching her. Clad in a red leather jacket and chewing gum, Song Ling grabbed her wine-red wavy hair with one hand, scanning the stall. Closing up for the day? Upon seeing Song Ling, Chu Yueling glanced behind her. Xiao Hao was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes curved into a smile. Yes, I've finished all my readings for today. I'll lend you a hand. In an instant, Song Ling suppressed her flirtatious demeanor, spitting out the gum onto a tissue before tucking it into her pocket. She helped fold up the table and stow it away under the cart. Master, are you planning to open a shop? Chu Yueling asked, surprised. How did she know about her intention to open a store when it wasn't public knowledge yet? Reading Chu Yueling's astonishment, Song Ling smiled apologetically. There are no truly impenetrable walls in this world, let alone in Temple Street where secrets don't exist. Temple Street is replete with places of revelry and gangs engaging in brawls. The slightest stir can spread like wildfire throughout the world. Seeing that Chu Yueling was still perplexed, Ling let out a chuckle. All right, I won't tease Master anymore. I know the landlord of the floor you rented. I just happened to mention it in passing. Oh, I see. Chu Yueling suddenly understood. They had only managed to view the house when they found the time, and it was settled due to its favorable location and ample space. Most of the follow-up matters were handled by Zhang Jianda. Speaking of which, I haven't even met the contractor for the renovations yet. I should go take a look later. Let's go. Song Ling smiled brightly as she eagerly offered to gather the scattered chairs. You can ask Fei Yu to bring his men to help. Indeed, they would need assistance once the shop was up and running. Chu Yueling pondered for a moment before declining. Fei Yu? He's now the third in command of the 14 gang, so he probably doesn't have the time, right? The third in command position is all because of you. Song Ling encouraged her to make use of him without hesitation. Even if Xiao Hao knows, he'll definitely agree. Xiao Hao. Chu Yueling caught onto the name and playfully teased. You used to call him Brother Qiao, didn't you? Even Song Ling, who was accustomed to the nightlife scene, couldn't resist blushing. She averted her gaze. I didn't expect Brother Qiao to like me either. Saying this, Song Ling started counting her flaws on her fingers. I'm fat, lazy, and ignorant of social norms. The most important thing, she said, letting her hand fall and sighing, is that I work in this line, so my reputation isn't spotless. Why on earth would Brother Qiao like me? Surely you didn't choose this line willingly. Chu Yueling shook her head. If there had been any other option, you wouldn't have entered this world. She then took Zongling's slender wrist, gave it a gentle squeeze, and let go. You still think you're fat? You'd be nothing but bones if you lost any more weight. My dear, you just don't understand. Those disgusting men love this kind of body. They want women with big breasts and hips, but everything else should be slender. Zongling lifted the flap of her red leather jacket, revealing what lay beneath, but the thought of her troubles made her lower it again. She pushed her hair back with one hand and reached into her pocket for a cigarette with the other. Her red nails plucked a cigarette from the pack, and she clicked a lighter several times. Remembering something, she lifted her gaze, smiled brightly, and put the cigarette back in its box. Never mind, I won't smoke in front of you. Master, what do you think Brother Chiu sees in me? The second-in-command of the 14th gang had no shortage of clean women vying for his bed. Conling truly couldn't understand why Chiu Hao had chosen her. After some thought, her expression turned dejected. Once I even took a client in front of him. Recalling Chiu Hao's poignant unrequited love story, Chu Yueling coughed lightly. Indeed, it wasn't easy to become the second-in-command of the 14th gang. Chiu Hao was incredibly patient. You're dwelling on this. Why not ask Chiu Hao himself? He'll definitely tell you the reason. After all, he hasn't liked you for just a day or two. The master speaks the truth, a steady voice echoed. Both raised their heads to look. Chiu Hao approached with a group, carrying 2 gift boxes. The moment he arrived, he placed the boxes in one hand and reached out with the other to pull Conling up from the ground. He noticed that beneath her leather jacket, Chiu Ling wore only a strapless top, softening her scarred face and melting the coldness in her eyes. You're dressed so lightly? Be careful not to catch a cold. Chiu Hao took off his thin fleece jacket and draped it over Chiu Ling's shoulders. Is there something on your mind that you won't share with me? Chiu Ling held onto the jacket, still warm from Chiu Hao's body heat. Ever since he had taken the initiative to break the ice, he would visit Temple Street whenever he had free time. Today, she had intentionally come out knowing that Chiu Hao would be here. Intending to avoid Chiu Hao, she ended up bumping into him instead. Ailing kept her head down, remaining silent. Master, I just dropped by to check on you, Chiu Hao said, passing the gift box to Chu Yueling. Chu Yueling took it and placed it on the cart, jesting, thanks, but no gifts without cause. Is there something you need help with? Chiu Hao looked at Ailing rather awkwardly. Recently, Ailing plans to support some children. I've investigated their backgrounds, but I'm worried I might have missed something. Could you please calculate and verify? Chu Yueling nodded. Sure. Do you have their birth dates and times? Chiu Hao glanced behind him. The younger brothers were lined up in front of the stall. Upon catching their leader's gaze, one of them promptly took out a slip of paper and handed it over. Master Chu, here are the child's birth details. Please take a look, Master. Chiu Hao smiled. After nearly being tricked by a sponsor when they first met Ling, he had become more cautious, fearing that someone like that might hurt Ling again. When he learned that Ling wanted to sponsor another child, Chiu Hao immediately began his investigation. Chu Yueling took the paper, calculated on her fingers, then looked up at Ling. What about your birth details? Ling was taken aback, but after a moment she managed to react. After comparing the 2 sets of birth details, Chu Yueling said, Relax, the child will have a bright future and won't have any negative impact on Ling. Hearing that the child seeking sponsorship was promising, Ling became cheerful. She looked at Chiu Hao and met his deep, scarred gaze filled with affection. Ling felt flustered once again, her cheeks turning slightly warm. Why would you know? Silly girl, if I want to know something, what could possibly be hidden from me? Chiu Hao reached out to gently stroke the bridge of Ling's nose. That's why I like you. He had been hesitant to get too close before, fearing he might scare Ling away. Now that the truth was out, he no longer felt restrained in his actions. Besides, why didn't you tell me when something was wrong? Your body is yours and I respect you. I wouldn't interfere. But that can't be a reason for you to reject me. As Chiu Hao spoke, his scar furrowed along with his brows, his eyes taking on a hint of hurt. When it comes to whether we're suitable or not, it's me who's not worthy of you. How could someone who climbed to the second-in-command position in the 14 gang be an upright person? In my earlier years, how much blood have I stained my hands with from gambling dens? Seeing him belittle himself, Chong Ling grew anxious. No, you're great. Chiu Hao chuckled. If I'm so great, shouldn't you give me some sort of response after I've been secretly in love with you for all these years? Chong Ling had always liked Chiu Hao but had never dared to agree due to her profession. She was nervous, recalling the chaos of her past family life. She was genuinely afraid, knowing how sensitive her job was. If they argued in the future, Chiu Hao might use this against her. She had no way to refute him. If I agree, you can't hold it against me in the future, she said. I swear on my life. If I do, let Fei throw me into the sea to be devoured by sharks, Chiu Hao vowed. All right. Chong Ling relented. With one hand, she swept her long wavy hair behind her ear and held out her hand. Big sister promises. If you mistreat big sister, I'll leave without hesitation. Chu Hao took Chongling's hand and smiled. I promise. All his brothers had witnessed Chu Hao's pursuit of his wife. Noticing Ailing nod in agreement, the younger brothers all cheered and eagerly called out, Sis-in-law. Chu Yueling observed with a tinge of emotion. So this was the tale that the underworld boss and his sis-in-law couldn't help but engage in a thrilling chase of love? Before Chu Hao left, he insisted on paying the divination fee. You don't have to. Just consider it paid with the 2 gift bags, Chu Yueling said, not one to take advantage of others. But the gift bags are separate. The divination fee still needs to be settled, Chu Hao replied. He signaled for his subordinate to approach and whispered something into his ear. Then Chu Hao turned to Chu Yueling. Master, I've heard you're preparing a shop. Ailing and I will definitely be there for the opening. As he spoke, he took a business card from his subordinate and handed it over. If you need any assistance during this period, feel free to call me anytime. Chu Yueling received it solemnly, her expression resolute. Yes, definitely. After seeing Chu Hao and his team off, she wheeled her cart to the front. The new store wasn't far from the tea restaurant. Parking the cart, she lifted her gaze to survey the new shop location. It was flanked by commercial areas. As she approached the store, she overheard a neighboring shop owner chatting while munching on sunflower seeds. Her eyes followed the direction of the conversation. Have you been watching the Miss Hong Kong pageant lately? Yes, I have. There's this mainland girl who's making quite a splash. You mean Lu Qing, right? Exactly, that's her. At first, she didn't seem remarkable, thin with yellowish skin. But as time went on, she made it to the finals and transformed into a real beauty. Someone who doesn't know might think she had plastic surgery. Tomorrow, TV will be live-streaming the Miss Hong Kong finale. 19 beauties will compete for the crown, and I'm sure the mainland girl will make it to the top 3. Not far away, an auntie was washing vegetables by her door. Upon hearing this prediction about the mainland contestant, she scoffed, discarding the vegetables, splashing water all over the concrete ground. Really? A mainland girl in the top 3? Please eat something better. You're smitten with just any northern girl. The offended auntie retorted, hands on her hips, what northern girl? I bet you have relatives on the mainland too. You criticize young girls when you look like that yourself? The fortune teller at Temple Street said mainland girls have decades of good luck. She'll definitely make it. To say that the vegetable washing auntie looked down on Lu Qing would be an understatement. There was a history between them. Lu Qing and her mother had sneaked into Hong Kong, and before they gained legal status, Lu Qing's mother worked illegally in the auntie's shop. Taking advantage of her undocumented status, the auntie often underpaid or didn't pay her mother at all. When confronted, the auntie would threaten to call the police, accusing Lu Qing's mother of illegal immigration. Helpless, Lu Qing's mother endured in silence. However, when Lu Qing found out, the feisty young girl, despite her small stature, smashed the shop's glass door. The memory of the shattered door fueled the auntie's anger. Abandoning the vegetables, she angrily lifted the bucket and spat before entering the house, not forgetting to express her disdain. What Temple Street fortune teller? Even Hong Kong's fortune tellers are useless. A northern girl making it into the top 3? She wants to rise to fame? She dreams of prosperity? With her malnourished appearance? She's daydreaming. Chapter 81. The vegetable washer's words stirred Aunt Sweet Potato, who instantly removed her shoe without caring about the dirt on the ground, stepping on it with her pristine white socks while gesturing with the footwear. You dare say that again? It's the final tomorrow and you're cursing someone today? If the mainland girl doesn't place, I'll use this shoe to slap your mouth shut. Seeing Aunt Sweet Potato ready for a fight, the other 2 aunts promptly intervened. No need to get angry, our perspectives differ. Exactly, she lacks taste. Let it be, you know Choi Xiang's character. Her tongue has always been sharp. Aunt Sweet Potato was held back by her companions and didn't dare to continue her outburst. She threw her shoe on the ground and swiftly stepped on it with her dirty sock, still fuming. Lu Qing will definitely make it. Just wait and see, she'll surely be in the top 3. Chu Yueling found it odd. Lu Qing already had fans so soon? No wonder she was born to be in the entertainment industry. The commotion outside caught the attention of the workers renovating the shop. What's going on? The man who came out was an uncle wearing a hat made from folded newspaper and a black sweater with holes. His arms were stained with white paint. By now the aunties had all gone back home. Seeing a young girl standing at the entrance of the shop, looking quite pleasant, the uncle suddenly had an idea as he pondered. Uncle Zhong held a shovel in one hand and slapped his forehead with the other, chuckling. Look at me, this young miss must be Master Chu, the tenant of this shop, right? I am. Chu Yueling smiled. I've just finished my stall for the day and thought I'd drop by to check on the progress. Adrian and I have been friends for years, so just call me Uncle Zhong, said Uncle Zhong as he led Chu Yueling into the shop. Upon entering, the pungent smell of fresh paint assaulted their noses. The shop had a long layout, and 2 workers were perched on A-frames, painting the ceiling. Chu Yueling waved her hand, trying to dispel the odor. Uncle Zhong chuckled. That's how renovations go. Since we're all working together, we use top-notch materials. Once it's done and properly ventilated, the smell will dissipate. Uncle Zhong, do you have an estimate on when the work will be completed? Chu Yueling inquired. Uncle Zhong calculated the time. The painting should be finished in about 2 days. Miss Chu, didn't you also want a partition? Chu Yueling looked towards the entrance. The partition was already in place. Yes, and I'd like a small window facing the street as well. In that case, it'll take a bit longer, Uncle Zhong said, guiding her over to view the small room. It roughly occupied a third of the shop space, not too large but ample for selling desserts. Chu Yueling tapped on the wall panel, gesturing before she chirpily said, Uncle Zhong, could you help me install a few horizontal wooden planks on the walls? I'll need to paste talismans on them as a decorative cover. Then I'll display my products on those planks. Since they had decided to combine sugar water and Feng Shui, she naturally had to make some changes that distinguished her shop from others. Uncle Zhong knocked on the wall panel and contemplated. The wall is sturdy enough, so installing the wooden planks shouldn't be an issue. Miss Chu, what about the talismans for the planks? He wasn't clear about what business his employer was in. He thought that talismans could only be purchased at a Feng Shui shop and they weren't cheap. A tiny yellow talisman could cost tens of dollars, and with the length of the wooden plank, it might require over 100 talismans to cover it completely. It wouldn't be a small expense. Expressing his concern, Uncle Zhong prepared to suggest to his employer that they opt for affordable posters or wooden planks that already match the wall color. No worries, Chu Yueling smiled. I'll draw some talismans and send them over. Oh. Only then did Uncle Zhong realize that Chu Yueling was actually a Feng Shui master herself. Impressed by her young age and entrepreneurial spirit, he couldn't help but praise her. Miss Chu truly has a boundless future ahead. Chu Yueling finalized a few minor alterations for the shop and with the details settled, prepared to depart. Just then, a youthful and attractive woman entered, carrying a lunchbox and swaying in her high heels. Upon seeing Uncle Zhong, her eyes lit up. Brother Zhong. Zhong Geng rolled up his sleeves, ready to resume painting. Upon noticing the visitor, he set down his tools. Why are you here so early today? Assuming the woman was Uncle Zhong's daughter, Chu Yueling didn't give it much thought and watched as she went inside. However, the following scene left everyone speechless. The woman planted a kiss on Zhong Geng's wrinkled cheek and handed him the lunchbox. Freshly cooked meal, eat quickly before you get hungry. Chu Yueling whistled in surprise. It turns out they're husband and wife? Noticing the landlord's gaze, Zhong Geng nudged the woman awkwardly. With so many people watching, what's with the kissing? Save it for home. The woman refused to budge, swaying her waist as she planted another kiss. We're legally married, aren't we? What's wrong with a kiss? I'll kiss if I want to. Seeing Zhong Geng's apologetic expression, Chu Yueling smiled and waved. Uncle Zhong, I'll be going first. Okay. Zhong Geng laughed embarrassedly. Upon the departure of the master, the worker perched on midair, balancing on the ladder while holding a paintbrush between his teeth. He paused in his task, glanced at the woman's ample bosom, and playfully quipped, Uncle Zhong, you're truly blessed. At over 50, you still get a second chance at love with such a beautiful wife. Feeling elated by the compliment, Zhong Geng took the lunchbox from the man, placing it on a stainless steel table cluttered with paint buckets. He opened the container, picked up his chopsticks, and teased, you don't have to be envious, drunken chicken. If you quit alcohol and spend less time at the drinking table, you'll find it much easier to attract women in your prime years. With that, he stabbed his chopstick straight down onto the table. The woman glanced at the lunchbox with a meaningful nudge to Zhong Geng's waist. Loser, there's still soup. You started boiling it early in the morning, drink more. All right. My Lily is still so capable and virtuous. Zhong Geng beamed with joy, uncapping another thermos flask to savor a sip of the soup. At over 50 years old, he had managed to marry a beautiful wife in her 30s. Not only did she not disdain his age, but she also cooked for him every day. Who among his peers wouldn't envy him? And who wouldn't say he had a good life? He was completely oblivious to the exchange of glances between the drunken chicken and the woman. With a few hurried bites, Zhong Geng put down his lunchbox and left the table, readjusting his newspaper cap. I'll eat later. The boss is in a hurry to open the shop and I'm not that hungry yet. I need to finish painting this wall. The woman panicked and personally brought him a bowl of soup. How can you not eat? The food loses its taste when it gets cold. At least finish the soup. Let me finish this wall first. Zhong Geng declined. The woman reluctantly placed the soup back on the table, hesitant. Then I'll go home first. Remember to drink your soup. All right, you may leave first. Drunk Chicken exchanged a glance with the woman in midair. After she left, he glanced at the steaming soup on the platform below and resumed his work. A wild cat dashed in from outside and leaped onto the table. It mewed and playfully chased its own tail around. Oh dear, where did this little wildcat come from? Zhang Geng straightened up and approached the cat, gently shooing it away with both hands while making hushing sounds. Out you go, don't dirty the owner's walls. The kitten continued spinning, and with a clatter, the soup spilled onto the floor, followed by another clatter as the food tumbled down as well. Zhang Geng sighed at the mess. What bad luck. However, he didn't get angry. Instead, he turned to fetch a broom to clean up. By the time he returned, the mischievous little cat had already vanished. When Chu Yueling returned to the apartment, the sun was still high in the sky. Upon opening the door, she heard the sound of the television coming from inside. Peering into the living room from the entrance, she spotted Chu Yi, whom she hadn't seen for 2 or 3 days, sitting cross-legged on the couch in a cartoon character pajama set. In her arms, she held a bag of Calbee potato chips. As Chu Yi munched on the chips while watching TV, her cheeks were speckled with crumbs. You're watching cartoons again? Chu Yueling entered and sat down beside her. Upon seeing her beloved sister, Chu Yi put down the chips and hugged her tightly. Sis, you're finally back. I missed you so much. With that, Chu Yi nestled her head affectionately in Chu Yueling's embrace. When she looked up, Chu Yi found herself buried in a tousled fluffy mane. Wait a moment. Chu Yueling noticed a faint tinge of black on Chu Yi's hand, barely noticeable but enough to trigger her sharp senses. Her expression turned more serious. Did anything unpleasant happen during your outing? Unpleasant? Chu Yi tilted her head, shook it, and resumed crunching on her chips. Everything was great. I didn't even have trouble sleeping during the camping trip as I expected. Chu Yueling honed in on the crucial detail. Camping outdoors? Aha! Chu Yi nodded vigorously. By the seaside. What about the charm? Chu Yi shook her head. It turned to ashes. Chu Yueling had a rough idea of the cause. The seashore was naturally damp and prone to accumulating negative energy, especially with the spirits of those who had perished at sea over the years. Chu Yi must have encountered something unclean. Fortunately, the charm Chu Yi carried with her had helped protect her. Though nothing major had occurred, for added safety, Chu Yueling got up to write another calming charm, handing it over to Chu Yi. Wear it close to your skin and remove it after a few days. Chu Yi pounced on Chu Yueling with the talisman in hand. Sis, you're so kind. Perhaps it was just a psychological effect. She did feel much more comfortable wearing it as warmth spread through her body. Reminded by her sister's words, Chu Yi couldn't help but think of Chu Shui. For some unexplainable reason. Since Chu Shui's harrowing experience at sea, she had grown increasingly pale and wan. During the day, she attended classes with prominent dark circles beneath her eyes, resembling someone whose vitality had been drained by a vampire. Chu Yi shrugged, promptly casting the matter aside to enjoy her television show with delight. Someone insignificant, anyway, it doesn't concern her. Hee, Cherry Maruko is still the cutest. On the other side, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a fiery red. A luxurious yacht docked by the bay was buffeted by increasing winds as the temperature cooled, causing waves to crash against its hull with a rhythmic roar. On board, a dozen beauties donned sultry bikinis, striking poses for photographs. Their tinkling laughter echoed throughout the bay. If there were onlookers, they would surely recognize these alluring ladies as contestants from the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Another pose. Lu Qing, I'm talking to you. Lift your buttocks higher and make your gaze more alluring. Sexiness, do you understand? Lu Qing, standing at the edge, saw the photographer's frustration and awkwardly propped herself up on her thighs, knees slightly bent, unsure of what to do. The photographer lost his temper again. I told you to lift your butt, not to stick it out like an old hen. The bikini is sponsored by Beach Bunny. Can you afford to ruin it? Oh, I'll adjust. Lu Qing withdrew awkwardly. Facing the dark lens and the stern photographer, she managed to force a smile. A gust of wind blew, lifting Lu Qing's wavy tresses perfectly. Snap. The shot was captured. Ah Young, the photographer snapped his fingers at the assistant. Where's the balloon? Bring it over to the beauty contestant. Wrap up after the last shot. Upon hearing that they could finish and wrap up, the beauties all secretly let out sighs of relief. The sea breeze grew stronger, and they were all dressed only in bikinis for the poster shoot. The contestants shivered on the yacht, gasping for warmth. Lu Qing rubbed her arms continually while her stomach rumbled incessantly. She was hungry. However, she had gotten used to skipping dinner at night to save money. She cautiously held onto the bikini sponsored by the brand, Beach Bunny. It was quite expensive, costing thousands. She was afraid of damaging it with too much force. Yet, the chance to wear a high-end bikini made Lu Qing quite happy. It was like a ray of hope shining through her seemingly bleak and endless life. She knew that her chances of winning the Miss Hong Kong pageant were slim. Still, she was willing to endure hardships to seize this slender opportunity that could alter her destiny. With uneven skin tone, she resorted to bleaching agents for repeated washes. The acidic liquid was rubbed onto her arms tirelessly, gradually causing a stinging pain in her skin. She tried folk remedies she heard from others, but they had no effect at all. However, with reduced part-time jobs, more regular sleep, and less sun exposure, her skin slowly became fairer. In her quest to improve her posture and grace, while other contestants practiced for 2 hours, she extended hers to 4. Unable to dance proficiently, she danced until the wee hours of the night. Through sheer perseverance, she made it to the finals. All the hardships and tears along the way were known only to her. Fortunately, upon entering the finals, she received a small stipend, $500, though not much. It was the sole income she had earned during this period. Lu Qing planned to visit Chu Yueling when she had time. She would use that $500 to settle the overdue fee for the divination and buy a gift for the master. If not for the master, she would have long returned to the mainland and never had the chance to appear on camera. The more she thought about it, the less bitter Lu Qing found her current struggles to be. Lu Qing, what are you daydreaming about? Get back into position. The photographer, annoyed by Lu Qing's distraction, shouted at her. Afterward, he criticized, a country girl is always a country girl, both vulgar and ill-mannered. When Sister May asks me to take photos, she wouldn't dare keep me waiting. The photographer's intention was to sound vulgar. After Lu Qing applied her makeup, she appeared even more refined with her slender frame and alluring, ample bosom. Among the contestants, she was the most striking beauty. The photographer was a local from Hong Kong and had always looked down on outsiders, especially those from rural mainland China. There were plenty of Hong Kong girls to choose from as beauty pageant contestants. Why would they ever resort to selecting a northerner? I'm on my way, Lu Qing said. She had heard such remarks too often since joining TV. As an unpopular actress with a low status, she was willing to swallow her pride for her future. Instead of arguing back, she quickly returned to her position. Seeing Lu Qing's obedient demeanor, the photographer felt pleased and taunted, that's more like it. Being rustic isn't a country girl's fault, but stupidity is. Assistant, bring out the balloons. The assistant promptly fetched the tied-up balloons and distributed them to the contestants, 1 per person. When the assistant handed a balloon to Lu Qing, she politely thanked them in Cantonese with a delicate tone. The assistant blushed at Lu Qing's charming face, even surprised. After distributing the balloons, Lu Qing was the first beauty to express her gratitude. The others treated him like a mere errand boy. It's no big deal, the assistant said, glancing cautiously at the photographer behind him and whispering, don't space out later. Hurry up and cooperate with Brother Jian for the shoot. He really has a short temper. All right, Lu Qing nodded obediently. Zhu Weijian, growing impatient with the delay, grabbed his camera and widened his eyes. What are you doing? You took forever to hand out the balloons. Should I stand here with you for half a day too? How do we calculate the lost time? I won't shoot. Let you shoot instead if that's okay. Hearing the shout, the assistant turned with a smile, gesturing near his temple. Sorry, Brother Jian. The balloons have been distributed. We can start shooting now. Get lost if you're ready to shoot. Zhu Weijian opened the camera lens cover, cursing under his breath. You don't know how to check the camera angle when learning photography? All you know is to block the lens, damn foolish. The assistant exchanged a look with Lu Qing and sighed. Amidst the endless stream of curses ringing in his ears, he and Lu Qing were no strangers to similar predicaments. Lu Qing wrapped up her work amidst intermittent insults, the dressing room bustling with activity. She draped a towel around herself and made her way to the open-air bar on the yacht, settling down at a counter overlooking the sea. 2 consecutive days of shooting had left her exhausted. Before long, the sound of Zhu Weijian's ranting echoed from the second-floor lounge. I took you under my wing to teach you how to navigate life. Why are you sucking up to some country girl? Can't you tell who's worth your time? Yang defended himself. I wasn't sucking up to her. Even if I was, it's something Big Brother Jian taught me. Lu Qing has such great popularity, it's evident from how quickly her promotional poster sold out. The gossip news predicts that she'll at least secure a top 3 spot. She'll definitely have good resources in the future. Lu Qing couldn't help but clench her palm, unaware that so many people appreciated her. Hearing that her posters had sold out, a secret smile played on her lips. Being liked by others could bring such joy. The click of a lighter sounded from upstairs. Zhu Weijian took a drag of his cigarette, sneering. Top 3? She dares to dream. Let me tell you, those spots have long been reserved for Luo Yinghong. There's no place for country girls in this game. The top 3 positions refer to the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. Luo Yinghong holds shares in TV and is a high-ranking executive. The winners for the top 3 spots have long been predetermined. Historically, all the beauty pageant winners have gone on to achieve great fame. For someone like Lu Qing, who has neither fame nor influence, to aspire to 3rd place? It's a pipe dream. Upon hearing that Lu Qing had no chance, Yang, perhaps unable to bear seeing such a hardworking girl pushed aside by backstage dealings, tried to argue. I have insider information too. Rumor has it that Miss Su once made a request to the higher-ups not to make things difficult for Lu Qing, who comes from humble beginnings. You yourself said it was just so they wouldn't make things difficult, Zhu Weijin sneered, revealing his yellow teeth. That doesn't mean they'll actively help her. If Miss Su wanted to support her, she would have already secured a spot for her. Give up, country girl. It's already a miracle that she made it to the finals. To expect more is impossible. She's just a pawn, brought out to see the world only to be cast back down to hell. Ah Yang, disheartened by the reality of the situation and recalling the kind-hearted young lady he had just met, fell into despair. They both understood. Should Lu Qing fail to secure a top 3 position, she would have no chance of making a name for herself in Hong Kong's entertainment circle. There were simply too many beautiful girls. After a while, the sound of fabric rustling echoed from the second floor, followed by the fading footsteps of leather shoes on the deck as they moved further away. Silence returned to the surroundings. The sea gently lapped against the yacht, again and again, while the wind howled like a mournful ghost through the rocks. As night fell, the temperature dropped steadily. Lu Qing had fallen from paradise to hell. She trembled uncontrollably. Hugging her towel tightly, she tried to fend off the biting cold. The sparkle in her beautiful eyes dimmed like a flickering candle extinguished by the wind. Her mind seemed to have crashed. After an eternity. Through quivering teeth, her voice trembled with sobs. Of course. Without connections or support, how could I be foolish enough to believe I was guaranteed a spot as Miss Hong Kong? Glistening tears fell, splattering onto her clasped hands. A surge of bitterness rose within her in an instant. Zhu Weijin was right. She was just a naive country girl, brought out to be a mere participant in the race. How pathetic. The beautiful dreams and aspirations she had nurtured were shattered in an instant. How could someone like her ever deserve a place as Miss Hong Kong? It was unclear how long had passed. Lucy. A few more beauties had joined the yacht, and they approached Lu Qing on purpose. One of them put her arm around Lu Qing's shoulder, having overheard Zhu Weijin's words. Are you all right? Lu Qing lifted her head, her eyes devoid of tears but startling the beauties around her. Her gaze seemed to have had its radiance sucked away, leaving only an impenetrable abyss in their depths. After a moment of silence, Lu Qing shook her head. It's all right. Why are you all here? We're heading back to the dorms. The girlfriends waited for Lu Qing to get up before urging her to change. As they descended the stairs, they consoled her, don't dwell on it too much. That's just how the entertainment industry works. Looking good and singing well aren't enough, it's all about connections. In reality, why did they all join the Miss Hong Kong competition? Wasn't it all for a shot at the top 3 spots? Yet, at the final stage, they were informed that the top 3 positions were already predetermined. They were merely pawns, drafted to participate in a performance alongside the pre-selected winners. Once the act was over, they would each return to their respective lives. Who could feel at ease with this? The atmosphere turned awkward. Sensing everyone's discontent, one of the girlfriends attempted to break the tension, forcing a light-hearted tone. I've thought about it. If I don't make it, I'll return to Canada and continue my graduate studies, one of the girls shared. I'll focus on being an English teacher if I don't get selected, another chimed in. What about you, Lucy? Someone asked. Me? Lu Qing paused, forcing a bitter smile. I will return to the mainland. All the contestants had backup plans. Only she stood at the edge of a precipice with no way back. The mainland? I doubt there's a place for you there, a sarcastic remark echoed from ahead. The group looked up to see 3 tall and glamorous models blocking the entrance to the changing room. These were the 3 finalists handpicked by the insiders. First, second, and third place winners. The leading beauty held herself with arrogance. She was President Luo's niece and the reigning Miss Hong Kong, soon to pass her title on. Ruo Yuan often heard Lu Qing's name, especially when they were compared, which only filled her with disdain. How far could a country bumpkin like her go in an entertainment industry that relied on capital and connections? A fleeting moment of glory. She contemptuously glanced at Lu Qing's worn-out flip-flops, which clashed with the designer bikini she wore. Perhaps he should buy a new pair of flip-flops before returning to the mainland, Ruo Yuan scoffed lightly. A cockroach from a dark, stinky gutter can never thrive in the sunlight. After the trio left, the beauties dared to express their concern for Lu Qing. Lucy, don't listen to her nonsense. We all know that you would have definitely placed if there wasn't any foul play. In our hearts, you're the champion. Among them all, Lu Qing was the most diligent. She had spared no effort in striving for a good ranking. Shaking her head, she covered her hungry stomach and numbly opened the changing room door. In front of the full-length mirror, the girl's hand slipped from the bikini strap. The vibrant swimsuit slid down her thigh and pulled at her ankle. A trail of shimmering tears fell through the air. She extended her long legs, lifted her hand, and methodically put back on her old, dull clothes. Holding out the bikini. Her voice was soft and quivering. Return them. Chapter 82. Early in the morning, a playful tune drifted out from the bathroom. Chu Yueling opened the door to find Chu at the sink, wiggling her hips left and right while holding a toothbrush and singing a muffled Japanese song. Edison was a great man, such common knowledge, da-da-da-la-la. After listening for a while, Chu Yueling finally recognized it as the theme song from Chibi Maruko-chan. She knocked on the door frame. It's the weekend today. Any plans? Big sis. Shui turned her head, her eyes crinkling with a toothpaste-filled smile. I'm planning to go sell mineral water with classmate Chen Mixin. Are you not going to have some fun? No, I'm not going. Shui finished washing up and put on the red string charm beside the mirror. I can't be late for my date with Xin. Shui carefully tucked the charm close to her body and skipped out of the bathroom. She suddenly stopped and spun around, her high ponytail twirling in the air. A bright smile spread across her face as she blew a kiss into the air. Mwah, big sis is leaving. Chu Yueling squeezed out some toothpaste and waved. Bye. After 10 minutes of grooming, she grabbed a pair of chopsticks to quickly twist her long hair up before heading out. Chu Yueling set up her stall and cycled to Temple Street. As soon as she arrived at the dessert stall, the deafening disco music could be heard, originating from Chen Haoming's gym. Zhang Jianda was also at the stall, occasionally chatting with the neighbors. Brother Da. Chu Yueling greeted him as she parked her stall, then glanced up at the third floor. All the windows on the third floor were thrown open, and banners with golden characters on red backgrounds hung down from them, reading, celebrating the grand opening of the gym. Chen Haoming had decided to hold a grand reopening. It's quite lively. Ning Ning is here? Zhang Jianda's face was also alight with joy. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and followed the line of sight to the third floor. Being the first gym in Temple Street, it has to be a big event. I even helped coach Jim by getting someone to carry the sound system up there. Brother Da is so kind-hearted, Chu Yueling smiled. Don't say that, Brother Da might get embarrassed, Zhang Jianda chuckled. I'm not as warm-hearted as you. You can give free fortune-telling without even asking for money. Chu Yueling knew Zhang Jianda was referring to Lu Qing. She smiled and opened the ice cream box, taking out a rag to wipe the glass cabinet. Speaking of which, you predicted that little girl would win the Miss Hong Kong title last time. Tonight, TV will be broadcasting the live finale to all citizens across the city. Recalling the two arguing aunties from before, Chu Yueling nodded. I think today is the final round, isn't it? Indeed, it is today. Just as Zhang Jianda finished speaking, an elderly neighbor chimed in from the side. What's so interesting about live broadcasting? I heard that the winner of this year's Miss Hong Kong has already been predetermined. Who is it? Zhang Jianda leaned in. Is her name Lu Qing? The uncle carrying breakfast shook his head. No, her surname is Luo. Luo. Zhang Jianda was puzzled and approached Chu Yueling with his pipe. Didn't the little girl we met last time call herself Lu Qing? Chu Yueling nodded. Yes, her name is Lu Qing. Then how can her surname be Luo? Zhang Jianda called out to the uncle doubtfully. Uncle Chiu, did you mishear something? Uncle Chiu, in a hurry to go home for breakfast, waved his hand. No way, the Luo family distributed celebration candies yesterday to celebrate their granddaughter's victory as Miss Hong Kong. Really? Zhang Jianda turned to look at Chu Yueling. He noticed the composed expression on her fair face with her gaze fixed on the third floor. He decided not to dwell on it further. After all, Ning Ning's divinations had never been wrong. Ah, it's so lively for the opening. Where's Coach Chen? Speaking of the devil, here he was. Chen Haoming had just escorted a celebrity to the third floor. Spotting the Chu dessert stall opening from the window, he hurriedly descended the stairs. With a broad smile on his face, he said, Master Chu, is the music too loud? I'm worried it might disturb you. If Chu Yueling had said yes, Chen Haoming would have immediately turned off the music without a second thought about the atmosphere. It's fine, Chu Yueling replied with a curve of her brows. It took much effort to attract this crowd. Let's keep it lively. Thank you all for your understanding. Chen Haoming clasped his hands together and expressed gratitude to Zhang Jianda and the other business owners who had stopped to watch. Everyone could empathize. Meanwhile, Chu Yueling observed Chen Haoming's facial features closely. The wealth palace shone brightly with a crimson glow, altering the fate of bankruptcy that was initially foreseen. She offered a faint smile. I see the wealth palace is aglow. It seems you've secured quite a few deals today. Chen Haoming didn't refute but humbly replied, it's all thanks to Master's assistance. Without your guidance, I would never have thought of such strategies. Not being ungrateful, Chen Haoming took out a black card he had prepared beforehand and presented it solemnly with both hands. Master, as a token of gratitude, this is a lifetime VIP card. As long as my Chen Haoming gem stands, you're welcome to visit anytime. Since it was a sincere gesture, it wouldn't be appropriate to decline. Though Chu Yueling wasn't fond of exercise, she wouldn't dismiss the kindness behind the offer. After accepting the black card, she placed it in her inner pocket. Thank you. Master, please do make time to come when you're free. As he spoke, Chen Haoming glanced around cautiously to ensure no one was nearby. He then leaned in and whispered, "I'll arrange for the most attractive coach with the perfect muscles. I promise Master will be in high spirits." Chu Yueling blinked. Muscles? Were they really that important? Her mind immediately flashed to Zhou Fengshu's face. Seemingly in her memory, nobody could quite match his level of physique. Seeing that Chu Yueling remained silent, Chen Haoming assumed she was feeling embarrassed. "Alternatively, I can prepare a private room for personal training sessions. It'll just be you and the trainer." Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yueling couldn't resist the provocation and coughed a few times. She waved her hands dismissively. "No need for personal training. I'll drop by sometime when I'm free." After bidding Chen Haoming farewell, Chu Yueling went on to tidy up her food cart. She set up a small wooden table and pulled out 2 chairs, sitting down while looking in the direction of the queue, a gentle smile appearing on her fair face. "Ready to commence the fortune-telling, shall we proceed?" At the front of the queue was a woman, dressed in loose cotton and linen with slippers on her feet. She held onto her waist with one hand and clutched a thermos in the other. Underneath her pajamas, there was a slight protrusion on her tummy. Her curly hair was disheveled, and her complexion had a yellowish tint. She sat down cautiously, and as soon as she placed the thermos on the table, she slapped it indignantly, making the wooden surface resonate. "Master, please, you must help me find that harlot." Whispering and murmuring spread among the neighbors. Harlot? Did this imply that the woman had been unfaithful even while pregnant? They grew indignant on her behalf. "Miss, your husband is cheating on you while you're still pregnant? A man like that isn't worth keeping. You might as well have an abortion now. He's cheating during pregnancy. Won't he do it even more after the child is born? You're not even 30 yet, right? Divorce while you're still young." Upon hearing her neighbor's words, the lady's expression turned fragile. She sobbed softly, covering her swollen belly. I can't bear to let go. Our baby has already started moving. My lover and I have been together for 3 years. He's the kindest and most considerate person to me in this world. I believe that someone else must have seduced him. That's why he lost his resolve." As she spoke, the lady shook Chu Yueling's hand, pleading, "Master, everyone on the street says you're great at fortune-telling. Please help me, I beg of you." Chu Yueling gently held her hand, worried that any agitation might affect her pregnancy. She spoke softly, "Do you have his birth date?" The lady paused, shaking her head in disappointment. "Do we need the 8 characters as well?" Chu Yueling nodded and then asked, "Do you have your lover's 8 characters? Would just knowing their birthday be enough?" Su Xiuya asked, looking dispirited. "That won't do," Chu Yueling explained. "We need the exact hour of their birth. Otherwise, the calculations won't be accurate." Seeing that Su Xiuya was lost in thought and about to leave with her protruding belly, Chu Yueling suggested, "How about I calculate yours instead?" "Mine?" Su Xiuya pushed herself up from the table, surprised. "Will it also help locate the adulteress if you calculate mine?" Confused, Chu Yueling propped her head up with one hand. "Why must we calculate someone else's? My fees aren't cheap. Wouldn't it be a waste to spend them on others?" Only then did Su Xiuya come to her senses. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had almost spent $200 on that disreputable woman. "Fine, consider it mine," Su Xiuya said as she sat back down. Chu Yueling took the birth dates and times, saying, "Following tradition, let's start with your background." Su Xiuya nodded. "Master, go ahead and calculate without holding back. If it's inaccurate, I won't blame you." "All right," Chu Yueling smiled. It was the first time a client had spoken to her like this. Focusing on the birth dates and times, her expression turned serious as she began her calculations methodically. "Judging by your birth chart, you had an unfortunate upbringing. You have ample wealth but a weak education star with no signs of an official position. When the years align with your education star, your mother would pass away. The 2 birth charts are intertwined in a way that only one of you could survive. One could say that as soon as you drew your first breath, she took her last. And there's more." Chu Yueling continued her calculation. The year of one's life must encounter an unexpected windfall for the father to die tragically without aid. Soon after, your father met an untimely end. Without a father or mother, there would naturally be no protection. Your early years were filled with challenges. Su Xiuya was stunned, dumbfounded. "Mistress, are we absolutely sure that we don't know each other?" Chu Yueling shook her head. Su Xiuya had come at the recommendation of a friend who had shown her a newspaper article. It mentioned how the master at Chuji Sweet Soups was particularly accurate. Upon arriving and seeing that Chu Yueling was so young, Su Xiuya had initially hesitated. But her eagerness to find the adulteress made her stay. It turned out to be true. Su Xiuya nodded. "My mother did indeed pass away from childbirth. My father drowned in a pond while on his way to buy milk for me. The neighbor said that his body wasn't discovered until it floated to the surface after being submerged for a whole day and night." Su Xiuya's tragic background evoked sympathy from the neighbors. Some even understood why she would still want to keep her child despite her lover's infidelity during her pregnancy. Those who had lacked love since young would cling tightly onto the happiness they finally obtained, unwilling to let go. Chu Yueling continued with the calculations. After your parents passed away, you lived with your uncle. His family consisted of 2 daughters and a son, making 4 of you in total. Initially, you believed that your uncle and aunt were your biological parents, unable to comprehend why they showed favoritism. It wasn't until you turned 8 and overheard the neighbors' gossip that you gradually understood the situation. Seeing that Chu Yueling could even predict the details about her uncle, Su Xiuya opened up. Even if they treated me poorly, not providing enough food, at least they gave me a roof over my head to protect me from the elements. I was willing to consider them as my biological parents too. Unfortunately, Su Xiuya's expression gradually turned pained. It was a difficult topic to bring up. At the age of 17, my uncle demanded a repayment from me. Fortunately, I managed to escape, preventing him from succeeding. The incident was truly disgusting, not to mention the blood ties. I had always regarded him as my father since young, but he acted like an animal. It's truly revolting when someone you once respected can do such despicable things. Chu Yueling didn't interrupt Su Xiuya. Su Xiuya continued her story unperturbed. Due to my uncle, I never got into any relationships. Thankfully, I met my current partner later on. As she mentioned her past love, Su Xiuya lifted her head, her brows relaxed, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she caressed her belly. At that time, I worked at a bar carrying heavy beer kegs every day. All the other customers looked on coldly, but only he was willing to lend a helping hand. He wasn't physically strong either. With those heavy beer crates, he gritted his teeth and carried them from the storage to the bar counter without complaining once about being tired. Later on, one night after my shift, I encountered some hooligans. He promptly came to my rescue, preventing any mishap from occurring. After we got together, he always surprised me with thoughtful gestures. He even purchased a flat in Jordan with his savings, taking on a mortgage, all for our future together. He truly cared deeply for me, it's just that lately he's been distant. With my pregnancy, I haven't been able to attend to his feelings, and that's why. A shadow fell across Su Xiuya's eyes. He allowed another woman to captivate him. Continuing, Su Xiuya clung to Chu Yueling's hand as if grasping at a lifeline, pleading, "Master, could you help me? Tell me who this girl is, where she might be. I truly won't harm that young lady. All I want is for her to leave." As Su Xiuya tenderly stroked her belly, her gaze softened. "Once she's gone, Ai Rui will surely return to me. Our baby can't grow up without a father, neither of them can." The crowd, now realizing the revelation, stared at Su Xiuya in astonishment, astounded that she was carrying twins. Only Chu Yueling furrowed her brows at the sight of the character 8. Dad. But your loved one is clearly female, right? Chapter 83. Dad is female? The neighbors were startled. Champa, hunching her back, squeezed through the crowd, having just asked someone to watch over her fruit stall so she could listen to the fortune-telling. To her surprise, she had walked straight into the sensational news. She jammed her peachwood comb into her white hair, startling herself as she patted her thin chest and gasped for air. "Pa, what shocking gossip is this? Trying to scare people to death?" Mrs. Ding was also confused. Her wrinkled eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. "My mind's spinning. How on earth can a woman get pregnant? Miss Su, surely you didn't fall for someone's trick unknowingly? The world is changing and people's morals are fading. I've heard of women disguising themselves as men, but one who pretends to make you pregnant, now that's a first." The situation veered toward the bizarre, and the conjectures grew increasingly grim. The truth was being revealed. Su Xiuya gently caressed her belly in silence. Outside the sugar water stall, a throng of people gathered, their voices overlapping in a cacophony. Some neighbors hurriedly raised their hands to inquire. "Master, if Miss Su's beloved is female, then whose child is she carrying in her womb?" Chu Yueling gestured for silence and turned to the silent Su Xiuya, asking, "May I share this information?" The details were a part of the client's privacy. Considering the public impact in Su Xiuya's pregnancy, Chu Yueling decided to seek permission first. If Su Xiuya declined to disclose, she would conclude the divination. Unperturbed, Su Xiuya gently caressed her belly with a smile. "Master, since you have already discerned it, there's no harm in revealing it." Upon hearing that the true reason was about to be disclosed, the neighbors pricked up their ears. Shanpa, supporting Auntie Ding, tiptoed and strained her right ear towards the dessert stall. Chu Yueling analyzed the birth dates. In the characters, tiger signifies loneliness and dog implies widowhood. Miss Su carries the destiny of being alone and without blood relatives. This means that the twins in her womb are not of her own bloodline. Her words only served to confuse the crowd further once spoken. Shampa took down her peachwood comb and brushed through her white hair repeatedly, as if untangling a knotty problem. Miss Su's beloved is a woman and the unborn child has no blood ties? As she combed, Shampa silently placed the comb back into her hair. Indeed, living for so long exposes one to all sorts of peculiarities. Observing Su Xiuya's protruding belly, a neighbor asked, "Miss Su, the baby truly isn't yours?" Su Xiuya gently caressed her belly, feeling the playful kicks of the fetus beneath. With a tender expression, she replied, "The baby indeed isn't mine." The neighbor persisted, "If it's not yours, then whose is it?" "It's Ai Rui's, my beloved." Su Xiuya stroked her belly, back and forth. "Though we are both women, love between us is just as genuine." Upon learning the truth, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. So Ai Rui had borrowed Su Xiuya's womb to carry their child. Essentially, it was a case of T donor egg and P pregnant carrier. "Master, is this really acceptable?" "Oh right, Ning Ning, since Miss Su is carrying someone else's child, won't there be a risk of blood rejection?" "It's indeed very risky to carry another person's baby in one's own body." Su Xiuya felt a warm glow in her heart as she experienced such concern from her neighbors for the first time. The anger and sorrow she had over the intrusion of a third party had faded, replaced by a gentle smile on her lips. "No worries. There are already stable techniques abroad that ensure no issues with my body. The risks aren't as high. But since the child isn't biologically yours, your body might experience rejection. Your pregnancy will likely be more challenging than for an average woman," Chu Yueling said, looking at Su Xiuya's belly. "How far along are you?" Su Xiuya caressed her belly and smiled. "A little over 3 months. I just started feeling the baby move." Chu Yueling commented, "Carrying twins is already tough for any woman. Is it worth it?" Su Xiuya's belly after 3 months appeared as large as a typical 6-month single pregnancy. Being an older expectant mother, coupled with her poor nutrition during childhood that she never managed to recover from, her body was drained of nutrients even further due to supporting 2 fetuses. Aside from her swollen belly, Su Xiuya's complexion was sallow, and her hands and feet were as thin as twigs. "It's worth it," Su Xiuya smiled. "I'd do anything for Ai Rui. As women, we naturally can't bear children ourselves. Ai Rui loves children, and her parents long for grandchildren. When she proposed this solution, I agreed so that we could be together forever. I'll carry her child, ensuring that there won't be any possibility of one party not loving the child once they're born." Su Xiuya envisioned their blissful future life. "We can pick up the kids from school together, play with them, and watch them grow, just like a typical family." "Even if she's being unfaithful now?" Chu Yueling asked. Su Xiuya pretended not to care. "I believe Ai Rui is just momentarily confused. Once I carry her child, she'll definitely return to our family. Mistakes aren't scary, it's about acknowledging and changing them." Su Xiuya clutched the fabric of her clothes tightly, her voice trembling. Women have a keen intuition. When she detected a different scent of perfume on Ai Rui's clothing upon her return home, when she found lipstick marks on her shirt, and when she noticed Ai Rui's bare nails, no one could comprehend her despair. A drowning sensation tore through her being, engulfing her utterly. Su Xiuya closed her eyes, unsure if she was trying to convince others or herself as she repeatedly said, "As long as the third party leaves, Ai Rui will definitely come back." "She won't come back." Chu Yueling's words snapped Su Xiuya's eyes open. "Actually, if we follow the order of arrival, you're the one who came in later," Chu Yueling pointed out the fact. "No. That can't be possible." It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Su Xiuya on a frigid winter day. "When I met Ai Rui, I confirmed that she was single," Su Xiuya defended. "She would naturally give the impression of being single if she wanted to win you over," Chu Yueling observed, studying Su Xiuya's pale face and the hand caressing her belly. Su Xiuya clasped her hands together tightly. In truth, she has had a long-term girlfriend for many years. Su Xiuya's face turned pale as she shook her head. "No. It can't be." Observing Su Xiuya's impending fate, Chu Yueling didn't hold back and disclosed the facts she had divined. "She only wants to deceive you into bearing her child. Ai Rui approached you with ulterior motives from the very beginning. She is a lesbian, but when she came out, her parents didn't approve. Facing their persistent demand for a grandson, she couldn't bear to see her original partner suffer. After discussion, they decided to find an unsuspecting woman outside to fulfill this purpose. Su Xiuya was precisely that foolish woman. You won't know the truth for the next 5 years. Only when you give birth to twins and raise them will Ai Rui reveal her true colors." Rubbing her eyes, Chu Yueling glimpsed into the future. Su Xiuya's face was haggard as she pleaded relentlessly, only to be thrown out of the house by a woman with a crew cut. "You'll be abandoned, penniless. Later, when you try to find your twins, they won't recognize you. They'll only acknowledge Ai Rui and their grandparents. After barely managing to find a cleaning job with low pay and exhausting work, your body, weakened from excessive blood loss during childbirth, will eventually give out in a rented basement apartment. Even on her deathbed, Su Xiuya's thoughts would remain with her twins. After all, those were the children she had carried for 10 months through a perilous journey. Hearing this, Su Xiuya shook her head in disbelief. It's impossible. Ai Rui loves me dearly. She wouldn't lie to me. She treats me so well, even urging me to quit my job for fear of it being too tiring, promising to support us with her earnings. Chu Yueling acknowledged with a soft How else could she control you if she doesn't cut off your financial support? Then the house? The house. Su Xiuya desperately sought evidence that Ai Rui loved her. Ai Rui bought a house for me. Chu Yueling studied Su Xiuya's face. Your house of fields and dwellings is dim and lacks foundation. The house isn't in your name, right? Forget about the house, even the bags and clothes she bought to deceive you. She wouldn't let you take them in the end. That last statement silenced Su Xiuya entirely. She helplessly covered her belly, her expression bitter. Chu Yueling glanced at the sky. If you don't believe me, you can actually go check his parents' shop now. That's it for the reading. All that could be divined had been revealed. As for how Su Xiuya's story would end, that would depend on her actions and choices. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Shanpa, noticing Su Xiuya still holding her belly with a reluctant expression, squeezed to the front and urged, Miss Su, Master Chu's divination is very accurate. You should trust him. Exactly, echoed the other neighbors. You're still young. Even if you want to have a child, it should be your own. Don't end up with nothing in the end. Ai Rui is truly an unlucky person. Listen to the master's advice and pay a visit to his parents' shop. Seeing the warmth of her neighbor Su Xiuya, who had never experienced the love of parents or relatives since she was little, nor received concern from colleagues after entering society, felt a wave of emotion. The people on Temple Street, excluding Ai Rui, were the ones who cared for her the most, including Master Chu. With tear-filled eyes, she paid for the divination, appearing vulnerable and devoid of the initial arrogance when she sat down. I'll go and visit Uncle's place later. Regardless of how things unfold, thank you, Master, for this divination. Su Xiuya left hastily, so much so that when she stood up, the corner of the table bumped into her belly, but she didn't even bother to look back. She was eager to uncover the truth. As Su Xiuya stepped out of the taxi, she arrived outside Ai Rui's parents' shop. As she approached the entrance, she could hear laughter and joyous chatter within. The woman, also in her 30s, had a short haircut with a skull pattern carved on one side. Her shirt was open, revealing her collarbone, and she sat on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, holding a cigarette in her left hand while cradling a charming little girl in her right. Opposite her sat the middle-aged couple, who were none other than Ai Rui's parents. Sasa, here, I've peeled the apple for you, Ai's mother beamed, putting away her fruit knife and offering the clean apple to the sweet-looking girl. Sasa took the apple with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. We'll all be family sooner or later, Ai's mother replied, delighted by Sasa's sweetness. She then casually grabbed a cloth from the mahjong table to wipe her hands before turning to Ai Rui with a displeased expression. How's the condition of your partner's belly recently? Ai Rui removed the cigarette, blowing a smoke ring. It's going well, we've even started feeling the kicks. Ai's mother expressed her disdain. I didn't agree with you finding someone like her to have a baby in the first place. She's so thin and doesn't look healthy. I wouldn't want my precious grandson to suffer from malnutrition inside her womb. Their family had only one daughter, Ai Rui, and they had long planned to bring a son-in-law into their home. When Ai's mother learned that Ai Rui was a woman, it was like a bolt from the blue. She even considered sending Ai Rui to a mental institution to cure her unusual condition. How could they not have an heir? It wasn't until Ai Rui proposed the idea of finding someone to bear children for them that her mother's anger subsided. Ai Rui, you should be content. Once Su Xiuya gives birth to 2 children and they're old enough to take care of themselves, I'll get rid of her. Both grandchildren will belong to the Ai family, Ai Rui said, puffing on her cigarette. She deliberately blew smoke into Sasa's face, finding satisfaction in the girl's puffed-up cheeks before bursting into laughter. Sasa and Su Xiuya were like 2 different worlds. Sasa came from a decent background, innocent, lovely, and charming. Su Xiuya, on the other hand, had endured much hardship since childhood, leaving her with a lack of security. She needed constant reassurance over even the smallest matters. Recently, Ai Rui had been overwhelmed by the need to constantly reassure others, to the point of feeling nauseous. Nowadays, she avoided going back to that home whenever possible. Upon hearing that both grandchildren would carry the Ai family name, Ai's mother was overjoyed. When you think about it, it does make sense. Even if we bring in a son-in-law, the child would still have his genes and his family might try to snatch them away. It wouldn't be secure. The A's owned a tobacco shop, which brought in a modest income. Naturally, they hoped for an heir to inherit their business. If they took in a son-in-law, upon their passing, he might change the children's surname back to his own. Wouldn't the AI family shop then fall into the hands of outsiders? Not at all. Well, having a child would make all the difference. No one would ever vie with my Yi family, and there would be someone to inherit the shop in the future. Speaking of which, Mother AI turned to look at Sasa. To be honest, Sasa came from a fairly well-off family. Her financial support would certainly benefit the ace. Therefore, she wouldn't object to it. Compared to that thin, introverted, and sallow-faced woman, Sasa was infinitely better. Contemplating this, Mother AI said, "Make sure to handle it discreetly. That woman must never be allowed to meet our child." AI Rui smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'll make sure Su Shoya doesn't get anywhere near our child." No, wait. After some thought, Mother AI still couldn't shake off her unease. The child is hers after all. What if she goes to court against us? Or causes a scene? I don't want to be bothered every day. Sasa nodded in agreement, feeding AI Rui a slice of apple with an adorable smile. I think she's found out about me, hasn't she? I'm a little scared she might come looking for me. Don't be afraid, AI Rui said, his mouth full of apple, remembering Su Shoya's disdainful expression. She has no parents or relatives. She's all alone in Hong Kong with no proper job or money. Stirring up trouble won't do her any good. Sasa pouted. I won't talk to you anymore. You were even thinking of giving her money. Seeing his beloved upset, AI Rui sat up straight, placing both hands on her shoulders to soothe her. How could I? The money belongs to us, to our little family. Why would I give it to her? She won't get a single cent, no matter how much she wants it. Sasa huffed. That's more like it. But remember, once the child is older, you're not allowed to go looking for her anymore. While AI Rui's actions stemmed from his unwillingness to see her suffer during pregnancy, who would want to witness their lover getting involved with another woman, let alone bearing a child with them? Sasa felt a bitter sting. I definitely won't look for her. Can't you tell I don't even want to go back? Who wants to face a sour, wrinkled face every day? AI Rui glanced at his mother again. As for mother's worries, that's even less of a concern. I'm a lawyer after all. I've already taken precautions against any risky situations. There's no way she can reclaim the child. With a mischievous grin, AI Rui continued, Su Shoya can't prove that the child is hers. After all, both children carry the blood of the ace, having no connection to her. Outside the shop, Su Shoya stood, trembling with rage as she heard the voices inside. Her breathing grew rapid, and her head spun increasingly. She never imagined that everything the master had predicted would come true. All those events over the past 3 years were part of AI Rui's scheme, a ploy to deceive her into bearing his child. Recalling the 2 unwanted fetuses in her womb, her stomach churned, and she gagged, quickly covering her mouth. Su Shoya, without any support, loved AI Rui with all her heart. When the truth was revealed, it felt as if the sky had collapsed for her. Su Shoya trembled, trying desperately to compose herself. No, she couldn't rush in recklessly and alert the enemy. What should she do? What could she possibly do? In her panic, Su Shoya heard Mother AI's voice echoing from the shop. AI Rui, where did you put the money for the shop's operations? AI Rui was indifferent. I forgot to bring it today. It's in the other house. His mother worried, why did you leave it there? What if that woman sees it and hides the money? I doubt it, AI Rui chuckled wickedly. Su Shoya thinks I genuinely love her, so she's reluctant to spend any money. She wouldn't even let me buy her new clothes, sticking to her shabby and poverty-stricken attire. Better be cautious. With millions in the bank book, we'd have no need to run the shop if anything unexpected happens. Su Shoya's eyes brimmed with hatred as she fixated on the 4 people inside the shop. Chapter 84. At the wooden table next to the dessert stall, steam billowed from the teapot as Chu Yueling leisurely brewed a pot of tea, hot water cascading from a dainty tea tray. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, its golden rays reflected off the glass cabinets. Despite the winter day, a chill still lingered in the air. Neighbors huddled, blowing warmth into their hands while eagerly discussing the scene before them. The Miss Su we just had was tricked into having a child. I wonder what the next customer would like to consult about. I'd calculate when I'll strike it rich if it were me. Ha ha ha, wishful thinking, my friend. I'll guarantee you a spot for master's session tomorrow. Stop joking. Aside from being poor, I'm in good health. There's no need for me to seek fortune-telling unless it's absolutely necessary. If I were to splurge 200 yuan on a reading, my nagging wife would probably beat me up. After brewing tea, Chu Yueling gazed at the crowd and smiled gently. Next, please. The next person in line was a youthful and attractive girl with short hair that reached her shoulders. She wore a yellow and black fleece jacket and gloves. Upon sitting down, the girl took off her gloves and said in delight, Miss Chu, do you still remember me? The girl had an apple-shaped face, fair skin with a healthy rosy glow. When she smiled, it seemed as though the world brightened up along with her. Chu Yueling blinked, pondered for a moment, and smiled as she nodded. I do remember at the reception desk of Ma Tao Kok Indoor Sports Center. We had a brief encounter before. Back when she visited the sports center. Min had attended to her. A gentle breeze blew by. Chu Yueling offered her a cup of tea. Is it cold out there? Have some tea first. Chu Yueling's demeanor was serene, like an otherworldly sage, and her smile only made Min's face flush even more. Min chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. I didn't expect Miss Chu to have such a great memory. Min assumed that no one would remember someone like her, a small service staff member. But not only did Chu Yueling remember, she even recalled Min's occupation. Min felt touched. Realizing something, she covered her lips, her wide eyes filled with panic. Am I supposed to address Miss Chu as master? Sorry, I'm not familiar with the etiquette here. Min waved her hands, flustered. Seeing Min's nervousness, Chu Yueling softened her expression and said, it's just a way of addressing each other. Call me whatever you're comfortable with. Noticing that Chu Yueling's teapot had gone cold, Champa pushed her way into the stall, grabbed the thermos from the sugar water stand, and poured hot water into the teapot. Steam rose as the hot water flowed from the flask. Dear child, Champa said, balancing the water carefully while jesting, this must be your first time getting your fortune told, right? Ning Ning is very kind. Just speak your mind freely. The other neighbors chimed in agreement. Yes, don't be afraid, little sister. Ning Ning is around your age. You can express your thoughts directly, there's no need to worry. Seeing that Min was still on edge, Chu Yueling suggested, how about this? I'll read your fortune first. That way you can see if it makes sense, all right. Min nodded. Chu Yueling studied Min's facial features for a moment before inquiring about her birth date and time. You were born into a family with a relatively comfortable financial standing. Your palace of natal chart, which also pertains to siblings, is influenced by both the Mao and Yu branches of the earthly branches, each symbolically tied to siblings. In your family, there are 3 daughters, and you are the third born. Innocent and young, you didn't have to endure much hardship at home. Your 2 elder sisters vied to do the housework, and whenever there was something delicious, the whole family would think of you first. However, Chu Yueling mused, studying the character formations, this is the year of the dog, and your zodiac sign is in conflict with it. Did you happen to get hit by a car in July? Upon hearing that he was hit by a car, Min's round eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Master, you're truly amazing. She had initially come to Temple Street after hearing from a colleague about an exceptionally skilled fortune teller. She hadn't expected to find a familiar face. Not only that, but the person was truly remarkable. On the night of the car accident, I was on my way back to my residence after work, Min shared. Fortunately, it wasn't severe and I just needed a few days to recover from a leg injury. She continued, after the accident, I took some time off from work. Even when I returned, I didn't mention this incident to my colleagues. Min felt that there was no point in discussing it. In Hong Kong, the intricacies of human relationships revolve around profit. If one were to mention their recovery to colleagues, it would clearly imply an expectation of visitation gifts. Thus, only the 2 of us are aware of this matter. Chu Yueling proceeded with her analysis. According to your 8 characters, you have an unfavorable position of the positive seal and the correct official, indicating that you're not naturally skilled at interpersonal communication and tend to lean towards pessimism. You constantly fear being betrayed by those around you. In matters of the heart, you're prone to feeling insecure. Min echoed with fervent nods. Master, you're spot on. Both my relationships ended with me suspecting infidelity from my previous boyfriends. Min rested one hand on the table, propping up his chin, while the other counted steadily. First love blossomed in school. Back then he would escort me home every day, but for 2 consecutive days he didn't. So I went to find him, and he said he was too busy. I suspected he was being unfaithful, so I broke up with him without giving him a chance to explain himself. Min's character resembled many Hong Kong women, suspicious by nature but decisive once she confirmed her suspicions. Chu Yueling calculated mentally, actually you really misunderstood your first love. You thought he was cheating on you secretly, but during that period, his family situation had taken a turn for the worse. He hurried home early each day to protect his mother from abuse by his stepfather. It's a complicated matter. If you asked him, he might have been afraid you'd look down on him and thus didn't tell the truth. Min's mind was reeling. So back then, her first love had rushed home early to protect his mother. But she had nonsensically broken up with him. Min couldn't help but laugh through her tears. So that's how it was? Then what about your second relationship? He always answered his pager secretly and wouldn't let me see the messages. Of course I was older and more mature by then. I wouldn't just blindly repeat my previous breakup antics without understanding the situation. I was much more emotionally rational. I patiently asked who was sending the messages and why he would be so secretive if he had nothing to hide. Why couldn't he reveal the contents of the pager? He still refused to tell me, and in the end, we broke up. Chu Yueling crossed her fingers in a gesture of divination. Although the numerology was based on Amin's birth date, it could also shed light on past relationships. Soon Chu Yueling had her answer. I calculate that at 21 you had a fated relationship that led to stability. That aligns perfectly with your second romance. At that time, he was preparing a surprise for you, getting ready to propose. Naturally, he couldn't tell you. Originally, if you had waited just one more day, everything would have come to light. But you packed your bags and left, giving him no chance to make amends. Amin was taken aback by the truth. She had invested her sincerest emotions in her first love and placed her utmost trust in her ex-boyfriend. In both relationships, she had given her all. Yet, the reality behind their breakups turned out to be so absurd. Frustrated, she sighed, "Master, do you think there's any chance for me to change my suspicious nature?" Chu Yueling shook her head. Your destiny, as they say, is written in the stars from the moment you're born. Noticing Amin's dejected expression, she added thoughtfully, perhaps you could consider communicating with your partner, expressing your needs, and asking them not to do things that might trigger your suspicions. Sigh. Amin let out a deep sigh. Chu Yueling proceeded with the calculation, and upon reaching Amin's fate line, she raised an eyebrow. Amin, what did you come here to have calculated? Feeling cornered, Amin replied reluctantly, to be honest, I wanted to know about my current boyfriend. Master, originally, I was quite confident. But when you revealed that my previous 2 relationships ended due to misunderstandings, it shook my confidence. Go on, you can share it, Chu Yueling encouraged her. Amin took a deep breath, casting a glance at the neighbors before lowering her gaze and slouching slightly. I suspect that the man I'm with now might not actually be my real boyfriend, she confessed, dejected. She continued, could it be possible that my real boyfriend was murdered and someone else took his appearance to be with me? Seeing Amin upset, the neighbors chimed in to comfort her. Young lady, don't let your imagination run wild. Who would have the time and motive to kill someone, then undergo plastic surgery just to be with you? That's right, you're probably just being paranoid. Or could it be that your boyfriend did something that upset you, leading you to overthink? When it comes to suspicion in a relationship, it's best to part ways. The next one will be an improvement. Some neighbors even speculate. Could it be that Amin is being consumed by paranoia to the point of mental instability? Otherwise, how could she doubt that her boyfriend isn't really her boyfriend? I've considered everything everyone has said, but I truly can't bring myself to break up with him. Amin's bright eyes dimmed. My current boyfriend is genuinely great. When I'm swamped with work, he takes care of the house and cooks. During our leisure time, he joins me for tennis. He reminds me to wear more clothes when it's cold and to eat less ice cream when it's hot. He hands over all his earnings without complaint and never gives me the cold shoulder. If I don't want him to go out, he'll stay with me the entire day. As Amin continued, the neighbors listened intently, increasingly convinced that the issue lay with her. It sounds like he's quite the catch. He's practically the perfect filial boyfriend. In Hong Kong nowadays, finding such a man is no easy feat. Amin, you should cherish him. The more I listen, the more it seems like you're overthinking it, Amin. Perhaps it's best to rein in your suspicions, lest you chase away another man who loves you due to a misunderstanding. Looking at the distraught Amin, Chu Yueling suggested, why don't you tell me what specifically seems off? Amin gazed into Chu Yueling's clear, transparent eyes. Her gradually panicked heart found solace, returning to its calm state. I first noticed something strange about my boyfriend last month, Amin began, reminiscing slowly. He's always called me Mei Mei, but one afternoon, everything changed. He started calling me Min Min. I've always loved carrots. In the past, even though he didn't enjoy them, he'd still cook them for me from time to time, stir-fried, stewed, you name it. Yet, for the past 2 weeks, I haven't had any carrots. When I asked him about it today, he seemed surprised that I liked carrots. He even, for the first time, got angry. Although he was angry with himself, I don't understand why he flew off the handle. Didn't he know this about me before? Amin smiled bitterly. Master, I truly feel like he's become a different person. Before, he wouldn't get angry in front of me, nor would he neglect to cook my favorite dish for an entire month. Observing Amin's perplexed expression, Chu Yueling mused, as if connecting the dots in her mind. After a moment's pause, she inquired, do you have your boyfriend's birth date and time? Yes, replied Amin, fetching a slip of paper from the pocket of her sportswear. Her gaze grew nostalgic as she recalled, on his birthday this year, I asked him, and I specifically noted it down, planning to celebrate it with him tomorrow. With the birth information in hand, Chu Yueling frowned, calculating it twice. Lowering her hands, she posed a question. Have you ever considered that you might be in love with 2 different people? 2 people? Amin felt a sudden roaring in her ears as memories of her boyfriend flooded her mind, playing on repeat. The streets suddenly came alive with excitement. Surely not? It can't be what I think it is, right? 2 people? Well, that's quite the fortunate dilemma. Amin took a while to regain her composure before humbly seeking clarification. Master, could you explain? I don't quite grasp your meaning. Chu Yueling began to analyze the man's 8 characters. In the case of being Xian in the earthly branches, if there's metal, the hours and years must have a double root in wood and earth. The dual brilliance of the sun and moon in your boyfriend's 8 characters suggests he has an elder brother born just 2 minutes earlier. Your boyfriend's 8 characters denote yin, suggesting a gentle and reserved nature. The elder brother's 8 characters represent yang, indicating a bright and outgoing personality. As per the analysis of the 8 characters, both of them have a romantic connection with you, meaning you're involved with 2 people simultaneously. Amin was incredulous. No way, my boyfriend has always said he's an only child. I've never heard anything about him having a twin. Chu Yueling calculated her brother's birth chart. When you met him, he was indeed an only child. Amin became even more perplexed. Chu Yueling explained patiently, although they were twins, your brother's fate was more tumultuous. He was taken away by an unscrupulous doctor right after his birth, and their parents believed that only one twin had survived. Until you came along. I came along? Amin pointed at herself, her eyebrows knitted together. The master means that my appearance facilitated their reunion as brothers? Exactly, Chu Yueling continued to calculate with her fingers. You first met your boyfriend at a sports field, right? He was playing basketball. That's right. Amin gradually calmed down. He was the one who approached me for contact information. The second time was at the library when I went to borrow a book. After finishing her story, Amin's eyes widened as she covered her mouth with her hands. Could it be that I first met the elder brother? It seems so, Chu Yueling confirmed, studying the birth chart. And because of you, the 2 brothers were able to cross paths. Amin grumbled, no wonder every time I bring up our last date with my boyfriend, he can't follow the conversation. Initially, when she learned this information, she was utterly stunned. So much so that she even forgot to be angry. After the initial shock subsided, her anger now intensified. If this is really true, then I've been dating 2 people at once? How come I didn't sense anything? Chu Yueling held her teacup and took a sip. 135 is the younger brother, 246 is the older brother, and Saturday is when they take turns accompanying you. Given such a short time frame, it was understandable for Amin not to notice anything unusual. I thought my boyfriend had been killed, but now there are 2 of them. Amin felt mentally drained. What's more, her boyfriends only found out about each other because of her involvement. The situation had become incredibly complicated. Neighbors chimed in. Why break up? We're all grown-ups. 1 person sleeps, 2 people sleep. Might as well snuggle together. It's warmer in bed during winter. Well, if they're willing to be each other's substitutes just to be with you, why not show mercy and take them both? Yes, there was Wu Zetian in ancient times, and now we have Amin. Open marriages, if I weren't already old, I'd give it a try too. Mrs. Ding, save your energy, haha. Amin couldn't help but laugh at the neighbor's remarks, yet she also found them perplexing. When she first sat down for the fortune-telling session, she could still manage a smile, but now she couldn't bring herself to either cry or laugh. Master, what do you think I should do now? Should I split up or stay together? Amin's residence wasn't far from Temple Street. Ordinarily, her boyfriend carried a key around to tend to her daily needs. Recalling the divination and the master's words, Amin felt that she had to reveal the truth no matter what, to avoid being deceived any longer. She called in sick and returned to her residence. It was almost noon, and her boyfriend should be preparing lunch to bring over. Amin bit her lip and cautiously unlocked the door to her home. The moment she opened the door, she heard 2 voices strikingly similar, emanating from the kitchen. The more agitated one grumbled, "What game are you playing? We agreed on fair competition and sharing information. Amin likes carrots. Why didn't you mention that?" 2 clicks of the gas stove being turned on followed. The cooler voice replied, "Why would I mention it if you didn't ask?" The agitated one argued, "Brothers should share everything. Closely knit brothers keep accounts too," the cold voice countered. Gradually, the irritated tone calmed down. "Do you think, if we take turns accompanying Amin for a month, will she notice our differences?" The cool voice fell silent for a long while before responding, "I'm not sure." Sigh, the impatient one exclaimed. "You haven't touched Amin in a month, have you?" "No, what about you?" came the cool reply. "I dared not even a peck on the cheek. I was afraid she'd hate us if she found out the truth." The 2 men crouched by the kitchen fire, one dressed in basketball gear, the other in a white shirt and dress pants. It wasn't until Amin entered that she realized how starkly different they were. She had overlooked it all along. With her round, sorrowful eyes, Amin's throat tightened like a drought-stricken riverbed. "Do either of you have something to tell me?" Hearing Amin's voice, the 2 men, with their backs to the kitchen door, tensed up, their bodies rigid. Not for long. At the Temple Street dessert stall, Chu Yueling witnessed 2 boys chasing after Amin, even after she got into a taxi. Shanpa watched with amazement, offering a few tangerines. These are the cream of the crop from Sihui, Guangdong. Want to give them a try? Thank you, Shanpa, Chu Yueling beamed, peeling the tangerine and promptly giving it a thumbs up. Delicious. Good, isn't it? Shanpa chuckled. I had a friend specially bring them back from Sihui. If you like them, I have plenty more. As they spoke, Shanpa moved closer. Ning Ning, what did you say to Amin just now? Nothing much, Chu Yueling said, popping another segment into her mouth. The sweet juice exploded on her taste buds, causing her to squint in pleasure. I merely pointed out the outcomes of both staying together and breaking up. Breaking up or not breaking up? The old lady's eyes lit up. Do tell. Chu Yueling explained patiently what Amin truly likes is a blend of the two brothers. After spending time with the sunny one, she might find him too lively. With the gloomy one, she could eventually feel it's too quiet. It was the alternating 1-3-5-2-4-6 pattern that made everything seem just right for her. If they break up, Amin would date different guys, but none would make her fall in love again. 8 years later, when she encounters the brothers again, entangled together, she spends 10 years with the elder brother, another 10 with the younger, and eventually, all three live together. And if they don't break up, would it mean they'd start living together earlier? In fact, the three of them had quite compatible birth charts. The key still lay in Amin's choice. The older generation in Hong Kong was still quite traditional. Open marriages, prevalent in foreign countries, were not widely accepted by most elders in Hong Kong. However, Shanpa was an exception. She could accept it, and with her hands clasped behind her back, she watched the two brothers chase after the taxi that was already far away. Are they really still together now? Chu Yueling calculated with her fingers. After being deceived for so long, it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to hold a grudge for some time, right? Upon hearing this, Shanpa burst into laughter. Just as Chu Yueling was about to move on to the next calculation, Su Xiaoya returned with a brown suitcase in hand. Master. After taking a seat, Su Xiaoya fell silent for a while before speaking. Thank you for the divination today. Otherwise, I would never have known the truth until my death. Chu Yueling cast a glance at the brown suitcase and raised an eyebrow. Where are you planning to go? I'm not good with English, so I'm flying to Singapore. Su Xiaoya raised her hand instinctively to rest it on her abdomen, but then paused and placed it on the table instead. Before I leave, I wanted to consult my fortune one last time. Master, will my life change with this step I'm taking? Chu Yueling studied Su Xiaoya's face. Her original fate of losing 2 children early in life had changed. The area of her face representing children was now sunken, indicating that she would not have any more offspring in this lifetime. A touch of red light shone in her wealth sector, suggesting an unexpected windfall. This fortune would likely help her establish herself quickly in Singapore, and her career prospects for the rest of her life would remain favorable. Chu Yueling conveyed these findings to Su Xiaoya. A smile spread across Su Xiaoya's pale yellowish face. Thank you, Master. I am already very satisfied with this outcome. As she spoke, she unzipped the suitcase. Neighbors who had gotten close enough were stunned to see the bag filled to the brim with cash. Money, so much money. Ignoring the outside chatter, Su Xiaoya took out a stack of bills from the suitcase and placed them on the table. Chu Yueling declined the stack of money and pushed it back. I've already given it to you before. There's no need for a second payment for the same service. With her unwavering stance, Su Xiaoya had no choice but to put the money back in her purse. Realizing that Chu Yueling was aware of the source of the money, Su Xiaoya gave a bitter smile. Does Master think the money is tainted? It's clean. Why would it be tainted? You bore 2 children with a body that had been drained, and you've let go. What could be unclean about that? Chu Yueling replied nonchalantly. It's them who are unclean. Recalling what she had heard, Su Xiaoya sneered. Yes, I was blinded by love, not a foolish person stubbornly ignoring reality. She did need love, but she needed to be alive to enjoy it. As Su Xiaoya rose from her seat, she cast a glance at her protruding belly and asked her final question. Master, if fortune-telling is true, then aren't many mystical things also real? If I were to terminate my pregnancy, would they turn into an earthbound spirit and haunt me? A fetus capable of becoming an earthbound spirit would have already taken form and developed consciousness within the mother's womb. Yours isn't at that stage yet, besides. Chu Yueling raised her eyebrows slightly. Where did you conceive this pregnancy? The life in her womb didn't belong to Su Xiaoya. Even if it were to form into an earthbound spirit after being terminated, it would seek out Ai Rui according to its bloodline. After all, there's always a reason for resentment and someone to hold accountable. Su Xiaoya understood, and with a protruding belly and luggage in hand, she bowed deeply. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Su Xiaoya left. Chu Yueling stretched. Next. Before she could even open her eyes, she heard the sound of someone plopping down on the wooden stool in front of her, the creaking noise hinting at the stool's impending collapse. Master, I'm so unlucky, truly miserable. Master, save me. Chapter 85. The young man was in his 20s with a fair and pleasant appearance. He wore a green polo shirt and a baseball cap. However, his face was covered in bruises. He rolled a round egg over his wound while groaning in pain. "Master, you really have to help me, or else it's only death for me." The neighbors chuckled. "How unlucky can you be? Care to share?" "Unlucky enough to die? Isn't that a bit too much?" Yuenbin shook his head and sighed. "Uncle and auntie, you don't understand. In the past 2 decades, I've never been as unlucky as I have been recently." As he spoke, he rolled the egg around, hoping to soothe his wound. "The day before yesterday, I almost choked on water. A small sip nearly took half my life. The day before that, I nearly got crushed by a telephone pole outside our neighborhood. Uncle, the repairman, said they always have someone regularly maintaining it. There's no reason for it to fall down just a day after maintenance. And there's more and more." Yuenbin grew more agitated as he spoke. He tried to stand up with the egg in hand, but Shampa behind him gently pressed down on his shoulder, making him sit back down obediently. "When I sleep, I almost suffocate from my pillow. Thankfully, my sister sleepwalks into my room and slaps it away." Yuenbin paused, stroking his cheek as he recalled something, his voice muffled with a hint of grievance. "But usually she slaps me right in the face." In the past, whenever his sister would sleepwalk into his room in the middle of the night and give him a slap, after he fully woke up, she would wobble back to her room with her eyes wide open. Yuenbin was both angry and anxious about his sister, even resorting to locking his door at night. But in the end, it was always a kitchen knife that broke through his defense. Now he wished for nothing more than his sister to sleepwalk into his room and give him a good slap. If not for his sister, he wouldn't have known or felt when the pillow almost suffocated him that night. Seeing Yuenbin dejected, with a faint black aura still lingering on the shoulder of his polo shirt, Chu Yueling asked for his birth date and time. "With your privileged background, you have an older sister and your parents are still in good health. You've had quite a few romantic entanglements since you were 18, but they all ended abruptly due to your ill-fated love life." As Chu Yueling spoke, Yuenbin appeared disheartened, lowering his head to tend to his injury with an egg. "Where love fails, success in career thrives. Your professional fortune will be favorable in the next couple of years. In your birth chart, your indirect wealth is stronger than your direct wealth. Indirect wealth signifies unexpected large income, while direct wealth usually refers to earnings from hard work, like a salary. Are you currently starting a business?" Hearing about his career, Yuenbin perked up, vigorously nodding. "Master, you're spot on. I am indeed in the early stages of starting a business." Chu Yueling smiled. "Work hard and seize the opportunities that come your way in the next 2 years." Yuenbin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Didn't the master's words imply that his career would flourish? Just as he was about to smile, the pain in his lip pulled him back to reality. Oh dear," Yuenbin said, holding an egg to massage the bruise on his lip. "Master, look at these wounds all over my face. They're from being hit by golf balls. At this rate, I'm worried I won't even live to see the day my business succeeds." So that was it. Yuenbin had acquired a plot of land in Yaotzimong to build a golf range, but for some inexplicable reason, every time he walked past the field, he would be struck precisely by a golf ball in midair. To make matters worse, the golfers were his clients, and since the field belonged to him, he couldn't demand compensation. Thus, he had no choice but to endure it. But for them to miss every single time and hit me instead, isn't that a bit too much? Yuenbin grew angrier as he spoke, applying more pressure with the egg, causing him to wince in pain. "It's gotten to the point where I don't dare to show up near the course anymore." Misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly, not just in 1 or 2 instances. The neighborhood, having accompanied Chu Yueling through several paranormal incidents, had developed a keen sense of such occurrences. "Don't tell me you really are quite unlucky," someone commented. Yuenbin despaired. "I really am so unlucky." "Don't panic, young people are just impatient," comforted an elder neighbor. "You should perhaps ponder if you've done anything to offend someone? Like stealing food from someone's grave or urinating on it?" Yuenbin immediately denied it. "Uncles and aunts, I would never do such vulgar, immoral, and disgraceful things." "Oh." A faint voice sounded from the side. Chu Yueling observed the faint black aura surrounding Yuenbin's shoulders and chuckled. "Think again carefully." She didn't forget to prompt him. "It happened 3 months ago." Upon hearing the master's words, Yuenbin gave it some serious thought. As the egg was kneaded more vigorously, his anxiety grew. "Master, 3 months ago, I was busy with the construction of a golf course. Not to mention a grave, I didn't even see a human skull." "I swear it's true," Yuenbin vowed earnestly. "I swear on my father's life. If I'm lying, may he die." "Nobody said it was a grave." Chu Yueling's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. 3 months ago, when you passed by the lawn, did you do something?" Yuenbin tried hard to recall and indeed remembered. "Oh, master, you can even divine that? Back then I had dinner with the workers and took a stroll on the lawn. Before long, I felt the urge to urinate." I looked around and relieved myself at the edge of the lawn. Other than that, I didn't commit any heinous act. He Wenbin was genuinely puzzled. Could it be that urinating has something to do with bad luck? Chu Yueling calculated on her fingers and asked, did you encounter anything else at that time? At that time I met a child, He Wenbin described while holding the egg. He wore a yellow, furry coat and a small cap. His eyes were black and bright, very expressive. He Wenbin still vividly recalled that night. The child stood beside him and tugged at his pants. At that moment, He Wenbin was urinating and couldn't help but glance at the child. Under the little gourd-shaped hat, the child's face was fair and clean. Pointing at the yellow rat, the child tilted its head and asked, Uncle, do I look like a human? The child's voice was soft and innocent, similar to that of a 5 or 6-year-old. He Wenbin chuckled. Why call me uncle when you can call me brother? Okay, the child replied, slightly aggrieved. It then corrected itself, brother, do I look like a human? He Wenbin had no idea what the child was fixated on. Wasn't it obvious that the child was already human? He zipped up his pants and said, what's so great about looking human? The child spoke pitifully, if I look like a human, I can be a human. Normally, He Wenbin would have left after finishing his business. Perhaps it was because it was already late, or perhaps it was due to the exhaustion from scouting locations over the past few days, but he decided to playfully respond. What's so great about being human? It's better to be a pile of feces. With one flush, you're gone down the drain, completely carefree. And that was the end of the story. Silence fell across the crowd. Old Champa, with her decades of experience, realized the gravity of the situation. Grandma once told a story about a weasel seeking a blessing. When it transforms into human form, it asks passersby for a blessing to fulfill its virtue. An elderly neighbor recalling the tale raised their hand promptly. I've heard about the weasel seeking blessings too. Its appearance matches Mr. He's description. If it fails to receive the blessing, it will seek retribution from whoever caused its failure. Yes, I've heard that not only the current generation but also future generations can be affected, chimed in another. He Wenbin trembled more with each word he heard, turning to Chu Yueling. And master, is it really, a weasel? Chu Yueling, detecting the faint stench of the weasel on He Wenbin, waved dismissively and sighed. What do you think? Tears welled up in He Wenbin's eyes. And master, there's something else I haven't mentioned. What is it? If you want Ningming's help, just be honest. Old Champa threatened with a peachwood comb. It was when I was a child. The weasel darted out right in front of me, so. He Wenbin paled. I urinated on its face. Heaven only knows how bewildered the weasel was when it got splashed in the face with urine by someone bolting out eagerly for an amulet. One could only imagine its confusion. Chapter 86. The neighbors couldn't help but laugh at the boy's antics. Was he peeing? Forget about it, master. If someone else were to urinate on your face, you'd be just as unlucky. The youth of today would really find this hilarious, being scared stiff even when encountering something dark and eerie in the middle of the night. One thing's for sure, if a weasel begs for a blessing and gets splashed with urine in return, not killing it is already a lenient act. Replace me, and I'd curse that kid every day, wouldn't I? The more He Wenbin thought about it, the more panicked he became, his face contorted into a mournful expression. I've been cursed for 3 months now. If my luck doesn't change, will I actually die? Master, you have to save me. Seeing how genuinely terrified He Wenbin was, Chu Yueling tried to comfort him. Death is certainly not on the cards. A weasel must cultivate for 100 years before it can beg for a blessing. Should it cause harm to a human, its karma would be damaged and it would be immediately struck by lightning. Any weasel that lives long enough to beg for a blessing hasn't done any evil deeds. He Wenbin pondered for a moment and said, come to think of it, after the first encounter on that first night, I ran into it again during the second month at night. You bumped into it again? Champa asked curiously. Did it transform into its true form to scare you? No, He Wenbin shook his head. He vaguely remembered that night when he passed by the lawn and a child wearing a small cap blocked his way. The little one held a roasted chicken in their tiny palm, with gleaming black eyes and a delicate voice echoing in the dark night. Big brother, I want to treat you to some roasted chicken. At the time, He Wenbin was quite surprised. The kid was quite resourceful, so he didn't refuse the offer. The two of them, well, he thought they were both human at the time, found a spot on the lawn to sit and enjoy their meal. He Wenbin hadn't had dinner and was starving. This time, the weasel not only brought the roasted chicken but also a bottle of human's favorite liquor. As it hugged the chicken leg with its furry paws, it felt indignant. After 100 years of hard work, day and night, all for the sake of receiving a compliment. Yet, it was all ruined by that careless remark about being better off as feces. The following month, in an attempt to successfully receive a compliment, the weasel brought along the roasted chicken and alcohol again. It had heard from its great-grandfather that this tactic had worked for him when he sought a compliment. One is indebted to those who feed them and swayed by the generosity of others. this principle applies to both humans and animals since ancient times. The little yellow weasel was convinced that this tactic would work. Upon hearing this, Champa scratched her scalp with the peachwood comb and asked, "So, what happened? Did it succeed?" Yuwenbin fell silent for a moment before answering. "The roasted chicken was too fragrant, and the liquor too strong. I fell asleep." Vaguely, he recalled the weasel slapping his face and repeatedly asking, "Do I look like a human? Do I look like one?" Assuming it was seeking retribution, Yuwenbin stuffed 200 yuan into its paw, closed his eyes, and stretched out his legs until morning arrived. "Master," Yuwenbin asked with a bitter expression, "why does it insist on finding me? Isn't one failure enough? Perhaps it could have succeeded with someone else." Chu Yueling poured water into the teacup, speaking softly. "A weasel seeking a title isn't something anyone can grant. One must have a strong destiny to withstand such supernatural beings. Otherwise, those with weak destinies might be frightened to death the first day they encounter a weasel seeking a title. The weasel is already close to achieving enlightenment, just one step away from becoming a spirit. Harming someone would not be worth it. A weasel has 3 chances to seek a title. From the first attempt to the third, it must be the same person. It has already approached you twice, leaving one more chance. One more chance." Yuwenbin paused in his rubbing, holding the egg with a fearful expression. If he didn't know it was a weasel, things might have been different. But now that he knew, who wouldn't be afraid? In the darkness, it appeared as if it were a genuine 5- or 6-year-old child. "Master, what about my misfortune? I'm afraid I won't survive until it comes asking for food. I might get hit by a car or drown in a reservoir first," Yuwenbin said with genuine concern. It wasn't unjustified for him to think this way. His current streak of bad luck was so severe that he could sustain serious injuries just by walking down the street. Karma is at play. You've already encountered the weasel twice. Even if it doesn't wish you harm, it's still an entity. Prolonged contact with such beings can affect one's fortune, Chu Yueling explained after taking a sip from her teacup. When it comes for you a third time and you fulfill its wish, the karma will be resolved and your misfortune will cease, she continued. Relieved to hear there was a solution, Yuwenbin let out a sigh of relief. Cracking the egg along the edge of the table, he revealed a cheerful smile despite his bruised face. "Many thanks for clarifying things for me, master." As he paid the consultation fee, he held up the cracked egg before Chu Yueling, offering it to her. "Salty boiled eggs with fragrant tea, a match made in heaven. Care to try, master?" Chu Yueling glanced downward. With half an eggshell still wrapped around the salty egg, Yuwenbin's hand held a reminder of how the egg had rolled across his battered face. Despite understanding his intentions, Chu Yueling couldn't bring herself to eat it without any qualms. Unable to suppress a light cough, she replied, "Lil, let's not. You have it. Sifu is truly too kind. In that case, I'll be on my way." Yuwenbin bit into an egg, the motion tugging at his wound. As he stood up, he chewed with a hiss and a gasp. The neighbors watched him leave, not forgetting to give him well-intentioned reminders. "Remember, don't mess things up again." Indeed, it's not easy for a weasel to cultivate for 100 years, let alone become enchanted. Yes, be careful. If you don't appease the weasel, you might be in for a lifetime of bad luck. Yuwenbin left the dessert stall, turning back with a smile and waving. "Uncle, auntie, I know. This time I won't let anything go wrong." As he spoke, suddenly he took a few hurried steps backward, almost losing his balance but managing to steady himself just in time. The neighbors watched anxiously. It was one thing knowing he was in for trouble, another seeing it happen before their eyes. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Yuwenbin lifted his foot, and a pungent odor wafted upward. His expression cycled through a rainbow of disgust, making him both want to laugh and cry. "I stepped in dog poop. Thankfully, it's not a big deal." With that, Yuwenbin waved goodbye, vanishing entirely from the end of Temple Street. Neighbors couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion when they recalled the incident with the weasel. Speaking of which, after living for over 50 or 60 years, I've never come across an animal that has become sentient. I wonder what it would be like. The world is indeed remarkable, for I once believed that tales of spirits and enchantments existed solely within the pages of novels. Chu Yueling had finished her 3 divinations for the day and was preparing to pack up her stall. Champa lent a hand, bending down to tuck a peachwood comb into her hair at the back of her head. Despite her advanced age, she was fortunate to have nimble limbs. With a quick lift of her hips, she efficiently heaved the table up in no time, deftly sliding it under the cart with a spry motion. An elderly man, intrigued, asked, "Ning Ning, if a weasel doesn't harm people now, what about when it becomes a spirit?" Chu Yueling packed the teaware into a bag and placed it in the stall cart. She pondered before responding. With modernization, fewer and fewer animals can transform into spirits. When a weasel turns into a spirit, it doesn't truly become human. Its features might merely resemble humans more, or perhaps possess a particular similarity to us. Good and evil lie in a fleeting thought. If it harbors malevolent intentions apart from the heavenly Tao's laws, there will be people to deal with it. Otherwise, why would the existence of Xian masters be meaningless? The old man understood but wanted to inquire further. Suddenly, his aged frame was pushed forward by an unseen force, turning his face pale with fright. He turned back and shouted, "Which rascal? Does he not value his life, daring to bump into an old man like me? Scram if you have nothing to say." The buzz-cut woman pushed the old man aside, lit a cigarette, and cast a disdainful glance at the cleaned-up dessert stall. Pointing her finger at Chu Yueling's nose, she demanded, "I'm asking you, did a pregnant woman come here for a fortune-telling session today?" Chu Yueling replied calmly, "I have no information to share." Ai Rui was flustered. She had just returned to her residence with Su Shoya and couldn't find the bankbook anywhere in the house. Suddenly, she was drenched in sweat. The bankbook contained millions of Hong Kong dollars, which were the working capital for the AI family shop. With another payment due soon, the bankbook had vanished. When the ace learned about it, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They searched high and low inside and outside the house, but when Ai Rui tried to ask Su Shoya about the situation, she found that Su Shoya, who usually didn't leave the house, was nowhere to be found. In desperation, Ai Rui knocked on her neighbors' doors, hoping to ask if anyone had seen Su Shoya. Eventually, she found someone who could provide some information. That person said Su Shoya had gone out twice. Once, she mentioned to a neighbor that she was going to Temple Street for a fortune-telling session, and the second time, she left with a suitcase around noon. Piecing this together, Ai Rui immediately rushed to Temple Street. Sasa was also anxious and attempted to grab Chu Yueling's arm. However, a cold glance from Chu Yueling sent chills down her spine, causing her to release her grip. Sasa composed herself, putting on a playful and innocent expression. "Miss, do you really have no idea where that woman is? Let me tell you secretly, that woman is wicked. She stole millions from our family and ran away." She was attempting to evoke Chu Yueling's compassion. An ordinary person, upon hearing this, would undoubtedly grow anxious too, or else they would proactively offer to assist in the search. Yet, Chu Yueling seemed to see through Sasa's pretended innocence and amiability. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "And then?" Sasa was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Chu Yueling wouldn't fall for such tactics. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile and said, "If Miss knows something, it'd be best to share it. Otherwise, when we find that wicked woman, you'll be implicated and end up in jail too." Intimidation and coercion. Chu Yueling pressed her earlobe gently and sighed softly. She had truly heard too much. The roar of an airplane echoed in the sky. Everyone looked up to see a white aircraft soaring from the international airport towards Southeast Asia. In a few hours, it would land in Singapore. There, Su Shoya would embark on a new life, free from deceitful schemes that had led to the birth of 2 unintended children and the deliberate draining of her life until her death. Ai Rui, why waste your breath on such a fraud? Thinking about the millions of dollars that were still unaccounted for, even though she had already reported it to the police, she was both angry and anxious. Happy Sister from next door said that Su Shoya must have gone to Temple Street to get her fortune told. She even mentioned that the fortune teller moonlights as a seller of sweet desserts. Take a look. Ai Rui pointed at Chu Yueling's dessert sign, then angrily directed her finger at Chu Yueling herself. She must know where Su Shoya is. "You're not going to talk, huh? If I can't be happy, neither can you." With that, Ai Rui made a move to tip over the food cart. The heavy cart crashed to the ground, shattering the glass display case, scattering shards across the pavement. "Come with me to the police station and clarify yourself." Ai Rui reached out to grab Chu Yueling. A chill gradually settled on Chu Yueling's fair face. Just as that filthy hand was about to touch Chu Yueling's arm. Snap! Ai Rui's wrist broke, and before she could cry out in pain, she was sent reeling by a powerful kick from a bodyguard, landing on her knees. A luxurious Bentley pulled up in front of the dessert stall. The car door opened slowly. Su Songlu emerged in a shimmering burgundy strapless gown, her shoulders covered by a fox fur stole against the slight chill. Her alabaster chin lifted subtly. "Who dares to touch my esteemed guest?" Chapter 87. Ai Rui was suddenly pushed to the ground, a searing pain shooting through his knee. As he tried to lift his head to see who did it, someone pressed him back down. Defiant, Ai Rui retorted, "Esteemed guest? Even if it's the Son of Heaven himself, I'll still touch them today." "Sasa, shut up," a voice intervened. Su Songlu's influence in Hong Kong was considerable. She was a household name. Sasa recognized the dignified figure from newspaper articles at a glance and covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that she had the chance to encounter Miss Su, the heiress of the Su family, on a humble street in Hong Kong? You must be Miss Su, right?" Sasa stammered. Su Songlu was at the pinnacle of Hong Kong's high society, a realm that was a rare privilege for most to even catch a glimpse of someone from the Su family. Now, not only had the daughter of the Su family appeared in this dilapidated temple street, but she was also claiming that Chu Yueling was an honored guest of the Su family. Sasa was startled by the toppled stall and her lips trembled in fear. Her mind raced, and she lowered her hand that covered her mouth, forcing a sweet smile onto her small face. "Miss Su, it's a misunderstanding, we can explain." Su Tsonglu's slender, fair hand rested on the fox fur stole draped over her arm as she gazed at the fallen stall. The ice cream box had been smashed open, and the remaining red bean milk inside spilled all over the ground. Her expression gradually turned cold. "Misunderstanding? I'd like to hear what kind of misunderstanding could give you the audacity to destroy a stall belonging to an honored guest of the Su family." Ai Rui had already lifted her head and recognized Su Tsonglu's identity. Especially after hearing about the Su family's honored guest, her complexion turned deathly pale. Regardless, the Su family was not someone the Ai family could afford to offend. Otherwise, with just one word from Su Tsonglu, the Ai family could vanish from Hong Kong without their millions in liquid assets. Ai Rui looked towards Chu Yueling. The girl stood aside, looking down at the ruined dessert stall with a calm expression, undisturbed even by Su Tsonglu's presence. Seeing the situation clearly, Ai Rui didn't dare to inquire about Su Shoya's whereabouts anymore. She hurriedly tried to stand up, but her shoulder was held back by the bodyguard. As Ai Rui lifted his head, his short hair fell across his eyes, but he hastily pushed it aside to clarify, Miss Su, it's really a misunderstanding. I was looking for a friend who's gone missing, and I thought Master Chu might know them. Little did I know that Master Chu is your esteemed guest. We'll leave right away. With concern in her eyes, Su Tsonglu asked, "Are you all right?" Feeling cared for, Chu Yueling patted her arm and reassured, "I'm fine." Her gaze then fell on the disarrayed ground, and she frowned. She was merely puzzled as to why another food cart had been vandalized. If they enjoyed smashing things so much, why didn't they just smash themselves? Noticing Chu Yueling's persistent stare at the toppled cart, Ai Rui promptly understood, and, once the bodyguards loosened their grip, he rushed over to the scattered cart, righting it. There was still a puddle of spilt milk and red beans on the ground that couldn't be easily cleaned. Ai Rui took off his denim jacket and placed it on the milk, soaking up the liquid. Afterward, he fetched a rag from the cart to wipe away the dirt on it. Once finished, he pulled out a stack of cash, bowed apologetically, and said, "Master Chu, I was blinded by ignorance. Since you say you haven't seen Su Shoya, then you truly haven't. I'll leave immediately." Glancing at the last wad of cash in his pocket, Ai Rui was heartbroken to the point of suffocation. The money in her bankbook was now the last bit of cash she had on hand. If she had known she would have to pay so much, she would have slapped herself a few times rather than provoke the sugarcane juice stall. After Chu Yueling received the money, she counted it. $10,000. Enough to buy a brand new car. Only after Su Tsonglu nodded at the bodyguards blocking the exit did she allow Ai Rui and her companion to leave. As Sasa was hastily pulled away by Ai Rui, she kept looking back at Su Tsonglu with reluctance. Su Tsonglu, standing before the Bentley, radiated an aura that was hard to approach. Then, Ai Rui glanced at Chu Yueling across from her, whose elegance and refinement seemed to hold its own even against a heiress dressed in luxury brands. Could she have been such an existence in the past? The Su family represented the pinnacle of resources in Hong Kong. Sasa tried to pull away, her gaze longing. "Ai Rui, I want to talk to Miss Su." Ai Rui was well aware of Sasa's intentions. Pressing down on her struggling form, he urged anxiously, "You shouldn't even think about it. Do you know how much the Su family has invested in Jordan? If you really upset Su Tsonglu, the ace could lose everything there anytime. That's because it's you and your family." Sasa simmered with anger but ultimately remained silent. After all, she still loved Ai Rui in her heart and was willing to empathize with the ace struggles. Chu Yueling took in the scene before turning away. Ai Rui and Sasa's life paths had already diverged. Without millions in liquid assets, the Ai family would go bankrupt. Even if they reported to the police and traced Su Shoya's flight to another country, they wouldn't find her. After bankruptcy, Ai Rui wasn't cut out for business. The family would simply drift along until their end. Ai Rui's parents would then pressure her to start a family. Without money, Ai Rui's character became extreme. She pressured Sasa into pregnancy, but Sasa suffered 2 spontaneous abortions and eventually left. With no one to bear her child, Ai Rui resorted to deceit. However, there would be no more naive and selfless fools like Su Shoya in this world, willing to give everything for love. She could only carry them herself. The twins who Su Shoya had miscarried eventually returned to Ai Rui's womb. However, how could an unscrupulous gene possibly produce filial children? The twins were utterly wicked and caused numerous troubles for Ai Rui as they grew up. Evil people will always meet their match. After listening to Su Shoya's story, Su Tsonglu clenched her teeth in indignation while hugging her fox fur shawl. "I should have let them leave earlier. I should have called father to make the AI family go bankrupt immediately. The neighbors nodded in agreement. AI Ray is truly despicable. She wanted to trick Miss Su into getting pregnant, then she tried to drive Miss Su away. She's a real villain. Fortunately, Ning Ning helped Miss Su avoid this calamity beforehand. Otherwise, her life would have been miserable. Miss Su, thank you so much. A neighbor bowed in gratitude. If not for you, there would have been a bloody storm on Temple Street just now. AI Roy dared to bully Ning Ning in front of us? Dream on. Champa had already taken off her cloth shoes and held them in her hands, ready to throw them at AI Roy's head at any moment. Mrs. Ding warned fights are easy, but dealing with the police after is troublesome. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sugarcane juice stall erupted in laughter. Chu Yueling was moved by the warmth of her neighbors, feeling that her decision to keep the shop in Temple Street was the right one, despite its less prime location compared to a shopping complex. The girl slipped the money into her pocket and offered a bright smile, with crescent-shaped eyes. Thank you, uncles, aunties, grandmas, and grandpas, for your generous help during this difficult time. Su Tsonglu had never experienced such heartwarming gratitude from the neighbors before. Her initial frustration gradually faded, replaced by a sense of joy. A fair and slender arm emerged from under a fox fur cloak. A bodyguard approached, offering 2 passes. Su Tsonglu took them with a grin. Yueling, it's the TVB Miss Hong Kong final today. I have front row tickets, would you like to come along? As she spoke, she seemed worried that Chu Yueling might decline, so she added, Lu Qing is predicted to win, based on the fortune you personally read. It doesn't make sense for you not to go, does it? Chu Yueling glanced at the passes, confirming that they were indeed for the front row, seats that were not easily obtainable by most people. She raised her gaze, surprised. In recent days, even she had heard whispers of the contest's backstage dealings, with the top 3 spots already predetermined. It was unlikely that Su Tsonglu was unaware of this. Do you really believe Lu Qing can win the championship? Su Tsonglu had also received these news and chuckled. After witnessing your abilities, I naturally won't be swayed by external matters. Upon hearing the news, Su Tsonglu had initially been tempted to intervene as well. However, she was more curious to see where Lu Qing's fate would lead under the interference of powerful forces. Could ordinary people truly defy their destiny with their own strength? Alright then, the finals are about to start, right? Should we go? Chu Yueling tucked the tickets into her pocket and was about to leave when Su Tsonglu stopped her. Wait a moment, Su Tsonglu said with a smile, clapping her hands. The quiet Temple Street was immediately disrupted by a loud sound. Bang! Bang! Following the Bentleys were 2 Lincolns whose doors opened one after another, discharging a stream of people. Employees of the luxury brand each held 2 sets of garments standing in a row. The clothes shimmered under the sun's rays, exquisitely tailored and made from premium materials. Some staff respectfully held diamonds and other precious, limited edition items awaiting the distinguished guest selection. The spectacle was grand. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A keen-eyed fashion enthusiast even recognized 2 of the outfits. Armani Haute Couture? Each set costs over 600,000 yuan. And that there isn't it Bulgari's diamond bracelet? The one the Su family won at a high price recently? It's worth over 2 million. Miss Su is truly generous. She wouldn't be so extravagant unless Ning Ning is worth it. She must hold Ning Ning in high regard. Chu Yueling gazed at the row of dresses and necklaces, then gently coughed. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Extravagant? Not at all. Su Tsonglu wrapped herself tightly in the fox fur. As my friend, you deserve nothing but the best. Speaking of which, Su Tsonglu sighed. I'm just sorry I didn't have time to take you for a custom-made gown, what with daddy's company matters holding me back. Do any of these appeal to you? With that, Su Tsonglu clapped her hands. Employees from top luxury brands stepped forward. Hermes, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Christian Dior. Brands that would only become household names in later years were now laid out before Chu Yueling. Which brand do you fancy? Pick one to get ready for the event. I've already invited Hong Kong's most skilled makeup artist. Su Tsonglu indicated the male stylist with rainbow-colored hair, who was carrying a makeup bag. The stylist, Alice, couldn't help but marvel at Chu Yueling's delicate, porcelain-like skin as she reached out to touch it gently. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. As the top stylist in the industry, I've worked with countless leading actresses, but it's truly rare to come across someone like Miss Chu. Please trust me with your appearance. Alice was already eager to get started. Confident in his skills, he knew no woman could resist his makeup and styling. None at all. As he waited for Chu Yueling to follow him, a hint of resignation echoed softly. Oh, you still want to do makeup? Chu Yueling, having glanced at the gown and luxury jewelry, found the process tedious. Forget it, let's just leave it like this. Alice's eyes widened, disappointment etched on her face. She attempted to persuade Chu Yueling, Miss Chu, you must have misunderstood. Why not reconsider? Su Tsonglu, without causing any trouble, instructed the assistants to collect the clothing and jewelry, dismissed Alice, and promptly pulled Chu Yueling towards the Bentley. The scene at the TV Miss Hong Kong pageant finale. Representatives from major media outlets and newspaper journalists have assembled here. Li Huiwen was engaged in conversation with the photographer, gesturing with both hands toward the side of the stage. Make sure to capture plenty of shots of Lu Qing, she emphasized. The photographer was puzzled. Sister One, why are you giving Lu Qing more screen time? As the frontrunner in this competition, she deserves more screen time, Li Huiwen said, tactfully avoiding any mention of Lu Qing's past divination. She had the chance to examine every divination at Chu Ji's sweet soup stall. Li Huiwen was unsure about the authenticity of other masters' predictions, but she knew for certain that Master Chu's were trustworthy. She intended to use this divination to help the master gain prominence in the entertainment industry. Just as Li Huiwen was convinced that Lu Qing was the champion, a sarcastic remark echoed from the aisle. A shot for Lu Qing? What kind of buzz could a penniless and powerless mainland girl generate? Another journalist, accompanied by 2 cameramen, spoke with a serious demeanor. Sis One, it seems you're regressing in your work at the Great Joy News Agency. I recall you weren't this foolish and oblivious back then. Could it be that you're declining with each passing day? Qing Kai. Upon seeing the journalists, Li Huiwen's smile froze on her face. A renowned investigative journalist for the Strong Gale News Agency, once her colleague, had fallen out with her over a sensational entertainment story and subsequently switched sides to work for the rival newspaper, Great Joy. Due to their history as classmates over the years in the entertainment news industry, they had constantly been competing against each other, each striving to uncover more sensational and explosive stories than the other. I'm giving screen time to Lu Qing, it's my decision. No need for Mr. Qin to bother himself with it. Qing Kai feigned surprise. You're really going to give her the camera? Just for a fortune teller's prediction. After Lu Qing made it to the finals, a journalist had interviewed her about her reason for participating in the Miss Hong Kong pageant. She had gratefully mentioned a master's divination. Li Huiwen explained, she's not your average fortune teller. Whatever, Qin Kai said impatiently. He had heard about Li Huiwen starting a column for a fortune teller but hadn't paid much attention to it. Did mystical people deserve columns too? Regardless, he continued his taunt. Let me tell you, the Storm News has already received top-secret information. The top 3 winners of this year's Miss Hong Kong have been predetermined. Qin Kai waved his microphone and chuckled mischievously, gesturing at the stage. In a moment, I'll focus all my cameras on the top 3. Originally, I wanted to compete with you to see whose headline would create a bigger sensation and catch the public's attention. But with your outdated information, there's no chance for you now. In reality, not just Qin Kai, but also journalists from other newspapers and television stations had received insider information. They had already staked out their positions early, determined to seize the opportunity to give more screen time to the pre-selected top 3 contestants. Over the years, my professional intuition has dulled, Qin Kai shook his head. I'm really going downhill. After saying that, he turned to the photographer who had provided the information with a respectful attitude. Teacher Ju, let's go. As they waited for the others to leave, the photographer from the Dahai News took the opportunity to adjust the camera angle and whispered. Sis Wen, should we try to find out who the top 3 are? If there's no valuable information at all, the editor-in-chief will be furious. No need, Li Huiwen said, taking the microphone from its stand and casting another glance at the final stage. At that moment, the stage was empty, the lights were off, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The 16 finalists were backstage, getting ready with their makeup and costumes. We'll just focus on giving Lu Qing her fair share of the spotlight. She had visited Lu Qing before and knew how hard she had worked to make it this far. She trusted the master and she trusted Lu Qing. Chapter 88. The 3-story Western-style villa stood tall, surrounded by a circle of lush, low-hanging shrubs. In the center, a small pool shimmered under the glow of the lights, its surface rippling with reflected radiance. A splash was heard. Damp from the pool, Feng Jiajia climbed out of the steps, grabbed a towel from the lounge chair, and angrily dried her hair, brooding over the upcoming Miss Hong Kong finale that she was not a part of. It was so close, so very close for her to make it to the finals. It's all because Su Tsonglu refused to help, Feng Jiajia grumbled. She recalled how, after that mainland girl had her fortune told, Su Tsonglu even personally called TV executives to pull strings on her behalf. Feng Jiajia had thought that since Su Tsonglu was willing to assist a mainland girl, she would surely lend a hand to her, considering she occasionally did errands for her. To her surprise, however, her request was outright rejected. Agnes. Tianyue poked her head out from the balcony on the 2nd floor. The Miss Hong Kong finale is about to air on J Channel. When do you want to watch it? I'll be up in a minute. Drying her hair and changing into her loungewear, Feng Jiajia went upstairs. In the living room, Tianyue sat with the remote control, flipping through channels. As Feng Jiajia took a seat beside her, Tian Yui nonchalantly asked, Miss Su hasn't visited the Feng residence since the last family banquet. Ask your mother when she's free to come over and also inquire about her favorite dishes. Mother can prepare them in advance. I'm not sure, Feng Jiajia replied, snatching a cushion irritably. After the family banquet, Su Zonglu has been swamped with work, and our opportunities to meet have become fewer and farther between. Feng Jiajia was either kept out of the Su residence or blocked from entering the Su corporation. The reason she was always stopped was always the same: Miss Su had no time, she was too busy. Tian Yui has had her eyes on Su Zonglu for quite some time, she said, stroking Feng Jiajia's hair while considering her next move. We still need to invite Miss Su over to our house. That way, Big Brother will have a chance to spend time with her. As one of the 4 prominent families in Hong Kong, there was no reason for Tian Yui to overlook such an excellent daughter-in-law candidate. Mommy, Feng Jiajia complained, dissatisfied. Why do we have to introduce Su Zonglu to Big Brother? He's educated, wealthy, and good-looking. He can easily find someone else. Tian Yui was still weighing her options. If all else failed, she could get Feng Zhangwen to use work as an excuse to barge into the Su corporation. In any case, she would find a way to create opportunities for the two of them. Upon hearing Feng Jiajia's arrogant tone, Tian Yui became irritated. Her voice rose in pitch. What do you know? If Su Zonglu becomes your sister-in-law, it will only benefit you and the Feng family. Whoever you meet will look up to you. As for the Miss Hong Kong title, even if Su Zonglu doesn't say anything, the organizers will still treat the winner with both hands. Why? Because of the Su family. The more she spoke, Tian Yui became even more agitated. With Su Zonglu and the Feng family, your father would laugh in his sleep. Would he still force us to apologize to Chu Yueling then? Ever since the fallout at the family banquet, Feng Jingwu learned about Chu Yueling being the savior of Chiao Corporation's eldest son. To exploit the potential use of the Chu sisters, he pressured Tian Yui to apologize to Chu Yueling. Apologize to that slut's daughter? Not in her dreams. Tian Yui gritted her teeth in resentment, jabbing Feng Jiajia's temple fiercely. You pay more attention to Miss Su. Whether the Feng family's assets will be split into 3 or 5 portions in the future depends on whether Su Zonglu can become a part of our family. Feng Jiajia sat up, covering her sore temple. Mummy, it hurts. Okay, I shouldn't have pressed too hard. Tian Yui coaxed her. Seeing Feng Jiajia rubbing her temple and changing the TV channel, she continued, Didn't father get you tickets for the live event? Why aren't you watching it there? The seats are quite good, right in the middle. Feng Jiajia curled her lips. What's the point? I want the tickets with the closest seats to the stage, those reserved for the guests of honor. The guest of honor seats were exclusively reserved for high-ranking officials and distinguished guests, all of whom held prominent positions in Hong Kong. Not only did Feng Jiajia desire such tickets, but Feng Jingwu did as well. Unfortunately, despite the increase in the Feng family's fortune through unorthodox means, Feng Jingwu still lacked the connections to secure them. Miss Su, Tian Yueji asked again. Will she be attending? I don't think so, Feng Jiajia replied after some thought. Su Zonglu has been quite busy lately. Feng Jiajia felt deeply resentful. If Su Zonglu were to attend, she would likely just be carrying her purse. But at least it would allow her to sneak into the guest of honor section. Maybe it's for the best, Tian Yueji said. Your father mentioned that this year's Miss Hong Kong has already been predetermined. Mum, Feng Jiajia, intrigued by the insider information, grabbed Tian Yueji's hand coquettishly. Tell me, who is the winner? Is it really that girl from the north? A sense of impending danger welled up inside her. If that were true, wouldn't it confirm Chu Yueling's prediction as accurate? Miss North? She's more like living in a fantasy, Tian Yui commented. Daddy said that Madame Luo has already chosen 3 new talents to support. In any case, don't worry, the champion won't be that girl from the north. How could they let a mainland girl win Miss Hong Kong? Feng Jiajia felt relieved. She knew that Chu Yueling had just gotten lucky with the spirit baby incident. She couldn't possibly possess any real supernatural abilities. Recalling how the northern girl had gained nothing from the situation, Feng Jiajia curled her lips in disdain. People from the countryside should stay in their fields, not dare to dream of becoming stars. If not for Su Zonglu's assistance, the northern girl would have been eliminated long ago. At the TV studio, the director, wearing a headset, was adjusting camera positions with only an hour left until the recording began. The on-site staff were all tense. The set crew were still adjusting the backdrop, gesturing frantically from the monitoring platform, to the left, a bit more to the left, okay. As more guests arrived, reporters from various newspapers camped outside TV's entrance, hoping to catch an opportunity to interview some prominent political figures. The red carpet extended from the hallway all the way to the main entrance, as luxury cars rolled in one after another. Suddenly, a journalist picked up their buzzing pager. Huh? I just received an insider tip that someone from the Su family will also be attending the debate. The journalists were invigorated, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves. The Su family? As in the electricity tycoon Su Jiahong. But the Su family only has one daughter. Could it be that Su Zonglu will be here in person? That doesn't seem like Miss Su's usual style. She generally avoids entertainment events. Even when the director personally sent invitations in previous years, she never showed up. Colleagues seized this chance. Such a rare opportunity. We must all take plenty of photos of Miss Su. The Su family, despite controlling most of Hong Kong's power industry and holding an esteemed status as the local electricity tycoons, were known for their humility and preference for staying out of the spotlight. Even at major charity auctions, encountering them was rare, as reporters found it challenging to snap photos due to the layers of bodyguards surrounding the family members. If any photos were taken secretly, they were usually blurred in from a distance. The black Bentley glided smoothly through the gates of TV, shimmering under the spotlights. Here she comes. A journalist waved excitedly, igniting the crowd. Whiz! A horde of journalists rushed forward. Numerous bodyguards immediately alighted to ensure security. The reporters positioned themselves at the front of the red carpet, setting up their tripods with photographers in tow. The car door opened slowly. Su Zonglu emerged, dazzling in a radiant silver sequin red dress. Flashbulbs popped continuously. Just as the journalists assumed Su Zonglu would approach, they eagerly prepared their microphones. But Su Zonglu turned around, her sequin dress shimmering with every sway. Yueling, you can get out now. Get out? Did the young lady need to wait for someone? The awaiting journalists were left dumbfounded. Rumors had it that the pampered and arrogant heiress, the precious jewel in the palm of Hong Kong power tycoon's hand, was actually going to wait for someone? What kind of status did the other party hold? Before the reporters could ponder further, the car door began to move slightly from inside. The photographers swiftly adjusted their cameras. The girl stepped out of the car, wearing a white shirt, beige straight-leg pants, and a matching jacket draped over her shoulders. Her hair was elegantly tied up at the back with a hairpin, looking effortless yet meticulous. Her stunning beauty left the journalists gasping for breath. The serene air she exuded even seemed to surpass that of the Su family's heiress. Thank you for accompanying me to the event today. Let's go in, Su Zonglu said with a cheerful smile and a teasing tone. Chu Yueling blinked and smiled gently. I should be the one thanking you for delivering the ticket personally. The entrance of these two rarely seen beauties sparked a minor frenzy. Who was that young lady just now? An excited journalist asked. The moment she stepped out of the car, it felt like I was witnessing the rise of a future superstar in Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Amazing! Simply amazing! Another reporter slapped his thigh in enthusiasm. Her appearance is truly captivating. We all know who the contestants are for this year's Miss Hong Kong pageant. Could she be a contender for next year's? Is Miss Su planning to nurture someone for the entertainment industry by making a rare appearance? If she's indeed a contestant for next year, I guarantee that her brief appearance just now was a killer move. Next year, TVB's 4 leading actresses might have new faces, don't you think? Unaware of the journalists' speculations outside, Chu Yueling entered the venue and scanned the area. The vast hall was filled with seats, except for the area closest to the stage, which was cordoned off with partitions around large round tables. The tablecloths were a light pink, adorned with cutlery and tall wine glasses. This combination of a gala and dinner was a distinctive cultural aspect of TVB. She wasn't overly surprised. Yueling, come sit down, Su Zonglu said gracefully as she took her seat, inviting Chu Yueling to join her and thoughtfully placing a handkerchief on the chair. Chu Yueling looked at the handkerchief and smiled slightly. Thank you. It was the first time Su Zonglu had sat with a friend. Throughout her life, there had been no shortage of people trying to curry favor with her, but she disliked being schemed against, so she had never allowed anyone close. Chu Yueling's straightforwardness left Su Zonglu unusually astonished. Pushing her glass forward, Chu Yueling could see the stage in front of her. Indeed, this was the best spot. She noticed there was no program list on the table and turned to Su Zonglu. What's the itinerary? Su Zonglu herself didn't know the details, so she called for a bodyguard. A few minutes later, she informed Chu Yueling there will be performances on stage soon. It's a 2-hour event, with 80% dedicated to singing and dancing acts, and the final segment is when the awards will be announced. Smiling, Su Zonglu added, Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok will also be performing. One of the 4 Heavenly Kings, TVB had arranged for 2 of them to attend, demonstrating the importance they placed on tonight's event. At Chu Yueling's table, a few more guests gradually arrived. Among them was a middle-aged woman with an imposing updo, her features fierce and intimidating, accompanied by 2 bodyguards as she approached. Chu Yueling observed her thoughtfully. A formidable figure, indeed intriguing. Her name is Luo Inghong. She holds 30% of TVB's shares, Su Zonglu mentioned, her beautiful eyes revealing disdain as she furrowed her delicate brows at Chu Yueling. Yueling, it was her who orchestrated the predetermined top 3. As Su Zonglu finished speaking, Luo Yinghong had already taken a seat across from Chu Yueling. She unfolded the napkin on the table while her bodyguard handed her a newspaper. After reading through it, she leisurely wiped her hands with a towel, then gazed directly at Chu Yueling. You, a mainland girl, think you can win the championship? Chapter 89. Luo Yinghong's tone was laced with disdain. Evidently, she held no regard for Lu Qing, who came from the mainland, and even less for Chu Yueling, who shared the same origin. While Chu Yueling was engaged in the act of divination, Luo Yinghong had already predetermined the top 3 candidates. Such a maneuver was tantamount to questioning her abilities. The program was about to commence, with the honored guests steadily trickling in. Luo Yinghong, however, posed a challenging remark, freezing the other attendees in their tracks, all terrified of offending this notoriously renowned Black Widow. The girl seated in the center, however, maintained a composed expression, her brow slightly arched as she spoke with a detached tone. So what's the issue? Her casual remark immediately cooled Luo Yinghong's demeanor. Luo Yinghong narrowed her eyes. Miss Chu may be young, but you certainly have guts. Hardly comparable to Madame Luo, Chu Yueling replied with a faint smile. Cunning and ruthless. Her eyebrows were disjointed, her cheekbones prominent, and her 4 white eyes gave an air of malevolence. All signs pointed to Luo Yinghong's involvement in numerous misdeeds and the weight of a life-taking case on her shoulders. Su Zonglu secretly gave a thumbs up under the table. A master was indeed a master, able to deduce such details. Before she had followed Mr. Luo, Luo Yinghong had been involved in the underworld in Taiwan. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, she had risen above the competition with her youthful beauty and cunning tactics, eventually marrying Mr. Luo, who was 30 years her senior. To please him, she had even taken the initiative to change her name in the registry and adopted the Luo surname. Luo Yinghong was ruthless not only towards others but also towards herself. It was rumored that to secure her marriage to Mr. Luo, she had bribed criminals to abduct his eldest son. In turn, she had risked her life, taking 5 bullets while rescuing him. From then on, the entire Luo family held her in the highest esteem. Luo Yinghong's gaze was fierce, and a cold smile curled her scarlet lips. Seems like Miss Chu wants to experience it for herself. Chu Yueling blinked. Experience it? You want to kill me? The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Miss Chu has quite a sense of humor. Luo Yinghong's smile froze. She hadn't expected Chu Yueling to speak of murder so casually. Hong Kong is a society ruled by law. How could I possibly commit such a crime? Chu Yueling hummed and tilted her head curiously. You didn't used to be like this a few years ago. Another remark caused a cold glint to flash in Luo Yinghong's eyes instantly. Chu Yueling's gaze was clear as if she had seen through Luo Yinghong's dark past. Impossible. Luo Yinghong shook her head. No one could know what she had done before. Su Zonglu pretended to be surprised, covering her mouth. A few years ago? Wasn't that around the time when young Master Luo passed away? Could it be Madame Luo? The other guests seated with them also turned to look at Luo Yinghong with disbelief. After Luo Yinghong married into the Luo family, Mr. Luo passed away not long after. The Luo family originally had 3 sons, but they all met with various accidents and died within a few years. The inheritance that wasn't supposed to be Luo Yinghong's eventually fell into her hands. When all the direct relatives of the Luo family were gone, there were suspicions from outsiders about Luo Yinghong's involvement. She was even summoned by the police several times. Each time, the media followed closely, but in the end, nothing came out of it. Luo Yinghong's gaze at Chu Yueling was filled with animosity. This stubborn girl couldn't be underestimated. She had initially intended to mock Su Zonglu, but she hadn't anticipated shooting herself in the foot. She forced a smile. Without any evidence, Zonglu, you can't just accuse me randomly. Madame Luo, Su Zonglu swirled her wine glass, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of warning. Miss Chu is my esteemed guest. Your disrespectful words seem to disregard the Su family, don't they? How could I disregard the Su family, Zonglu? Luo Yinghong's squinted eyes gleamed as she forced a laugh, her face contorting with effort. I am of the same generation as your father, a good friend. I look at you like a niece. I'm only worried that you might take the wrong path, eat the wrong food. These sorts of swindlers are usually smooth talkers, not fit for refined society. I worry that you might fall for their tricks. The bodyguards on both sides poured more red wine into their glasses. Luo Yinghong pretended to give sincere advice, as if she were truly close to Mr. Su and genuinely concerned about Su Zonglu's well-being. Su Zonglu was not swayed. Who I choose as friends is none of your concern, Mrs. Luo. Young ladies nowadays have no idea about the dangers of the world, Luo Yinghong commented, sipping her red wine lightly. It's common knowledge that the top 3 spots are already reserved for me, Luo Yinghong. Yet she insists that a mainland girl could win the crown. Isn't that laughable? Looking at Chu Yueling, Luo Yinghong continued, I'll give you another chance. Who will ultimately take home the championship title? Chu Yueling ignored her. Luo Yinghong taunted, too scared to predict? Of course, with only an hour left until the announcement, how can a surefire outcome change? A mainland girl winning? That'd be like the sky falling down. Chu Yueling sat quietly beside her, watching the performance unfold. Only after Luo Yinghong set down her glass did she speak softly. Mrs. Luo, have you ever heard a saying? What? Luo Yinghong replied instinctively. One should never be blindly overconfident, Chu Yueling said calmly. Overconfidence? Ha ha. Luo Yinghong chuckled. There's only an hour left, yet you still harbor illusions that a mainlander can win? You're really stubborn like a dead duck. I know you're one too, but wanting to help your own kind requires the ability to do so. In this last hour, I'd love to witness how a mainlander could possibly clinch the championship. Chu Yueling smiled slightly. I would advise Mrs. Luo to cherish her time. After all, you don't have much of it left. Lethargic to waste words with you. Luo Yinghong's face was cold. Since she couldn't act against the Su family members at the moment, she left with her bodyguards to another table. Once Luo Yinghong had departed, the guests around them dared to whisper softly in discussion. Mrs. Luo might be a bit overbearing, but what she said does hold some truth. I've read the fortune-telling column in the Daily Joy newspaper. It's filled with praise for the master's incredible skills, claiming that predictions are always spot on. In my opinion, how can such miraculous things be possible? Am I the only one curious about what the master's prediction of an hour means? Could it be that Mrs. Luo will suddenly pass away? Stop speculating. Be careful or Mrs. Luo might slap you. She's human, not a deity. Exactly, if a mainland girl could win the championship and be predicted to have a prosperous career for 60 years, that would be laughable. Huazai isn't even as popular as she is. From what I see, Miss Su might really have fallen for a fraudster's tricks. Isn't that so? Waiting for someone in person and defending a con artist, she's truly naive. If Master Chu is truly skilled, then Miss Su's move can also be seen as being proactive. Which Hong Kong family wouldn't want to invite a genuinely powerful mystic master? You're acknowledging someone's skills too. Look at that young lady with her fair skin and young age. Mystic masters usually become more skilled with age, all thanks to their accumulated experience. Why call a 20-year-old girl? To serve tea and water. In the end, this young lady can really spin a tale. In just 1 hour, she wants to propel a mainland girl to the top through backstage manipulation. Let alone a humble fortune teller from a dessert stall, even Su Tsonglu might not possess such abilities. Not because of anything else, Luo Yinghong knew that the Su family wouldn't allow Su Tsonglu to behave so recklessly. No one put faith in a mere divination. The reporters farther away even thought that the girl at the sugarcane juice stall was out of her mind, acting crazy. How could the world be turned upside down in just an hour? Impossible. Only Li Huiwen patted the photographer, reminding him to capture Chu Yueling on camera later. Ning Ning, I'll send someone to protect you during this period. Luo Yinghong isn't an easy person to deal with. With a worried look, Su Tsonglu recounted Luo Yinghong's rise to power. Many outsiders suspect that Luo Yinghong is behind this incident. Su Tsonglu was deeply concerned. Normally, she wasn't the gossipy type. If it had been anyone else, Su Tsonglu wouldn't have been so kind as to share such information. But when it came to Chu Yueling, she couldn't bear to see the young lady fall prey to that poisonous woman. The police have summoned Luo Yinghong multiple times, but she was released each time due to insufficient evidence. Don't worry too much, Chu Yueling smiled gently, sensing Su Tsonglu's concern for her. The usually haughty young miss now wore a worried frown. Su Tsonglu shook her head. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a dagger in the dark. She already hates me, and you're someone I personally brought in. Chu Yueling blinked in curiosity. Why? She seduced my father right before my eyes, stripped naked, and when I caught her, she ran to the kitchen to douse herself in vegetable oil. Su Tsonglu recalled the incident, disgust flickering in her beautiful eyes once more. That's why, given the chance, she'd seek revenge. Chu Yueling had entered with Su Tsonglu, so slapping her would be equivalent to slapping the Su family. Understanding dawned on Chu Yueling, but she didn't take it to heart. The host was on stage giving a speech, and 2 rounds of performances had already taken place. All finalists were to take turns performing, and time was ticking by. The lady who replaced Luo at their table was petite, holding a large cell phone that seemed bigger than her head, constantly talking on it throughout the event. Director Li, I'm willing to sponsor $2 million for the production, as long as you give David a shot at the male lead role. Director Huang, that's correct. I'm willing to sponsor 2 million yuan for the production on the condition that you give David a chance to audition for the male lead role. The lady made countless calls, repeating the same appeal over and over again. Many of her contacts declined her offer. They mainly criticized David's poor acting skills, but the lady persistently assured them that David had significantly improved in his performance. Eventually, one film project showed some flexibility, but it wasn't for the lead role. The lady hesitated, then brightened up when she learned that David would only be playing a minor part opposite the star, who was none other than Star Sir. Everyone knew that Star Sir had dominated half of Hong Kong's film industry in recent years. With him on board, box office success was guaranteed. It also meant that David would have a better chance to shine. After hanging up, the lady finally stopped making calls. She put away her cell phone and noticed that all the glasses around the table were full except for Chu Yueling's. As she went to pour herself a drink, she also filled Chu Yueling's glass. Handing the glass over, the lady offered a comforting word. "Miss Chu, please don't take what just happened to heart. Mrs. Luo used to be involved in the underworld. People stumble, horses trip. It's only natural. One wrong prediction doesn't define you." As Chu Yueling observed the crimson liquid swaying within the glass, she gracefully took it and offered a faint smile. "Thank you." To those who showed kindness, she always reciprocated in kind. Time ticked by, moment by moment. An hour passed, leaving only half of it remaining. The beauties backstage grew increasingly anxious. The pre-selected top 3 contestants stood by the backstage entrance, ready to step out the moment their names were called by the host. The other contestants, taking advantage of the brief respite after their performances, gathered to sit together. A few of them discreetly wiped away tears, having forged deep friendships during this period. With the competition ending, most had chosen not to pursue careers in the entertainment industry. It was uncertain when they would meet again. Only Lu Qing stood silently, dressed in a white lace high-collar cheongsam that hugged her figure tightly. She was mindful not to wrinkle the neatly pressed gown by sitting down. Lu Qing, a fellow contestant, asked, "When are you returning to the mainland?" 10 o'clock. Lu Qing concealed her disappointment, her voice soft. "Once the competition ends, I'll leave." She used the remainder of her money to buy a ticket back to Nanjing. "Why are you in such a hurry?" The group of girlfriends were astonished and promptly came over to give Lu Qing hugs. "Why don't you stay for a couple more days?" Lu Qing shook her head, amused but didn't respond. With no money, how could she possibly afford to stay any longer in expensive and bustling Hong Kong? Even just for one more day. It would add to her burden. Suddenly, a bottle of ink splashed onto Lu Qing's pristine white cheongsam. Luo Yuan feigned surprise. "Are you all right?" Before Lu Qing could respond, Luo Yuan covered her lips and chuckled. "You'll be fine anyway. The competition is almost over, and unlike us, you don't have to go on stage to receive an award." The other beauties were indignant, eager to stand up for Lu Qing. "Lu Yuan, just because you're a champion, does that give you the right to do such things? You wouldn't be anything without your aunt. You keep calling Lu Qing a country girl, but aren't you from the countryside in Taiwan too? On what grounds do you look down on her?" "Yes, are people from rural Taiwan really superior?" Luo Yan smiled haughtily. "Yes, I am the champion, and that does make a difference. If you have the ability, get an aunt who can gift you the championship too." With that said, Luo Yan waved her manuscript paper and disdainfully glanced at the other beauties present. "I won't waste my time with you all. I still need to memorize my acceptance speech." The moment for the awards ceremony drew ever closer. Compared to Chu Yueling's composure, Su Zonglu couldn't hold back any longer. She put down her wine glass and instructed her bodyguard, "Call Daddy for me." As the bodyguard was about to make the call with his mobile phone, Chu Yueling intervened. Her gaze was calm as she sat in the center, bathed in the spotlight, exuding an ethereal aura. "Wait a few more minutes." Upon hearing that Su Zonglu was going to confront Luo Yinghong, the people around them had initially grown excited. Then they saw Su Zonglu actually hang up the phone, and their anticipation grew. Their dissatisfaction grew. "Miss Su, are you serious? If the Su family doesn't intervene to stop it, they're about to announce the winner, and you have no chance at all." "Exactly, it's as good as done. How could they possibly let Lu Qing ascend to the top without any foul play? Hurry up and make that call. I actually have high hopes for Lu Qing. Without any backstage dealings, she'd undoubtedly be the champion." "Yes, it's such a shame." At another table, Luo Yinghong was determined to secure one of the top 3 spots, as they would open doors to countless casting offers. She intended to use this ace in her hand to cleanse the Luo family of their shady, illicit funds. "Madam Luo," said Qin Kai, a journalist, handing over the interview script. "Take a look. These are the interviews with the 3 contestants. If there's no issue, I can publish them immediately after the winner is announced." Luo Yinghong scanned the script and nodded in approval. "Not bad." Qin Kai was pleasantly surprised. In the journalism industry, it was all about being first and securing the front page. If he could release well-prepared news in a timely manner, his reputation in the field would certainly soar. Luo Yinghong approached Zhu Weijian, who was holding a camera, and playfully touched his crotch before blowing him a kiss. "Honey, wait for me in the room tonight." In the midst of the crowd, Zhu Weijian blushed and softly replied, "Okay." Amidst the uproar, nobody had expected Luo Yinghong's taste to have changed. Instead of going for a big star, she had taken an interest in a photographer, someone relatively insignificant. With only 10 minutes left, Zhu Weijian focused his lens on the backstage area, where 3 award-winning contestants were soon to appear. Right at that moment, there was a loud bang as the door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Everyone recoiled in fear, turning around to look. Simultaneously, a dozen plainclothes police officers rushed in hurriedly through the entrance. Upon seeing Su Tsonglu's surprised expression, Chu Yueling offered a faint smile. Isn't the timing perfect? Chapter 90. All eyes were on the plainclothes police officer. In no time, a dozen people stood before Luo Yinghong's table. The lead, a middle-aged man with gray hair, pulled out his ID from his jacket, his voice unwavering. Mrs. Luo, I assume you recognize me? Luo Yinghong certainly recalled Officer Guo, who had summoned her on several occasions. She slammed her hand on the table, causing the pristine plates to shatter on the floor. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. You want to summon me again? I pay my taxes to support your useless squad, not to have my affairs disrupted. Leave at once or I guarantee you'll find a complaint on your superior's desk tomorrow. Officer Guo remained expressionless and promptly instructed a waiter to fetch handcuffs. We have irrefutable evidence that you murdered your husband and orchestrated a series of deaths to make it appear as though the young masters of the Luo family met with accidents. No need to report me to higher authorities. Worry more about where to find a skilled lawyer to help you clear your name. Shi Pingji also retrieved an ID from his denim jacket and held it out to Luo Yinghong. Ms. Luo, I'm the head of the O unit. The police have concrete evidence that you've had financial transactions with an overseas drug trafficking syndicate. You're now being summoned to the police station to assist in the investigation. The audience was engrossed in the spectacle. The photographers, who would normally capture shots of the guests, swiftly redirected their cameras solely to the stage, not daring to shift their focus back to the attendees. Recalling Chu Yueling's words, Luo Yinghong felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly checked on Chu Yueling's location, freeing herself from the handcuffs as she rushed over. Master Chu, I was wrong. Your divine calculations can save me. I'm willing to pay any price. She naively believed that her mistakes could be offset by mystic arts. Before she could take 2 steps, Luo Yinghong was pinned to the table by plainclothes officers and forcefully handcuffed. She screamed frantically, I won't wear them. Let go of me. I haven't done anything. Master Chu. Luo Yinghong looked at Chu Yueling. She had truly foreseen the murder and today's events. Master Chu, I'll pay any amount, just as long as you help me. Chu Yueling glanced at her indifferently. Your money is tainted, I won't accept it. Master Chu. Shi Pingji nodded at her. Chu Yueling returned a polite smile. Inspector Shi, please convey my regards to the officers in Team D. I will, Shi Pingji said with a smile as he slipped his ID back into his coat. How could he not understand now that Chu Yueling had once again made an accurate prediction? Detective Guo, leave the scene for the major case squad to handle, Shi Pingji signaled to his colleague before whisking Luo Yinghong away. The middle-aged Inspector Guo, observing the stunned audience, sighed helplessly and resignedly tucked his ID into his jacket. Everyone, please remain calm. We're just carrying out a minor assignment. The show must go on, so feel free to continue with your festivities. In no time, the 3 original finalists backstage were also getting ready to be escorted by the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau. The staff was frantic. If the top 3 contestants are taken, who will take the crown? The director made a swift decision. We'll proceed as originally planned. Upon receiving the news, the staff promptly intercepted Lu Qing, who was about to leave with her luggage, along with the other 2 contestants. He gently pushed Lu Qing's shoulder, his face contorted in distress as he urged, there's no time. Since you didn't prepare a speech, just say whatever comes to your mind, as long as it's appropriate. Lu Qing remained dazed and bewildered. Spotting the ink stain on Lu Qing's white cheongsam, the staff member let out a shrill scream that nearly lifted the roof off. What happened? How did your cheongsam get like this? Scanning the area, he eventually pointed at Luo Yuan, who had yet to depart. You. Yes, you. Quickly take off your cheongsam and let Lu Qing change into it. Luo Yuan bit her lower lip, a look of reluctance on her face as she glared at Lu Qing with fierce eyes. The staff urged them on. Lu Qing replied, no need, mine is fine just the way it is. It didn't matter if it was dirty, after all it wasn't stolen or snatched. The clock struck the final second. The host calmly announced the winner's name amidst the crisis. The moment Lu Qing's name was called out, bright lights flashed. Many journalists and photographers who were still in disbelief didn't manage to capture the moment. Only Li Huiwen from Dashi News remained calm and composed, signaling her long-awaited photographer to take the shot. Everyone's gaze turned to the stage. Lu Qing ascended the platform with a dark stain on her cheongsam. She gracefully accepted the crown offered by a staff member, picked up the scepter, and smiled at the audience. Lu Qing has clinched the championship. Reactions vary among the crowd. Unlike a Yang's enthusiastic applause, Zhu Weijian couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he recalled his past mistreatment towards her during photo shoots. Though he was merely a photographer, sometimes a hotshot celebrity could ruin a photographer's career in the blink of an eye. Now that Luo Yinghong has stepped down and no longer has his back, he could only hope that Lu Qing wouldn't become as famous as Mei Jie. Qin Kai's face was as pale as a sheet, holding the prepared interview script that was now useless. He looked towards Li Huiwen. She was writing, her upright figure standing out among the group of men. He smiled bitterly. Previously, he had mocked Li Huiwen for her misguided efforts, only to find himself as the one who lost. After completing her manuscript, Li Huiwen tucked it safely in her bag. Once the stage had received ample attention, she directed the photographer to shift the lens towards the guest seating area. The girl's unparalleled beauty was then openly displayed. Seated right in the center of the guest section, her lustrous hair was casually styled up. Despite wearing casual attire, her ethereal aura surpassed many in their formal gowns. Her lychee-shaped eyes shimmered with a clear, joyful smile. She clapped gently. Then she smiled slightly. Congratulations. Hard work eventually pays off. Sometimes, wealth and power cannot surpass everything. Heaven has its eyes open. This scene was captured on the television screen. Feng Jiajia, fuming with anger, threw the remote control violently at the TV. She pointed at the screen with indignation. Why is that bitch in there? Why did Su Zonglu go? On what grounds did she leave me behind? Tian Yuya had no idea about the reasons and hurriedly picked up the remote control to placate Feng Jiajia. She urged her to find a way to invite Su Zonglu back for a meal as soon as possible. In any case, the connection with the Su family must not be severed. The election finale concluded. Countless journalists surrounded Chu Yueling, their camera flashes incessant. As she made her way out, bodyguards on either side could hardly keep microphones from jostling in. The reporters clamored for her attention. Miss Chu, a few months ago you predicted that Lu Qing would win the Miss Hong Kong title. Back then she was still a penniless nomad. Could you tell us, was there any clue or pattern to your prediction? Even after witnessing the prophecy come true, they dared not believe that Chu Yueling's divinations were truly so accurate. Was the Su family's influence involved in this? Yes, Miss Chu, could you kindly answer our question? Chu Yueling paused in her steps and offered a slight smile to the camera. I never comment on the accuracy of fortune-telling. Just as the journalists were about to give up hope, a petite figure emerged from the side, ready to drive home. Miss Shui, please wait a moment. Shui was taken aback and turned around, pointing at herself in confusion. Chu Yueling chuckled. Your destiny indicates that a fleeting star has entered your peach blossom palace, carrying a strong aura of ill-fated love. In time, if you fail to nurture this relationship, your lover will turn into a sharp blade seeking retribution. Shui looked distressed. She had indeed been dating a rising actor, someone who had gained popularity with a single outstanding drama. However, due to his lack of acting skills, he hadn't managed to sustain his success in subsequent projects. However, she trusted that her boyfriend had potential. He always claimed that if given a chance, he would surpass even the four heavenly kings. Jackie Chung and Aaron Kwok would be no match for him. She believed in her boyfriend and was willing to invest all her resources to create opportunities for him. He promised that he'd treat me well with all his heart. Seeing Shui Ying's enthusiasm, Chu Yueling didn't scold her further but instead asked, did he tell you that he'll only have you as his girlfriend and marry you when the time is right? Shui Ying was surprised. Master knows about this too? Of course I do. I also know that he's currently cheating on you behind your back. Look, Chu Yueling turned around, and with a swish, the reporters and photographers blocking their way parted like the Red Sea. Chu Yueling pointed in the direction of the restroom. It's the third stall in the men's bathroom. Shui Ying had come to the event with her boyfriend, but due to his status as an actor and the need to keep their relationship under wraps, they had agreed to leave separately once the show ended. Upon hearing Chu Yueling's words, Shui Ying couldn't help but eagerly seek validation, hastily rushing to the calculated location. The journalists followed in a commotion. Follow, hurry up and follow. Let's see if Master Chu truly possesses divine strategic insight. The restroom was empty, and as the journalists entered, they were greeted by a series of exhilarating moans. The camera panned over, and it was indeed the sound coming from the third bathroom. Upon the wooden doorframe, a multitude of clothes were draped overhead. The starlet in the bathroom seemed unaware that someone had come in, repeatedly uttering obscene words. Your breasts are so full and supple with a delightful bounce and ample moisture. My girlfriend couldn't compare to even one of your limbs. The familiar tone made Shui Ying's hands tremble uncontrollably as she abruptly lifted a bucket of water from the ground and opened the door. The door burst open, revealing the scene within. The couple was on the toilet, the woman naked, sitting atop him while the man, with his pants around his ankles, held onto her waist. You! What are you doing? The man hastily pushed the woman away to pull up his pants in panic. The woman shielded herself with her arms, crouching down and screaming. Wow! The journalists were stunned. There really is a fight going on in the bathroom. The master's prediction has come true again. Flashbulbs went off wildly, capturing the moment relentlessly. The reporters snapped as many shots as they could. The rising star Feng, unable to contain his desires, engages in a bathroom brawl with a young model. Bravo! Bravo! Don't be afraid, celebrity. Carry on, let us capture more striking angles. Feng's face turned ashen, never expecting to be caught red-handed, especially by so many journalists. There was no way he could deny it now. It was over. His acting career was about to come to an end. No one would appreciate a star involved in a toilet brawl. Desperately, Feng clung to his wealthy girlfriend, attempting to explain himself. Splash! Shui Yueling drenched Feng with water, turning him into a wet mess. She immediately called the director. Thank you, but I'll still invest. However, there's no need to keep the role for Steven's movie. Ying, let me explain, Feng pleaded when he realized it was a role in a Stevens film, regretting his actions. But before he could finish, Shui Yueling slapped him hard across the face. Useless good for nothing. Go eat *T. After that, she turned and rushed to the door, eager to thank the master. If not for her, she might still be blissfully ignorant, pouring money into resources while her ex cheated on her. It was the master who revealed the truth, pulling her back from the brink. The reporters rushed to TV's entrance, only to discover that the master had already departed. They scrutinized the photos they'd captured with mixed feelings. Everyone knew that tomorrow's headlines across Hong Kong would be dominated by the news of the Temple Street soothsayer. A new master was about to make a spectacular entrance onto the scene. In her young age, barely in her 20s, she could predict with uncanny accuracy, each divination a masterpiece of divine insight. Chapter 91. As the weather gradually warmed up, the dark sky brightened and a golden ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the bay. With the ebb and flow of the tides, the streets by the bay slowly came to life. Hong Kong was greeting yet another brand new day. Creak! A soft creak echoed. The iron gate downstairs was pushed open by a fair-skinned girl with half-closed eyes. Chu Yueling held a brown paper bag in her right hand, stifling a yawn as her lustrous, lychee-shaped eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. She had returned home much too late last night, leaving her far from well-rested. Raising her hand, she pounded her head lightly, hoping to dispel the lingering fog of sleepiness. A timely growl of emptiness echoed from her stomach. Rubbing her belly, she left the residential area and found a small eatery selling Cantonese rice noodle rolls at the entrance. The proprietors were a couple. The wife tended to the steaming while the husband, donning an apron and a red checkered cloth, busied himself with cleaning the tables. Occupying less than 10 square meters, all the tables were placed outside, with the quaint wooden quadrangular tables by the door brimming with neighborhood regulars, creating a lively atmosphere early in the morning. Neighbors engaged in animated discussions. Did you catch the Miss Hong Kong finale last night? A mainland girl took home the crown. She's from Nanjing and she's truly stunning. It's rare for a mainland contestant to win in previous Miss Hong Kong pageants. This year broke the precedent. In just one night, numerous media reports about Chu Yueling had circulated. Many Hong Kong residents now knew of the Temple Street fortune teller. Some neighbors even dug up articles from a few months ago that predicted Lu Qing's victory. Back then, many had dismissed Chu Yueling's claims as bragging. How could anyone boldly predict the winner before the competition even began? And now, not only did she participate, but she actually won the championship. Has anything like this ever happened before? A big brother carrying a plate of rice rolls sat down at one of the wooden tables, pulling out a pair of chopsticks from the holder. If it weren't for the Temple Street Oracle, that mainland girl would have flopped. Brother Ashin, what does that mean? An elderly man at the same table asked, confused. I know, the grandma at the neighboring table turned her head to answer. Maybe you haven't read the newspapers. The Temple Street Oracle predicted months ago that the mainland girl could win the championship. Everyone let out a collective wow upon hearing this. Ashin picked up a plump and tender piece of rice roll with his chopsticks, savoring it as he nodded in approval. He then turned to praise the owner. Ming, your skills are truly unparalleled. Ming had just finished cleaning the table, dumping the remaining scraps into the trash. He smiled. Brother Ashin's compliments are music to my ears. I'll give you another serving for free. No need to be so polite. Ashin waved his chopsticks. One plate is enough. I also bought a steamed pork bun. Eating too much would make me feel sick. Chu Yueling entered, clutching a leather bag. The lady boss, wearing a mask, scraped the rice rolls off the iron plate and placed them into a bowl. Scanning the menu, she said, "Please bring me a lean pork and corn rice noodle roll, and an extra egg." After ordering, she turned around, clutching the leather bag that was filled with her newly drawn low-level talismans. A few mischievous ones threatened to fly out as she moved. Suppressing the talismans with a raised hand, Chu Yueling had just seated herself when she heard Ashin start up again not far away. "My younger brother works at TV. He came back last night and said that actually, the top 3 positions have already been predetermined, and there's no chance for mainland girls. In fact, one of the TV executives even showed up on site to question the master about how, within an hour, he plans to make sure a mainland girl wins." And guess what happened? The locals lost their appetite for rice noodle rolls. They were only aware of the master's prediction a few months ago that Lu Qing would win if she entered the Miss Hong Kong pageant, but they were unaware of any other backstage details. Prompted by the neighbors' eagerness, Ashin didn't intend to keep them in suspense. He put down his chopsticks. With a loud slap, Ashin exclaimed the executive got arrested by the police. So it turns out that this high-ranking figure is ruthless and callous, not only murdering her own husband but others as well. She's a veritable killing maniac. Everyone was utterly stunned. Whispers filled the air. See how it ends when you offend a master like that? Ashin had long been a follower of Li Huiwen's column, deeply engrossed in the fortune-telling stories it featured. The only regret was that he had to work at sea for months on end, leaving him no time to visit the Temple Street for a fortune-telling session. Chu Yueling was seated nearby. The owner delivered the Chong Fun and took the opportunity to introduce, "There's homemade chili sauce and aged Shanxi vinegar on the table. Help yourselves to whatever you like." "Okay, thank you," the girl replied with a warm smile, her eyes crinkling. It was this gentle voice that caught Ashin's attention as he observed the girl quietly eating her food. The girl was dressed in a navy blue jumpsuit, sitting with her side facing them. When she picked up her chopsticks, a glimpse of her fair wrist was revealed. Amidst the hustle and bustle, an unusual tranquility seemed to surround her. His demeanor exuded an effortless grace. The more Ashin looked, the more familiar he found the man to be, suspecting him to be a star from TV or ATV. He considered going over to greet him but was tapped on the shoulder by the uncle behind him. "Xin, continue sharing with us about Master Divine Calculator," the uncle prompted. Granny chimed in, "You have no idea how popular he is now. He's so astute and insightful. I really wish I could witness his abilities in person." "Exactly, I have a friend who works at Dashi News. I heard one of their journalists used to write a column about the master. This morning they sold 3,000 copies, breaking their publications record." "Really? That impressive?" "Yes, indeed." "All right." Ashin turned back and picked up his chopsticks, smiling as he continued, "Since you all want to hear, I'll share a few instances of master's fortune-telling." After finishing her steamed rice rolls, Chu Yueling left the food stall. Since the cart had been left in Temple Street the previous day, she decided to walk there today. Approximately half an hour later, she arrived at the shop entrance, clutching her denim bag. It was early in the morning. The shop doors were already open, and workers were transporting planks of wood inside, leaving trails of sawdust on the ground. "Be careful. These planks are expensive, and breaking one would be a significant loss," Zhang Chang, who had arrived early with his team to start work, lamented at the sight of the scattered sawdust. He always insisted on using high-quality materials for his business. A single plank from him could cost as much as 2 from other contractors. Putting on a paper hat to commence work, Zhang Chang lifted his head and noticed Chu Yueling ascending the steps. His face lit up in surprise. "Madam, you're here so early? Come here to deliver the charms." Chu Yueling raised the leather bag and glanced around. "Have you had breakfast? If not, I can get some for you." "I've already eaten," Zhang Chang replied with a grin, appreciating his employer's concern. In Hong Kong, it wasn't customary for employers to provide meals for contracted workers, as it was an added expense. It was rare to find a young person so hospitable. "I need Uncle Zhang to help me attach them to the wooden boards." Chu Yueling handed over the leather bag. "No problem at all, no need to be formal." Zhang Chang took the bag, aware of Chu Yueling's eagerness to get the renovations done. "I'll have someone paste them right away." He turned and called out, "Li Li." 3 A-frames ladders stood in the middle of the room, and soon after, a woman appeared from the side, holding a powder puff to touch up her makeup. Chu Yueling recognized her as Zhang Chang's wife. Zhang Chang waved Li over and passed her the leather bag. "There's a wooden board prepared in the separate room. You go fetch some glue and stick the charms on, make sure they're nicely arranged." Li closed the powder compact, held the leather bag, shot a sideways glance at Chu Yueling, pouted, then poked Zhang Chang. You think I just say I'll help and I will? The glue is sticky and stinky, I don't want it on my new clothes." All right. Zhang Chang patiently appeased his spoilt wife, Suiji, and the others are all occupied with other tasks. "You can assist with such delicate work. After we're done, I'll buy you a new dress." You'd better keep your word, Lily said, not entirely pleased. I will, one dress won't be enough, so I'll get two, Zhongchang assured her with unwavering patience. That's more like it. Lily huffed softly before she hugged the leather bag and gave Chu Yueling another glance before heading to the small room partitioned off near the entrance. Once she was out of earshot, Zhongchang apologized. I'm truly sorry about that. My wife is still young, so I tend to spoil her a bit. Still young in her 30s? Lily had an affair-prone face, always looking for more while already having plenty. She was restless. Their superficial marital harmony couldn't mask their discordant hearts, making their relationship fragile. Nonetheless, Zhongchang didn't probe further. She wouldn't divulge anything unless prompted. Chu Yueling shook her head and replied, it's okay. Noticing that the employer wasn't offended by his breach of etiquette, Zhongchang straightened his paper hat with a smile. Employer, please take your rest. I'll start working now. As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve his tools from the corner. However, just as he did, he was suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Ouch! Zhongchang clutched his stomach, his brows and nose drawing together in a painful expression. The incident occurred abruptly. As Chu Yueling reached out to support him, a series of thuds echoed, followed by dust particles swirling down from the stepladder. A worker quickly descended and took over before she could assist. It's all right, leave Uncle Zhong to me, said Drunken Chicken, extending his arms to embrace Zhongchang's chest. He then turned and carried him towards the corner. Zhongchang, writhing in pain, allowed himself to be dragged and seated against the wall with his legs stretched out straight. Exasperated, Chu Yueling handed him a towel while rolling her eyes. She feigned concern in her voice. Old Zhong, I told you last night not to eat so many snails, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've upset your stomach, haven't you? Zhongchang's forehead glistened with sweat as he clenched his teeth. I had no idea they'd spoil my stomach. Let me see. Yueling walked over to examine him. Of course, she was worried about her worker's condition. In a short while, Zhongchang's pain was so intense that it soaked through his t-shirt. Chu Yueling retracted her gaze. It doesn't seem like food poisoning. The pain is too severe. Tipsy Chicken intercepted her. Boss, don't get too close. Who knows if he's contracted some illness? It might spread to you. If it's just simple food poisoning, he'll be fine after some rest. Tipsy Chicken forced a smile, his eyes lingering on Chu Yueling's face with ill intentions. Upon noticing her cold expression, he quickly averted his gaze. Chu Yueling's face remained stern. No, we need to send him to the hospital right away. Upon hearing that, Tipsy Chicken panicked. Money doesn't fall from the northwest wind, does it? I know Uncle Zhong best. He earns every penny through hard work. He probably just overindulged in snails last night and got a stomachache. Going to the hospital would just be a waste of money. The words seemed to be spoken out of concern for Zhongchang. Zhongchang held his stomach, also afraid of the hospital expenses. After all, in Hong Kong, even a simple ambulance ride and a day's stay in the hospital could cost thousands. A visit to the hospital meant losing several days' wages in an instant. He couldn't bear to spend that money. No. Master, you don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine in a while, he insisted. Chu Yueling helped him up. It's all right, I have the money. You should get treated first. Zhongchang was reluctant to use his master's money, but he couldn't persuade Chu Yueling otherwise. Seeing that going to the hospital was now inevitable, Drunken Chicken exchanged a glance with Lily, who had just come out. Lily stepped forward, offering apologetically. Rest for a moment, I'll take him to the hospital. As she spoke, Lily took Zhongchang, slinging his arm across her shoulder. She then shot a glance at Drunken Chicken. Exactly, let the couple sort out their own issues. Drunken Chicken hurried over, trying to mediate with a grin on his face. Without further ado, Lily hastened to support Zhongchang, as if there was a ferocious beast inside the house ready to pounce on them. Suddenly, Lily felt her collar at the back of her neck tighten. Her heart leapt, her eyes widened, and her breathing quickened as she slowly turned around. She met the girl's clear, bottomless gaze, and heard those calm words. After poisoning someone, do you think you can just run away? Is that how it works? Chapter 92. Ding Yanli, who was supporting the other person, froze. The transparency in the girl's eyes sent shivers down her spine, and her knees began to weaken. She forced a smile. What poisoning? I have no idea what you're talking about. It was impossible. Only she and Drunken Chicken knew about this matter. Even Zhongchang was clueless. How could there be a third person who knew? She had heard of Chu Yueling's reputation on Temple Street. But it couldn't be that accurate, could it? To identify the poisoning with just one glance? Confused, Chu Yueling released her collar and grabbed her hand instead. Her hands were well maintained, with a rich layer of hand cream applied. The transparent nail polish had chipped off significantly, revealing bits of white powder adhered to the edges. Oh, you poisoned them 4 times, huh? Ding Yanli turned pale with fright when she realized she had been exposed. She tried to pull her hand back, but Chu Yueling held onto her wrist tightly. Despite the agony in his stomach that was turning his world upside down, Zhang Chong still wanted to defend his wife from this false accusation. Master, have you made a mistake? How could Lily poison anyone? No sooner had the question been asked than a stray cat suddenly darted out, rubbing against Zhang Chang's trouser leg. It meowed pitifully as if empathizing with his agony. Zhang Chong immediately recognized the feline as the same one that had knocked over the food box earlier. In great pain, he tried to shake his leg gently, wary of harming the wild cat, in an attempt to scare it away. Who would have thought that the feral cat hadn't been chased away but had instead become even more attached to him? Chu Yueling had initially found it peculiar, but upon seeing the wild cat, she understood. I said you narrowly escaped death, and now I see where this life came from. It was saved by this little one, she remarked. The black and white striped cat meowed in response as if acknowledging Chu Yueling's words. Zhang Chong still found it hard to accept. Mistress, Lily has only me as her family in this world. She definitely wouldn't harm me. Chu Yueling countered, weren't you the one who ate her food and ended up feeling ill? Her single question instantly jolted Zhang Chong to awareness. He had indeed only consumed Ding Yanli's noodles this morning. If the problem was with the snails from last night, he should have experienced stomach issues already. Could it be that? Zhang Chong approached Ding Yanli unsteadily. You. I didn't. Ding Yanli retorted sharply. You'd rather believe this bitch than trust me? Whether you believe it or not, we'll know once we get a checkup at the hospital, Chu Yueling said, holding onto Ding Yanli's hand, which was suddenly yanked away. Realizing that her deceit had been uncovered, Ding Yanli pulled her hand back, shoved Zhang Chong to the ground, and bolted for the door, panic-stricken but not forgetting to yell, "Drunk chicken! Run!" Drunk Chicken, who had initially planned to join in on the deception, turned grim at Ding Yanli's cry. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Idiot." Understanding that he too was exposed, he knew it was time to leave. He hastily removed his paper hat and with a menacing expression shouted, "There's no turning back now." He kicked the ladder forcefully. Zee! The ladder scraped against the floor with a piercing screech. It swayed precariously on the verge of collapsing onto Zhang Chang's head. Chu Yueling swiftly supported Zhang Chong against the wall, casting her gaze outward. The two perpetrators had already reached the door and were about to escape. Just as Yueling caught sight of Aunt Sweet Potato from the neighboring shop biting into a thick sweet potato, the size of an arm, she urgently cried out, "Call the police." Aunt Sweet Potato had cheered for the mainland girl who won the Hong Kong Miss title the previous night, and she'd been in high spirits all day. Today she decided to treat herself to a green, country-grown vegetable, that very sweet potato. As she took a bite, she heard a cry for help from the newly renovated shop next door. Call the police? Well, something major must have happened. Aunt Sweet Potato, with her sturdy build, stood guard at the entrance. Seeing the suspicious pair rush out in a panic, there was no mistaking the situation. She stuffed the sweet potato into her mouth and, with both hands wide open, prepared to intervene. On either side there was one person. By the time Chu Yueling emerged, the two of them were already sandwiched beneath Aunt Sweet Potato's ample posterior like a human pyramid. Aunt Sweet Potato wore a gray tracksuit with her legs spread wide, exuding an air of invincibility. Upon recognizing the owner of Chu Ji's dessert shop from Temple Street, she paused in her chewing and her eyes lit up. "Hey, Master Chu, this shop is yours, huh?" Chu Yueling smiled. "Yes, would you mind sitting here for me?" Aunt Sweet Potato wiggled her bottom, and just as Drunken Chicken and Ding Yanli were about to beg for mercy, they nearly vomited under the pressure. "Master Chu has to help," Aunt Sweet Potato declared, crossing her legs. "Thanks for your trouble." Chu Yueling immediately called the police, but since the culprit was still on the scene, she couldn't leave. She dialed an ambulance number instead. Turning back into the shop, she rummaged through the leather bag for a pain-relieving talisman. As she did so, she realized that the plank was still empty. Ding Yanli had yet to do what she had promised. Clearly, she had slacked off upon entering. Choosing not to dwell on it too much, Chu Yueling approached Zhang Chong with the talisman in hand, lifting his shirt to affix it onto his abdomen. Zhang Chong was destined to survive. Aside from a slight poisoning, there was no immediate threat to his life. Half an hour later, both Drunken Chicken and Ding Yanli were taken to the Kowloon police station. Ding Yanli had stumbled while fleeing, causing her forehead to bleed. Reborn hastily called a female colleague from the forensic medicine department for assistance in treating her wound. Done. The female colleague tucked the extra cotton swabs into her suit pocket, picked up her medical kit, and stood up, reporting to the man beside her, "Inspector Zhou, the dressing is in place." Zhou Fengshu leaned against the window, his long legs extending from beneath his perfectly pressed trousers, revealing a glimpse of white socks. Seeing that his colleague had tended to the suspect's injury, he straightened up. "Thank you for your efforts." After the woman left, Zhou Fengshu patted Reborn, who was fiddling with his hair by the window. Take her to the interrogation room. Yes, sir. Sherborne put down his hair, standing upright, ready to escort the suspect to the interrogation room. Before he could even call out to her, Ding Yanli, with her bandaged forehead, grabbed frantically at Sherborne's trouser leg in panic. Sir, please believe me. I really didn't poison anyone. Hey. Let go. Sherborne was startled and instinctively tried to pull away his pants. He seldom wore a belt in his daily life, so when he was yanked so abruptly, half of his buttocks felt a chill as his pants nearly slid down on the spot. Ding Yanli stubbornly clung to her pants, pleading, Sir, please believe me, Zhang Chong is my husband. What benefit would I gain from harming him? It's truly not me who poisoned him. If you didn't poison him, then why are you running so fast? You must be guilty. Sherborne held onto the pants tightly. Let go. If you don't, I'll charge you with assaulting an officer, which is an additional offense. Ding Yanli felt that she had hit rock bottom. Seeing that Zhang Chong was about to succumb, she and Drunken Chicken had prepared to take him home once he showed symptoms, claiming that he wasn't feeling well. Little did she expect a sudden interference. The angrier she thought about it, the more she turned her head to point at the girl drinking milk tea in the corner. It's this Chu girl who's framing me. I really can't understand you police officers catching the innocent instead of the slanderers. Besides, my husband only has a stomachache. Why would she claim that he's poisoned? In my opinion, she's the one who poisoned him, probably to avoid paying wages. You should arrest her too. Yueling, who had just sneaked out to buy a cup of milk tea while they were tending to the wound, met Zhou Fengshu's gaze innocently and blinked. She's the one crying wolf. Zhou Fengshu curved his lips. I know. Ding Yanli grew increasingly audacious in her accusations. Now I'm going to sue this woman with the surname Chu. She attempted murder. I'm calling the police. Zhou Fengshu signaled Sherborne to escort her into the interrogation room. Before Sherborne could make a move, Chu Yueling approached with her milk tea in hand. Ding Yanli was seated, so Chu Yueling stood behind her, bending slightly at the waist. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? Ding Yanli frowned, guiltily averting her gaze. I don't know what you mean. Anyway, I've never harmed Mr. Zhang. Taking Ding Yanli's ID from Sherborne, Chu Yueling gave her face a meticulous once-over. Suddenly she said, actually, you aren't originally from Thailand, are you? Upon hearing this, Ding Yanli's defensive smile froze on her face. My parents were overseas Chinese. It's not strange that I resemble a Chinese person, is it? Parents. Chu Yueling pointed. Both your parental palaces have long crumbled. One died when you were 2, the other when you were 14. Your mother had an arranged marriage, but she fled to Thailand with the 6-year-old you, seeking refuge with relatives and eventually marrying a Thai man. The veins on his face stood out, suggesting a violent nature. So you've taken lives before, haven't you? Ding Yanli shuddered. Don't say that. I've never killed anyone. In a strict sense, it wasn't your hands that did the deed, but your stepfather's. However, Chu Yueling smiled. It was at your behest. At age 14, you secretly started a relationship with your stepfather behind your mother's back. But she found out soon after. She punished you severely, hoping to deter you from such thoughts. Yet you defied her, believing she wanted your stepfather all to herself. You even hinted to your stepfather that if he eliminated your mother, the two of you could be together forever. Ding Yanli denied it. I didn't do that. Your mother did indeed pass away, but you didn't keep your promise. You ran off with your stepfather's money. During that time, you realized how easy it was to swindle men for a living. Until, that is, a warrant was issued for your arrest in Thailand. With no way to stay there, you changed your identity and came to Hong Kong. Chu Yueling paused in her narration. Ding Yanli's forehead was bruised, altering her appearance, but her features were still discernible. Unfortunately, Hong Kong men are astute. You were already of a certain age, and your beauty had faded. Once they discovered your intentions, they distanced themselves promptly. Left with no choice, you set your sights on Uncle Zhong. He's a local from Hong Kong with rental properties in the countryside that bring in considerable annual income. He even works as a contractor, earning several $100,000 a year. But that's not the main point. Chu Yueling smiled. You saw his bankbook with $1 million, didn't you? Uncle Zhong is old and not skilled in deception. He couldn't manipulate you or make you feel disgusted. Eventually you became involved with his apprentice, Drunken Chicken. Upon seeing the bankbook, the two of you schemed to poison Uncle Zhong to death. Since he has no children, you could inherit his house and finally have a true home in Hong Kong. At first, everything should have ended there. Neither of you expected that Uncle Zhong would be so resilient. Despite attempting to poison him 4 times, he survived each attempt. There was one time when it almost worked. Unfortunately, a cat saved him. These events were known only to her and Drunken Chicken. Chu Yueling seemed to have a third eye, witnessing everything that transpired. As Ding Yanli listened, she grew increasingly terrified, breaking into a cold sweat and collapsing weakly into her chair. Chu Yueling rose to her feet and turned to gaze at the figure by the windowsill, asking with a smile, "Detective Zhou, has Ding Yanli's nail been sent to the forensic department?" Zhou Fengshu rolled up his sleeve and glanced at his wristwatch. In 10 minutes, they'll send over the specific details of the poison. The tide had turned irreversibly. Ding Yanli's face was drained of color as she faced the overwhelming evidence against her. She finally confessed. The green spider plant by the corridor swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves rustling softly. Unnoticed by all. Behind the green plant, the door to an office was stealthily cracked open. Chapter 93. The atmosphere within the office was peculiar. 2 police officers sat in front and behind, one after the other. The male superintendent, around 50 years old, wore a police cap and was seated by the door. Shi Yubing, on the other hand, donned a black suit with an ID card pinned to his chest. They exchanged glances. Was there fortune-telling going on outside just now? After a long moment, Superintendent Liang tapped his teacup gently onto the table, set it down, and then clasped his hands together with a smile. This is the first time I've seen someone from the serious crime unit relying on such methods for an interrogation. Shi Yubing couldn't tell if the superintendent was angry or not. The serious crime unit typically dealt with heinous crimes, and the suspects were often cunning and highly resistant to investigation tactics. To break down the criminal's psychological defenses, interrogators would specialize in criminal psychology and attack their minds from various angles. Under normal circumstances, interrogating a suspect could take up to 2 hours, and for more cunning criminals it might stretch to days or even months. Yet, that young lady at the entrance had taken less than half an hour? Did the suspect, Ding Yanli, break down emotionally? The person just now wasn't a police officer. She's a friend of Detective Zhou's. She was only trying to help out. Genuinely well-intentioned, Shi Yubing explained, concerned that Chief Inspector Liang might blame the young girl. Especially in a police station where only science and evidence were trusted to apprehend criminals, fortune-telling was considered an illegitimate practice. Chief Inspector Liang was taken aback. Seeing Shi Yubing hastily defending the young lady, he burst into laughter, pointing at his colleague. Yubing, when have I ever blamed anyone? Do you really think so poorly of me? However, I must admit, I am indeed curious about this fortune-telling, he said with a meaningful tone. On the surface, the reading the young lady gave did seem to break the criminal's psychological barrier. Was she the one who made the initial report? We have no way of knowing if she had investigated the criminal before. There was more to his thoughts, but he chose not to voice them out loud. Shi Yubing, however, understood the underlying message. Both of them had risen through the ranks from the serious crime unit, facing countless challenges and dangers along the way. Chief Inspector Liang had seen all sorts of cases and knew well the depths of human wickedness. His implication was this. The young lady must have thoroughly researched Ding Yanli's background and, driven by some old grudge, deliberately targeted her psychological defenses, leading to her collapse. Yubing, the other units in the serious crime group have already requested specialized technical support. I noticed that your Team D hasn't submitted a request yet. Do you have any plans? Shi Yubing had previously consulted Team D about this matter, and they had strongly advocated for hiring Ning Ning. Boren even joked that with Ning Ning on board, no criminal involved in a murder case could escape detection. They could simply catch the culprit by counting on their fingers. This put Shi Yubing in a dilemma. The police force was a place grounded in science, evidence, and law. She had no qualms about Team D's request for a forensic psychologist. However, the issue of fortune-telling. The higher-ups would never approve it. When it became clear that they couldn't bring Chu Yueling on board, Team D lost interest in acquiring specialized technical support altogether. Boren was particularly indifferent. Let's just forget about it then. What's the point of inviting her? To slow us down or take up space in the toilet? Shi Yubing decided to keep the matter under wraps. Chief Liang, I believe Team D's application should cater to their investigative needs, leveraging each other's strengths. Inviting someone blindly wouldn't be much help. I suggest we wait until they've thought it through before making a decision. Sure, we can wait as long as needed. But Chief Liang paused, noticing Shi Yubing's hesitation. He was well aware of his subordinates' thoughts. Fortune-telling and such mystical matters shouldn't be involved. As we both know, conjectures without solid evidence can't serve as legal proof, nor can they establish guilt, he stated frankly. With that said, Shi Yubing had no choice but to respond, yes, sir. Chu Yueling leaned against the window with her milk tea, able to observe the steady flow of people entering and exiting the police station. Sipping the drink, the smooth and sweet taste brought a slight relaxation to her features. Boren pushed open the office door and placed a statement sheet on Zhou Fengshu's desk. After the interrogation, Drunken Chicken confessed to buying the poison for Ding Yanli to administer it. Zhou Fengshu set the statement aside, rolled up his sleeves, and continued writing his report without looking up. How about Uncle Zhong's side? It's taken care of, Uncle Zhong chimed in, just as he entered the room and handed over the statement paper. This one was more cunning. He claimed ignorance to everything and blamed everything on Ding Yanli. Gan Yizu was animated. Uncle Zhong knows his tricks. He scared Drunken Chicken, telling him that Ding Yanli had confessed to everything and if he didn't clarify his role, he'd bear the main responsibility. At the mere threat, Drunken Chicken eagerly divulged everything. Tisk tsk. Sherboran sat at his desk, reflecting on the situation. Arsenic trioxide, known as ancient arsenic. The poisonous woman administered the venom for 4 consecutive days and still failed to kill Uncle Zhong. He's truly fortunate enough to buy a lottery ticket, don't you think, Ning Ning? Chu Yueling swayed her milk tea gently and said, Uncle Zhong has a destiny of barely escaping death 9 times. He doesn't have any windfall luck in his fate, so buying lottery tickets won't work for him either. By the way, how is Uncle Zhong doing? After the man was taken away by the ambulance, they had yet to receive any updates. Sherboran found it odd as well. Right, the hospital hasn't called yet. No sooner had he spoken than the phone in the office rang. This is Team D of the Major Crimes Unit. The patient has regained consciousness? Alright, that's troublesome. Zhou Fenqiu hung up the call and lifted his gaze. Uncle Zhong has regained consciousness, he informed. Sherboran stepped down from his desk, stretched, then nodded at Chu Yueling. Come on. Brother Rum will take you to wrap things up. Chu Yueling hopped down, shaking her milk teacup with a smile. Who's taking who? Oh, can I take you? Sherboran joked, then let out a long sigh. If only that case about the kidnapped girl was solved, we wouldn't have this worry. After the statements are recorded, we could all go out for an afternoon tea together. It's not solved yet? Chu Yueling had already calculated the murderer's details a few days ago. She tilted her head, swirling her milk tea. Did my calculations miss the mark? That didn't make sense. Her divinations were rarely wrong. No, Sherboran explained with concern. We've tracked down a person named Ma Jiangqi. His profile matches the information you provided in every aspect. We also found his statement in previous cases. Chu Yueling was puzzled. If they suspected him, why wasn't he arrested? Because someone provided an alibi for him, Zhou Fenqiu interjected, closing the written report and capping his pen. The person who gave the alibi suddenly died of a heart attack on the street a few days later. Ma Jiangqi took the opportunity to smuggle himself to America and hasn't returned to Hong Kong in the past 10 years. With the case once again interrupted and at a standstill, everyone was furious. I heard he fled abroad? Chu Yueling could understand why Zhou Fenqiu furrowed his brows. The situation indeed posed challenges. Is there any way to catch him? The police have already applied for international cooperation. The Americans are tracing Ma Jiangqi's whereabouts, and they'll deport him back to Hong Kong as soon as they find him. Team D was not content with this outcome. Who didn't know how many illegal immigrants there were in the United States? It would be like finding a needle in a haystack to locate an ID-less criminal among billions. It was uncertain when or if Ma Jiangqi would be deported back. It was nearing the end of the workday and the group decided to head downstairs together. Chu Yueling waited for them in the corridor, leaning against the wall while sipping her milk tea. Suddenly, a sound from the side caught her attention. At the end of the corridor, a middle-aged couple ascended the staircase. Despite being middle-aged, their hair was entirely white. The man hunched over as he walked slowly with his head down, while the woman strolled alongside him at a leisurely pace. They seemed disconnected from the world around them. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, and their expressionless faces conveyed a profound sorrow that enveloped them. Chu Yueling couldn't help but feel a pang of distress upon witnessing this scene. Ning Ning, what are you looking at? As the 4 of them emerged, Sherboran noticed Chu Yueling's persistent gaze on the corridor. His eyes followed her line of sight, and upon recognizing the faces of the middle-aged couple, his pupils dilated in surprise. Brother Su, look. Zhou Fenqiu closed the office door and turned his gaze. Upon seeing the approaching couple, his expression gradually turned serious. When the couple reached the entrance to the office, he took the initiative to speak up. Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang. Is it Detective Zhou? Mrs. Zhang asked. Upon receiving an affirmative response, her swollen eyes glistened as she spoke with a raspy voice. I heard that Xinya's case has been reopened. Can you please tell me if they found the killer? As if yearning for an answer. Mrs. Yang's hands trembled, as if she were struggling to suppress her emotions. I'm sorry, but the case is still under investigation. We can't disclose any details. Zhou Fenqiu averted his gaze and looked at Sherboran. Please, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, take some rest. Oh, right. Sherboran snapped back to reality and opened the office door again. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, please come in and rest. You must be tired from the journey. Both of them recalled the tremendous blow the Zhang family had suffered. For the sake of their remaining 2 children's health and safety, the entire family had moved to the new territories. Mrs. Zhang shook her head. We're not tired. The thought of her daughter's tragic death made her eyes redden once more. She pounded her chest, overwhelmed by grief. 18 years. It's been 18 years. It was like a heavy punch to the heart. Mrs. Zhang found it increasingly difficult to catch her breath. Suddenly, her emotions crumbled and she leaned on her husband's shoulder, wailing in despair. My daughter has been gone for 18 long years, and her body has yet to rest. For these 18 years, every time I close my eyes, I see the horrifying scene of her murder. A tiny girl, her blue-tinged body exposed, lay beside her unseeing head, discarded on a trash can. The more Mrs. Zhang thought about it, the more she wept uncontrollably. Her daughter was only 8 when she was brutally murdered. How could any parent endure such a loss? In those 18 years, every night she relived her nightmare, constantly drowning in the despair of losing her child. What could she do to ensure that the perpetrator who harmed her daughter would face equivalent retribution? Hearing the commotion, Chu Yueling emerged, concerned about Mrs. Zhang's distraught state. Mrs. Zhang, a reopened case means the police have found new leads. Please rest assured, we will bring the culprit to justice. Mr. Zhang, overwhelmed with pain, clutched at Chu Yueling's arm. The memory of finding his daughter's severed head still haunted him. He had knelt on the ground back then, cradling it in his arms, his hair turning white overnight from sheer grief. Madam, he asked, his voice trembling, can the murderer still be caught? 18 years have passed. Can the murderer really still be found? Mr. Zhang, please trust the police, Chu Yueling reassured the family, though she herself felt conflicted. As an inspector in Team D, she was well aware that the prime suspect had smuggled himself to the United States. However, whether or not he was the real culprit remained to be verified. Currently, without finding the suspect or solid evidence of the crime, they were in a precarious position. How could she adequately respond to the family's probing questions? Even she couldn't be certain after 18 long years, would the real culprit truly be apprehended? Chu Yueling leaned against the wall, quietly sipping her milk tea and listening attentively. Suddenly, she heard a thud. A pair of knees knelt before her. She released the straw. Mrs. Zhang knelt down, addressing Chu Yueling as if she were part of the homicide unit. Madam, please help me find the killer who took Xinyao's life so she can rest in peace. I beg of you. As long as the murderer could be found. She was willing to do anything at all to uncover their identity. Bang, bang, bang. Mr. Zhang also knelt down, the echoing thuds of their prostrations resonating repeatedly in Chu Yueling's heart. The people around them sprang into action, frantically trying to help them up. Just as they managed to assist Mrs. Zhang, she lapsed into unconsciousness due to her emotional upheaval. Chu Yueling hurriedly supported her into the office and immediately dialed for a doctor. Amidst the chaos, all present were weighed down with heavy hearts. Reborn hung his head, completely devoid of his usual jesting mood. Gradually, the surroundings calmed down. Chu Yueling straightened her posture and glanced at the sky before declaring, I'll take on the Zhang family's case. Reborn was about to ask something but held back as she continued. And I won't be charging for it.